After being betrayed by his girlfriend, Chen Yiyang unexpectedly gained the miraculous ability to appraise antiques, his life becoming like a cheat code, with all sorts of young girls, lolas, and glamorous mature women flocking to him. Chapter 1: My Home Surveillance Camera. If you think you're working like a dog all day, then you're wrong. Actually, even a dog isn't as tired as you. Chen Yiyang, a ride-hailing driver waiting for passengers at the airport, scrolled through short videos on his phone and couldn't help but sigh. These days, even monks have dozens of lovers and over 100 illegitimate children. And you, do you have a girlfriend? Still single, right? Fortunately, Chen Yiyang is a little better off than you. Because of his extraordinary talent in a certain area, he managed to snag a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. He's partying every night, making you green with envy. Thinking of this, Chen Yiyang couldn't resist turning on the surveillance camera, wanting to see what his beautiful and virtuous girlfriend was up to. His girlfriend was dressed scantily at home, so Chen Yiyang had secretly installed a camera a couple of days ago, just to pass the time by watching her. The video had just been turned on. In the rented room, on the bed, a man and a woman were. The sounds of their lovemaking rose and fell. The scene was utterly obscene. It was getting dark when a passenger got into the car. It was a young woman, wearing a black mask. Judging by her figure, except for her slightly flat chest, she was a beauty. Ku Jinjin hadn't noticed anything yet when she sat down, but the sounds of their lovemaking in the video instantly snapped her back to reality. Her cheeks flushed red, and she angrily exclaimed, "Driver, are you crazy? Watching porn in the car? I'm going to complain." Chen Yiyang slammed on the brakes, his eyes fixed on the video on his phone screen. He turned back, his eyes red, his face full of anger and frustration. "This is my home security camera." "Huh? That woman is my girlfriend, Song Yan." Ku Jinjin felt ashamed and immediately fell silent. But his gossip-loving heart burned brightly, and he said, "Sorry, driver, I misunderstood you. But hurry up and drive. This is the perfect time to catch them in the act. Oh, and I can record a video for you. Aren't you going home?" "No rush, it's rare to have such juicy gossip. This kind of exciting gossip could keep me entertained for a week." "Damn it," Chen Yiyang cursed through gritted teeth, but didn't care, speeding home like a madman. Half an hour later, he arrived at the door of the rented apartment. Bang! Chen Yiyang kicked open the door, yelling, "Song Yan, you bitch." Ku Jinjin followed closely behind, recording a video on her phone. But inside, the battle was clearly over. Damn it, he was too hasty. Chen Yiyang miscalculated the time. He calculated it based on his own time. He forgot to consider his own special talents. Song Yan was lying on the bed in the rented apartment, playing on her phone, with the air conditioning on. There was no man on the bed. Her face was flushed, her eyes were watery, and she was only wearing a thin nightgown. A few crumpled pieces of paper lay on the floor, the implication clear. "Chen Yiyang, what's wrong with you?" Song Yan was startled and quickly grabbed a sheet to cover herself. Chen Yiyang demanded, "Where is she? Who was that man just now?" The surveillance video angle wasn't good. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, only Song Yan. Song Yan's eyes flickered, but she was fierce. "What man? What nonsense are you spouting? And what's the meaning of bringing someone to record me? I'm not even dressed yet." "Don't admit it? I just installed surveillance cameras in the house." Chen Yiyang was furious. He pulled out his phone, placed the surveillance video in front of her, and angrily said, "I'm out there working myself to the bone to earn money, and you're at home cheating on me? Huh?" Seeing the video, the evidence was irrefutable, and Song Yan instantly knew she had been exposed. But she showed absolutely no shame, instead retorting defiantly, "So, you don't trust me and installed surveillance cameras at home? Chen Yiyang, you really are a despicable person, so cunning and scheming. Fine, I admit I cheated, but even putting that aside, aren't you also at fault?" These words were delivered with resounding force, classic lines from a scumbag woman. Chen Yiyang was so angry he felt like vomiting blood, his hands trembling, wishing he could slap this bitch's mouth to pieces. "You have absolutely no skills. Your monthly earnings aren't even enough for my cosmetics? 5 years. I've been with you for 5 years, and you can't afford a house, let alone a dowry. I just wanted to buy a gold necklace, and you made me wait half a year and still haven't gotten it. Tell me, how dare you accuse me of cheating? If I wanted a man, the line could stretch from here to France." Song Yan raged, unleashing a torrent of venting. Her words made it seem as if Chen Yiyang was in the wrong. In front of outsiders, having his sore spot touched, Chen Yiyang was instantly enraged. "Song Yan, don't you have a conscience? You knew my situation the first day you met me. Besides, I've been with you for 5 years, giving you 8,000 yuan a month, and it's all gone. And who's that bastard? My ex-boyfriend. He just broke up with his girlfriend. What's wrong with me comforting him? Besides, I did use protection." Song Yan argued. "You have the nerve to say that? I acted impulsively, making a mistake that every woman makes. Go to hell. Get the hell out of here. Chen Yiyang finally couldn't hold back and slapped her. Fine, I'll get out. Song Yin covered her face, staring intently at Chen Yiyang, finally managing to utter a few words. Then Song Yin got out of bed, glaring at Chen Yiyang as she dressed. You think I want to stay in this shabby rented room? If it weren't for your good performance in that area, I would have run away long ago. The rented room was a mess. Song Yin packed her things quickly, stuffing cosmetics and clothes into her suitcase, then left without looking back. Seeing this, Chen Yiyang threw away the sheets and blankets and replaced them with new ones. He then stood on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked melancholy. Actually, he had long sensed that Song Yin no longer loved him. Their values and personalities clashed, and Song Yin, being a car saleswoman, had seen many wealthy people and was vain. A set of cosmetics cost 5 or 6,000 yuan. How could a poor guy like him afford that? The reason they hadn't broken up was probably because, as Song Yin said, Chen Yiyang was good at it, which made her somewhat infatuated and unwilling to break up. After a while, he heard footsteps behind him. Mr. Chen, don't be so down. Life is full of disappointments. Anyway, Sai, should I go first? Ku Jinjin said, quite embarrassed. She wasn't good at comforting people, and since they weren't familiar with each other, staying would only make things more awkward. Chen Yiyang stubbed out his cigarette, let out a long sigh, and said, I'll give you a ride. Can you still drive? Ku Jinjin asked in surprise. Chen Yiyang smiled calmly. Of course I can. Even if the sky falls, life goes on. I haven't finished my orders yet. Let's start afresh. Orange met a mushroom on the road, and then Orange died. What? Because the mushroom wanted Orange to die, so Orange had no choice but to die. Funny, right? Ha! All the way, Ku Jinjin racked her brains for some lame jokes, seemingly trying to cheer Chen Yiyang up. But her jokes weren't funny at all. Chen Yiyang's feelings became even more complicated. He waved his hand and said, All right, girl, don't bother. I'm feeling much better now. I know what you're worried about, but I'm not that stupid as to waste my life on a woman who isn't worth it. That's good. Okay, let's talk about something cheerful. By the way, what did your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, say you were good at in that area? Ku Jinjin relaxed and suddenly asked boldly. What? Just asking out of curiosity. Chen Yiyang sighed. She wasn't wrong. Let me tell you this. Back in college, there was a really pretty senior. I confessed to her, and she called me a poor wretch, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Later, after we got to know each other better, she said we could give it a try. Wow, really? And then, later, she went abroad, and we broke up. Ku Jinjin's eyes lit up, and she urged, Hey, Lao Chun, you could become a gigolo. I have connections at the White Horse Club. The risks are high, but the profits are huge. Get lost. Okay. Chapter 2. The Enchanted Ring. After delivering his companion, Chen Yiyang shouted toward the car window, Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. Don't worry, old Chen. Ku Jinjin. Her face concealed behind a black mask, revealed only her crescent-shaped, beautiful eyes. She made a no gesture with her hand and skipped into the community. Chen Yiyang, devoid of the spirit to drive, returned to his rented room, suddenly yearning for a night of intoxication. 5 years of affection. To claim he was untroubled would be a lie. Countless lonely nights filled with resentment and anger had been vented upon Song Yin, regardless of her vanity or any flaws. He accepted them all. However, infidelity was a transgression that crossed the line of his dignity as a man. Bang! After a spell of brooding, Chen Yiyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He slammed his fist against the wall, cursing, Damn it, she's just a woman. When I strike it rich, I'll marry 100 wives. I'll have more fun than a monk. He reached for his phone and dialed his close friend, Xiaopongzi. Not drinking tonight. I have to work overtime. You, a street vendor selling counterfeit goods, working overtime? Chen Yiyang urged, Hurry up. I just broke up with Song Yin. She cheated on me. Really? Wait for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of life vary among individuals. When you are heartbroken, no one can truly share your sorrow. It's a blessing if they don't add salt to your wounds. When Xiaopongzi arrived downstairs, he carried a bag of sunflower seeds and eagerly inquired, Quick, tell me what happened. Chen Yiyang felt an urge to unleash his anger, yet it seemed futile. Xiaopongzi, whose real name was Xiao Jigang, had been his university comrade. However, he studied history while Chen Yiyang majored in philosophy. After graduation, Xiaopongzi struggled through several unsatisfactory jobs, eventually resorting to selling goods at night markets, using his historical knowledge to deceive tourists into buying fake antiques. He had a talent for swindling, targeting foreign and local visitors alike. They settled at a roadside stall next to the night market, sharing a plate of peanuts and a few grilled skewers, drinking until they were dazed. What is there to be sad about? You weren't married, So you haven't lost anything. Look at it this way. After 5 years of being with someone else's wife, you've hit the jackpot. Cheers, Xiao Pengzi said with eloquence. Chen Yiyang felt a weight lift from his heart. 5 years, calculating 3 times a day, excluding those few days each month, that's around 70 to 80 times. Good heavens, that doesn't seem so costly after all. Excluding other considerations, Song Yin had once been the belle of her department in school, with beauty and figure beyond reproach. Perhaps he had gained something after all. You really know how to console someone, he remarked. All right, tonight's meal is on me. See, doesn't that lift your spirits? Yes, but I still feel like life is in ruins, a sense of fragmentation. Chen Yiyang nodded, signaling the vendor. 2 more grilled lamb kidneys and 10 big oysters, please. Xiao Pengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't feel fragmented, I feel bankrupt. Can you ease up a little? You're not the one footing the bill, are you? I haven't made a dime today. Despite the banter, Xiao Pengzi was generous, knowing to settle the tab before drunkenness took over. Under the influence of alcohol, Chen Yiyang managed to forget his sorrows. Upon returning to his rented room, he resolved that starting tomorrow, he would strive to earn money. 1 day of hard work today might yield 8 young models tomorrow. He firmly believed in this principle and soon fell into slumber. In a hazy dream, he thought he saw the ring on his hand emitting a faint green glow, but it quickly vanished. The next morning, as Chen Yiyang turned over in bed, he collided with a large ceramic vase. What on earth? Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his room cluttered with various antique trinkets, barely leaving room to step. Items such as blue and white porcelain, exquisite cups, and auspicious figurines filled the space. What is this? You've thrown a bunch of junk here? Damn it, don't mention it. I got carried away last night drinking with you and dreamt I found treasure. So, I excitedly set up a stall early this morning, only to be caught by the city management. Now, I'm here paying fines and writing letters of guarantee. Fortunately, I had the foresight to stash most of the goods here. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble. Just don't mess with my stuff. They're treasures. Treasure? Are you so accustomed to deceiving others that you've begun to deceive yourself? Chen Yiyang scoffed, hanging up the call and casually picking up a porcelain bowl. Ordinary porcelain bowl, rough craft from Yiwu, market value 2 yuan. What is happening? A line of text appeared before him, leaving Chen Yiyang bewildered. Was he hallucinating? He rubbed his eyes, and the text vanished, but reappeared when he touched the bowl again. Is this appraisal? Chen Yiyang was incredulous but quickly rolled off the bed, using the table for support. Worn wooden table, market value 15 yuan. Another line of text appeared. This time, he was certain he wasn't imagining things. He quickly realized he was appraising items. Instinctively, he raised his right hand and then narrowed his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered a charlatan who, unable to pay, had tossed him a shabby ring as fare, infuriating Chen Yiyang at the time. Had this ring caused all of this? To confirm his hypothesis, Chen Yiyang crouched down and touched the various jars scattered on the ground. Unnamed factory-produced craft, market value 10 yuan. Yiwu manufactured small goods, market value 2 yuan. Jingdejun ceramic exquisite craft, market value 89 yuan. Jingdejun produced green exquisite cup, market value 65 yuan. Ha 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 indeed. Moments later, Chen Yiyang could hardly contain his elation. He could appraise items just by touching them. This ring was a treasure. He quickly conceived a path to wealth. Xiao Pengzi South Antique Street was a well-known market in Jinling, often featuring tales of individuals striking it rich overnight after uncovering hidden gems. Previously, Chen Yiyang could only dream of such fortune befalling him, but now, with this magical ring, it seemed his dreams might just become reality. Regrettably, that scoundrel Xiao Pengzi had filled his stall with counterfeit goods. How could he boast about them as treasures? Not disheartened by the lack of genuine antiques from Xiao Pengzi, Chen Yiyang had never held high hopes. He swiftly tidied himself, grabbed his car keys, and stepped outside. As he descended the stairs, he encountered his neighbor, the sister next door, carrying a bag of trash. Hey, Xiaochen, are you going downstairs? Could you help me take this out? Sure. Chen Yiyang, in a good mood, accepted the trash bag, inadvertently brushing against the neighbor's wrist. Wang Hong, 42 years old, ordinary woman with a leopard print, profession, accountant, has undergone 8 miscarriages, with 18 transactions. Market value extremely low, not worth pursuing. The information that flashed before his eyes left Chen Yiyang stunned, a mix of shock and excitement coursing through him. This ring not only appraised treasures, but could even evaluate people. Wouldn't that mean that charming women would have nowhere to hide? This appraisal ability is indeed crucial. In an age where cosmetic procedures can alter appearances at will, what could possibly remain unfeigned? Do not dismiss the significance of that layer. Even when purchasing a watermelon at the market, there is a protective layer, Why should one not have the same when marrying a wife? Chapter 3. Earning over 10,000 per hour upon unlocking a new feature of the ring, Chen Yiyang felt a surge of joy, as if he could soar at any moment while driving. Half an hour later, he arrived at a street known for its antique market. Chen Yiyang swiftly found a parking space, and just as he parked, a petite fairy clad in a black silk miniskirt approached and tapped on his window. "Excuse me, driver, how much to the high-speed train station?" she inquired. 100, Chen Yiyang replied, not wishing to drive today, and thus quoted a high price. The fairy gasped, "Wow, that's quite expensive. What about the train station?" 300, he answered calmly, raising 3 fingers. Suddenly, the fairy adopted a coy tone. "Driver, I have no money. If you take me where I need to go, I can play with you for free in return. How does that sound?" Chen Yiyang glanced at her overly made-up face and resolutely shook his head. "You may have a charming proposal, but your appearance does not match your offer. I'm afraid I must decline." Had she been more aesthetically pleasing, he might have softened. However, this fairy was merely average-looking, with a figure that left much to be desired. A classic case of an unattractive individual attempting to charm. "You're destined to remain single," she retorted, her face filled with disdain as she flipped him off and sashayed away. Opening his ride-hailing app, Chen Yiyang noticed a new tip in his account from the girl he had just rejected. To his surprise, she appeared to have a kind heart despite her demeanor. Locking his car, he headed straight to the nearby market, known as the Antique Street. The market was a cacophony of sights and sounds, filled with a mix of genuine artifacts and countless fakes. Whether one could find a hidden gem depended on keen observation. Even at this early hour, the street was bustling with activity, featuring not only food stalls but also numerous antique vendors. Chen Yiyang was primarily there to seek out treasures. Although he had little knowledge of the trade, the newfound abilities granted by his ring made it clear that relying solely on his current job was not an option. He had heard tales from his friend, Fat Xiao, about individuals striking it rich overnight with antiques. In fact, on this very street, a vendor had once stumbled upon a Ming Dynasty porcelain piece, selling it for over 800,000, and subsequently married a model, now living luxuriously abroad. The thought excited Chen Yiyang. Such immense wealth had been a dream of his, and now it seemed within reach. It was not just Chen Yiyang who was intrigued by antiques. Many were drawn to them, haggling with vendors, especially foreign tourists who found these items fascinating. He approached a stall and casually picked up a few items for inspection. Qinghua porcelain bowl from Jingdezhen, craftsmanship, market value, 89 yuan. Rose-colored porcelain pot from Jingdezhen, craftsmanship, market value, 162 yuan. Factory-produced vase, low market value, not recommended for purchase. Factory-produced fruit jade porcelain bowl, low market value, not recommended for purchase. After perusing numerous stalls and assessing dozens of antiques, it became painfully clear that nearly all were counterfeit. Some artifacts were beautifully crafted but valued only in the hundreds, and the cheaper ones likely originated from nameless factories, utterly worthless. Indeed, there were not as many treasures to be found as one might hope. Having nearly given up after visiting several shops, Chen Yiyang's attention was suddenly captured by a stall selling ancient coins, their patina suggesting considerable age. However, he was well aware that most of these coins were likely forgeries. He crouched down, casually picking one up and pretending to examine it closely while actually using his ring to assess its value. Year 8 of the Republic, Yuan Shirkai's coin, fine condition. Market value, 5,200 to 5,500 yuan. After examining several coins, the information that appeared before him made his heart race. He had found a genuine artifact. The coins he had previously seen, such as Kangxi and Xianlong coins, were mostly replicas and not worth much. But this yuan coin was authentic. The value of ancient coins is determined not only by their condition, but also by their rarity. Chen Yiyang noted that this particular yuan coin was in excellent condition and dated from the 8th year of the Republic, valued at over 5,000 yuan, a considerable find. However, merely identifying a treasure was not enough. The art of negotiation was required. The vendor, a greasy middle-aged man, was evidently unaware of the coin's true worth. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yiyang pretended to set the coin down and casually inquired, "How much for these yuan coins, boss?" The vendor's eyes lit up. Young man, you have a discerning eye. This is currency minted by President Yuan Shirkai himself, with significant collectible value. I acquired this entire set of 9 coins from an old gentleman whose family was wealthy. I paid over 10,000 for them. Since you seem interested, I'll let you have it for 11,000, just enough to cover my trouble. 50, Chen Yiyang countered. The greasy vendor was momentarily speechless. Come on, brother. That's hardly a reasonable offer. How about I let it go for 8,800? A lucky number. 100. If that works, great. If not, no worries, Chen Yiyang declared, standing up as if to leave. The vendor, clearly reluctant to lose this potential sale, quickly grabbed Chen Yiyang's arm. Wait, let's negotiate a bit more. 100 is far too low. How about 2,000 more on top? Forget it. Too pricey, Chen Yiyang insisted, preparing to walk away. From 11,000 to 2,000. The vendor's price was a staggering leap. As Chen Yiyang feigned indifference, the vendor finally said earnestly, "Brother, 100 truly won't work. Just name a price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell. If not, we can still part as friends, all right?" Feigning hesitation, Chen Yiyang finally offered, 300. I'm just a ride-hailing driver. And I haven't made much today. If not, I'll check elsewhere. All right, you drive a hard bargain. Let us call it a friendship. Come, let us finalize this. Hearing this, Chen Yiyang felt he might have overpaid and pretended to regret. Did I pay too much? Not at all. How could it be too much? The vendor hastily replied. Let me tell you, young brother, this yuan coin has high collectible value, with prices rising by hundreds or even thousands each year. Keep it as a family heirloom. By the time it reaches your grandchildren, it could be worth 100 or 80,000 easily. And I'll throw in a nice display box to keep it safe. As he produced a small wooden box, it appeared quite exquisite, though its actual value was questionable. Thank you, Chen Yiyang said, completing the payment. With the coin secured, he finally felt at ease. The vendor, having acquired the set for a mere few dozen yuan, sold it for 300, feeling pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Chen Yiyang, having obtained a genuine coin valued at over 5,000, felt equally satisfied. While he earned only a few thousand yuan, Chen Yiyang remained elated. This was merely the beginning of his journey. It is worth noting that previously, Chen Yiyang worked part-time, laboring tirelessly for over 10 hours a day, earning merely 200 yuan. Now, in less than half an hour, he has made a staggering 5,000 yuan. Upon closer inspection, his hourly wage exceeds 10,000 yuan. After scanning the payment, with a set of coins firmly in hand, Chen Yiyang felt a sense of security wash over him. Chapter 4. I want to sponsor you. This rapid means of earning money is certainly far more effortless than driving for ride-hailing services. The items are now in his possession. The critical task ahead is to sell them and convert them into cash for true peace of mind. Without hesitation, Chen Yiyang departed from the stall, just as a call from Xiao Pang came through, announcing he was on his way back to the market. The two agreed to meet at a milk tea shop. A few minutes later, Xiao Pang arrived, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chen Yiyang, sipping on fruit tea, inquired, "What stall are you setting up so early in the morning?" Xiao Pang, brimming with grievances, lamented, "Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. It all started with some foolish old man claiming he had a treasure to sell me, specifically scheduling a morning meeting. But when the city management arrived, I didn't even get to meet him. Sigh, business is tough these days. Sometimes, I truly contemplate diving into the underworld as a duck." Chen Yiyang shot him a glance and scoffed, "You? Forget it. It's not that I judge people by their appearance. But someone like you wouldn't make a fortune as a duck. You'd starve. If you say I'm ugly, I don't mind. But if you claim I can't make money, just see if I don't personally bury you." Xiao Pang retorted fiercely, taking a hefty sip of milk tea. Chen Yiyang, uninterested in further banter, cut straight to the chase. "Enough nonsense. Let us talk business. Do you have any reliable channels? I have a yuan de deo I want to sell." Xiao Pang's eyes widened in surprise. "Yuan de deo? Is that for real?" "Of course, it's real. Let us go." Chen Yiyang replied. To sell antiques, one must certainly seek out the reputable Sifang Zhai Baoyi, known for integrity and reliability, a century-old establishment you can trust. Xiao Pang added with a lewd grin, "The key point is, Baoyi's two granddaughters are absolute beauties. You'll see for yourself soon." Minutes later, guided by Xiao Pang, they entered a quaint antique shop. This century-old establishment was quite spacious, featuring an upper floor. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the beauties Xiao Pang had mentioned. The counter staff was a middle-aged man who immediately retrieved a white appraisal cloth upon seeing the items. He proceeded to use a flashlight, magnifying glass, and various tools for identification. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man put away the tools and remarked, "This is a beautiful yuan de deo from the 8th year of the Republic. We can offer you 500 yuan. Are you willing to sell?" "Absolutely." Chen Yiyang nodded without hesitation. He was not in this for collecting but for profit, and this price was undeniably fair. After receiving the money, the coin now belonged to the shop. The middle-aged man carefully placed the yuan de deo in a wooden box lined with yellow cloth and handed over a business card with a smile, saying, "Young man, if you have good items in the future, feel free to bring them to us at Sifang Zhai, or you can call us for pickup." "Thank you." Chen Yiyang nodded, accepting the business card. Just as he and Xiao Pang were about to leave the antique shop, a stunning young woman rushed in, her hands full of items. In her haste, she collided directly into Chen Yiyang's arms. Instinctively, she grabbed his shoulder to regain her balance. Be careful. Chen Yiyang reached out to steady her. Though it seemed he had inadvertently grasped the wrong place. She smelled delightful. The beautiful woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, astonishingly attractive, with a face reminiscent of Zhou Huimin and a figure akin to Lu Yan. Regrettably, her attire was rather conservative, a white sheer top with buttons at the neckline, obscuring her curves, yet one could surmise she possessed a D cup. She wore black casual trousers, concealing her legs, but her slender waist suggested they must be equally exquisite. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yiyang even contemplated names for future children, yet his hands remained unmoved. The stunning woman, however, blushed fiercely, indignantly exclaimed, "Aren't you going to let go?" Only then did Chen Yiyang release her, concern evident in his voice. "Oh, are you all right?" Ignoring him, the beautiful woman steadied herself and approached the counter, depositing her items before casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yiyang, asking, "Who is this person?" The middle-aged man replied, "Oh, just a customer who recently sold a yuan de dao." "Xiao Jia, are you all right?" "I'm fine, uncle. Please help me appraise this. I can't discern its value." Their voices grew quieter, and feeling awkward, Chen Yiyang decided to leave. He nudged Xiaopeng, who had been standing there like a fool, drooling, and stepped out of the antique shop. Wow, wow, wow. Old Chen, let me tell you, that is Bao Yi's granddaughter I mentioned. The eldest granddaughter by Jia. Isn't she more stunning than a celebrity? Damn, you're so lucky. How come she didn't bump into me instead? You got to touch her up. Once outside, Xiaopeng erupted in excitement. It was no surprise he was thrilled. She was indeed breathtaking. However, Bai Jia, is that a proper name? It sounds slightly suggestive of illicit behavior. Once Xiaopeng calmed down, he remembered the matter at hand and hastily inquired, "Hey, old Chen, your yuan de dao is genuinely valuable. Where did you acquire it?" "I stumbled upon it." Chen Yiyang briefly recounted the earlier events. "Impressive, brother. Could you take me along next time? Remember our friendship and wealth." Xiaopeng immediately responded, "All right, I'll treat you to lunch. Mushroom chicken stew, spicy beef, and pickled vegetables. Which bag do you want?" Chen Yiyang readily replied. Xiaopeng eyed him. "Come on, are you trying to buy me off with just one meal?" "Absolutely not. You need to include a foot massage as well. I'll need a full night's accommodation." "Accommodation too? Last time you got detained, I had to impersonate your father to bail you out." "No, it's just that I've been suffering from insomnia lately, and the doctor suggested I sleep beside a beautiful woman with ample bosom and long legs to improve my sleep quality." Xiaopeng sighed dramatically. "So that's your excuse for visiting brothels? Don't explain it to me. Go tell the police." Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes, resolutely rejecting Xiaopeng's unlawful proposal. Just then, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Ku Jinjin calling. After dropping her off the previous day, he had added her contact as part of his routine to foster long-term clients. After one ride, the next should be arranged offline to avoid enriching greedy capitalists. What could she want? Perhaps she hadn't had enough of yesterday's gossip? Upon answering, Ku Jinjin's voice came through. "Old Chen, do you have time this afternoon? I want to book your car." Chapter 5. The elegant lady Chen Yiyang was momentarily taken aback and, steeling himself, replied, "Huh, so direct? But you've misunderstood. I'm quite a respectable person and would never casually sell my virtue. Please, have some decorum. What on earth are you thinking?" I haven't even finished my sentence. "I want to book your car, your vehicle. Do you understand?" "How much?" Ku Jinjin exclaimed, exasperated. "For how long?" "Since we're regulars, I'll definitely offer you a good price. It should be for a few hours. I have a close friend wanting to appraise some antiques. So it'll be 2 round trips." "Antique appraisal? Do you really need to bother someone else for that?" Chen Yiyang's interest peaked instantly. "Well, then it'll cost you extra." "Fine, come by before 3 p.m. at the entrance of my residential complex." "Absolutely." After hanging up, Chen Yiyang turned to Xiaopeng. "Let us have dinner later. I guarantee it'll be a feast." "How about seafood abalone?" Xiaopeng grinned lewdly, asking, "Is it the legitimate kind of abalone? Ever since watching those films, I've become a bit sensitive to that term. Can you just get lost?" "Sure thing. First, take me to your place to grab some things. I still have to set up my stall in the afternoon." Driving with Xiaopeng back to the rental apartment, I instructed him to move his belongings. By the way, Chen Yiyang was also considering a change of residence. The money had come too swiftly, leaving him with a surreal sensation. Over 5,000 yuan was enough for him to operate as a ride-hailing driver for a fortnight. He felt uneasy keeping such a sum without spending a portion. Besides, the current rental unit was in disrepair with poor sound insulation. He was often disturbed by the wailing of a woman from the neighboring apartment at night. Furthermore, The signs of Song Yan's encounters with other men left him feeling nauseated. After tidying up most of the things, Chen Yiyang decided to take Xiao Peng along to search for a new home. Why waste manpower when he could use help? Otherwise, how long would it take to move alone? Chen Yiyang was not particular about the accommodation. He just desired a better environment. After driving around the vicinity, he quickly found an old 3-story house with a yard nearby. The entire building was for rent at a very reasonable price. Moreover, it was quite clean, with flowers and plants in the garden, creating a pleasant atmosphere. The person on the phone was a woman with a lovely voice, seemingly quite young. She was currently out of town, but if Chen Yiyang was eager to move in, he could do so immediately. The key was hidden in the crevice of the wall. At 200 yuan a month, the contract could be signed upon her return. Upon inspection, Chen Yiyang found the space quite ample, the rooms tidy, with a complete kitchen and bathroom, allowing for immediate occupancy. He promptly decided to rent it, added her on WeChat, and transferred the rent after paying a deposit. Since the house is so spacious, should I move in and share? Xiao Peng, inspecting the house, expressed his satisfaction. Chen Yiyang decisively declined. No way. If you move in, it will be inconvenient for me to bring women home. Come on, as if you'll find someone soon, Xiao Peng retorted. People fall in love based on looks, romance, and money, while you, my friend, rely solely on their poor eyesight. I still can't fathom how Song Yan, whom we met together, ever found you appealing. Chen Yiyang chuckled softly. Once, when I was in the bathroom, she accidentally walked in on me and then pursued me. Huh? Why? Xiao Peng asked, still puzzled. Chen Yiyang, uninterested in further explanation, began to move things in. At 2 in the afternoon, after dropping Xiao Peng off at the market, Chen Yiyang drove to Kuzhinjin's Dongjiang Shofu community. After parking, he called, Hey, I'm at the entrance of the community. Kuzhinjin replied, You're quite punctual. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Sitting in the car, Chen Yiyang rolled down the window and smoked while waiting. Half an hour passed without a sign of Kuzhinjin. Hello? Where are you? He called. I'm at the concealer. Chen Yiyang was left bewildered. What on earth did at the concealer mean? Was she still applying makeup? After another lengthy wait, Kuzhinjin finally arrived. Wearing a mask and pink sunglasses, she scanned the area before locating Chen Yiyang. He waved, Stop looking, it's this car. No doubt about it. Once inside, she removed her sunglasses and mask, her face a picture of curiosity. Old Chen, I spent the whole afternoon getting ready. And you can still recognize me? How did you do it? By looking at your chest, he replied. Kuzhinjin furrowed her brows. What do you mean by that? He continued. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen such a small chest, so I couldn't possibly mistake you. You pervert, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Clenching her fists in frustration, wanting to hit him but lacking a reason, she could only grit her teeth and command, Drive to Longxi Bay. All right. Chen Yiyang chuckled and started the car. Indeed, Kuzhinjin was slightly underdeveloped, yet her face was charming, possessing a classic lowly visage that invoked a protective instinct. Longxi Bay was not far. Upon arrival, they spotted a beautiful woman waiting by the roadside under an umbrella, holding a bag. Kuzhinjin quickly instructed Chen Yiyang to pull over and called out, Sister Wanqing, over here. At first, distant and unclear, Chen Yiyang now took a good look at the woman and was immediately captivated. She was stunning, with an alluring face, shoulder-length hair dyed a soft burgundy. Approximately 1.7 meters tall, she wore a white strapless top that accentuated her figure, and around her neck hung a sapphire necklace. Her fitted jeans and silver high heels completed her striking appearance. As she entered the car, her graceful posture was undeniably enticing. Why are you staring, old Chen? I warn you, don't harbor any thoughts about my sister Wanqing. Kuzhinjin noticed and threatened. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. That's a crime. Chen Yiyang retorted angrily. What is wrong with you? I was merely reminding you to buckle up in the back seat. Otherwise, I'll get points deducted. Kuzhinjin was taken aback, feeling awkward. Jiang Wanqing, equally embarrassed, quickly interjected, Driver, don't be mad at her. Xinjin is just concerned about me. Let us drive safely. Her voice was soft and enchanting, making it hard for Chen Yiyang to stay angry. Are we headed to Sifang's? Is the air conditioning too cold? Should I adjust it? He asked. No need. It's fine now, Jiang Wanqing replied gently. Her voice, combined with her alluring face and figure, instantly reminded Chen Yiyang of a woman from mythology. Sudaji. Chapter 6. In broad daylight. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? She was simply a vixen. The atmosphere in the car turned somewhat silent. Kuzhinjin seemed a bit remorseful and proactively said, Old Chen, I misunderstood you earlier and raised my voice. I apologize. Will you forgive me? I'm not interested. He replied. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Suddenly, Kuzhinjin, holding her phone, sent a generous red envelope. 88 yuan received. Chen Yiyang couldn't help but laugh. A person as impulsive as me should be rewarded with some money to calm down. Thank you, boss. May you have 8 sons. You can go to hell, you lecher. Ku Jinjin blushed. Having accepted the money, Chen Yiyang decided not to hold a grudge and asked, by the way, I remember you mentioned over the phone about going to an antique shop for appraisals? It's not me, it's Sister Wanqing. She has a collection at home that is causing trouble, and she urgently needs money. Ku Jinjin hesitated, clearly having something she couldn't disclose. Can you let me have a look first? Do you know about appraisals? Jiang Wanqing asked in surprise. In her mind, those appraisal experts were typically elderly professors. Chen Yiyang chuckled, I know a little. One of my friends runs a stall on Antique Street, and I've learned a thing or two. Can you let me see it first? This way, you'll have a rough idea of its value. Since Jinjin and I are friends, I just want to ensure you don't get taken advantage of. Of course. But do you really know? Jiang Wanqing questioned skeptically. Chen Yiyang replied, you won't lose anything by letting me take a look, right? I'll give you an estimated value. All right. The Antique Street was not far. Upon arrival, Jiang Wanqing retrieved a precious item from her tote bag, encased in a box with a lock, evidently valuable. Opening it revealed an ancient copper coin, lustrous and well-preserved, with the characters Qianlong in traditional script above and Baodong on the sides. However, merely observing from a distance was insufficient. Chen Yiyang inquired, can I hold it? Be cautious. My father claims this coin is a rare version, potentially worth millions. Jiang Wanqing hesitated but ultimately handed it over. Given the item's considerable value, Chen Yiyang was particularly careful. As he took it, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Jiang Wanqing's hand. Jiang Wanqing, 24 years old, a television news reporter, possessing a stunning figure and striking beauty. Pure and graceful, with no prior ownership, high market value, a worthwhile acquisition. The fact that she was a news reporter was surprising. However, it was indeed rare to find such a beautiful and alluring woman who remained chaste. Chen Yiyang dared not dwell on it and began examining the coin. The box contained an additional layer of packaging, and the coin was well preserved. Qianlong Tongbao, Baoquan Bureau's master specimen, estimated value of 1.5 million, high market value. A worthwhile acquisition. Chen Yiyang reached out to touch it, pretending to focus on the appraisal, but the information was already known to him. A Qianlong Tongbao valued at 1.5 million was indeed a remarkable item. Alas, it belonged to someone else, and he could not seize the opportunity. Well, have you assessed its worth, old Chen? If you don't understand, don't force it, Ku Jinjin mocked. It was hardly surprising that she was skeptical, after all. Chen Yiyang was a rideshare driver. What could he possibly know about appraising antiques compared to experts and professors? Jiang Wanqing was also doubtful, but she was more courteous and refrained from ridicule. Chen Yiyang smirked slightly and replied, one should not underestimate a person after 3 days apart. It's been a day since we last separated, yet you still view me through colored lenses? Who says a rideshare driver cannot appraise antiques? I majored in philosophy and minored in history, you know? How impressive. So what have you discerned? Ku Jinjin teased. Chen Yiyang maintained a composed expression. This master specimen from the Baoquan Bureau is indeed a rare version of the Qianlong Tongbao, with a market value of approximately 1.5 million. Really? Ku Jinjin immediately turned to Jiang Wanqing for confirmation. Sister Wanqing, is what he said true? Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered with surprise as she nodded slightly. He is correct. My father said the same thing. Only he mentioned it could be worth over 1 million. Wow. Old Chen, you're quite remarkable to have guessed that. Ku Jinjin exclaimed. What guessing? I'm an antique appraisal master, all right? Don't underestimate me. I'm not just an ordinary rideshare driver. Driving is merely my side job. My true expertise lies in appraisal. Additionally, my ability to read people is first-rate. Chen Yiyang promptly felt displeased. Initially, he only wished to examine Jiang Wanqing's treasure, but Ku Jinjin's comments prompted him to show off a bit. Reading people? You could also call it fortune-telling, he retorted. Bragging. Ku Jinjin scoffed. Don't believe me? Let me show you, Chen Yiyang said, turning around. Extend your hand. What for? Have you heard of palmistry? It can reveal a person's fortunes, auspiciousness, and misfortunes. Ku Jinjin, wary, pulled her hand back and disdainfully replied, I wouldn't trust you. You just want to take advantage of me. This girl, no wonder she was small-chested. So clever and sharp-witted. Chen Yiyang, feeling unwilling, turned to Jiang Wanqing and tentatively asked, Miss Jiang, would you like to give it a try? Initially uninterested, Jiang Wanqing suddenly felt intrigued by Chen Yiyang's mysterious demeanor and chuckled. Well, let us do it then. My luck hasn't been great lately. She didn't mind merely extending her hand, and besides, Chen Yiyang didn't seem like a bad person. During daylight, what ill intentions could he harbor? With that, Jiang Wanqing extended her delicate hand. In truth, Chen Yiyang had no actual knowledge of palmistry. He merely wanted to show off in front of Kujinjin. However, now that it had come to this, he had to play along. Jiang Wanqing's hand was soft, long, and fair, a rosy hue evident. She had not done her nails, yet it appeared quite pleasant. Though he was no expert, he had to act as if he were. Observing the patterns on Jiang Wanqing's palm, he began weaving a tale. Miss Jiang is a rabbit, 24 years old this year, right? Historically, this profession was known as Akai Fengguan, responsible for collecting folk songs and composing melodies for the emperor to understand the people's plight for governance. Now, it's referred to as a news reporter. Am I correct? Jiang Wanqing was utterly stunned, her mouth agape as she struggled to find her voice. Kujinjin, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "Old Chen, you truly can read palms? How did you know this?" Chen Yiyang wore a smug expression, refusing to explain. As he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car, Jiang Wanqing followed suit and remarked, "If Jinjin weren't my close friend, I would suspect you two had conspired beforehand. However, Master Chen even knows about the Kai Fengguan. Your knowledge is impressive. I believe you." "Thank you. You're welcome. Now, let us go appraise antiques. Do you know anyone?" Chen Yiyang inquired. "I found a place called Jabala online and have scheduled an appointment," she replied. "All right, let us head there." In reality, Chen Yiyang preferred Sifang's, as Xiao Pengzi was involved in that sector and was reputed for his integrity, offering fair prices and boasting a good reputation along the antique street. However, since they had already scheduled with another antique store, perhaps they would receive a better offer. Therefore, Chen Yiyang refrained from voicing his preference. On the way, Kujinjin expressed her regret repeatedly, insisting, "You truly have an eye for people, old Chen. Please read mine too. I want tea." Hey, we are old friends. Don't be so stingy." Kujinjin pouted, feeling somewhat annoyed and regretting her earlier refusal. "Old Chen, I beg you, please take a look for me," she pleaded, inching closer with a flattering expression. Chen Yiyang shot her a glance. "If you want me to read your palm, don't call me old Chen. Change your address. What should I call you then? How about calling me hubby a few times, with that online falsetto, a version of the alluring woman?" Chen Yiyang grinned mischievously. Kujinjin blushed deeply. You shameless rogue. "I refuse to say that." Chen Yiyang did not accompany them to Jabala, as he was merely a driver. Jiang Wanqing had already made arrangements, so he saw no need to interfere. Having arrived at the antique street, he decided to continue browsing, hoping to stumble upon another hidden gem. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. After visiting several stalls, he found nothing genuine, all were replicas. With no success, Chen Yiyang felt a sense of disinterest and abandoned his search, turning to check on Xiao Pengzi's stall to see how business was faring. "Old Chen, you came at the right time. Tomorrow, accompany me to the countryside to collect something," Xiao Pengzi excitedly said upon seeing him. "What is it?" Chen Yiyang inquired curiously. Xiao Pengzi glanced around and lowered his voice. "Ghost goods. The old man I sent a pigeon to this morning just contacted me, saying his sow is having difficulty giving birth and cannot come. He wants me to go collect it, and you can drive me." Chen Yiyang frowned at this. "You have quite the audacity, willing to collect ghost goods?" "Well, not exactly. It's something passed down from his ancestors. You wouldn't understand if you're not in this line of work. Business is tough now, and I'd starve if I relied solely on street vending. Don't worry, I only deal in small transactions, flipping items quickly for a profit. There won't be any issues." Ghost goods, in the antique trade, refers to items freshly excavated from the ground. It's high risk, but quick profit. Xiao Pengzi had been in this business for a few years and had a grasp on it. He essentially acted as a middleman, making a bit of money for running errands. However, such dealings always had a hint of gray area. If it belonged to his family, that was one thing. If it was freshly dug up, the risk was considerable. After contemplating briefly, Chen Yiyang nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you, but if it truly is ghost goods, we'll abandon the endeavor." Agreed. Xiao Pengzi readily accepted. The two had only exchanged a few words when Kujinjin's phone rang, conveying an urgent message about a predicament. Upon their arrival, not only did they fail to negotiate, but they also found themselves in deep trouble. The antique shop's appraisal revealed that the Qianlong Tongbao in Jiang Wanqing's possession had a market reference price of merely 80,000 yuan, a staggering drop from over 1 million. The psychological impact of such a disparity was overwhelming. Naturally, Jiang Wanqing was reluctant to part with it and had intended to try another antique shop. However, in her haste to leave, she accidentally knocked over a teacup, spilling its contents onto a priceless piece of art. The antique shop demanded compensation of over 800,000 yuan, threatening to call the police if she did not comply. What kind of priceless artwork is this? Why such an exorbitant amount? Chen Yiyang furrowed his brow. Hearing the commotion on the other end of the line, Ku Jinjin was on the verge of tears. I don't know. It seems to be an authentic piece by Qi Baishe. Lao Chun, please hurry. Wan Qing is nearly in tears, and we can't afford this. What is the name of the shop? I'll come right away. Lin Shixian. Just wait. Don't argue with them until I arrive. Chen Yiyang hung up and prepared to leave. What is going on? Asked Xiaopeng, puzzled. Weren't you just here to appraise antiques? Yes. But they've run into some trouble. Chen Yiyang didn't wish to elaborate and turned to go. However, Xiaopeng caught up, gripping his arm and whispering urgently. I heard Lin Shixian mentioned. Listen to me. Don't get involved. The owner has an impressive background. We can't afford to cross him. What background? Chen Yiyang inquired further. Xiaopeng's expression darkened, revealing the seriousness of the situation. The owner, Shun Tianxiong, wields considerable influence in this area and is involved in less than reputable dealings. He runs a financial company and several pawnshops, with connections on both sides of the law. Just last week, a tourist accidentally broke a porcelain piece in his shop, and they made him pay over $1 million. Are you suggesting this is a setup? Are the items authentic? Chen Yiyang pressed. In the world of antiques, authenticity is often subjective. They have certified appraisers and documentation. Even forgeries can be presented as genuine. You can't win a lawsuit. Your friend will just have to accept her misfortune. Hearing this, Chen Yiyang felt a surge of indignation. Isn't this extortion? Xiaopeng rolled his eyes. How else do you think they profit? They might not operate for 3 years, but when they do, they profit handsomely. That's why I advised you to stay out of it. It's a losing game. What if they have a background? I'm still a proud successor of socialism. Why should I back down? Chen Yiyang retorted, his expression steely. Why won't you heed my warning? Xiaopeng's voice trailed off in concern, disregarding the advice. Chen Yiyang soon found himself at Lin Shixian. Coincidentally, it was situated near Sifang's High, just a few shops apart. The entrance was adorned with a couplet, to the east, by the cliff, to appreciate cultural artifacts. The facade appeared cultured and refined, yet beneath it lay deceitful practices. If it were anyone else, Chen Yiyang would have turned a blind eye, but thinking of Jiang Wanqing compelled him to intervene. The interior of Lin Shixian was opulently decorated, spacious and bright, filled with an array of antiques and artworks, while glass cabinets displayed various jade and emerald pieces. In a corner by the window was the reception area, where Jiang Wanqing and Ku Jinjin found themselves cornered by several employees. The owner of Lin Shixian seized Jiang Wanqing, his voice booming with authority. Let me inform you. This is an authentic piece by the esteemed Qi Baishe. Its market value exceeds $1 million. I am only asking for over 800,000 out of pity for you. Decide quickly. If you refuse to pay today, I will call the police, and you can prepare for jail. The authenticity was confirmed by Master Zhao Huaxia, so there was no doubt. Unfortunately, the water had damaged the artwork. This girl is far too careless. How could she afford to compensate for over $1 million? Murmured the other customers, observing the unfolding drama. Let go. I'm not refusing to pay. Jiang Wanqing stammered. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled against the owner's grip. In that moment, she felt a whirlwind of panic and despair. She had intended to sell the Qianlong Tongbao to assist her family, only to discover its devaluation, and now she had inadvertently damaged a piece worth over $1 million. With her family's only valuable property already seized, she couldn't possibly sell the house left to her by her grandfather. As she recalled the incident, her mind was still hazy. She had been listening to the shop owner's introduction of the artwork when the waiter had placed the cup of water beside her without her noticing. In raising her hand, she had inadvertently spilled it on the art piece. Despite her explanation, they remained adamant, insisting she had ruined Qi Baishe's authentic work. Just as Chen Yiyang entered, he witnessed this distressing scene. Jiang Wanqing's helplessness tugged at his heartstrings. However, Chen Yiyang was not one to rush in without a plan. Lao Chen, you finally arrived. Ku Jinjin rushed to him, relief flooding her features as if she had found a savior. To her, Chen Yiyang was a capable man who would surely find a solution. Jiang Wanqing, however, was less optimistic, doubting that someone like Chen Yiyang, a ride-hailing driver, could afford the compensation. She was merely hoping the antique shop owner would reduce her penalty or allow her to pay in installments. If all else failed, she would have to take out a loan. Ku Jinjin discreetly pinched Chen Yiyang's arm and whispered, Lao Chun, is that artwork genuinely worth over $1 million? It was just a bit of water, and besides, the cup was placed so close to Wanqing. Who could have noticed? Let me assess the situation first. Chen Yiyang replied cautiously, reaching out to touch the artwork. Instantly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Authentic Qi Baishe, a replica with damages, significantly devalued. Market value, 200 yuan. So, it was merely a replica. Gaining this insight instilled Chen Yiyang with newfound confidence. What authentic chi bai shi? Over 1 million? It's all a ruse. The shop owner, noticing the private discussion between Ku Jinjin and Chen Yiyang, approached with an unfriendly demeanor, demanding, "Who are you? Who allowed you to touch that? Is it your intention to help her pay?" Chen Yiyang, now emboldened, smiled and replied, "Pay? For what? Your friend damaged our authentic chi bai shi. Shouldn't she pay for it? Will you cover the costs? If not, stop causing trouble." The owner slammed his hand on the table. "How can you prove this is an authentic chi bai shi? Just because you claim it is doesn't make it so. Besides, it was you who presented the artwork to my friend, who places a cup of water beside someone examining a piece. That's clearly a trap." Chen Yiyang directly pointed out the flaw. Typically, valuable artworks are handled with utmost care. One wouldn't dare place a cup of water nearby. The shop owner, realizing he could not rationally defend his actions regarding the cup of tea, grew increasingly agitated. The situation was indeed contentious. He feared that Chen Yiyang might cause trouble. So he seized upon the authenticity of the artwork as his point of contention. He swiftly turned around and retrieved an authentication certificate from the drawer, slamming it down before Chen Yiyang with a resounding clap. "Look for yourself. This is the certificate issued by Master Zhao Huaxia. And here is the proof from the Jinling City Collection Appraisal Center. Can you dare to claim this is not a genuine work of Chi Bai shi? Young man, do you have any idea of the consequences of speaking recklessly here at Lin Shixuan?" His final words dripped with a heavy threat, clearly warning Chen Yiyang that Lin Shixuan had substantial backing. Was Master Zhao Huaxia's authentication infallible? Could the appraisal center never make a mistake? I think not. However, Chen Yiyang remained indifferent. He pulled out 2 red bills from his wallet, placing them on the tea table with a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "This money is for your compensation." The shop owner's anger surged, nearly causing him to laugh in disbelief. 200? Are you jesting? That's hardly enough to cover the appraisal fee. Huh. Do you have any idea of the market value of a genuine work by Master Chi Bai shi? Do you think this is just a roadside imitation? Enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Given your pitiful appearance, it's clear you cannot afford any compensation. I suggest we call the police. Then let us call the police, Chen Yiyang replied calmly, smiling. Boss, one should show mercy where possible. I believe offering 200 is already generous. If it comes to involving the police, your shop might have to close down. After all, bringing a counterfeit to deceive someone legally constitutes extortion, doesn't it? What did you say? This painting is a counterfeit? The shop owner's eyelids twitched, but being in his own establishment, he unleashed his fury, boasting brazenly. Lin Shixuan is a century-old establishment. Who in Antique Street does not know us? Are you questioning our credibility or suggesting that Master Zhao Huaxia's expertise is inferior to yours? That the appraisal center is not as reliable as a mere boy like you? Huh, how laughable. Clearly, you intend to renege on your debt. Then let us call the police. I only heed their instructions, Chen Yiyang calmly stated. You claim this artwork is fake. What grounds do you have for that? Give a reason. Well, let's call the police then. I will accept whatever punishment they deem appropriate. Seeing Chen Yiyang's unwavering resolve to involve the police, the shop owner became somewhat flustered and, in a fit of anger, cursed. Are you out of your mind? You keep repeating the same thing. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. I'm not seeking you out. Miss Jiang, you owe money. Otherwise, if it escalates, I can charge your friend with creating a disturbance. Jiang Wanxing was conflicted, casting a pleading glance at Chen Yiyang. She had been terrified, thinking she would have to pay over 800,000. But Chen Yiyang's words had awakened her to some sense. Still, she hesitated, worrying that if Chen Yiyang was mistaken, she would not only lose money but also face detention. Chen Yiyang firmly asserted, no compensation is necessary. For a counterfeit, to demand over 800,000. What else could that be but extortion? Kuzhinshin, call the police and also activate your phone's video recording. If they from Lin Shixuan dare to act violently, this will all serve as evidence. Understood. Kuzhinshin obediently took out her phone to call the police and turned on the video recording. Damn it. The shop owner's eyelids twitched. He sensed the situation becoming precarious. What he had initially thought would be a straightforward swindle had been complicated by this young man. His gaze toward Chen Yiyang was filled with malice. Chapter 9. Brawn over brains. The authenticity of the artwork was abundantly clear to him. If the police were genuinely summoned, he would not only fail to extort money but also risk trouble for his shop. Miss Jiang, I advise you not to believe his nonsense. This genuine piece by Master Chi Bai shi, authenticated by Master Zhao Huaxia and supported by the appraisal center's proof, is irrefutable. It is genuine, no doubt about it. The shop owner, quick on his feet, ignored Chen Yiyang and turned to Jiang Wanqing, saying, considering you are a customer here, I truly do not wish for this to escalate. How about this? You compensate 20,000, and we can let this matter rest. Having dropped from the initial sum of over 800,000 to 20,000, Jiang Wanqing felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. At least this amount was within her capacity to bear. After some contemplation, she hesitated, saying, but I don't have that much on me. The shop owner's face lit up with a smile. No problem, we can draft an IOU. We even have a partner lending company. This can be easily arranged. As he finished speaking, he turned to fetch the contract. Yet, Chen Yiyang interjected, no compensation. We will discuss this when the police arrive. You are deliberately causing trouble. Aren't you? The authentication and proof are right here. Do you really think we at Linshikshuan are easy prey? The shop owner's face darkened, and he cast a sinister glance at a nearby henchman. At that moment, someone from the side chimed in sarcastically, so, you're refusing to pay for the damage done to the painting? The authentication proves it's genuine, and you want to renege? Upon hearing this, the onlookers who had been merely observing began to voice their opinions. Yes, young man, it's undeniably fake. The authentication is valid. I know Master Zhao Huaxia. He is a renowned expert in Jinling City. He wouldn't make a mistake. The shop owner is being reasonable under different circumstances. Who would let it go for just 20,000? Jiang Wanqing felt embarrassed. She could at least manage 20,000. The spilled tea was indeed her fault. And while it was contentious, the damage to the artwork was a fact. Ku Jinjin grew anxious, whispering, Old Chun, is this painting genuine or not? Are you confident? It's fake. Just wait for the police. Ignore them. Chen Yiyang replied with an air of calmness. At that moment, 2 police officers entered, walkie-talkies in hand. The antique street was a bustling area, and with a nearby patrol station, response times were swift. Who called the police? Officers, I did. I called. Ku Jinjin quickly stepped forward. Following was the inquiry process. The police understood the situation and turned to Chen Yiyang, asking, You claim this artwork is a counterfeit. Do you have any evidence? Indeed. In front of the officers. Chen Yiyang felt a sense of relief and gently placed the painting on the counter, speaking leisurely. This piece, known as the 4 Seasons of Flowers and Birds, also referred to as the 4 Screens of Flowers and Birds, consists of 4 paintings from Master Qi Baishi's early years. This particular one is titled Summer's Lotus and Mandarin Ducks. The complete set was sold at the Jiada auction house for a staggering 92 million. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding customers upon hearing the price. Initially, the shop owner had been somewhat flustered by the arrival of the police. But after hearing Chen Yiyang, he suddenly regained confidence, sneering, Young man, it seems you truly know nothing about antiques. Just because you've learned a bit. You dare to show off here? Let me enlighten you. While the 4 Screens of Flowers and Birds indeed sold, this is merely an early draft by Master Qi Baishi. See, it lacks a signature. Otherwise, how could it be valued at just over 1 million? If it were one of the 4 screens, its market price would be at least over 10 million. Hold on, don't rush, Chen Yiyang interjected, raising his head. The shop owner erupted in anger. You're just an outsider. How dare you create such a ruckus? One of the police officers frowned, interrupting him. It's not your turn to speak. Let him finish. You will have your opportunity shortly. Though reluctant, the shop owner gritted his teeth and ultimately refrained from further protest. Chen Yiyang, although confident that it was a counterfeit, admitted he knew little about the intricacies of antiques. He recognized it as fake, but needed to discern the specific details. This artwork was indeed a draft by Master Qi Baishi, yet it was far from being a complete piece. It had been cobbled together. In other words, half of it was a genuine work by Master Qi Baishi, while the other half was a later imitation. Only a master imitative artist could achieve such a convincing resemblance, making it nearly impossible for the untrained eye to discern the difference. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's back was drenched in cold sweat as he immediately retorted. You speak without evidence. On what grounds do you claim this painting is a mere collage and imitation? Boy, it seems you are courting disaster. Observing the flustered expression on his face, Chen Yiyang realized he had struck a nerve. Steadying himself, he smiled and suggested, If you doubt my words, we could enlist a third-party institution for authentication, facilitated by the police to ensure fairness, don't you think? And do refrain from threatening me. The police are present, and they can serve as witnesses. Should anything happen to me later, it could implicate Lin Shixian as the culprit. The shopkeeper, hearing this, ground his teeth in anger. Chen Yiyang had preemptively safeguarded his retreat, leaving Lin Shixian hesitant to retaliate. The police officer found this suggestion reasonable. The authenticity of antiques is often uncertain, and involving a third party for authentication seemed the most equitable solution. Once the verdict is in, any compensation required would be undisputed. Very well. We shall temporarily secure this painting until the results from the third-party institution are available. We can then proceed with this case. Do both parties agree? The officer inquired. Wait. The shopkeeper, visibly flustered, raised his hand. What? Do you disagree? It's just that this painting was also purchased at a high price. I cannot vouch for its authenticity either. You know how it is in the antiques business. Mistakes happen frequently. Who can guarantee they won't make a misjudgment in their lifetime? Perhaps we should just let this matter slide. The shopkeeper forced a smile, clearly uncomfortable. Cousin Jin instantly perceived the shopkeeper's anxiety and pointed him out, exclaiming, "Oh, you're clearly feeling guilty." As soon as she spoke, Chen Yiyang covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet, and then addressed the police officer. "I believe this suggestion is quite sensible and will spare you further inconvenience." The officer, too, was reluctant to complicate matters. Disputes like these could drag on forever if they sought third-party authentication, so a resolution on-site was preferable. Does everyone agree to this outcome? Well, as long as there is no financial compensation involved, I have no objections. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement, having caught Chen Yiyang's hint. Excellent. This way, we have resolved the dispute. Please proceed to sign. Thus, the conflict was amicably settled. After signing, Chen Yiyang hurriedly escorted Jiang Wanqing and Cousin Jun out of Lin Shixian. Initially, Chen Yiyang intended to take them to Sifang's, given its good reputation, but the commotion had dampened their spirits. Once back in the car, Cousin Jun expressed her dissatisfaction. "Old Chen, why didn't you let me expose his deceitful scheme? They say those with ample bosoms lack brains. I see yours is rather modest, yet you seem to lack wit." Chen Yiyang cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Do you know the background of Lin Shixian? Provoking him could invite retribution. Are you not concerned?" Chapter 10. Is it really luxurious? However, Cousin Jun remained unconvinced. Jiang Wanqing, on the other hand, had come to a realization and remarked, Jun, I think Chen Yiyang is right. That shopkeeper looks formidable, as do the people in his store." Turning to Chen Yiyang, she expressed her gratitude. "Chen Yiyang, I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I would have been at a loss." She could not bear the thought of the potential loss of over 800,000. When the opposing party had reduced their demand to 200,000, she had nearly acquiesced. Had it not been for Chen Yiyang's presence, she and Cousin Jun might have unwittingly signed a loan agreement. Chen Yiyang, unreserved, chuckled. "You should indeed be grateful. Perhaps you could offer yourself in return?" Jiang Wanqing's fair face flushed crimson, leaving her flustered. As Chen Yiyang started the car, he laughed. "Just a jest. Just make sure to cover my fare later. I'll accept double." Jiang Wanqing smiled shyly. Cousin Jun interjected indignantly. "Why should you give so much?" "Humph. Old Chen, don't think you can take advantage of my sister Wanqing. Hey, little girl, you truly fail to recognize a benefactor. I saved your sister Wanqing's life and helped her avoid losing 80,000. Is it too much to ask for a few hundred in fare? Did I ever demand an extra cent?" The journey back was significantly lighter now that they had resolved a major headache. Following the route, he first dropped off Cousin Jin and then Jiang Wanqing. As they reached the entrance to her community, Jiang Wanqing suddenly said, "Chen, I have another favor to ask. I have some collectibles at home. Could you take a look?" "More collectibles?" "Yes, I can pay for the appraisal." "Not a problem." Clearly, after the incident at Lin Shixian, Jiang Wanqing had gained considerable trust in Chen Yiyang's appraisal skills. Jiang Wanqing's residence was on the 32nd floor, an expansive duplex. However, the interior decor was rather outdated, with black baseboards and patterned tiles in the living room that did not seem to match her taste. "This house was left to me by my grandfather. No need to change shoes, just step in." As she opened the door, Jiang Wanqing spoke while bending down to remove her high heels. Her delicate feet were exquisite, pale and slender, resembling intricately carved jade, tempting one to hold and admire them. Chen Yiyang pretended not to notice and quickly took a seat on the living room sofa. Behaving properly, Jiang Wanqing retrieved some fruits from the refrigerator, washed them, and placed them before Chen Yiyang, pouring him a glass of water. "Please sit for a moment. I'll take a shower and change." "All right." Chen Yiyang nodded. Given the hot weather, he understood her need for refreshment. While waiting idly, Chen Yiyang remembered the contact information left by Sifang's, so he added it, intending to inquire about prices for Jiang Wanqing's collectibles. Moreover, he knew he would inevitably need to reach out to them as he pursued the path of appraisal in the future. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen from the previous meeting regarding the Yuan Shikai coin?" The other party quickly accepted the request and sent a message. "Yes, you have an impressive memory," Chen Yiyang remarked in surprise. Having met just once, the individual still remembered him. It was no wonder Sifang's had achieved such success. The business card bore the name by Chengxian, with the title of Antique Art Consultant. Bai Chengxian chuckled, "Haha. In our line of work, remembering clients is fundamental, especially considering Mr. Chun's discerning eye, which I had the pleasure of witnessing this afternoon." You were present during the Lin Shixian incident? Yes. I observed from the entrance for a while. Lin Shixian has a notorious history of deceiving antique buyers. Tourists have been scammed before, but they could only resign themselves to misfortune. Only Mr. Chen could discern the counterfeit at a glance. Impressive. However, I must apologize, as I cannot speak out on their behalf. Colleagues are competitors. Sifangzhai and Lin Shixian are located on the same street, and there is certainly a lot of unspoken rivalry. In situations like this, it's not easy to intervene. Financial interests can be as severe as losing one's family, even if one knows Lin Shixian is scamming. There is little that can be done. Besides, they have no obligation to assist them. Chen Yiyang nodded. I understand. Please, just call me by my name, Mr. Chen feels odd. Very well, Mr. Bai. Does your friend wish to sell that Qianlong Tongbao? Bai Chengxian immediately inquired. Indeed, he was a shrewd antique dealer. Swiftly steering the conversation to the main topic, Chen Yiyang did not hesitate and asked directly, what price can Sifangzhai offer? The rare edition of the Qianlong Tongbao, especially the carved version, currently has a market price around 1.2 million. If it goes to auction, the price might increase further. How about this? You could bring your friend over, and we can negotiate in person. Sounds good. Chen Yiyang had just typed a response when suddenly, a startled cry emerged from the master bedroom's bathroom, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Chen Yiyang paid no mind to responding to Bai Chengxian as he hastily approached the bathroom door. Upon opening it, he was met with a sight of water gushing from a burst pipe, flooding the floor. The bathroom was spacious, featuring a distinct separation of wet and dry areas, with an enormous bathtub inside. Through a sliding glass door, Chen Yiyang could discern the alluring silhouette of Jiang Wanqing's figure. Her curves were captivating, yet the glass blurred the view, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Miss Jiang, are you all right? Chen Yiyang swallowed hard before inquiring. Jiang Wanqing's voice trembled slightly with panic. I'm fine. Please, do not come in. What should we do then? We must ascertain the issue promptly. Otherwise, the entire house will be inundated. Miss Jiang, please wrap yourself in a towel first. I need to assess the situation. There was no exaggeration in Chen Yiyang's words. The water was rapidly rising above his ankles. And if it continued, the wooden floors throughout the house would be compromised. Moreover, with household appliances present, the risk of electrical hazards was substantial. All right, Jiang Wanqing conceded, searching for a bathrobe, and moments later, she whispered, I'm ready. Then I shall enter. Chen Yiyang removed his shoes and pushed open the glass door, revealing Jiang Wanqing huddled in a corner of the bathroom. At that moment, she was completely drenched. Her face, rinsed by the water, was unadorned yet exquisite, reminiscent of a delicate lotus blossom, more enchanting than ever. Her hair hung in damp strands, and the towel seemed barely able to contain her form, threatening to unravel at any moment. Her slender waist and flat abdomen accentuated her voluptuous figure, evoking an irresistible allure within Chen Yiyang. Just a fleeting glance ignited a fire within him, stirring an impulsive desire that felt almost criminal. Chen Yiyang. Jiang Wanqing clearly sensed his intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. In a flustered tone, she raised her hands to shield her modesty. The pipe has burst. I'll find something to seal it. Chen Yiyang quickly reined in his wayward thoughts, grabbing 2 towels from the rack to wrap around the breach. Instantly, the flow of water diminished considerably, though it was merely a temporary fix. Seeing the spraying water subside, Jiang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and inched closer, asking, Is it fixed? Chen Yiyang shook his head. No, it's still leaking. How old is this pipe? Has it burst already? This house was left to me by my grandfather. It should be over 20 years old. Then it is no wonder, she replied. Just then, another pipe erupted, sending water spraying wildly. Startled, Jiang Wanqing lost her balance and instinctively grasped Chen Yiyang's arm. While she stabilized herself, her towel slipped free, cascading to the floor. In that moment, Chen Yiyang found himself in an unexpected predicament, his mind racing with memories of scandalous imagery he'd only encountered in films. After a stunned 3 seconds, Jiang Wanqing finally vocalized her distress, instinctively covering herself. Chen Yiyang, you need to leave. Thankfully, she was clothed below, or she might have wished for oblivion. With the urgency of the situation apparent, Chen Yiyang said, I must turn off the water quickly, otherwise, the entire house will flood. Where's the main water valve? It's under the kitchen sink. All right, I'll go turn it off. Try not to panic, I'll be back shortly. Finding the water valve was straightforward. After securing it, he hurried back to the bathroom, only to find Jiang Wanqing had retreated to her bedroom to change. Is she that quick? Seizing the opportunity while she dressed, Chen Yiyang drained the bathtub and tidied up the water pooling on the floor, preventing it from spilling out into the hallway. When Jiang Wanqing emerged and saw him still busy in the bathroom, her earlier mortification began to dissipate. He must not have done it intentionally. Indeed, it must be so. Regaining her composure, Jiang Wanqing suggested, Chen Yiyang, you needn't bother any longer. I can manage the cleanup myself later. Chen Yiyang set the mop aside and washed his hands. Very well. I've turned off the main water valve, so it won't leak anymore. Let us proceed upstairs to handle the matter at hand. All right. Jiang Wanqing had changed into a form-fitting pink camisole dress that accentuated her alluring figure, characterized by a pronounced bust and slender waist. Ascending the staircase, they discovered a loft, which had been transformed into a study. Jiang Wanqing's grandfather was evidently an aficionado of antique collectibles. The loft was adorned with exquisite furnishings. By the window, a wooden bed sat alongside meticulously arranged tables and bookshelves. Chen Yiyang instinctively reached out to touch one of the pieces, noting a modern imitation Wangwali Luan bed. Crafted by a master artisan, estimated market value, 699,000. An antique Wangwali square table, estimated market value, 230,000. The information before him left Chen Yiyang astounded. These pieces, though seemingly ordinary, bore staggering market values. A single bed could fetch hundreds of thousands. What was Jiang Wanqing's grandfather's true standing? It appeared that Jiang Wanqing, while embodying a mature elegance, was indeed a woman of considerable means. Unaware of the true worth of her surroundings, Jiang Wanqing dusted off the bookshelf with a feather duster, saying, "These are all my grandfather's collectibles. He loved amassing such treasures. Some are crafts, others antiques, which I do not fully understand. I would appreciate your help in evaluating them. Don't you experts in antiques refer to it that way? There's no need for evaluation. The items in this loft are worth millions," Chen Yiyang replied, taking a deep breath. Jiang Wanqing gazed at him, astonished. Really? Could they be worth that much? It was evident that she had no concept of the value of the antiques surrounding her, blissfully unaware of the wealth she possessed. Poverty, indeed, constrains one's imagination. Chen Yiyang pointed to a piece at his feet. This Luan bed is made of Wangwali, valued at over 690,000. And the table and bookshelf are also crafted from Wangwali, worth between 100 and 200,000 each. Is it really that valuable? I wouldn't recommend selling the Wangwali furniture. It is where your grandfather often sat. Better to keep it as a memento. Yes, that is my thought as well. Which is why I only took a single coin. Jiang Wanqing nodded. Her curiosity piqued and retrieved a jewelry box from the shelf. Gently opening it revealed a string of beads. Chen Yiyang, what do you think of this bracelet? She asked eagerly. After inspecting it for a moment, Chen Yiyang replied. It's made of Hetian jade, a collector's grade original bead string, with a market value ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. Antiques can be peculiar. If someone desires them, a piece worth only a few thousand can fetch millions. Seemingly satisfied with his appraisal, Jiang Wanqing carefully placed the bracelet back into the box and unexpectedly offered it to him, saying, "Then this bracelet is for you, as a fee for your evaluation." Taken aback, Chen Yiyang stammered, I couldn't possibly accept this. I genuinely have no money on me. I can only use this to cover the evaluation fee and transportation costs." Jiang Wanqing spoke somewhat awkwardly, biting her lower lip, and added, "Chen Yiyang, you must accept this. You have helped me immensely today, and this bracelet is worth several tens of thousands. If you refuse, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Rest assured. This bracelet was a gift from my grandfather, and I have never worn it." Very well then. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Yiyang reluctantly agreed. It would be unreasonable to let her incur debt for something she couldn't afford. Although he had his reservations, it was clearly not an option. Accepting the bracelet brought a sense of relief to both parties. Understanding the value of the collectibles in the attic, Jiang Wanqing did not insist on further appraisals from Chen Yiyang, deeming it unnecessary. A few items exchanged for cash would suffice for her living expenses, and any future needs could be addressed later. Chen Yiyang grasped this rationale and said, "Miss Jiang, I have arranged for Bai Chengxian from Sifengshai to meet us. We should visit when we have the opportunity. Sifengshai offers fair prices and has a stellar reputation, far more reliable than Lingxixuan. Thank you very much. I wasn't well informed before. I nearly fell into a trap by making an appointment on my phone. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being," Jiang Wanqing remarked, expressing her reluctance to engage further with Lingxixuan due to past unsettling experiences. Chen Yiyang refrained from pressing her further and curiously inquired, "By the way, Miss Jiang, may I ask about your father? You mentioned he is in prison. What was his occupation? What crime did he commit?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's expression dimmed, and she fell into silence. Noting her discomfort, Chen Yiyang hesitated to pry further, sensing it was a sensitive subject. As they descended the staircase together, she softly revealed. It was a matter of personal conduct and embezzlement. Chen Yiyang had not considered this aspect, but her sudden revelation tightened his chest. In truth, my father never embezzled. They were envious of his promotion prospects, Jiang Wanqing said, her eyes reddening with a mix of indignation and sorrow, yet her gaze remained resolute. Is offering gifts during holidays considered embezzlement? My father never accepted cash, only trivial gifts and local specialties. Chen Yiyang was inclined to believe her. Yet such matters were beyond his intervention. However, if it was not embezzlement, then the issue of personal conduct must indeed hold some substance. Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanqing not clarify that point? It was unexpected to learn that her father was also a man of principle. Upon leaving Jiang Wanqing's home, Chen Yiyang hastily grabbed a bite before returning home, where it was nearly 9 o'clock. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. It wasn't that he was unaccustomed to the bed, but he had grown accustomed to the presence of a woman beside him, finding solace in the comfort of her warmth. Song Yan, with her captivating allure, had matured significantly during their time together. He felt no pang of sorrow regarding their separation. A woman who strays is akin to a beautiful fly in a restroom. No matter her charm, she ultimately repulses. Chen Yiyang felt a certain discomfort, particularly when recalling the scene in Jiang Wanqing's bathroom. He attempted to relieve his pent-up frustration with 3 sets of push-ups, but found no relief. Perhaps I should call for a service? Chen Yiyang contemplated, yet hesitated, not out of moral integrity, but from fear of disease. After some time without sleep, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through social media. Just then, 3 minutes prior, Xiao Pang had posted, lamenting, "I just got dumped. I feel like I could die. What should I do?" The accompanying image showed him standing in the rain outside a community entrance. Chen Yiyang guessed he had once again been played. He immediately replied, "Don't be sad. Perhaps someone in the forest you adore has already spread some fresh milk." Ding. Initially, Chen Yiyang sought merely to alleviate his boredom, but unexpectedly, a message from Song Yan popped up, followed by a video call request. Without a moment's thought, he rejected it. Inquiring, "What do you want?" "I miss you." Song Yan sent a shy emoji. Chen Yiyang felt a wave of nausea and quickly typed a response. "Transfer me 10,000. I want to buy a new phone. Still interested?" "Not anymore." "All right. Go on and work hard to earn money. Otherwise, you won't be worthy of me." Moments later, Song Yan replied in frustration, "Chen Yiyang, how have you changed so much? Even if we broke up, can't we remain friends? Even if I marry someone else, I will still secretly arrange to meet you for free. Once I gain control of the finances, I could even support you." Following this, she sent a lengthy voice message lasting 60 seconds. Chen Yiyang, uninterested, swiftly blocked her. While Song Yan's offer was tempting, he maintained his principles. Once betrayed, a person can never truly return. Even the finest steed doesn't graze on old pastures. Scrolling through his phone, it was nearing midnight, and he found sleep even more elusive. Chen Yiyang opened Ku Jinjin's WeChat, where he sent a smiling emoji. Moments later, she replied, "Chen Yiyang, what is up?" "Nothing much. Just thought I'd check if you needed to get up to use the restroom." "Get lost." Having slept late, Chen Yiyang was awakened by a phone call the next morning at 8 o'clock. It was still early, yet Xiao Pang was already urging him. "What the hell? It's only 8. Why the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" "Brother, it's over 100 kilometers to the countryside. If we leave now, we'll arrive by noon. Hurry up, I haven't slept all night, just waiting for you." Got it. Acknowledging the urgency, Chen Yiyang sprang out of bed and quickly freshened up. On the road, Xiao Pang continued to prod him. "Old Chen, when you come over, bring me a cup of milk tea. Do you want gumming or hushang shafang?" "Shafang, please. Sounds a bit exciting. 7 parts sugar or 3 parts?" 7 parts. "Ice or room temperature?" "Ice." "All right, don't forget it." Xiao Pang, clearly exasperated, exclaimed, "You bastard. Why do you keep asking if you're not going to bring it?" Chen Yiyang grinned. "Waiting at the traffic lights is boring. I was just teasing you." At the entrance of the antique street, Xiao Pang had been squatting by the roadside for over an hour, his dark circles evident. Upon seeing Chen Yiyang, he jumped into the car and urged, "Hurry up and drive. Damn it, I need to catch a nap." As Chen Yiyang turned the car around, he asked, "Didn't he sleep all night? What happened last night?" "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me angry. Do you remember our university's goddess, Zhangning?" Xiao Pang's face was filled with fury. Chen Yiyang nodded, "Of course. The social butterfly. Quite beautiful, long legs and ample curves, but a bit promiscuous. 1 week, 6 boyfriends, and only takes Sundays off." "Exactly. That hussy," Xiao Pang exclaimed, his emotions running high. "She suddenly messaged me last night, saying she missed me and wanted me to come to her house because no one was home. She is my dream girl. So I hurriedly showered, sprayed some perfume, and rushed over. But when I got there, she was actually out playing truth or dare at a bar, making a fool of me. Calm down. The idyllic path you long for is actually laden with frost every morning and night. Moreover, you've known Zhang Ning's reputation for quite some time. Chen Yiyang offered kindly. What does that matter? Even if it turns into a black hole, it's a place I yearn to explore. That bastard Ahai, just wait. When I make my fortune, I will definitely bed Zhang Ning. Xiao Pang declared vehemently, then suddenly commanded, turn left up ahead and stop in front of the bank. Why stop here? Chen Yiyang inquired. There is someone else. Xiao Fatty mysteriously exited the vehicle, and within 5 minutes, he reappeared, accompanied by a statuesque beauty. She donned black-framed glasses and a tailored suit, exuding an alluring charm, the buttons of her attire seemingly on the verge of bursting open. Her lower half was adorned with a fitted skirt, and her elegant legs were clad in sheer black stockings, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out. Chen Yiyang instinctively cast a glance at her. This enchanting figure in black stockings was none other than Li Yuan, a senior from the finance department during their university days. With her striking looks and figure, she was indeed a contender for the title of campus goddess back then, though her somewhat materialistic nature deterred many ordinary boys, as she typically dressed conservatively, thus failing to make the list. However, it was surprising to see her now, stepping into society, dressed so provocatively. The contrast of her black glasses, stockings, and uniform was striking. As they entered the vehicle, Xiao Fatty took the front passenger seat. Chen Yiyang discreetly punched him in the arm and whispered, "Why didn't you mention such a significant matter earlier? It's just adding one more person. Is that such a big deal? Besides, you know Senior Li Yuan well enough." Xiao Fatty shot him a disdainful glance before turning to Li Yuan. "Do you remember Chen Yiyang?" Li Yuan stared at Chen Yiyang for a moment, looking puzzled. "Chen Yiyang? I don't recall, sorry." Xiao Fatty reminded her, "In our junior year, he published a paper on philosophy and life that shocked the school forum." "I don't remember," she replied. "Oh, during the Christmas party, he confessed to his senior. But she wasn't interested. Then someone played a prank and pulled his pants down, and that senior said he could give it a try." Xiao Fatty, unwilling to relent, added. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and she blushed a little. "Oh, Chen Yiyang, I can't forget that senior. By the way, how are things with Song Yan?" Chapter 13. Can your mother really harm you? We broke up. Oh, so now you're a ride-hailing driver? Li Yuan noticed the ride-hailing sign on the car. Yes. The job market is tough, Chen Yiyang replied casually. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Li Yuan instantly lost interest, flicking her hair and saying, "Xiao, do you have confidence this time? Let me clarify, the interest on commercial loans is quite high. If you take out a loan of 500,000, you must make timely repayments every month. Otherwise, overdue payments will not only affect your credit score, but may also lead to lawsuits." Xiao Fatty confidently declared, "Hey, senior, I'm well aware. Don't worry, once I acquire the goods, I can sell them for a handsome profit, and repaying will be a minor issue. After the deal, I'll treat you to dinner." Chen Yiyang focused on driving and grasped the situation. No wonder Xiao Fatty sought out Li Yuan. It was evidently for assistance with the loan. He lacked the necessary funds, and even the capital to receive the goods. As for Li Yuan, she likely accompanied him out of concern that Xiao Fatty might attempt a 0 yuan purchase, hence her presence. Along the way, Xiao Fatty idly chatted, "Senior, you work at a bank, so you must be well off, right?" Li Yuan rolled her eyes and retorted, "You all misunderstand bank work too deeply. We're just employees. We can't freely access the bank's funds." She added with a sigh, "Just the other day, my mother said we were short on money and asked me to bring some back, cautioning me not to bring too much to avoid drawing relatives' attention." At a red light, Chen Yiyang interjected, "Your mother is right. If she asks you to bring some, just do it. Can your mother really harm you?" "Haha, classic. No kidding, you're truly remarkable." Xiao Fatty laughed heartily. "Chen Yiyang," Li Yuan playfully chided, her lips curling into a smile. The journey of over 100 kilometers was not particularly long. An hour later, Chen Yiyang arrived at the designated location. To his astonishment, the place where Xiao Fatty intended to acquire antiques was a local recycling station. This location was somewhat remote, with a main road in front and mountains behind. The yard at the entrance was cluttered with various types of refuse, including old refrigerators, discarded televisions, cardboard, and plastic bottles, leaving only a narrow walking path. Naturally, the recycling station was reeking with unpleasant odors, especially under the sweltering heat. Li Yuan, daunted by the stench, hesitated to step out, pinching her nose as she trailed behind Xiao Fatty, reluctant to move forward. Chen Yiyang frowned and questioned, "Are there really antiques amidst this garbage?" "Yes, indeed, my friend. Many rural folks are unaware of the value of these treasures and sell them as scrap. Old Li Fuguei is quite shrewd. Last time, he showed me a porcelain bowl. I suspect it's from the Ming or Qing dynasty, worth a pretty penny, Xiao Fatty said, unfazed by the stench, striding ahead and calling out, Old Li. Li Fugawei. Responding to the call, a scruffy old man emerged from a tin house, greeting, Boss Xiao. Though the tin house offered a slightly less pungent atmosphere, it was still an environment few could endure. Li Fugawei, displaying enthusiasm, brought over several plastic stools and even attempted to pour water from a grimy water dispenser. Xiao Fatty quickly interjected, Old Li, no need to fuss. Let's get down to business first. Show me what you've got. I didn't get a good look last time. Sure. Li Fugawei turned and retrieved a nylon bag from under his bed, filled with various scraps of metal. However, treating it like a treasure. He rummaged through to produce a plastic bag containing a collection of silver coins. Xiao Fatty, displaying expertise, took the coins, laid them out on the table with a piece of paper underneath, and retrieved a magnifying glass, scrutinizing each coin before passing them to Chen Yiyang. Fake silver coins. Market estimated value, 0 yuan. Fake silver coins. Market estimated value, 0 yuan. After assessing several coins, Chen Yiyang's brow furrowed in disappointment. His initial excitement at the prospect of a find was swiftly crushed by the revelation that all the coins were counterfeit. He picked one up for a closer inspection, and his dismay intensified. Not only were these coins fake, but their craftsmanship was abysmally poor, indicative of rudimentary forgery techniques. One coin even bore the inscription of Empress Dowager Cixi of the Qing dynasty, 1861 to 1908. Even more absurd was another coin that featured Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. Gazing at the counterfeit coins, Chen Yiyang lost all motivation to assess further, deeming it a waste of time. These coins are all fakes and hold no value. Xiao Fatty looked up, astonished. What? They're all counterfeit? Come on, can you examine them more carefully? Chen Yiyang pointed to the coin depicting Zhu Beiji, realizing his oversight. Xiao Fatty cursed. Damn, Zhu Beiji has made an appearance. Old Li, are you kidding me? Boss Xiao, don't be upset. Take another good look. I paid a high price for these. How could they all be fake? Is there not a single valuable coin among them? Li Fugawei implored, unwilling to accept the verdict. Chen Yiyang nodded. None. They are all counterfeits, made of aluminum, not silver. How much did you pay for them? Li Fugawei lamented. 10 yuan for a bag. That old lady really knows how to deceive. She claimed these were heirlooms from her family's escape from Shanxi during the famine. What a scam. Ugh. Xiao Fatty, growing impatient, exclaimed, Old Li, are you going to produce the goods or not? What about that porcelain bowl? If you don't, I'm leaving. Just so you know. I brought cash today. See this? The bank's lobby manager is ready to transfer the funds as soon as we finalize the deal. Go ahead, ask around in Jinling. Who else shows such sincerity? I didn't mean to misunderstand. I just thought you were here to help me authenticate the items. All right, don't rush me. I'll get it for you now. Li Fugawei grinned, turning to reach for a wooden box on the bed. The box appeared quite antiquated, reminiscent of one crafted for a wedding long ago. However, it was remarkably sturdy and even bore a lock. Despite the old man's seemingly simple demeanor, he was astutely shrewd. He kept his valuables close, even during sleep, secured with a lock. As the box opened, Li Fugawei carefully extracted an object wrapped in layers of bedding. After methodically unwrapping it, a porcelain bowl emerged, palm-sized and adorned with colorful patterns, featuring a magpie perched on a winter blossom, its condition appearing rather commendable. Regrettably, the bowl had a chip on the edge, detracting from its aesthetic appeal. Xiao Fatty, brimming with excitement, urged, take a look. Chen Yiyang nodded, reaching out to accept the bowl, but Li Fugawei held it cautiously in both hands, reluctant to relinquish it. It's all right, you can hold on to it. I'm content just to observe. Chen Yiyang understood the old man's sentiment and chose not to expose it, smiling as he surveyed the bowl before pointing at it. Qing Yongzhong, Dotsai Magpie on Plum Blossom Bowl, damaged, market estimated value 25 million yuan, a worthy acquisition. This porcelain bowl was indeed genuine. However, due to the damage, its price would undoubtedly be halved. What do you think, old Chen? Is it authentic? Xiao Fatty asked anxiously. His discernment was quite good. When Li Fugawei first brought the bowl, he had suspected it was a true antique from the Qing dynasty, which explained the lingering fascination. Yet, the realm of antique appraisal was fraught with peril. A misjudgment could lead to financial ruin. He hesitated, fearing that an error could bind him to a lifetime of servitude to the bank. Chen Yiyang feigned contemplation before responding. The piece is indeed from the Yongzheng period, authentic. Unfortunately, it has a chipped edge, which complicates its sale. The most crucial aspect of antiques is their condition. A poor state makes it challenging to fetch a high price. How much can it sell for? Li Fugawei, more anxious than Xiao Fatty, inquired hastily. Chen Yiyang exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Fatty and replied, "Perhaps over 100,000, at most 150,000, but that would require encountering a knowledgeable buyer. If you approach an antique shop for a buyback, the damaged piece will surely be valued significantly lower." The market value stood at 320,000, which Chen Yiyang could not quote directly. Otherwise, Xiao Fatty would earn nothing for his efforts. Moreover, the market for antiques fluctuated unpredictably. A favored buyer might pay handsomely, but if it remained unsold, it could become a financial burden. The profits and risks of antiques were inherently intertwined. Xiao Fatty grasped the implication immediately and said, "Li Lao-tu, let us not prolong this. I'll offer you the highest price. How about 150,000? Upon hearing this, Li Fugui's eyes darted, and he quickly waved his hands. No, that is far too low. Please increase your offer." The last time, a manager from Linshixuan came and offered 200,000. I couldn't bring myself to sell. Linshixuan? Ha. Everyone knows that antique street. They're notorious for underpricing. You should inquire further, Xiao Fatty chuckled, preparing to leave. Having been in the business for years, he was astute enough to understand Li Fugui's intentions. "How about this, Boss Xiao? I know it's tough for you to deal with waste materials. I acquired this bowl at a considerable expense. I'll give you an extra 2,000. How about 152,000? If not, let's just call it quits and be done with it." Xiao Fatty said impatiently. "Sigh, fine, I'll sell it to you." Li Fugui relented. "Sister, transfer the money." Li Yuan had come specifically for this purpose, conducting the transaction hand in hand. Once the funds were received, Li Fugui reluctantly surrendered the bowl. Xiao Fatty had prepared a wooden box with protective plastic for the antique, knowing that any damage would diminish its value. With the items secured, Chen Yiyang and Xiao Fatty planned to depart when Li Fugui suddenly interjected, "Boss Xiao, I actually have another porcelain bowl. Would you care to take a look?" Xiao Fatty was taken aback. "Another? You didn't mention you had more." Li Fugui grinned. "Hee. In fact, there are two. They came together. Old men are cunning, indeed." Without further ado, Li Fugui rummaged through the wooden box, producing another bowl. This piece had a significantly better condition, embellished with blue floral patterns, and appeared quite appealing. "Old Chen, take a look," Xiao Fatty exclaimed, eagerly accepting the bowl. Chen Yiyang deliberately held it under the sunlight, revealing pertinent information. "Qingguangshu. Blue and white lotus pattern bowl, market estimated value 5.75 million yuan, a worthy acquisition." Yet he refrained from immediately voicing his thoughts, continuing to observe. Li Fugui pressed, "What do you think? This one should be worth a higher price, right?" Although the condition was commendable, it did not surpass the previous bowl's value. Chen Yiyang replied, "Alas, why not? The Guangxu era piece, while aesthetically pleasing, lacks the historical significance of the earlier Yongjing bowl, which is renowned for its intricate craftsmanship. Furthermore, the rarity of an antique plays a vital role in its valuation. Surely, you understand this principle, old man?" Li Fugui cautiously inquired. "Then, how much can it be sold for?" "About 20,000, and if the market is unfavorable, perhaps around 10,000, Chen Yiyang stated. "So little?" Li Fugui expressed his disappointment. The previous bowl had sold for over 150,000, and this one, appearing more valuable, fetched less than a fraction of that. He cast a skeptical glance at Chen Yiyang, fearing he was being led astray. Xiao Fatty, aware of Li Fugui's doubts, smiled and reassured him. "Li Fugui, my friend here is a master appraiser. He never misjudges. Of course, if you're skeptical, I can walk away from this bowl. Why not consult another expert before deciding?" Hearing this, Li Fugui grew anxious, quickly saying, "Well, if you're buying, let us do it together. It saves me a trip to Jinling. We are old friends, aren't we? Offer me a fair price." "All right then. 20,000 works. Let us make it a round figure." Chen Yiyang agreed. "Let us not make it a round figure. How about 21,000? At least let me earn something." Xiao Fatty jested, exasperated yet amused. Fine. I'm truly amazed by your shrewdness, Li Lao-tu. Sister Yuan, transfer the funds." Once the transaction was complete, Li Fugui, seeing his bank account swell, was in high spirits and playfully insisted, "Hey, stay for lunch. I'll run to the town for some meat." "No, I have matters to attend to. I must hurry to Jinling." Li Lao-tu, contact me if you acquire any treasures in the future. May our collaboration continue to flourish. Absolutely. May our partnership prosper. Drive safely, Boss Xiao. Li Fugui waved as he accompanied them to the door. Once back in the car, and having driven a considerable distance, Xiao Fatty could no longer contain his excitement. Gripping Chen Yiyang's shoulder, "So, old Chen, how much are these two treasures truly worth?" Surely, We've struck a small fortune this time. Focus on driving and refrain from fidgeting, Chen Yiyang admonished, then replied, the Guangxu bowl is valued at about 50,000 to 60,000, while the Yongzheng Dotsai bowl is worth significantly more, approximately 320,000. Then if we flip them, we could profit over 200,000. Ha ha, we're in for a windfall. Something like that, Chen Yiyang acknowledged. In the back seat, Li Yuan listened with envy. In just a short while, you two have earned over 200,000. My annual salary is only a little over 100,000. Sister, that's the nature of the antique trade. It's lucrative but relies solely on keen perception. You can become immensely wealthy overnight, but misjudgment could lead to ruin. If it weren't for old Chen today, I wouldn't have been able to acquire these two antiques, Xiao Fatty enthused, his excitement palpable. Ha ha ha, I must sell them quickly upon returning. Senior sister, once I receive the money, I shall treat you to a grand feast. I desire seafood. Very well, choose anything you like, be it lobster or crab. I shall not hold back then. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yiyang noticed that Li Yuan, the senior sister, now regarded them with a different gaze. When she arrived, she carried an air of arrogance and impatience. Yet upon learning that Chen Yiyang and Xiao Pang had made a small fortune, an amount that could rival her annual salary, her tone softened considerably. Throughout the journey, Li Yuan incessantly sought topics to engage Chen Yiyang in conversation. Xiao Pang, who had brought Li Yuan along, felt a twinge of discomfort and thought to himself, now that you wish to indulge in seafood, I fear you may end up desiring abalone by nightfall. Chapter 15. You shall endure hardship tonight. As Li Yuan was at work, the two took her to the bank before heading straight back to the antique street. Xiao Pang went directly to Sifang's Hai and carefully placed 2 packaged porcelain bowls on the counter. Boss, I have 2 treasures here. Would you take a look? At this hour, it was already afternoon, and Sifang's Hai had no customers. The middle-aged man, by Cheng Xian, was absent. The staff at the counter was merely an apprentice, clearly hesitant to take charge, and hurried upstairs to summon someone. Moments later, a stunning young woman in a tight black dress descended gracefully, her high heels clicking softly against the floor. This enchanting lady, whom Chen Yiyang recognized, was Bai Jia, the granddaughter of Sifang's Hai's owner. The black dress was striking, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a bun, adding an extra touch of charm and sensuality. Around her snow-white neck hung a pendant, which tantalizingly dipped into the profound valley of her neckline, inviting curiosity. She was simply breathtaking, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. While Chen Yiyang managed to maintain his composure, Xiao Pang was utterly mesmerized. Just the name Bai Jia was enough to spark one's imagination, not to mention her striking beauty. Upon reaching the counter, Bai Jia expertly appraised the items for a considerable time before finally speaking. Good day, sir. This. After a prolonged inquiry, Xiao Pang remained transfixed, staring at her. Bai Jia quickly realized what was happening, her fair complexion flushing crimson. Chen Yiyang nudged Xiao Pang. I'm calling you. My apologies. My friend here is a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji, easily smitten by a celestial being, he explained. Bai Jia stifled a laugh, knowing well her beauty was acknowledged. Yet which woman does not appreciate flattery? Moreover, Chen Yiyang's description of her as a celestial being was far from commonplace. How does it look, Miss Bai? Xiao Pang finally reacted, hastily inquiring. Bai Jia spoke in a soft, alluring tone. This porcelain bowl dates back to the Yongzheng era, but unfortunately, it bears some damage. At Sifang's Hai, we can offer 330,000 for it. The other lotus pattern bowl is from the Guangxu era and is valued slightly lower, at 58,000. What do you think? Xiao Pang glanced at Chen Yiyang, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he readily agreed. Very well, Sifang's Hai's pricing is fair. It is well known on Antique Street. I trust you. Let's settle on this price. Before long, the transaction was completed. A total of 388,000 was credited to Xiao Pang's account, and after deducting the acquisition costs, the two netted a profit of 215,000, a staggering gain. With the money in hand, Xiao Pang promptly transferred 100,000 to Chen Yiyang. Such a generous amount. Chen Yiyang exclaimed in surprise, having anticipated merely a small sum for expenses. To receive half was quite unexpected. Xiao Pang, placing a reassuring hand on Chen Yiyang's shoulder, looked him in the eye with utmost sincerity. Old Chen, we are brothers. We agreed to share our fortunes without forgetting one another. Besides, had it not been for you, I would not have had the courage to make this purchase. Furthermore, I can distinguish a feast from a mere meal. Your discerning eye is remarkable, nearly matching the price offered by Sifang's Hai. This money is rightfully yours. His words held merit. In the antique trade, one SI for value is paramount. Otherwise, even if you recognize an item's worth, you would struggle to determine how much to invest for profit. Chen Yiyang dropped the pretense, smiling as he replied. Then I shall not be modest. Indeed, what is there to discuss? You possess the talent for appraisal while I have the connections. Together, we shall wield our dual swords. And opportunities for fortune will surely arise. Xiao Pang declared enthusiastically, waving his hand. Let us invite senior sister Li Yuan for seafood tonight. Are you perhaps harboring intentions towards her? Chen Yiyang teased. What is this? Have you taken a liking to her? If so, I shall assist you tonight. What nonsense. You do not fancy Li Yuan's type? Ah, old Chen, I speak earnestly. Women like Li Yuan, driven by materialism, would not even spare a glance at us if we were penniless. To put it bluntly, we wouldn't even be considered worthy of her attention. I have encountered many such women, and I find them utterly uninteresting, far less appealing than the skilled technicians at the club. As Xiao Pang spoke, his phone rang. He answered, murmuring a few responses before turning to Chen Yiyang. Old Chen, I truly cannot make it tonight. Unfortunately, I am simply too kind-hearted to leave others in a lurch. I must engage in a fierce battle tonight. Chen Yiyang shot him a sidelong glance. Again with the gambling? Be careful, betting is not a wise endeavor. Xiao Pang was fond of gambling, though he played modestly. In recent years, any earnings he made from his stall had been funneled into supporting his family. Chen Yiyang contemplated offering a word of caution, but Xiao Pang hurriedly interjected, I understand. A small gamble is merely for enjoyment. Rest assured, I am mindful of my limits. For now, please drop me off, and I shall cover the cost of seafood for senior sister Li Yuan. We may still rely on her financial support for future acquisitions. Am I going alone? What is there to fear? I assure you, such women are easily won over. Just be cautious. Do not allow yourself to be deceived. Come on. I am already itching to go. After dropping Xiao Pang off at the entrance of the gaming hall, he hurried inside with a parting remark. Chen Yiyang, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at his phone. It was still early, so he decided to park the car by the roadside and called home. When the call connected, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Yiyang. Father, I have transferred 80,000 to your bank card. Please ensure mom receives her dialysis and then wait for a kidney donor. If suitable, we shall proceed with the surgery. No need. Your mother has been doing quite well lately. But where are you getting this money? Chen Yiyang fabricated a story, saying, I was fortunate enough to win a small prize in the lottery, along with some savings. In any case, do not concern yourself. I will strive to gather enough for the kidney transplant. Please go ahead and get in line with Dr. Zhou. The wait for a donor is quite lengthy. Drive safely. Remember that safety comes first. After a brief exchange, his mother hurriedly hung up the phone, cutting off their conversation. Drive? What kind of driving is that? Chen Yiyang was now resolute, eager to continue his pursuit of fortune. The recent 100,000 was hardly sufficient. His mother suffered from uremia, and each year, dialysis costs several tens of thousands, not to mention the suffering involved, unless a kidney transplant could be secured. Currently, the cost of a transplant was not exorbitant, around 30 to 50,000, but finding a donor was challenging. He needed to work harder, with renewed determination. Chen Yiyang opened the delivery app, hoping to earn whatever he could. After completing 3 orders, he barely made 50 yuan. The most outrageous order was a 19-kilometer trip for only 19 yuan, such an abysmally low fare. With tears in his eyes, Chen Yiyang closed the app. It was nearly time, so he drove directly to the bank. The bank's normal closing time was 5 p.m., but by the time Li Yuan emerged after her meeting, it was already 6 p.m. She scanned the area before finally spotting Chen Yiyang's car. Where's Xiao Zhigang? She inquired as she got in the car. He was unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, suggesting that the two of us go out for a meal. You wouldn't want to miss dining with me, would you? Chen Yiyang teased. Li Yuan shot him a playful glance and replied, How could I? I know that the profits from this venture largely depend on you. You even earned 100,000, didn't you? Chen Yiyang, what do you know about appraising treasures? You certainly keep your talents hidden. Just some personal research. Shall we set off now? Do you know of any good seafood restaurants nearby? Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said, How about Baojian Building? Their seafood is authentic, with delicacies like king crab and large grouper. However, it can be somewhat pricey. I hope you don't mind. I wouldn't dream of it. It's an honor to dine with a beauty like you. I can spare any amount, Chen Yiyang replied cheerfully. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so charming with words. Shall we go? Li Yuan was equally delighted, sitting in the back and touching up her makeup. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yiyang couldn't help but chuckle. Go ahead and eat. After this seafood feast, you might regret it tonight. The Baojian Building was indeed bustling. By the time it was barely 7, The main hall was nearly full. The two had no choice but to request a private room. Although it was a bit expensive, the tranquil atmosphere made it worthwhile. Once seated, Li Yuan wasted no time in ordering from the menu, selecting a variety of seafood and even a bottle of red wine. Oh no, Chen Yiyang, how will you drive if you drink? Don't worry, you enjoy yourself. I'll call a chauffeur later, he replied with a smile. A woman shouldn't drink too much, otherwise, a man has no chance. Li Yuan had just finished work and hadn't had the time to change out of her uniform, which added an alluring touch. Suddenly, she accidentally dropped her chopsticks. What a nuisance. Chen Yiyang had to bend down to retrieve them. Ah, they're black. Before long, the seafood arrived. The presentation at Baojian Building was exquisite, and the utensils appeared quite upscale. Chen Yiyang was already hungry and picked up his chopsticks, ready to dig in. Hold on, we haven't taken any pictures yet. Li Yuan playfully chided, pulling out her phone to snap a flurry of photos, not just of the seafood, but also selfies. After a while, she suggested, Chen Yiyang, how about we take a picture together? No thanks, I'm not photogenic. Can we eat now? He firmly shook his head. He vowed to himself that while he could indulge, he would not let Li Yuan ascend to a higher status in his life. A gold digger could be entertained, but a girlfriend was out of the question. Li Yuan didn't press the matter further, saying, all right then, let us eat. To be honest, the expensive seafood wasn't as delectable as he had anticipated. Perhaps he couldn't appreciate the finer nuances of gourmet cuisine. Chen Yiyang thought to himself that a simple pork trotter rice would be more satisfying. Li Yuan, however, was relishing the meal. Though her obsession with her figure made her cautious, she only took a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Chapter 16. Do you understand anything? While she enjoyed quite a bit of red wine, her cheeks flushed, adding to her allure. Chen Yiyang, why aren't you eating? Are you full? I am. You enjoy it. If you need more, we can order again. He had already laid down his chopsticks and lit a cigarette. In truth, he had only eaten to about 70% fullness, intentionally so. He couldn't overindulge before attending to serious business, lest he feel uncomfortable. I'm full too. What should we do now? How unfortunate. I've exceeded my calorie intake for the day. Never mind, let us settle the bill and leave. Li Yuan expressed regret, rising to her feet despite being unwilling to part with the lavish seafood feast. Unlike Chen Yiyang, she, as a gold digger, was acutely aware of her own worth. Beauty and figure were indispensable. That was her capital. Gaining weight would be counterproductive. Having studied finance, Li Yuan was adept at calculations. After settling the bill, totaling over 1,800, Chen Yiyang found it acceptable. Such a price would be unattainable for someone of Li Yuan's caliber in the business district. Having previously driven for ride-hailing services, he had encountered numerous beautiful women in the area, with base fares starting at 3,000. Once outside, Li Yuan, still feeling unfulfilled, suggested, it's still early. Shall we browse a bit? Sure. Chen Yiyang nodded with a smile, having already guessed Li Yuan's intentions. She was undoubtedly looking to indulge further. As expected, they soon found themselves in a handbag store. Li Yuan picked up a bag, playfully lamenting, wow, this bag is gorgeous. I really want one. Charge it. Chen Yiyang responded without hesitation. He had checked the price tag. It was over 3,000, comfortably within his budget. Seeing Chen Yiyang's generosity, Li Yuan's face brightened. As they exited the store, she instinctively linked her arm with his, subtly suggesting, Chen Yiyang, I feel a bit tipsy. My head is spinning. Chen Yiyang was no fool. He promptly offered, there's a hotel nearby. I'll help you rest for a bit. At the Yalong Wisdom Hotel, Chen Yiyang quickly booked a couple's-themed room. After receiving the key card and heading upstairs, Li Yuan leaned against his shoulder. Chen Yiyang could only open the door with one hand. Once inside, the room was strikingly bright. True to its theme, it featured a large circular business bed and a bathtub, with all amenities present. Chen Yiyang closed the door with his foot and gently guided Li Yuan to the bed. Perhaps the air conditioning had just been turned on. As the cool air hadn't yet circulated, Li Yuan reclined against the white pillow, one button of her blouse undone. She decided to remove her suit uniform, revealing a white top underneath. Below her flat abdomen, her fitted skirt slid down slightly, exposing her black stockings and beautiful legs. Chen Yiyang swallowed hard, instinctively adjusting the air conditioning to 28 degrees before sitting beside her. Just as he was about to reach out, Li Yuan suddenly sat up and scrutinized him, asking, Chen Yiyang, are you trying to sleep with me? Caught off guard, he stammered, no, I was just going to tidy up your clothes. Feeling awkward, he wasn't sure whether to speak the truth, but judging by her expression, he knew he couldn't be honest. Li Yuan took off her newly purchased bag and smiled. Come on, stop pretending. I'm not some naive 18-year-old fresh out of school. Chen Yiyang, I admit I have a bit of a crush on you. Especially the way you just swiped your card. It was really charming. But if you want to pursue me, it won't be that easy. Goodness. She wasn't drunk at all. It had all been an act. This gold digger was quite cunning. She had likely been testing him all along. The moment he attempted to make a move, she had sobered up. Chen Yiyang felt discontent brewing inside him and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Yuan rolled her eyes. Her gaze seductive as she replied, "Not tonight for sure. I can offer you a small reward, but if you wish to win my affection, your future actions will determine the outcome." "What small reward?" "I can grant you a kiss." "What?" Chen Yiyang exclaimed. Li Yuan frowned. "What are you saying?" "Chen Yiyang, must you be so coarse? Do you think winning a girlfriend is that simple? You need to pursue me patiently. If you genuinely invest your heart, I will eventually be moved." "Patience? Nonsense. Course? You'll see course. Are you implying that after treating you to seafood, shopping for an evening, and buying you a bag, all I get is a kiss?" Chen Yiyang confronted her. Noticing the intensity in his gaze, Li Yuan suddenly felt a pang of regret, crossing her arms and asking, "What do you want then? If it's not possible, how about I give you the black stockings I wore today? Would that work?" Chen Yiyang scoffed. "Are you joking? For 5,000, I could easily visit a club and experience a variety of services. Everyone is an adult. Shouldn't we act accordingly?" "Chen Yiyang, you be quiet." Li Yuan attempted to speak, but her mouth was quickly silenced. The small flying stick had arrived. For hours later, Chen Yiyang leaned against the headboard, smoking a cigarette. By the time he finished, Li Yuan was still in a daze. To be fair, aside from her materialistic tendencies, Li Yuan possessed an enviable physique. It was evident she engaged in regular fitness routines. With a snake-like waist and a peach-shaped posterior, she had it all. Her long legs felt weightless when resting on his shoulders. Extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, Chen Yiyang began dressing. Li Yuan's cheeks flushed. Her earlier reserve had vanished. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yiyang's neck and, with a nervous smile, asked, "Yiyang, where are you going?" "To buy some medicine." "You wouldn't want to accidentally get pregnant and then have to visit the hospital to find the head doctor, would you?" Chen Yiyang replied. At the mention of pregnancy, Li Yuan's face turned even redder as she softly murmured, "What? Hurry back, okay? Got it, stop rambling." Chen Yiyang left the room without looking back. Once downstairs, he placed an order via his phone and drove off. A Sigma man never rambles. After all, he had already paid for the room and left a deposit of 100. He felt no emotional attachment to Li Yuan, merely a physical desire. In the fast-paced life of the big city, everyone was busy, with millions at stake every minute. How could he afford to waste time on a woman? Besides, Li Yuan was a cunning gold digger. Chapter 17. The greatest flaw upon returning home. Chen Yiyang locked his car and entered the house, shedding his clothes to prepare for a shower. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing initiated a video call. Chen Yiyang paid it little mind, directing his phone's camera toward the bathroom wall as he began to wash. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing said, "Chen Yiyang, after thinking it over, I've decided to sell this Qianlong Tongbao. Are you free tomorrow to accompany us?" "Sure, what time?" "Let us say 9 in the morning. We'll wait for you downstairs." "All right, oh no." Just as Chen Yiyang was speaking, his phone slipped from the shelf. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing, puzzled by the absence of Chen Yiyang, only saw darkness. Hearing his voice, she hurriedly looked, only to find Chen Yiyang completely unclothed, frantically retrieving his phone, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. "Chen Yiyang, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes in playful reproach. Beside her, Ku Jinjin leaned in, astonished. "What do you mean he is not wearing clothes?" "Oh my, old Chen, you truly are a rogue. A pervert." Though she covered her eyes, her curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked through her fingers. Chen Yiyang, feeling embarrassed, quickly covered himself, retrieved his phone, adjusted the camera, and explained, "Ladies, I was about to shower when you called, and my phone nearly fell into the drain. You've seen everything, don't play coy." Ku Jinjin, blushing, retorted, "Pfft. Old Chen, do you have no shame? Who would want to see you? If you're not interested, why are you getting closer?" "No way. I've lost out big time. I'll definitely get back at you too. Dream on." Chen Yiyang boldly replied. Ku Jinjin fell for it, and casually responded, "You shameless rogue, I didn't see anything." "All right, let us agree on that then. See you tomorrow." As the conversation grew increasingly ridiculous, Jiang Wanqing's cheeks burned with embarrassment, prompting her to hastily end the call. In the living room, recalling the earlier scene, Jiang Wanqing felt a mix of shyness and a racing heart. She had inadvertently seen Chen Yiyang in his entirety. Although she understood it was unintentional, the situation left her feeling quite embarrassed, especially with Chen Yiyang's teasing remark about getting back at her. "Wanqing, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever?" Ku Jinjin inquired, puzzled. Though both were still innocent girls, Kujinjin was different from Jiang Wanqing. As a seasoned homebody, she had consumed countless films, making her somewhat accustomed to such scenarios. I'm fine. Jiang Wanqing's face was flushed as she turned away, not wishing for Kujinjin to see her embarrassment. Oh, I'm going to shower now. Wanqing, be careful of Chen Yiyang. I can tell he is definitely up to no good. Kujinjin stood up and headed to the bathroom, glancing back with a warning. Yeah, I know. You go ahead. Jiang Wanqing replied, still blushing. After a deep slumber until morning, Chen Yiyang was awakened by Kujinjin's call. They were ready to head downstairs and urged him to hurry and drive them. Don't worry, I'll be there in half an hour. I'm the driving god of Jinling, am I joking? Chen Yiyang declared confidently. After hanging up, he rushed to wash up. He had slept soundly, likely due to releasing all his stress with Li Yuan. When he rose, he felt invigorated. Indeed, the master was right. It's about having no women in your heart, but not lacking one by your side. Sometimes, relaxation is essential. Driving swiftly to Longqi Bay, he found Jiang Wanqing and Kujinjin had already been waiting for 5 minutes. Jiang Wanqing was unfazed, but Kujinjin was visibly upset, biting her lip as she reprimanded, Old Chun, do you have any sense of time? 5 minutes. You made Miss and Wanqing wait for a full 5 minutes. You're simply a scoundrel. I encountered a group of kindergartners crossing the street and had to yield for a moment, which took 5 minutes. I'll treat you to ice cream later. Is that all right? Chen Yiyang replied nonchalantly. That is more like it. Kujinjin nodded in satisfaction and opened the car door to sit in the passenger seat. You should sit in the back. Chen Yiyang pulled her back, gesturing with his eyes. Why? Kujinjin asked, puzzled. Chen Yiyang smiled. Your sister Wanqing gets car sick. She'll be more comfortable in the front seat. Thank you. This simple statement warmed Jiang Wanqing's heart, and she nodded gratefully. It was easy to get car sick in an electric vehicle. She had felt a bit unwell the last time she rode. She hadn't expected Chen Yiyang to remember such a small detail and even yield to pedestrians. A warm-hearted man, reliable, kind, and, a bit lecherous. Jiang Wanqing quickly labeled Chen Yiyang in her mind. Upon hearing this, Kujinjin felt too embarrassed to contest Jiang Wanqing, but sat in the back. Feeling disgruntled as she questioned, Old Chun, you're being unfair. Clearly, we were the ones who knew you first. We are old friends. Why treat Wanqing so kindly and me so rudely? That is different. Chen Yiyang replied, fastening his seatbelt. Kujinjin gritted her teeth. Do you understand attitude? You were so gentle with Wanqing, yet so brusque with me. That is not my fault. You two are not the same. How are we different? Kujinjin retorted. Chen Yiyang chuckled. Let me ask you this. If you both had ice cream and it fell to the ground, which one would you look at first? If it fell, I'd naturally look at the ground. Kujinjin replied, confused. Chen Yiyang pointed to her chest, and then glanced at Jiang Wanqing, shrugging. You see, that is the difference between you two. Wanqing would definitely look at her chest first because it wouldn't even touch the ground. Chen Yiyang, you scoundrel. You're such a rogue. Kujinjin exclaimed, furious as she kicked the back of the front seat. She bore a significant flaw, her modest bosom. Unable to resist, she glanced down at her neckline, pondering whether it was truly as diminutive as she believed. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Wanqing, it paled in insignificance. Jinjin, don't heed Chen Yiyang's nonsensical remarks. You've simply developed at a later stage, she offered, her cheeks flushed, though a subtle smile graced her lips. Ultimately, while the size of such attributes may not be paramount, a slightly larger endowment could certainly bolster a woman's confidence. At the very least, it would alleviate concerns about a child's hunger in the future. Chapter 18. I desire this individual. Upon her return to the Sifang studio, Bai Jia was quite astonished. Just yesterday, Chen Yiyang had brought individuals to auction off 2 artifacts, and today he was back again. Moreover, the item in question was of considerable value. As per procedure, Bai Jia examined it briefly, her face lighting up with joy as she remarked, I'm uncertain about this piece. I'll need to wait for my uncle to assess it. Could you kindly hold on for a moment? Chen Yiyang responded nonchalantly, that is perfectly fine. After all, items from the Qianlong era, valued in the millions, warrant careful consideration. Bai Jia, slightly taken aback, held out her delicate hand and politely invited, gentlemen, please follow me to the tea room upstairs. If it were a common item, it could have been resolved in the lobby, but for pieces exceeding 1 million, it was appropriate to ascend to the elegant chambers above. The tea room exuded an air of antiquity. Bai Jia settled down, expertly preparing the tea with her slender fingers, deftly handling the teacup as if it were a mere toy. It was evident that the tea leaves were of exceptional quality. However, to Chen Yiyang, all teas tasted alike. He only noted that the brew prepared by a beautiful woman seemed to possess a more fragrant essence. Once all 3 had poured their cups, Bai Jia finally filled her own, delicately sipping before inquiring. Mr. Chen, are you a professional appraiser? No, I am a rideshare driver by profession, Chen Yiyang candidly admitted, leaving Bai Jie perplexed. The disparity between an appraiser and a rideshare driver was rather stark. I majored in philosophy in university, have a passion for history, and enjoy studying these curiosities. After observing them extensively, I've gained some insight, he elucidated. Bai Jie nodded in understanding, acknowledging, with your discerning eye and appraisal skills, you could easily become an antique dealer. Oh, I'm merely a novice, earning a bit of pocket money, Chen Yiyang humbly replied. In truth, he was still a neophyte in the realm of appraisal, relying heavily on his ring for assistance. Without it, he would be utterly lost. It was wise to remain modest in fields where one lacked expertise, as overconfidence could lead to embarrassment. As they conversed, Bai Chengxian ascended the stairs with a beaming smile, declaring, Brother Chen, you are too modest. I just examined the item downstairs. The Qianlong Tongbao, a master model from the Baoquan Bureau, bears clear inscriptions, boasts a rich patina, and is remarkably well preserved, a top-tier collectible that is quite rare in today's market. The last auction fetched a staggering 12.826 million. Bai Jie's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for Chengxian's appraisal echoed Chen Yiyang's, confirming its value in the millions. Her mouth agape. She struggled to find her words. Chen Yiyang, observing her slightly parted lips, felt a surge of admiration. However, he knew that attending to business was paramount. Rising from his seat, he inquired, Sifong Studio is known for its fair pricing. May I ask what figure you are willing to offer? 1.35 million. What do you think? Bai Chengxian proposed. That is far too low. Since we're friends, let us round it up to a neat 1.5 million, Chengxian retorted, his expression darkening. Is that how you round up? You're talking about tens of thousands here. Why don't you discuss it among yourselves? I'll step outside for a smoke if you don't mind. Chen Yiyang chuckled, standing to step out onto the balcony to smoke, with Jiang Wanqing and Ku Jinjin following suit. Old Chen, do you have confidence this Qianlong Tongbao is truly worth that much? It certainly didn't sell for that at Ling Shixuan last time, Ku Jinjin queried once outside. Chen Yiyang, exhaling smoke, replied, Ling Shixuan is known for deceiving customers. Trust me, 1.5 million is the floor price, only higher from here. Rarity breeds value. There are fewer than 30 in the world, and with such excellent preservation, it is undoubtedly worth that price. Jiang Wanqing nodded, affirming, I believe in you. If this goes through, I'll give you a 10 commission on the sale. No need. You've already covered the appraisal fee. That is different. Had you not brought me here, I might have sold it to Ling Shixuan, she countered. Meanwhile, in the tea room, Bai Jie expressed her doubts, asking, Uncle, is the value truly that high? Over 100 million for a Qianlong Tongbao? Items of this caliber require careful scrutiny. A misjudgment could lead to significant loss, Bai Chengxian cautioned, shaking his head. This master coin is a model used for minting ancient currency, meticulously crafted by palace artisans, and is exceedingly rare. Globally, there are fewer than 30 in existence. Acquiring it for 1.5 million would not lead to a loss. It's just challenging to sell unless the right buyer appears. Rarity equates to value. Bai Jie pondered for a moment before decisively stating, let us settle on that price. We may earn less, but I want this individual. You wish for him to join you? Bai Chengxian queried. Bai Jie nodded earnestly. Indeed, such talent cannot be overlooked. Our Sifong Studio has long needed an expert to oversee operations. We can't have you running back and forth every time. True enough, if that is the case, we can proceed with the transaction at that price. In this 21st century, what is most valuable? Talent. Bai Chengxian reflected. Over the years, Sifong Studio had nurtured many apprentices. Yet it took nearly a decade or more to truly master the craft, and many lacking natural talent lost patience. Chen Yiyang not only possessed exceptional appraisal abilities, but his keen eye was remarkable, so much so that even Bai Chengxian, steeped in the antique industry for decades, needed time to assess. While Chen Yiyang discerned it at a glance, this discerning eye was immensely significant in the realm of appraisal. Just as he finished his cigarette, Bai Chengxian beckoned Chen Yiyang to return inside for tea. Once seated, Bai Jie promptly addressed him, Mr. Chen, the price for the master coin is agreeable. We shall proceed with the transaction as you suggested. Additionally, I have a personal request. Would you be interested in joining us at Sifong Studio as an antique broker? There is no need for regular hours. We would simply contact you when assistance is required, which wouldn't consume much of your time. An antique broker? Chen Yiyang was somewhat taken aback. Bai Chengxian nodded with a smile. Yes, previously known as an appraiser, we've adopted a more contemporary term. The essence remains unchanged. It's all about appraisal. With Sifong Studio's formidable strength and substantial business, Having such a background would facilitate dealings in the future, whether selling or acquiring valuable pieces. Chapter 19. Shall I take a loss just to steal a kiss? Chen Yiyang felt a twinge of interest, but remained cautious, inquiring. If the time commitment is flexible, it could be feasible. However, what kind of salary are you able to offer me? With his extraordinary ring, he had no worries regarding appraisal. Who would refuse a steady income? Primarily, fostering a relationship with Sifong Studio would yield future benefits. Bai Jia, smiling, replied. We offer 2 models. If you choose to be in-house, the base salary is 100,000 per month for just 4 hours a day, typically only during busy periods. Another option is to contact you when necessary to oversee matters, as there are things we cannot discern and require your discerning eye. We can adopt a commission-based model, granting you a share of the profits based on the transaction price of each item. What do you think? Can I take some time to consider it? Chen Yiyang did not readily agree. After all, he was in no rush. A monthly salary of 100,000 did not sway Chen Yiyang, which surprised Bai Jia slightly. However, being accustomed to the grander scenes of life, she remained unperturbed. Instead, she politely extended her delicate hand, saying, No problem, Mr. Chen. The doors of Sifang's are open to you. Even if it doesn't materialize, we shall remain friends, shall we not? Chen Yiyang reciprocated the handshake, smiling. I would be delighted to have Sifang's as a friend. Their handshake lingered, both wearing smiles that hinted at a reluctant parting. Bai Jia genuinely valued Chen Yiyang's talents. Yet his thoughts diverged. Nearby, Bai Chengxian furrowed his brow and coughed, prompting, Ahem, let us discuss serious matters. This sculpted mother coin. Ultimately, Jiang Wanqing's Qianlong Tongbao was sold for 1.5 million. Upon exiting, Jiang Wanqing, brimming with excitement, clung to Chen Yiyang's arm, nearly leaping to kiss him, exclaiming, 1.5 million. That's 3 times the price offered by Ling Shixuan. Chen Yiyang, you are truly remarkable. Thank you. Chen Yiyang, smiling, inquired, Is a mere verbal thank you all? Oh right, I shall give you your commission. Jiang Wanqing promptly transferred 150,000 yuan via her phone. Chen Yiyang shook his head, not that. Huh. Jiang Wanqing's fair cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment, stealing a glance around to ensure no one was watching. She quickly pecked Chen Yiyang on the cheek. It was over in a flash. Chen Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to jest. Alas, the moment passed too swiftly, leaving him with a lingering sense of incompleteness. Beside them, Ke Jinjin was wide-eyed and quite irate, exclaiming, Hey you two, do you treat me like air? Old Chen, you scoundrel. I kindly looked after your business, and yet you are wooing my sister Wanqing. Chen Yiyang glanced at Ke Jinjin, pondering, that seems unfair. How about I take a small loss and let you have a peck as well? Although she was younger, Ke Jinjin was still a beauty with a youthful visage. She instantly blushed, gritting her teeth. You lecher. After taking advantage of sister Wanqing, you wish to take advantage of me too? How greedy. Wanqing, let us go. We shall not ride with him. Jiang Wanqing was indeed pulled away, refusing to ride in his car. Perhaps she was simply too shy? Chen Yiyang, feeling helpless, glanced at the balance in his bank account, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Jiang Wanqing's sculpted mother coin, under normal circumstances, would fetch 1.3 million at most, but with his involvement, they had garnered an extra 200,000. Thus, offering her 150,000 as a commission seemed quite justified. The young heiress was indeed generous. Chen Yiyang felt pleased. Checking the time on his phone, afternoon had arrived. He decided to stroll along the antique street. He had lost interest in running ride-hailing services. The effort hardly justified the reward. Since he was already there, he might as well explore and see if he could uncover any treasures. Relying solely on assisting others in appraising antiques was lucrative, but it was still far from the path to wealth. Possessing the ability to identify valuable items while neglecting to search for hidden gems would be a travesty. After perusing numerous stalls, Chen Yiyang realized that finding hidden treasures was no easy feat. The vendors were reliant on their wares for sustenance. How could they allow anyone to uncover hidden gems? Buyers are seldom as discerning as sellers. These vendors were quite knowledgeable regarding the origins and authenticity of their items. Any genuine article would likely be snatched up by antique dealers like Sifang's at the first opportunity, rather than left at a street stall awaiting discovery. After visiting dozens of stalls without success, Chen Yiyang encountered some vendors with shockingly crude methods of forgery. Coins depicting the 4 great beauties, Shi Shi, Diaochan, were being hawked, adorned with surprisingly beautiful illustrations. Which dynasty could possibly have minted such coins? The most bewildering part was that there were indeed buyers. Chen Yiyang witnessed a man resembling a boss purchasing the four great beauties coins for a hefty sum of 500 yuan each. It seems the wealthy truly abound. After a lengthy search, Chen Yiyang abandoned the small stalls and turned his attention to the antique shops lining the street. These shops range from well-funded establishments like Sifangshai and Lingshikshuan to small antique stores with a modest inventory, featuring a diverse array of items. Some of these small shops might not even be aware of the true value of their goods. They would purchase items at low prices and seize the opportunity to sell to unsuspecting customers. It was a strategy akin to waiting in ambush. Such small antique shops offered a chance to uncover hidden treasures, as they often lack the expertise required for accurate appraisal. In contrast, larger establishments like Sifangshai and Lingshikshuan employed professional appraisers and various experts, making it unlikely for them to overlook valuable items. With my focus now directed at the small antique shops, I discovered a fair share of intriguing items. Unfortunately, the shopkeepers were no fools. They understood the value of genuine articles, pricing them quite steeply, rendering them unworthy of purchase. Each vendor was cunning in their own right. While passing a corner antique shop, Chen Yiyang instinctively entered to browse. This particular shop was somewhat tucked away, situated at the far end of the antique street, with few patrons. The proprietor, a middle-aged man with glasses and a bald head, was engrossed in a mobile game, seemingly indifferent to Chen Yiyang's presence. He simply greeted, "Feel free to look around, boss. If you like anything, just pick it." Chen Yiyang appreciated the tranquility and began to examine the items in the store. Redwood 8 Immortals table, market estimated price 2,688 yuan. Low value, not worth purchasing. Black walnut wood antique square stool, market estimated price 3,699 yuan. Low value, not worth purchasing. Republic of China Songhua stone phoenix pattern inkstone, imitation, market estimated price 7,699 yuan. Low value, not worth purchasing. The items in this antique shop were quite eclectic, featuring pottery, porcelain, Ming and Qing furniture, antique coins, and scholarly supplies. Unfortunately, none were worthy of investment. There was even a dressing table. Chen Yiyang had initially overlooked it, but upon touching it, the appraisal information brought a glimmer of excitement to his eyes. Rosewood retro dressing table, imitation, high value, worth purchasing. To Chen Yiyang's astonishment, the ring had been appraised, revealing the dressing table's considerable value, yet no market-estimated price was provided. Chapter 20 High Value Acquisition. This was the first instance of a price not being indicated, causing Chen Yiyang to hesitate. What if it turned out to be a loss? Moreover, as a man, purchasing a dressing table designed for women might raise suspicions. If the shopkeeper caught on, it could lead to complications. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yiyang decided against the dressing table and continued to examine other items. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chen Yiyang picked it up to find it was a call from Li Yuan. "Hello? Chen Yiyang, you scoundrel. Why did you sneak away last night?" Li Yuan's tone was laden with resentment as she questioned him. Chen Yiyang remained unflustered, casually responding, "I suddenly had an urgent matter. Did I not order takeout for you? Scoundrel, you were so rough last night, and I never consented. Do you know I could report you for assault?" Li Yuan threatened. When a girl says such things, it often indicates she enjoyed herself. She would certainly not report him. "What do you want then?" Chen Yiyang, unfazed, inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Li Yuan, gritting her teeth, set forth her conditions. "I have the day off today. You must treat me to milk tea and accompany me on a shopping spree." "Sure, come over. I'll send you my location. Aren't you coming to pick me up?" "Take a taxi." Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Yiyang abruptly ended the call. The thought of Li Yuan's appearance last night rekindled his interest. Primarily, her striking beauty, exquisite figure, and melodious voice captivated him. Whatever she commanded, he would comply. She was a treasure of emotional value. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yuan arrived. Spotting Chen Yiyang in an antique shop, she exclaimed, "What could possibly be of value here? It resembles a flea market." Chen Yiyang pointed to a nearby vanity and teasingly remarked, "What do you think of this vanity? It would be perfect for your room." Li Yuan's face contorted in disdain. She was about to voice her thoughts on its ugliness when Chen Yiyang playfully kicked her, his eyes conveying a silent warning. She, being astute and quick-witted, promptly altered her response. It is rather appealing. You should buy it for me." "Excuse me. How much for this vanity?" Chen Yiyang called out. "Oh, still playing around? Your teammates have already chosen. Why are you holding back?" After calling out to the shopkeeper twice without a response, he walked over and, upon seeing the screen, couldn't suppress a laugh. The shopkeeper, having silently engaged in a game, put his phone away and awkwardly said, "Ahem, just messing around. By the way, what were you saying earlier?" "The vanity. My girlfriend wants to buy it for herself." What's the price? Oh, this vanity has a story. It is crafted from authentic rosewood, adorned with various precious woods and masterful craftsmanship. Do you know of a young lady named Song Marin from the Song family in Jinling during the 27th year of the Republic? This vanity belonged to her. The shopkeeper launched into an enthusiastic tale. Chen Yiyang was left speechless and interrupted. Come on, if you have no real story, don't fabricate one. Why not say it belonged to Song Meiling? The only redeeming quality of this vanity is the gilded mirror. The rest is worthless. Let us keep it simple. Just tell me the price. One price, 5,000. The shopkeeper grinned slyly, setting a high price. Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes and replied, I'll give you 50. Let's be friends. Next time you play around, I 1T report you. Sound good? Absolutely not. That is definitely out of the question. One must keep things separate. I paid more than that for this vanity. Fine, I'll add a bit more, 60. The shopkeeper had acquired the vanity for no more than 100, but aimed to profit handsomely, settling on a firm price of 300. After a vigorous negotiation, Chen Yiyang finally secured the deal for 280, netting the shopkeeper a tidy profit of 180 without lifting a finger. The antique business indeed boasts high margins, contingent upon the popularity and transaction volume. Once the payment was settled, Chen Yiyang, unwilling to carry such a large vanity, summoned a delivery service to transport it directly to his rented residence. After the delivery personnel departed, he immediately fetched a screwdriver, eagerly inspecting the vanity. What are you searching for, Chen Yiyang? You said it was a gift for me, Li Yuan queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. I'll give it to you later. I just want to see if anything is inside, Chen Yiyang replied, engrossed in his task. Is this vanity really worth much? I don't know. Can you stop asking so many questions? Go wash my clothes in the bathroom, he said, growing impatient. At this, Li Yuan widened her eyes, pointing at herself in indignation. Me? Chen Yiyang, I took the trouble to come find you on my day off, and you expect me to wash your clothes? Not a chance. You owe me a lavish dinner tonight, shopping, and new clothes. Chen Yiyang responded nonchalantly, of course. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's demeanor instantly shifted to a radiant smile. Her voice soft as silk. You're so annoying. Why didn't you say so earlier? By the way, where's the laundry detergent? This clothing needs to be hand-washed. I'll go help you now. You see, one must not indulge women. They must be given tasks. A sigma male never spoils. With the noise finally subsided, Chen Yiyang scrutinized the vanity for an extended period but found nothing of value. The wood was solid but certainly not rosewood, and thus lacked worth. The only highlight was the gilded mirror, which, upon removal, turned out to be an ordinary copper mirror, hardly worth anything. He chose the vanity primarily because he trusted the appraisal capabilities of the ring. After all, he had spent less than 300, so he couldn't lose much. Could there be a hidden secret? Skeptical of superstition, he continued his efforts. Half an hour later, the entire vanity lay disassembled, and Chen Yiyang gazed at the mess around him, bemused. He had even disassembled the 4 legs, but found nothing inside, just wood, with the vanity box made of rusting iron. Where was the value? Could it be that the ring was also a dud? Everyone makes mistakes, and computer programs can crash, so perhaps the ring's assessment was flawed? Never mind, the loss was minimal, merely 300. Chen Yiyang mused, feeling somewhat less disappointed. Once Li Yuan finished washing and stepped out to hang the clothes, she noticed his expression and asked, Chen Yiyang, you took apart the vanity. Isn't it all ruined now? What do you know? He shot her a glance, remaining silent. Seeing his attitude, Li Yuan concluded she was correct and approached him with a smug smile. Yes, I don't understand. But spending several hundred on a pile of worthless wood, what is the point? You must be losing your mind, thinking everything is an antique. Humph, you were wrong. It would have been better to buy me a piece of clothing. You look like clothing, Chen Yiyang retorted, somewhat dejected. The ring had indicated that the vanity was valuable and worth acquiring, yet now it lay in ruins, with no discernible worth. How rude. Your insults are vulgar. I'm not just a vase. Li Yuan pouted. Well, if you misjudged, you misjudged. At least it wasn't a significant loss. Let us go shopping to lighten the mood. With a playful huff, she approached to link her arm with Chen Yiyang's. However, she unwittingly stepped on the gilded copper mirror, which shattered into a multitude of glass shards. Li Yuan's face paled, fearing she had damaged something of considerable value. Chen Yiyang, initially inclined to curse, found his gaze brighten upon closer inspection. The broken mirror revealed a hidden space, and he distinctly saw what appeared to be a scroll of paper, likely something valuable. Move your foot. Chen Yiyang squatted down, urging Li Yuan to shift her foot aside, and carefully removed several shards of glass. Indeed, nestled within were 2 tightly rolled bundles of paper, tied with a red string. He cautiously untied the string, revealing ancient silver notes. The notes were somewhat yellowed, adorned with indigo dragon and phoenix patterns. The header read Ministry of Revenue official note, with the right side prominently displaying Renzi number 9, 400. The left side bore the issuance date, in the 3rd year of Xianfeng, the 2nd day of the 12th lunar month, along with the redeemable weight, 1 tael. It also bore a red seal. Xianfeng Year 3, 1 tael official note, estimated market value of 740,000 yuan, highly valuable and worth acquiring. Chen Yiyang could hardly contain his excitement and carefully unfolded the other notes. Xianfeng Year 3, 50 taels official note, estimated market value of 820,000 yuan, highly valuable and worth acquiring. In the 3rd year of the Xianfeng era, there are 10 taels of official banknotes, with a market estimated value of 790,000 yuan, making them highly valuable and worth acquiring. Ranging from 10 to 50 taels, there are a total of 4 silver notes. Just these 4 notes alone could yield a significant profit. Each note is valued at around 70 to 80,000, totaling nearly 300,000 yuan. With a puzzled expression, inquired, Chen Yiyang, why are you so happy? These are ancient banknotes, right? Are they really that valuable? Not exceptionally valuable. But there is profit to be made, Chen Yiyang replied with a broad smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he unwrapped another bundle. This also contained silver notes, with larger denominations of 100 taels. However, unlike the previous official banknotes, these were issued by local pawnshops and held significantly less value due to their lesser recognition. The earlier 4 notes were official banknotes from the Xianfeng period, issued by the Ministry of Revenue and widely circulated, which accounted for their higher worth. While the locally issued notes were valued at around 3,000 to 7,000 each, depending on the willingness of collectors. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Chen Yiyang thought as he assessed each note, finding none worth more than 10,000, yet he neatly rolled them up and bound them with the original red string. It was no wonder that only the ring had been appraised highly. The true treasure, these banknotes, had been concealed within the vanity. The family must have been landowners, perhaps forced to flee due to war and unable to exchange them, leaving them hidden away. By uncovering these banknotes, Chen Yiyang was indeed allowing them to see the light of day once more. These banknotes are not easy to preserve. Chen Yiyang contemplated and instructed Li Yuan to clean up the yard. Afterward, he headed straight to the Sifang Zhai. Chen Yiyang, just how valuable are those banknotes? Can't you share a bit more with me? Li Yuan asked with a hint of melancholy. Throughout the afternoon, she had become almost like his maid, doing laundry and sweeping the floor. With a smile, Chen Yiyang maintained an air of mystery. You will find out soon enough. Just behave, and I'll buy you a bag later. Such a bag can cure all ailments. What woman wouldn't love it? Li Yuan thought, feeling a flicker of joy, but playfully retorted, how annoying. I'm not that kind of worldly girl. I'm helping you because I like you. I don't believe you. Half an hour later, in the tea house on the 2nd floor of Sifang Zhai, when Chen Yiyang presented a stack of silver notes, Bai Jie gasped, Mr. Chen, where did you get these banknotes from the Xianfeng era? Just moments ago, a Qianlong Tongbao worth 1.5 million had been presented, and now he brought in another stack of banknotes. If not for the authenticity of the items, Bai Jie might have suspected Chen Yiyang of grave robbing. However, receiving such collectibles was a boon for Sifang Zhai, a profitable endeavor, which pleased her despite her astonishment. Passed down through generations, Chen Yiyang replied, maintaining his composure. Passed down? Mr. Chen, you have quite the sense of humor. I want to pry further, but you seem to have accumulated quite a collection in just a few days. Haven to you? Bai Jie smiled, glancing at him. Quite an accumulation indeed, Chen Yiyang said. 300,000, perhaps? Bai Jie suggested, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. 300,000. The weight of her words made Li Yuan's heart race, elevating her gaze towards Chen Yiyang. Wealth should be kept discreet. The richer one is, the more understated they should be. Moreover, he had only recently come into a modest fortune. Chen Yiyang quickly replied, Miss Bai, let us not exaggerate. You know I was just helping friends before, earning a bit of pocket money. Now that I see them selling for cash, I felt the itch. Then I remembered my ancestors were high officials in the Qing dynasty, surely possessing valuable items, and I never expected to find these banknotes under my bed. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You found them under the bed? You really have a talent for storytelling. Had she not witnessed Chen Yiyang discovering these treasures in an antique shop, she might have believed him. Bai Jie stifled a laugh, asking, Your ancestor was indeed a high official? What was his role? He was responsible for the appraisal of the coveted red lead in the palace, Chen Yiyang replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie understood the jest, chuckling. Not a very auspicious position, I presume? Well, it was satisfactory. Now, let us get down to business. Please appraise these and provide a price. I'm in urgent need of funds. Chen Yiyang, realizing he could no longer fabricate tales without risking exposure, promptly stated, "These for our official banknotes. Currently, we can offer a market price of 740,000 each. The local pawnshop notes are significantly less valuable, so let us say 7,000 each. That totals 3.24 million. Bai Jie, being adept at appraisal, verified the notes with precision, stating the prices. That seems fair. As silver notes differ from other collectibles, they attract fewer buyers and are harder to sell. Chen Yiyang agreed. Let us round it up. Wait, Bai Jie exclaimed, casting him a reproachful glance. Your rounding up always frightens me. This time, I'll take a slight loss. Let us settle for 3.25 million. Isn't that how rounding works? 325, rounding up adds 1, and it becomes 420,000, Chen Yiyang argued. Bai Jie face-bombed, exasperated. Mr. Chen, your math skills are impressive. Let us go with 3.25 million. If you agree, we can proceed with the payment. All right then, friends it is. Chen Yiyang reluctantly acquiesced, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to round it up to 4 million, but his tactic had been seen through. Bai Jie was shrewd in business. It would be unrealistic to always take advantage of others. Ding! A bank notification arrived, and upon seeing his balance rise to 380,000, Chen Yiyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Forget about love, I just want to make money, he resolved. Indeed, hard work does not always yield results, but without effort, one certainly finds comfort. If fortune can come from serendipitous discoveries, why endure hardship? Someone must rest, and why can't that someone be me? Chapter 22. What if luck is on my side? Chen Yiyang was still lost in dreams of a better life when Bai Jie broke the silence. Mr. Chen, you mentioned needing money urgently. How about my previous proposal? Come work at Sifang Zhai. I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000, which is quite substantial in Jinling. I'll think about it. I simply don't enjoy conventional work. Each time I leave, it feels like being released from prison, which isn't ideal, Chen Yiyang candidly stated. Bai Jie smiled, persisting with her offer. That's not a problem. You don't need to be here full-time. When I need you, I'll call, and I'll pay you well for your appraisal. All right, if the need arises, I can make a trip. For now, I'll take my leave, Miss Bai. Chen Yiyang waved, standing up and leaving with Li Yuan. Once outside, Li Yuan, feeling somewhat conflicted, asked, Chen Yiyang, did that woman from Sifang Zhai really offer you 100,000 a month? My goodness, that means you'd have a yearly salary in the millions. Why didn't you accept? It's such a wonderful job, without the pressure of clocking in and out. If Chen Yiyang had previously earned a mere 10,000, Li Yuan might have looked down upon it. But now the situation had changed. A monthly salary of 100,000 translates to 1 million a year, and in 10 years, he would be a millionaire. In this day and age, despite inflation, 1 million yuan is still a mark of elite status. At the very least, it surpasses 99 of the working class. To Li Yuan, he appeared as a promising investment. No, he was a blue-chip stock in a bull market. In just a short afternoon, he had made over 300,000. What an extraordinary earning ability. Moreover, Chen Yiyang was not bad-looking, though not tall, at 172 centimeters. He was not short either, with a somewhat handsome face. The crux lies within one's capabilities, which are formidable. Chen Yiyang paid her no mind, starting the engine and heading straight to a nearby Western restaurant. Are you going to speak, Chen Yiyang? Why are you ignoring me? Upon exiting the car, Li Yuan, anxious that Chen Yiyang might abandon her, quickly took hold of his arm. To ensure he noticed her, she even adjusted her collar slightly. Affluent and generous. Chen Yiyang remarked calmly, I have my own plans. Please refrain from meddling. Let us order. Today, let us try something different, steak. Li Yuan dared not protest, playfully retorting. All right then, will we still go shopping later? Shopping. Let us skip the preliminary steps and head straight to the hotel. That's annoying. It's not even dark yet. After a satisfying meal, they changed to a different hotel. 4 hours later, Chen Yiyang readily transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Yuan, reminding her, don't forget your medication. As for the rest, buy whatever you wish. I have matters to attend to. With that, he stood up and left. Li Yuan, with a look of sorrow, exclaimed, What? You're not going to stay with me? How cruel, truly heartless. Before she could finish, Chen Yiyang had already exited and closed the door behind him. How infuriating. Making me buy my own medicine. I won't buy any. Li Yuan declared, suddenly struck by inspiration, and promptly lifted her long leg, leaning against the wall to perform a handstand. Chen Yiyang's indifferent demeanor left her feeling somewhat insecure. To capture his heart, she believed there was but one way. What if luck were on her side? Chen Yiyang, however, remained oblivious to Li Yuan's little schemes. He was genuinely preoccupied. Earlier, a call from Fatty Xiao had come in, but he had no time to answer. Later, he saw a message from Xiao, stating he was in trouble and asking Chen Yiyang to transfer 100,000 yuan. In this day and age, scams were rampant. Unsettled, Chen Yiyang sat in his car and sent Xiao a voice message to confirm his identity before proceeding. When the video connected, a haggard face appeared, unshaven and bearing an expression of despair. "Old Chen," Xiao said with a bitter smile, holding a can of beer. It was then that Chen Yiyang noticed Xiao was perched on the rooftop, his legs dangling precariously. "What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to end your life?" Chen Yiyang exclaimed, aghast. He had a natural fear of heights and could not bear such scenes. Xiao grinned. "Hey, old Chen, I really don't want to live anymore. What is the matter? Did you suffer another heartbreak?" "Yup, Lulu wants to break up with me." Hearing this, Chen Yiyang felt a surge of anger. "Damn it. Just wait for me. Even if you want to die, you must wait until I arrive to clarify things. Do you understand? Haha, hurry up, old Chen. I'll be waiting for you." After ending the video call, Chen Yiyang rushed to Zhao's rented apartment. He remembered the rooftop well, having enjoyed many barbecues there. Chen Yiyang considered calling the police but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Despite Zhao's carefree exterior, he was quite sensitive inside. Calling the cops might lead him to a point of no return. If left alone, it might be easier to persuade him. 30 minutes later, at the rooftop, when Chen Yiyang arrived and saw Xiao alive, he exhaled a sigh of relief and asked, "What is the issue?" "I've been scammed," Xiao replied, turning around with anger on his face. "I won a few thousand playing mahjong last night, but then they lured me into a game of Texas Hold'em. And I lost everything, even owing them 100,000. Can't you see that? They clearly set you up to deceive you. You're usually so sharp. How did you fall for it?" "Yeah, it hit me when I stepped out into the cold wind. But while I was at the table, I was too caught up in the game to think straight. I lost the 10,000 I just got and now owe them another 100. Xiao lamented, cradling his head in despair. "Is that little sum worth your life? It's just 100,000. I'll help you pay it back." Chen Yiyang trembled. Standing closer to the edge, unable to contain his frustration, "Can you come over here to talk? Don't you know I'm afraid of heights? Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to get this close to you to save you? Then why did you come? Isn't it because I'm your godfather? Hurry up, you idiot." Chen Yiyang scolded him. Upon hearing this, Xiao stood up, moving to the edge of the rooftop and even patted his backside, grinning. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me, old Chen." This audacity, from someone with a fear of heights, was truly admirable. Chen Yiyang began to understand that Xiao had no real intention of jumping. He was merely seeking an excuse to vent his frustrations. The two returned to the center of the rooftop. Standing firmly on the ground, Chen Yiyang felt somewhat more secure. Unable to resist the urge to scold him, "Damn it, don't you have any aspirations? What is that saying? If the king of hell wants me dead at 3, I'll do it at 2. My life is mine, not dictated by fate. You're only 30. Can a mere 100,000 buy your life?" "It's not just 100,000. Xiao shook his head, hesitating before continuing. "Later, Lulu contacted me, claiming her friend had an antique for sale. And I agreed to it. I was short on cash and in a hurry, so I borrowed 300,000 from a loan shark." "What about the antique?" "A fake. Just a counterfeit. A porcelain bowl from the Qianlong era, with microwave safe inscribed on the bottom. I was so furious I smashed it on the spot." Xiao said bitterly. "And Lulu? Didn't you confront her?" "Confront her for what? This isn't her fault. She was also deceived by her friend, and now she can't even reach her. It's all my fault for wanting to score a lucky deal, thinking I could recoup my losses." Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, filled with regret. Chen Yiyang felt a stroke coming on, exasperated. "Fatty, I used to think you were just a spirited guy, but it turns out you're a fool. Even now, you still don't see clearly. Lulu is in cahoots with them." Xiao refused to believe it, adamantly insisting, "Impossible. Lulu is a very innocent girl. She doesn't have that kind of scheming. Have you slept with her?" "No, not yet. She said she was afraid of pain and would only sleep with me after marriage." "How innocent is that?" "I think it's fine. I can wait." Chapter 23. The heartbreak of Fatty. Seeing Zhao's pitifully naive face, Chen Yiyang was furious, wishing he could slap him awake. "I swear. I want to throw my size 43 shoes at your face to wake you up. Let me ask you, after you got the money yesterday, didn't you show off on social media?" "No, I just shared a bit in the group chat. Then Lulu invited me to play mahjong. Well, that game of Texas Hold'em was orchestrated by her." "Impossible." Xiao stubbornly refused to accept it, a classic case of not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. Chen Yiyang, tired of arguing, drove him to the outside of last night's gaming establishment. They didn't rush inside, but sat quietly in the car, waiting. It was now 7 in the evening, prime time for the gaming room to host its players. Sure enough, after a short wait, the Lulu Xiao spoke of appeared. She was a mature woman, likely in her mid-30s, with a voluptuous figure clad in a rather daring outfit, a gray, form-fitting dress with a thigh-high slit. The fabric was sheer, tightly enveloping her beautiful legs in nude stockings, enhancing their allure. Coupled with her striking appearance, every gesture exuded the charm of a mature woman. No wonder she had captivated Xiao Fatty to the point of folly. "So this is Lulu? I never knew you had a penchant for such mature women," Chen Yiyang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Fatty. Embarrassed, Xiao Fatty scratched his head and explained, "She possesses an elegance you young ones cannot comprehend. Right, she's mature. Yet she claims to fear pain, and you believe that? Have you considered that while you were foolishly waiting at the door, others had already come and gone?" Xiao Fatty clenched his teeth, clearly still unwilling to give up hope. Minutes later, the first patron arrived, a greasy middle-aged man. Upon entering, he immediately began flirting with Lulu, even giving her a playful slap on her pert backside. If anyone suggested there was no illicit relationship, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Still holding on to hope. Don't think those are just ordinary doors. Perhaps someone has met their demise inside. They waited until past 1 in the morning. When the patrons of the game room began to disperse slowly, Lulu descended the roll-up door, swaying her hips as she embraced a bald man and climbed into his vehicle. Without hesitation, Chen Yiyang followed suit in his car. Initially, he assumed they would check into a hotel, but after a 10-minute drive, they halted on a secluded road, the car beginning to sway from a distance. "Damn it, couldn't you at least spend a little to get a room? How pathetic, it wouldn't cost that much," Chen Yiyang muttered. The car windows were tinted for privacy, but the back was not. Xiao Fatty watched helplessly as his beloved Lulu sat inside the car. In an instant, his face drained of color, slumping against the seat, hands clutching his head, his voice filled with despair as he shouted, "You bitch! How dare you deceive my feelings? Stop wailing. Are you still waiting to see the aftermath of their rendezvous?" Chen Yiyang, both angry and resentful, pressed the accelerator and crashed into them. Bang! He had controlled his speed, pressing the brakes several times, so the impact was not too severe. The sudden collision startled the two inside the car, who hurriedly scrambled to put on their clothes. But Chen Yiyang wasted no time. He exited the vehicle, flashlight in hand, and opened their car door with an apologetic expression, saying, "My apologies, I've been driving all day and wasn't paying attention. But don't worry, it's my fault. I'll report it to insurance and cover the damages." As he spoke, Chen Yiyang's gaze fixated on Lulu. Indeed, this mature woman had an impressive figure, fair skin and ample curves, resembling a bamboo shoot. The bald man, furious, donned his clothing and cursed, "Are you out of your mind? My car was parked here, and you still managed to hit it? What are you taking pictures for? Turn off that flashlight. Lulu, what are you doing here?" Xiao Fatty joined, witnessing the disheveled and half-clothed Lulu, his face contorted in pain and shock, utterly genuine. Lulu, equally taken aback, stammered, "Jigang, you always profess your love for me, yet you've deceived me out of my hard-earned money. You claimed you've never been married and feared pain for the first time. Was that all a lie?" Seeing his beloved goddess with another man, Xiao Fatty's heart bled as he shouted, "Wait, Lulu, why are you with Fudong? You too." The bald man, Fudong, looked far from trustworthy. As he dressed, he hurriedly explained, "Xiao Fatty, don't overthink it. Lulu and I just got together today. It has nothing to do with yesterday's game." Chen Yiyang recorded the scene, lighting a cigarette and sneering, "Oh, you didn't even mention the game, but you brought it up yourself. Feeling guilty, are we? Who are you to meddle in this?" Fudong retorted, furious. "True, it's none of my business. I'm merely a bystander, taking a few pictures, nothing excessive, right?" Chen Yiyang interrupted, halting his recording to snap several photos with the flash on. "Are you taking pictures of me?" Fudong's temper flared, while Lulu remained remarkably composed. She calmly donned her clothes, gazing at Chen Yiyang with a cold smile. "Go ahead and take your pictures, after all. I'm already divorced and have no husband to fear if you publish them. Is that so? Then what is the point of taking them?" Chen Yiyang pondered, then asked, "By the way, do you have children?" How do you know?" Lulu's face turned pale. Chen Yiyang scoffed, "Sister, I can see the stretch marks on your legs, and that long scar on your abdomen. Was it a C-section? You can't possibly claim to be a streetwise girl who got slashed, can you?" Lulu, embarrassed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and bit her lip. "I warn you not to overstep. We live in a harmonious society. If you harm my son, I'll call the police." "Relax, I wouldn't engage in illegal activities. I'd merely take these photos and share them at your son's school, letting his classmates know that his mother is beautiful yet carefree." Chen Yiyang chuckled. "You wouldn't dare." Fudong, flustered, reached for Chen Yiyang's phone. Chen Yiyang, however, was not lenient. He kicked Fu Dong back into the car and asked with a grin, "She's divorced, and you're divorced too, right? You have no wife or children." Fu Dong's expression soured, suddenly subdued. Unlike Lulu, he had not yet divorced. Moreover, he was financially dependent on his wife, as she controlled the family finances. If those photos were released, he would be finished. His fierce wife would not hesitate to enact domestic violence. Realizing his tough stance was futile, Lulu quickly softened her tone. Feigning innocence, what do you want? We're all just trying to make a living. It's not easy for anyone. Could you not make it harder for a divorced single mother? This woman was truly adept at theatrics. As they spoke, the little pearls of drama unfolded, more exaggerated than those in the entertainment industry. Chen Yiyang, hearing this, couldn't he help but chuckle. You make it sound as if I'm the one at fault. You think it's tough for you? What about my buddy, who earns his living? You've scammed him out of 100,000 and even tricked him into borrowing 300,000 at high interest. Who does such a thing? Divorced. A single mother. You deceitful woman. How dare you play me for a fool while I foolishly bought you a gold necklace? Xiao Fatty's expression also darkened. At that moment, he had fully realized Lulu's true nature, clenching his fists in anger and humiliation, resembling a wild beast ready to pounce. Lulu, terrified, thought Xiao Fatty might attack her and hastily defended herself. I didn't want this. It was all Fu Song's idea. Upon hearing this, Fu Song immediately lost his temper, cursing, "You deceitful woman, you were the one who intended to scam him. Don't drag me into this." As he spoke, he shot furious glances at Lulu. Xiao Fatty, realizing something was amiss, darkened his expression and demanded, "What exactly is going on?" I said Fu Song saw you had money," Lulu stammered, clearly regretting her words as her gaze flickered. But it was too late for her to retract. Chen Yiyang sneered. "Oh, still pretending, are we? Fatty, it seems talking to her is futile. Let us just strip her of her clothes and throw her at the entrance of her community, so everyone can see what kind of person she truly is. Also, let us contact a copy shop tomorrow to print 300 copies to send to her son's school." Xiao Pongzi understood immediately and pulled out a fruit knife, spinning it in his hand with a sinister smile. "All right, but I also want to carve a word on her face, slut. What do you think?" "Please, no, big brother. I was wrong. I'll say anything." Lulu was genuinely frightened this time, quickly spilling the beans like bamboo shoots falling from a tube. "It was Fu Song who made me do this. He said your brother ruined their plans at Lin Shixuan, and manager who threatened to teach you a lesson. Whoever accomplishes this task will receive a reward of 100,000. Fu Song approached me, saying we could split the money." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pongzi was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it, so you were cheating during the card game that night? No wonder I kept losing. Is that the main point?" Chen Yiyang shot him a glare, his gaze shifting to Fu Song. "Are you affiliated with Lin Shixuan?" I'm not. Don't listen to that bitch. I truly am not." Fu Song attempted to deny it, turning to flee, leaving his car behind. But Xiao Pongzi had been watching him closely, lunging forward and plunging the fruit knife directly into his thigh. On the ground, Fu Song was in utter disarray, clutching his bleeding thigh, crying pitifully, "Big brother. I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. So much blood, I'm going to die." This fellow was all show, no substance. Despite his bald head, resembling a thug, a single stab from Xiao Pongzi had him trembling like a coward. In truth, there were plenty of lowlifes like Fu Song in this day and age. Those who usually flaunt their power appear formidable, yet when confronted with real threats, they fold immediately. Essentially, they bully the weak and fear the strong. Merely putting on a facade, Fu Song found himself at Xiao Pongzi's mercy, his collar gripped tightly, his face already bearing several punches. "All right, stop hitting him." Chen Yiyang approached, crouching down slowly to regard Fu Song with a smile. "Speak. You have at least 3 sentences to share." Fu Song was taken aback, hesitating before finally admitting, "Big brother. I shouldn't have deceived your brother." "Not that one." Chen Yiyang shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am associated with Lin Shixuan, albeit not as a formal employee. I merely follow along to make a living. When disputes arise in the antique shop, we step in to mediate, occasionally acting as a middleman to swindle some wealthy fools. I was present when you came to the antique shop with 2 beautiful women. After you left, manager who reported the incident to young Master Lin, who was furious and ordered us to find you, leading to the discovery of your connection with Xiao Pongzi." Having heard this, Fu Song became compliant, recounting the events. Chen Yiyang furrowed his brow. It turned out the trouble was directed at him, and Xiao Pongzi had been caught in a misfortune. The root of the issue stemmed from Chen Yiyang helping Jiang Wanqing and unwittingly stirring up trouble. Indeed, rescuing a damsel in distress comes at a price, But Chen Yiyang hadn't anticipated that such a grand establishment as Lin Shixuan would engage in deceitful practices, resorting to underhanded tactics when exposed. Fu Song's role at Lin Shixuan seemed to be that of a temporary security guard. Small antique shops are often family-owned, with the owners managing them personally, while larger establishments like Lin Shixuan have a more complex hierarchy, including managers, attendants, appraisers, and brokers, down to clerks and security personnel. Manager Hu, named Hu Guohua, was responsible for Lin Shixuan, a cunning individual with devious methods. As for the young master Lin that Fu Song mentioned, Chen Yiyang had yet to meet him. Furthermore, Fu Song had been present that day, but Chen Yiyang hadn't taken note of him, an inconsequential character. The source of the trouble had been identified. It originated from Chen Yiyang's interference in exposing the scam involving a spliced painting, which had left manager Hu frustrated. However, it seemed unreasonable that such a trivial matter could have led to Xiao Pengzi's dire predicament. There were likely deeper reasons at play, possibly involving young Master Lin. After a brief contemplation, Chen Yiyang focused on Fu Song once more, continuing his interrogation. That's not it either, there's more. Fu Song, feeling aggrieved, shouted. I've said everything. I genuinely don't know what else to say. Big brother, give me a hint. Think carefully. If manager Hu inquires tomorrow, how should you respond? Chen Yiyang prompted. Fu Song's eyes darted around as he quickly replied, I'll just say I didn't encounter you at all. No, I'll resign tomorrow. Find another job. Exactly. However, trust between people is fragile. Now, hand over your wallet. I need to keep something as leverage, Chen Yiyang said with a smile. Reluctantly, Fu Song complied, and after handing over his wallet, Chen Yiyang snapped a photo of his ID. Although he was a thug, he had a family to support. As long as Fu Song wasn't foolish, he would certainly refrain from disclosing the events of the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Pengzi, having already suffered greatly, would likely let the matter rest. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Remaining in the shadows, acting oblivious, is far more perilous. Chen Yiyang instructed Xiao Pengzi to release Fu Song, then turned to Lulu, who was still cowering in the car, and asked, How do you plan to handle this? Xiao Pengzi ground his teeth and replied, Deceiving me in matters of the heart is one thing, but cheating me of my money is unacceptable. I can love many people in my life, but I want to earn just a few coins. I must retrieve my money. Where's the cash? The 100,000 you lost is with me, but I spent several thousand on my son's tuition yesterday. Plus, the 300,000 loan from Tianlin Financial Company has nothing to do with me. Lulu retrieved a receipt from her bag, asserting her honesty. Xiao Pengzi glanced at it and exploded in indignation. Your son attends an elite school? 360,000 for a semester? What gives him the right? I only went to a village primary school. You must repay me. Write me an IOU. I'll write it. Lulu complied, and with that, the situation reached a resolution. Her gaming establishment was still operational, and her son was in school. She was certainly not running away from this debt. It was late, and while the road was mostly deserted, the occasional vehicle passed by, with Fu Song having driven off. Chen Yiyang urged Lulu to quickly put on her clothes and get him home, also intending to ascertain her home address. Upon arriving at her apartment complex, Lulu exited the vehicle, repeatedly assuring, Jigang, I promise to repay you. Please don't harass my son. He is still just a child. Noticing her shoulder strap slipping down, Xiao Pengzi's thoughts turned lecherous, and he snarled, I want to bother your son, but I need to collect some interest first, or I'll feel cheated. Lulu remained silent, slightly nodding in tacit agreement. After having led Xiao Pengzi on for so long, it felt inappropriate not to allow him some measure of intimacy. Moreover, aside from gambling and giving her gifts, he had also bought her a gold necklace. Chen Yiyang found the situation absurd. It was late, and hailing a cab would be inconvenient, so he had to wait downstairs. Just as he finished a cigarette, Xiao Pengzi emerged, brimming with excitement. Brother, I just reached an agreement with Lulu. We're planning to make it work for now. Chen Yiyang was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? You find that kind of trash appealing? Brother, don't say that about your sister-in-law. We both have our needs. Besides, I just like that kind of wildness. You have no idea how stunning her figure is. The physique, those legs, remarkable, yet perhaps a tad excessive, remarked Xiao Fatty. Damn. Chen Yiyang was on the verge of a breakdown, striving to reason with him. You must think this through. There is no such thing as tranquility in life, merely someone bearing the burdens for you. Chapter 25. Forgiving enemies is a matter for the divine. I am aware. Yet I remain indifferent. In this day and age, whose wife hasn't been someone else's former partner? I've come to terms with it. Lulu is quite fine. Xiao Fatty, however, wore a serious expression, proudly boasting. So, how was it? Did you wait long downstairs? Aren't I impressive? Heh. In this regard, Chen Yiyang had never conceded to anyone. In the time it took to smoke a single cigarette, excluding the time spent dressing and undressing. Chen Yiyang wondered where Xiao Fatty had found such confidence. Nevertheless, they were brothers, and Chen Yiyang did not wish to expose him or rub salt in his wounds. After escorting Xiao Fatty to his rental apartment, Chen Yiyang finally inquired about his next steps. Although he would recover most of the 100,000 lost to Lulu, the matter was far from resolved. That amount was insufficient to fill the void. Xiao Fatty still had 300,000 in usury debts, with 7 days of exorbitant interest, an alarming rate. Xiao Fatty, wearing a grave expression, took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Do you know Chen Shaolin?" Chen Yiyang shook his head. He was utterly ignorant of the antique industry in Jinling City and had only ventured into this realm due to the enchanted ring he possessed. Yet, the root cause of Xiao Fatty's predicament stemmed primarily from Chen Yiyang himself. Even if it were not, Chen Yiyang could not remain indifferent. Xiao Fatty retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from the small fridge on the floor, handed one to Chen Yiyang, and leisurely continued. Chen Shaolin is the youngest son of Shen Tianxiong, quite favored. Shen Tianxiong is a prominent figure in the antique world, with a family history rooted in pawn brokerage and lending. At the peak of their fortune, even the old Chang sought loans from the Shen family. However, times have changed. Shen Tianxiong has long since retreated from the limelight, delegating all his enterprises to his 2 sons. The various antique shops, pawn shops, and 2 licensed financial loan companies under Lin Shixian are all managed by Shen Shaolin. What of his elder brother? Chen Yiyang inquired, now intrigued. Xiao Fatty replied, A few years back, the antique shops and pawn shops were taken over by his elder brother, but due to a valuable item being misjudged, the Shen family incurred losses exceeding 2 billion, resulting in his being sidelined, with his assets relinquished. It is said that Chen Shaolin orchestrated this treachery, leading to his brother's downfall. Do the 2 brothers engage in mutual sabotage? Chen Yiyang expressed mild astonishment. What do you know? The Shen family is such a vast lineage. Their wealth amassed over generations. Do you have any idea of their net worth? Forget about blood brothers. Even fathers and sons can turn against each other. Xiao Fatty finished his drink, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and continued. After that incident, the Shen family's assets are now primarily in Shen Shaolin's control. This man is unlike his elder brother, who adheres to certain principles. Shen Shaolin is reckless, operating without rules, engaging in deceit, coercion, and extortion. He will do anything for profit. He employs a cadre of thugs, akin to a criminal syndicate. In the antique street, no one dares to provoke Lin Shixian if they know its true nature. Alas, that day, it was my fault for not stopping you. I have implicated you in this. I shall take responsibility for it all. Chen Yiyang nodded. It wasn't merely camaraderie that spurred him. The situation was indeed initiated by him, and Xiao Fatty had suffered unwarranted misfortune. Moreover, Xiao Fatty had shown considerable loyalty, never once blaming Chen Yiyang, only lamenting his own ill luck. Xiao Fatty, with a serious demeanor, remarked, As brothers, I would prefer not to hear such words. If blame is to be assigned, it rests with my own impetuousness and lewdness. However, I share all this with you to convey that this matter should be laid to rest. Laid to rest? What of the 30,000 in usury? Chen Yiyang was taken aback. This was not characteristic of Xiao Fatty, who was typically hot-tempered and vengeful. Xiao Fatty sighed. Lend me a bit, and I will manage the rest. I accept this situation. Brother, heed my advice. We cannot afford to provoke the Shen family. Let it end here. Chen Shaolin will not trouble us further. If we truly incite his wrath, he is capable of anything. It was evident that Xiao Fatty genuinely feared Chen Shaolin, his eyes betraying a desire to avoid conflict. Chen Yiyang, however, possessed a youthful audacity, extinguishing his cigarette and declaring, What era are we in? Should I still fear such things? A harmonious society. What can he do? Tattoos? Criminals? Is he trying to intimidate me? In the realm of antiques, he was akin to a neophyte, lacking the experience and wisdom that Xiao Fatty possessed. Xiao Fatty shook his head repeatedly, his expression grave. This is not mere intimidation. It is reality. If he wishes to target you, it is but a simple matter. Those thugs he employs, each has a criminal record. If they were to maim us, it would merely result in a prison sentence, not to mention the cost of buying our lives. Brother, you are still young and unaware of the treacheries of this world. I cannot swallow this. Chen Yiyang stood, moving to the window to gaze out at the myriad lights of the city, feeling a simmering indignation. He harbored no fondness for Lin Shixian. It was one thing to avoid conflict, but they had encroached upon his territory. If he were to simply concede, it would leave a bitter taste. In the past, he would have shared Xiao Fatty's sentiments, shying away from such wealthy and influential adversaries. Yet, with a golden finger in hand. How could he shrink back? That would be akin to being a salted fish. Forgiveness of enemies is a task for the divine. Chen Yiyang would merely be responsible for sending them to meet their maker. Seeing that his persuasion had failed, Xiao Fatty, with a troubled countenance, asked, "What do you intend to do? With just the two of us, what waves can we possibly make?" Relying on the two of them, they were certainly outmatched. Shen Shaolin possessed wealth and manpower. Eliminating the two of them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Chen Yiyang might only be a rather large ant in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yiyang queried, "What if we enlisted the help of Sifang's Hai?" Sifang's Hai? Xiao Fatty's eyes lit up at the mention. If Sifang's Hai intervenes, that indeed presents a possibility. Do you know? Though Sifang's Hai may not possess the might of Lin Shixian, they conduct legitimate business and are rumored to have official backing. However, why would Sifang's Hai assist us? Unless you were to marry into the Bai family and become a son-in-law. But soon after, Xiao Fatty's expression dimmed, dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. "Forget it, that's not feasible. Why would they even consider you? Perhaps they would consider me more closely. The tastes of the wealthy are notoriously unpredictable. Bai Jie's preferences might just align with my type." This fellow had become quite self-absorbed. Chen Yiyang, uninterested in his musings, replied, "Fine, I have a plan in mind. However, the matter of revenge is not urgent. I will take my time strategizing. The deadline for the usury is still a ways off." Chapter 26. Li Yuan. Yang is different 7 days. There is still time. I will ponder it further. Parting ways with Xiao Fatty, Chen Yiyang drove back to his residence. The events concerning Lin Shixian had instilled a sense of vigilance in him. In these times, one cannot afford to go it alone. What use is individual prowess? In this world, one needs strength and connections. Otherwise, one is akin to a mere roadside beggar. Wasn't Sun Wukong formidable? Yet, in the end, he was taught to obediently accompany Tang Sung to the west for scriptures. That night, after a tumultuous day, Chen Yiyang took a shower and fell asleep immediately. His phone buzzed with several messages from Li Yuan. "Are you busy? Have you gone to sleep? Tomorrow, a new movie is being released. Would you accompany me to watch it?" After glancing at the dozen messages, Chen Yiyang felt too lethargic to respond. In truth, women are just like men. The goddess in your heart may disregard you, yet she might be perceived as just another infatuated admirer in the eyes of her own idol. Therefore, one should never play the role of an adoring fool. As for Li Yuan, she indeed found herself unable to sleep. She sensed that Chen Yiyang was merely physically present. Aside from their passionate moments in bed, he maintained a rather indifferent demeanor. This elusive sense of intimacy left her feeling hollow and unfulfilled. In an effort to capture Chen Yiyang's heart, she had invited her friend, Gan Tingting, to spend the night with her to help analyze Chen Yiyang's thoughts. Gan Tingting, an air hostess, had just landed and hadn't even changed out of her uniform. Seated on the sofa, Li Yuan found herself too anxious to engage with her phone and asked worriedly, "Tingting, I'm a bit perplexed. He doesn't reply to my messages, yet he viewed my short video account last night. Shouldn't I be more proactive? Surely, there is still hope for us, right?" Gan Tingting, having removed her uniform to reveal a white top underneath, displayed a look of exasperation as she nodded in agreement. "Yes, there is definitely hope. There is so much hope that even the circus tonight has a role for you, my sister." Li Yuan felt displeased by her friend's flippancy. With a sigh, Gan Tingting sat beside her, removing the black stockings from her legs while advising, "I'm serious, sister. You are stunningly beautiful, with an impressive figure and education. Not to mention your position as a bank lobby manager. What does he, a mere ride-hailing driver, have to offer? If it were me, I would have him begging on his knees in no time, and if I felt generous, I might reward him with my worn stockings. As for intimacy, I wouldn't let him succeed until he truly revealed his heart. You are simply too impulsive. Without a defined relationship, you allowed him to take advantage. And now he likely doesn't value you. In this world, there are plenty of good men with wealth. I've seen many on the plains. But 9 out of 10 are just playing around, lusting after your body. I'm not foolish enough to let anyone easily take advantage of me unless he is my true soulmate. Once a woman has been taken, her worth diminishes. Do you understand?" Gan Tingting spoke with conviction. The bond between the two women was strong, rooted in their shared materialistic views and aspirations to change their destinies through marriage, ideally into a wealthy family. However, Gan Tingting was evidently the more astute of the two, having navigated her way without missteps. And she found it hard to fathom Li Yuan's infatuation with a ride-hailing driver. Li Yuan, however, was unperturbed by Gan Tingting's skepticism. She shook her head and replied, "You don't understand. Yang is different from other men." Gan Tingting raised a playful eyebrow. "Oh? Does he have 2 little Yangs then?" Flushing slightly, Li Yuan chastised. That's so crude. Can't you be serious? What should I say when I see him tomorrow? Sighing, Gan Tingting retorted, just say, Master, your dog has returned. How annoying. You're the little wooden dog. Li Yuan laughed. All right, fine. Let us get some rest. I need to adjust to the time difference. I only have 2 days off before I switch to domestic flights. By the way, what exactly makes this ride-hailing driver boyfriend of yours so great? Around 10 in the morning, after waking, Chen Yiyang promptly made his way to Sifeng's High. He had arranged to meet Bai Jia, having secured her contact information beforehand. In the tea room on the second floor, Bai Jia was preparing tea, as usual, and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Chen, have you truly decided to work here at Sifeng's High? Chen Yiyang nodded earnestly. Yes, but aside from the salary you mentioned, I have another condition. What is it? Bai Jia inquired. Chen Yiyang directly addressed the issue, sharing his grievances with Lin Shixian, albeit omitting details of the previous night. Simply stating that he had a conflict with Lin Shixian. Miss Bai, I wish to know, if a dispute arises between Lin Shixian and myself, will Sifeng's High support me? Bai Jia was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yiyang to come with such a request. However, she could understand. Having heard about how Chen Yiyang's friend had almost been swindled by Lin Shixian. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, what do you plan to do? To be honest, I haven't completely figured it out yet, but I am determined to take revenge. Miss Bai, to my knowledge, Sifeng's High and Lin Shixian have had their own past grievances. And after all, competitors are often foes, Chen Yiyang replied. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enmity between Sifeng's High and Lin Shixian has been long-standing, tracing back to the ancestors of both families. Bai Jia downplayed the rivalry, stating, you don't need to elaborate. Our competition with Lin Shixian is purely commercial, not personal animosity. However, she cleverly shifted the focus, contemplating for a moment before saying, nonetheless, I would be willing to assist you in seeking revenge. How so? Chen Yiyang asked. No need to rush. I'll help you, but I must first assess your capabilities to determine if you are worth the price, Bai Jia replied, rising to her feet with a gentle smile. Dressed in a purple qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, she appeared even more captivating, though the attire was modest. The buttons at the neckline suggested a readiness to burst open at any moment, while the high slit of the dress revealed only a hint of her fair skin. Chen Yiyang's mind raced with questions. Did Bai Jia have a husband? Was it Wang Shen? Could he satisfy her desires at such an age? Moreover, this woman was undoubtedly cunning. Previously, when she had seemed eager for talent, now that he had approached her, she had laid down conditions. Chen Yiyang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and brazenly remarked, all right then, my capabilities in this regard have been praised by all my partners. I'm quite exceptional. But in this environment, isn't it a bit lacking? Perhaps we should consider a themed hotel? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's brows furrowed, her previously cheerful demeanor instantly transforming into an icy glare. Her voice turned cold as she responded, do you think you're being humorous? This woman could change her demeanor in an instant. Moreover, her indifference carried a weight that suggested life with her might not be easy. Quickly recovering, Chen Yiyang laughed. Just kidding. Why don't you have a sense of humor? Bai Jia's frigid expression softened slightly as she shot him a look before retrieving her phone. Take a look at this collection. If you pass the test, I will agree to your earlier condition. Bai Jia placed her phone gently on the table, revealing an image of an antique. It was a musical instrument, inscribed with the characters Song Shi Jianyi, exuding an ancient charm. However, it was merely a picture. Without the actual item, it was impossible to assess its authenticity. Chen Yiyang reached out to touch it, but the ring did not respond. It seemed he needed to physically interact with the antique itself to ascertain its value. Relying solely on an image was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, given the secrecy surrounding the ring, he could not admit his inability to authenticate merely from a picture. After pondering for a moment, he deliberately furrowed his brow. The tea had gone cold, yet he remained silent. Well, can you tell what it is? Bai Jia inquired with curiosity. Chen Yiyang shook his head and remarked, Miss Bai, do you truly believe I am some sort of supernatural being? To discern the essence of something merely from a photograph is beyond even the most seasoned of antique appraisers. This test is merely a means of complicating matters, and I fear I am unable to pass it. Bai Jia smiled slightly, retracting her phone, and said, It is not a test in that sense. I merely wanted someone to take a glance at it to prepare psychologically. I have already sent someone to fetch it. Please wait a moment. Here it comes. Just as she spoke, Bai Qingshuan's voice echoed from the staircase. He soon ascended with 2 companions, who carefully carried a rectangular wooden box. It was evident that the item was of considerable value. As they lifted it, Bai Qingshuan's aides were exceedingly cautious, gently placing it on the table. Bai Chengxian then brought a felt cloth to cushion it before opening the box. Inside lay the very zither they had just seen in the photograph, covered with a piece of black gauze and remarkably well preserved. Mr. Chen, this zither possesses significant historical importance. You must take a closer look, Bai Chengxian said politely, retrieving gloves and a magnifying glass from the side. Those tools are unnecessary. Chen Yiyang waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the offered instruments. Antique appraisers and experts typically require such professional tools, combined with their keen observation skills, extensive experience, and knowledge, to carefully assess and arrive at a conclusion. However, Chen Yiyang needed none of that. A mere ring sufficed. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Rising from his seat, he pretended to scrutinize the zither. The instrument was large and robust, crafted from deer antler and featuring a chestnut-colored lacquer shell. Its surface displayed a serpentine pattern, while the base was intricately detailed like flowing water. Most notably, the right side of the zither bore an inscription from the second year of the Xuanhe era, while the left side was engraved with characters indicating it was restored during the reign of Emperor Kangxi. Furthermore, the inscription was first carved in relief and then filled with red ink. Upon seeing the inscription from the second year of the Xuanhe era, Chen Yiyang felt a jolt of recognition. This was no ordinary antique. The second year of Xuanhe marked the 6th year of the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song dynasty, Zhaoji. Artifacts from the Northern Song period, in today's context, are unequivocally top-tier cultural relics, each commanding astronomical prices. The term imperial alone carries immense value. Moreover, it was a zither. Everyone knows Emperor Huizong, a tragically misplaced artistic genius. He excelled at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, except, perhaps, in his role as an emperor. Chen Yiyang had envied the tales of his romantic escapades with the renowned courtesan Li Shishir during his youth, which had greatly influenced his subsequent views on life. As Chen Yiyang pondered these reflections, Bai Jie could no longer contain her curiosity and prompted, "Mr. Chen, what do you think?" Glimpsing at her, Chen Yiyang replied nonchalantly, "The item is genuine, but it is not from the Northern Song dynasty." Having just touched the zither, he had already received the appraisal information. A zither from the Song dynasty, Huizong's pine between stones, is a replica from the Qianlong era, with an estimated market value of 13.66 million. It is of high value and worth acquiring. Bai Jie gasped in astonishment. "So soon? How did you deduce that?" "Mr. Chen, would you like to examine it further? It is clearly inscribed as the zither from the Northern Song dynasty, and it even bears the signature and red ink seal of Emperor Huizong, indicating it was played by him. It is highly likely that he played it with the famous courtesan Li Shishir from Bianjing," Bai Chengxian interjected. Chen Yiyang regarded him coolly and countered, "Do you believe this? Or do you think I am Qin Shi Huang?" Bai Chengxian fell momentarily silent. "Mr. Chen, please be candid. If you believe this pine between stones zither is from the Qianlong era, what price would you propose if you were one of our antique appraisers at Xifangzhai?" Bai Jie inquired. "Over 10 million, at most 14 million. Any higher would not be justified." "Impressive," Bai Chengxian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, true talent resides among the people. Mr. Chen, though young, you surpassed the majority of appraisers and experts. Not only did you ascertain the zither's origins at a glance, but you also estimated its market value with remarkable precision." "Uncle," Bai Jie interjected with a hint of reproach, seemingly displeased that Bai Chengxian had revealed so much so easily. Bai Chengxian, however, smiled broadly and replied, "Haha, I am simply eager to recognize talent. Little Jie, does someone of Mr. Chen's caliber require further tests? If you do not wish to keep him, my branch could use an expert such as him to oversee operations. This way, I could take a more hands-off approach, which would certainly ease my burdens. For antique shops, the key is to maintain the premises. 3 years without business means that when it does open, it must sustain for 3 years. If one is required to be present daily, life certainly won't be as carefree." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie's expression turned wary. "Uncle, I have already made arrangements with Mr. Chen. If there is nothing else, I suggest you return to your duties. This girl, she is treating me, her own uncle, with such suspicion. Very well, I shall leave you to your discussions." Bai Chengxian sighed, waving his hand in resignation before taking his leave. Chapter 28. You want me to go undercover? In the tea room on the second floor, only Chen Yiyang and Bai Jie remained, with no outsiders present. Bai Jie spoke more boldly, directly asking, "Mr. Chen, honestly, how did you discern that this zither is not from the Northern Song dynasty?" "That is my secret. Should you wish to know, you may have to wait until the day you share my bed," Chen Yiyang replied, feigning mystery. "You scoundrel." Bai Jie's cheeks flushed, her expression tinged with distaste as she bit her lip and continued, are you aware of the history of this artifact? The eldest son of the Chen family once suffered a great loss over it, losing over 200 million and subsequently losing control of the family business. Can you guess why? That seems implausible. Although it is not from the Northern Song, a piece from the Qianlong era still holds significant value. How could such a grave mistake occur? Chen Yiyang felt a sense of shock. He had heard about this incident from Fatty Xiao the previous night. The eldest son of the Chen family had indeed faced downfall due to this very zither. Antiques are assessed based on condition and provenance. This pine between stones zither was in perfect condition, and with the personal inscription of Emperor Qianlong, its credibility was further enhanced. If it were merely a common zither from the Northern Song dynasty, it would scarcely fetch such a sky-high price. However, coupled with the narrative of Emperor Huizong and the famed courtesan, it commanded astronomical value. Bai Jia elaborated. This piece was later acquired by my grandfather and has been circulated among various antique shops as a cautionary tale. In the world of antiques, one cannot claim to be infallible. Even the most skilled experts occasionally misjudge. My own talents are limited, and to inherit our family business, I will require the assistance of a master. Chen Yiyang, I have great faith in you. With your abilities, I cannot promise vast wealth. But as long as you remain by my side, I vow not to treat you poorly. Bai Jia spoke candidly, revealing her own shortcomings, an absence of innate talent for antique appraisal. Realizing that to inherit her family's legacy, she needed the guidance of an expert. She hoped to cultivate someone loyal from within. Chen Yiyang understood her intentions and recognized her sincerity. Yet his ambitions extended far beyond merely being a subordinate at Bai Jia's side. Being her man is somewhat acceptable. Of course, this thought was only a fleeting notion in Chen Yiyang's mind, for expressing it aloud would likely provoke Bai Jia's disdain. He had discerned that although Bai Jia possessed a kind heart and was easy to get along with, she inherently embodied the traits of a traditional, conservative woman. Such a woman, while lacking in romantic flair, was undoubtedly loyal. Chen Yiyang felt satisfied and nodded as he spoke. I said I could assist you, whether by overseeing the Sifeng studio or otherwise, but my conditions, can you comply? With a sweet smile, Bai Jia replied, that's straightforward. I've already devised a plan regarding the Linshiquan matter. Shall we adhere to protocol and draft a labor contract? Signing a contract is acceptable, provided it does not infringe upon my personal freedom, and I must not be restricted in matters unrelated to Sifeng studio. Agreed, Bai Jia stated. The labor contract she drafted designated Chen Yiyang as the primary party, laden with numerous constraints, such as prohibitions against job hopping, betraying Sifeng studio, or disclosing the company's trade secrets. Yet, as a seasoned antique broker, he was not required to maintain a daily presence in the shop. Other restrictions were minimal, but the contract's term, a duration of 6 years, instilled a sense of caution in Chen Yiyang. 6 years seemed rather extensive, did it not? I assure you, your salary will remain generous, and it will increase in tandem with your capabilities. As an antique broker at Sifeng studio, you will also receive commissions for each appraisal and transaction. For instance, the last time you brought a friend to sell items, you were entitled to a share of the profits. Our studio maintains transparency in this regard. Every employee enjoys such benefits. Bai Jia added with a hint of pride. Of course, your compensation will be the highest. Chen Yiyang, momentarily taken aback, promptly signed his name and remarked, all right then, from now on, I am yours. Do be gentle with me. Bai Jia shot him a glance, unable to refute him, for he had a point. Once the ink dried, he was indeed under her authority. The contract was prepared in triplicate, and after signing, Chen Yiyang eagerly inquired, you mentioned you had a plan for Linshiquan. What exactly do you intend to do? Are you aware of the ghost market in the outskirts of Jinling? Bai Jia queried. I have not heard of it. Chen Yiyang replied, genuinely perplexed. Though he had encountered various tales of such markets, he had dismissed them as nonsense, filled with supernatural embellishments. Bai Jia, seemingly understanding his skepticism, patiently elucidated. The ghost market is not a realm of spirits or demons. It is essentially a gathering orchestrated by influential antique dealers in Jinling, convened for trading purposes. These dealers often possess significant connections in both legitimate and underground circles, and those invited are typically seasoned experts in the antique field. The organizer of this gathering is Chen Shaolin. Chen Yiyang asked, are you suggesting that I infiltrate the ghost market and sabotage Chen Shaolin's gathering, thereby exacting revenge on him? While this notion could indeed be viewed as retaliation against Chen Shaolin, Chen Yiyang felt it lacked sufficient impact. It's not that simple. Bai Jia shook her head. I have a friend in the authorities who has been investigating Chen Shaolin for some time. With this gathering's announcement, she plans to apprehend the entire group. But she requires an insider to furnish intelligence. Your task is to accompany her and follow her directives. Understood, Essentially, you want me to act as an undercover agent? Chen Yiyang frowned, his discontent evident. Close enough. Damn. Chen Yiyang expressed his dissatisfaction. Can we consider an alternative approach? Being an undercover agent is perilous. Do you think I haven't seen any films? Besides, I have visited Lin Shixuan, and Shin Shaolin might recognize me. In the ghost market, everyone trades while masked. So identities remain concealed. Otherwise, how could it be called a ghost market? It's better to conduct transactions openly. I must warn you. There are many grave robbers and unsavory dealings involved. Bai Jia rolled her eyes, explaining further. Chapter 29, The Scoundrels. Well, in that case, I can accept it. By the way, what is your friend's background? Is she of considerable rank? Given the gravity of the situation concerning his well-being, Chen Yiyang inquired with utmost seriousness. Bai Jia, growing impatient, replied, That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just know that the risk is manageable, and there will be personnel on the periphery ready to act immediately if needed. One last question, where is the ghost market? Chen Yiyang pressed, disregarding her previous remarks. Bai Jia twisted her water-based pen with irritation before slamming it onto the table, declaring, in the outskirts. The location of the ghost market is never fixed and is only disclosed the day before it opens. Don't worry about that. I will notify you as soon as I receive the information. Wait, you're so eager for revenge. Do you lack the courage for this? Upon exiting Sifong Studio, Chen Yiyang received a phone number belonging to Bai Jia's friend, someone with official connections. He promptly added the number on WeChat. Upon seeing the name, he was momentarily taken aback. Bai Shuezi? Goodness. He nearly misread it, almost thinking it was. Well, it was likely that she was a rather spirited young lady. Otherwise, how could she be so forthright? Her profile picture featured a charming cartoon of a young girl, suggesting she was of tender age. Chen Yiyang paid little heed to this, as the ghost market was still days away. For the moment, he was not required to work at Sifong Studio. Bai Jia had granted him a brief respite, allowing him to address the ghost market matter before officially starting his duties. Driving. Chen Yiyang sought out Xiao Pengzi to discuss the situation. As soon as he called, Xiao Pengzi excitedly urged, Old Chen, you must come over. I've got a marvelous item here. Come take a look. Where? At Lulu's card room. You've been there before. Hurry up. Damn scoundrels. Chen Yiyang couldn't help but curse under his breath. These two had truly become entwined. He worried that his foolish brother might be enchanted once again by Lulu. The vixen. Concerned, he decided to check in on them. Upon arrival, he spotted a young man in the card room, appearing to be in his late 20s, slender, with a slightly tanned complexion. He wore glasses, reminiscent of the four-eyed character from Kung Fu films. Chen Yiyang felt an urge to shatter his spectacles. The fellow's appearance struck him as rather unappealing. Xiao Pengzi and Lulu were seated together, examining a piece of jade strung with red cord. Their affectionate demeanor suggested to anyone unaware that they were a couple. Upon noticing Chen Yiyang's entrance, Lulu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, Chen Yiyang had spent considerable time admiring her the previous night, and now, suddenly, she was his brother's woman, which was bound to create some awkwardness. Xiao Pengzi, seemingly unbothered, sprang to his feet and said, Old Chen, you arrived just in time. Please help me identify the origin of this ancient jade. Ancient jade? Chen Yiyang mused, having not encountered much of that before. While jade was common, ancient jade artifacts from the Western Han period were known for their exquisite craftsmanship and diverse styles, ranging from various jewelry to decorative items. The allure of jade had captivated all strata of Chinese society across 5 millennia. The piece Xiao Pengzi held was of excellent quality, skillfully crafted and devoid of any signs of wear, indicating that it was relatively recent. This was due to advancements in modern polishing techniques, which rendered jade smooth and lustrous. However, ancient craftsmanship was not so refined. As Chen Yiyang took the jade into his hands, he merely brushed it lightly, and immediately, information regarding the ancient jade unfolded before him. In the Republic era, an unnamed jade piece known as mouth-holding jade, sourced from Hetian, made of Qingbai jade, is estimated to be worth 990,000 in the market, presenting a high value that merits acquisition. The jade itself is indeed of excellent quality. However, by the mid-Qing dynasty, due to unregulated mining, Hetian jade resources had become excessively depleted. Following the reigns of Jiajing and Daoguang, high-grade Hetian jade became increasingly scarce, making the procurement of even a single piece a luxurious endeavor for the Qing nobility. Although this mouth-holding jade holds considerable worth, its price is not exorbitant. Have you made up your mind? Please return it to me promptly. Chen Yiyang pondered over what price would be appropriate when the bespectacled man abruptly seized the jade, carefully wiping it and wrapping it with utmost caution. What is happening? Chen Yiyang was at a loss for words. This individual is excessively meticulous, treating the jade as if it were a priceless treasure. Truth be told, Chen Yiyang was not particularly interested. After all, for an item valued below 100,000. If the other party demanded too high a price, his profit margin would be slim. Moreover, judging by the man's demeanor, he did not seem to be the type to negotiate amiably. Hey, Brother Jean hasn't yet decided whether to sell. I intended for you to take a look, and then we could discuss a fair price, said Xiao Fatty, draping an arm around Chen Yiyang's shoulder, his eyes subtly signaling a request for a baseline price. Knowing the implication, Chen Yiyang understood he could not offer too high, given the jade's worth of 990,000. He needed to ensure they would profit. He discreetly signaled a hand gesture indicating a baseline price of around 50,000, allowing for a potential profit of 40,000 to 50,000, leaving the remainder for Xiao Fatty to negotiate. Although their silent communication was well coordinated, the bespectacled man caught wind of their subtle actions. I'm not selling. You two are conspiring behind my back to deceive me regarding my heirloom, aren't you? He exclaimed loudly. Embarrassed, Xiao Fatty quickly retorted, No. How could that be? Come on, Brother Jean, don't rush to leave. Let us sit down and have a chat. He pulled the bespectacled man aside, and they began to negotiate. With Xiao Fatty's eloquence, words flowed freely from his lips, having already disclosed the baseline price. Chen Yiyang was unconcerned about Xiao Fatty's potential losses and chose to remain seated, awaiting the outcome. Chen Yiyang, would you like some water? At that moment, Lulu brought over a cup of water, speaking a bit nervously. Chen Yiyang smiled, responding, No need for formality. As long as you are with my brother. We are all family. You can just call me Old Chen from now on. Ah, thank you. Lulu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Expressing her gratitude, Chen Yiyang was uncertain of the reason behind her appreciation, particularly since he had seen her in a compromising light. To ease the awkwardness, he inquired, By the way, may I ask your full name? Sulu. She replied, From your accent, it seems your hometown is not around Jinling. I'm from Zhenjiang, but I've been living here for over a decade. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the bespectacled man stood up to leave. Xiao Fatty returned, visibly upset, and downed the water from Chen Yiyang's cup in one gulp. Chapter 30. The regretful ex-girlfriend Sulu noticed and attempted to intervene, saying, Hey, that cup has been used by old Chen. Let me refill it for you. What's the big deal? We're close friends. We used to share everything. Even clothes during winter while job hunting, Xiao Fatty replied nonchalantly. Sulu felt her cheeks flush at his words. Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes, urging, Enough of this nonsense. Let us talk business. What was the result of the negotiation? At the mention of the negotiation, Xiao Fatty's frustration boiled over. Damn it, that guy insists on 200,000. What a joke. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. For 200,000. I wouldn't earn a single cent and would still have to invest an additional 100,000. Why on earth would I do that? I'm really fed up. This deal is off. Who does he think he is? Chen Yiyang queried incredulously. It was introduced by Song Yan. Xiao Fatty admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. Song Yan, are you trying to show off on social media again? Chen Yiyang's expression darkened as he interrogated. Xiao Fatty grinned, Not at all. I owe some high-interest loans and thought I should make some quick cash, so I posted on social media to see if I could tap into my connections. Unexpectedly, Song Yan came through and introduced someone. Just then, the bespectacled man returned, accompanied by Song Yan. Upon entering, Song Yan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Yiyang, but her face quickly transformed into a radiant smile. She approached him enthusiastically, exclaiming, Chen Yiyang, what a surprise to see you here. Even if you despise me, you shouldn't have blocked me. How could I reach you then? I've told you before, even if I find another man, I'd still secretly provide for you. Just a call from you, and I'd always have a room ready for you. Song Yan's exuberance was overwhelming. In front of the bespectacled man, she not only professed her affection but also linked her arm with Chen Yiyang's. Initially, Chen Yiyang felt a tinge of nostalgia, but now, having experienced better, he felt no attraction to Song Yan whatsoever. Compared to Li Yuan, she paled in comparison, let alone the top-tier beauties like Jiang Wanqing or Bai Jia. Even Ku Jinjin was more charming and innocent than Song Yan. Moreover, her excessive flattery made Chen Yiyang feel uncomfortable. He quickly pushed her arm away, saying, Can you act normally? We are no longer together. And is this your boyfriend? The one you cheated on me with? Song Yan felt embarrassed and hurriedly explained, No. He doesn't deserve that title. He has not even a spare tire, more like a jack at best. Seemingly anxious for Chen Yiyang to believe her, she immediately pulled out her phone to prove her point. Look, I have his contact saved. His name is Jin Xingjia. Yes, he.s. spare tire number 32. Although Song Yin was a flawed woman, she was undeniably attractive with a curvaceous figure. In this era, even average-looking women thrived, let alone someone like Song Yin, who, as long as she initiated, would never lack for admirers. However, Chen Yiyang found her increasingly repulsive and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You don't need to prove anything to me. Our relationship is over." Saying this so bluntly in front of Xiao Fatty and Su Lu left Song Yin feeling humiliated. Just then, Jin Xingjie approached, fuming. "Yin, how can you declare your affection for another man in front of me? You dare say I'm less than a spare tire?" Song Yin, unfazed, coldly retorted, "Get lost. I'm in a bad mood. Don't provoke me." Surprisingly, Jin Xingjie fell silent, turning away in anger, his eyes blazing as he pointed at Chen Yiyang, shouting, "You scumbag! How dare you cuckold me? I curse your entire family to perish." Caught off guard by this nonsensical tirade, Chen Yiyang was dumbfounded. "Are you out of your mind? How have I wronged you? When I was with Song Yin, you were still a tadpole. You must be insane." Xiao Fatty stood up, glaring at Jin Xingjie, and remarked, "You're quite amusing. When my buddy was with Song Yin, you were nowhere to be found. You dare to speak up again, and I'll make sure to break your jaw." The bespectacled man, unperturbed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to respond. Just then, Song Yin turned around, glaring at him. "Jin Xingjie, if you insult my friend again, I'll never speak to you again." "Don't, Yin. I'm sorry, okay?" Unexpectedly, a single remark from Song Yin proved to be more effective than the threats issued by the portly Xiao. The bespectacled man immediately fell to his knees, pleading desperately for a prolonged period. Observing Song Yan's indifference, he turned to Chen Yiyang, kneeling again and repeatedly bowing his head in apology. "Brother, I spoke carelessly earlier. I beg you to forgive me. May I prostrate myself in apology?" This scene left not only Chen Yiyang, but even Xiao in a state of astonishment. Truly, this individual was a remarkable character. To call him a sycophant would be a compliment. He was even beneath that. Irritated, Chen Yiyang waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Get lost. Keep your distance. I fear your insanity might be contagious." "Please, don't be upset, Yiyang. I'm just a backup. My mind isn't functioning properly." "But how is the business discussion progressing? Is that piece of ancient jade he possesses authentic?" Song Yin hastily apologized, genuinely reluctant to lose Chen Yiyang. Apart from the physical satisfaction he provided, the most crucial aspect was that Song Yin was not foolish. The loquacious Xiao had already revealed that Chen Yiyang had seized an opportunity, netting a profit of hundreds of thousands. Reflecting on this, Song Yin felt a deep regret. Had they not broken up, they might have been leading a blissful life together now. It was all due to her carelessness. How could she have let Chen Yiyang catch her in the act of infidelity? Old habits die hard. Even now, Song Yin did not perceive her actions as wrong, but rather lamented her lack of caution. The item is genuine, but he refuses to sell it. Its market value is only around 50 or 60,000. Yet he demands 200,000. What a fool. Please, do not introduce such people to me again. They give me a headache. Hurry and take him away. Look at how agitated old Chen is. It's as if his prostate is in distress. "I sincerely apologize. I will take him away now," Song Yin replied, fearing to leave a negative impression on Chen Yiyang, and turned to leave. "Wait." Chen Yiyang suddenly blocked her path, stating, "The piece of jade your friend possesses, while its market value is indeed only 50 to 60,000, is dependent on its provenance. In other words, one must learn the art of packaging and marketing, and how to tell a story. Do you understand?" Chapter 31. Defeating magic with magic. Song Yin looked bewildered, shaking her head. "I don't understand, Yang. You are knowledgeable in this area. Please enlighten us." "It's quite simple. His surname is Jin, right? Just concoct a tale that this is a relic from a royal tomb, and that his ancestors are descendants of the Aizenjoro clan." "Brother, is that really feasible?" Jin Xingjie interjected eagerly. Suppressing a chuckle, Chen Yiyang replied with utmost seriousness, "Of course it is. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, the Aizenjoro clan changed their surname to Jin. If you claim to be a descendant of the Aizenjoro, you are already halfway there. You must believe in yourself. Your conviction is the first step." "And then?" Jin Xingjie inquired. "The value of this jade depends on whose lips it has touched. If it belonged to an ordinary corpse, it would only be worth the price of jade, at most 100,000. But if it had been in the mouth of Empress Dowager Cixi, then it would fetch a sky-high price. Do you understand?" Chen Yiyang suggested with a glint in his eye. Jin Xingjie trembled with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "I understand. Thank you, brother. Once I sell it for a high price, I will definitely treat you to a meal." This fellow truly was miserly, thinking a meal could buy him over. "Hold on, I'm not finished yet," Chen Yiyang continued. "Where you sell it is also crucial. The antique street with a good reputation and fair prices is naturally Linshikshuan. Remember, when you go to Linshikshuan, do not settle for anything less, since it was in the mouth of the Empress Dowager. You shouldn't accept anything less than 1,000,000. They want to believe otherwise. Right, fatty? Exactly. The owner of Linshikshuan, Chen Yiyang, is quite formidable. Only he can afford it. However, this must be done discreetly. Do not mention us. If they learn that an antique dealer was involved, it could compromise the authenticity of your story. Understand? Xiao added sagely. Jin Xingjia grinned broadly, nodding fervently. Got it. Thank you, brother. Yen, let us hurry. We are about to strike it rich, hundreds of millions. You always wanted a mansion, right? Once I get the money, I will buy you one outright. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled Song Yen out the door, being careful as if the ancient jade in his arms might be seen by others. Once they left, Xiao could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into a fit of guffaws. Old Chun, you truly are devious. To demand over 10 million for that piece of jade. Isn't he risking a beating? As long as we act with integrity, the rest is up to fate, Chen Yiyang replied, turning to glare at him. By the way, fatty, who was it you said had their prostate in distress? Oh, I was just making a little joke. Don't take it seriously. That fool is genuinely a once-in-a-century talent, Xiao replied. By the way, did your comment serve any purpose? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Xiao quickly diverted the topic. Chen Yiyang chuckled. We'll find out soon enough. Linshikshuan does enjoy taking advantage of others. We must use magic to counter magic. I am eager to see how they will respond. Let us go. I cannot miss this spectacle, Xiao exclaimed with interest. After Jin Xingjia and Song Yen exited, they proceeded cautiously, opting to walk rather than drive. Consequently, Chen Yiyang and Xiao followed in a vehicle, having just embarked on their journey. In such sweltering weather, it would take at least an hour to reach the antique street. Along the way, Chen Yiyang deliberately paused to wait for them, prompting Xiao to buy 2 cups of milk tea, maintaining a moderate speed of 30 miles per hour. Chen Yiyang drove while keeping an eye on Jin Xingjia and Song Yen ahead, and casually asked, Fatty, are you serious about Sulu? If Sulu had no prior issues, even as a divorced mother with a child, Chen Yiyang would not have viewed her with suspicion. After all, it was hard to find someone who could captivate Zhao's attention. Moreover, Sulu was quite attractive with a commendable figure. Even as a second marriage, she still had market value. However, the reality was that Sulu led a chaotic personal life, often resorting to deceitful tactics. Chen Yiyang genuinely worried that Xiao might fall for her, leading to a tumultuous future. Xiao glanced at Chen Yiyang, sipping his milk tea with a smirk. What nonsense. I'm not that gullible. A woman who has deceived me once. Why would I lay my heart bare before her? Do you think I'm just an innocent young man? Besides, I even secretly checked her phone. That flirt has been in contact with several men, and their conversations are quite explicit. It disgusts me to even look at it. Then why are you still hanging around her? Chen Yiyang asked, puzzled. Knowing that Xiao was clear-headed eased Chen Yiyang's worries. At least he wouldn't have to fret about him being emotionally duped. Money could be earned back, but emotional deception could be quite troublesome. I'm not foolish. I can't let those thousands go to waste. I need to recoup my losses from her. Let us say we charge 300 for a night. I'd have to sleep with her for 1.5 years to break even. Besides, I've already devised a plan. I'll have her forego protection, and once she is pregnant, I'll kick her to the curb. I want her to know the consequences of crossing me. Xiao Jigang. What a sin. If she gets pregnant, it will still be your child, Chen Yiyang lamented. Nonsense. Whose child it is remains to be seen. That woman has certainly been unfaithful behind her husband's back. Otherwise, how do you think she, a divorced woman, could afford to run a gaming hall? Xiao scoffed derisively, finally arriving at the antique street. Chen Yiyang parked the car early and called for Xiao Pongzi before standing outside Linshikshuan's shop, seeking a suitable spot to watch the unfolding drama. A few minutes later, Jin Xingjia, supporting Song Yen, arrived at the entrance, panting heavily as if exhausted from a long chase. Jin Xingjia, are you out of your mind? Did you say it was only a few kilometers? My legs feel like they're about to break. I've never been this tired shopping, Song Yen complained, holding her waist, nearly out of breath from her irritation. Yinzi, don't be angry. I was just afraid of being watched. You know what they say? Wealth should be concealed. I've read news about people getting robbed and even killed for their treasures, Jin Xingjia nervously explained. Who would dare rob you in broad daylight? And are you telling me taking a taxi would kill you? With your stinginess, you'll never even get to touch my toes. Okay, I was wrong. Next time, I'll change my ways. Once we sell the treasure, I'll share half with you. Jin Xingjia quickly apologized, biting the bullet and promising. Song Yen's eyes lit up. That's more like it. Tonight, I allow you to accompany me shopping. Chapter 32. Too intense, too explosive. Today, Chen Yiyang witnessed firsthand the pitiful nature of a sycophant. However, Their essay saying, "Those who are pitiable often have their own despicable traits. Such individuals are not deserving of sympathy." Upon entering Linshikshuan, they were greeted by Hu Guohua, the same shopkeeper as before. In terms of appraising treasures, Hu Guohua was quite professional. After meticulously examining the item with his tools, he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this piece is called mouth-holding jade, and it's quite a valuable object. May I inquire what price you have in mind?" With hopeful anticipation, Song Yin asked, "Shopkeeper, why don't you give us a price first?" Hu Guohua removed his reading glasses, pondered for a moment, and with a smile, replied, 30,000. What do you think? This old man was even greedier than Xiao Pongzi, aiming to pocket 2/3 right off the bat. However, the price of antiques fluctuated greatly. The value of an item depended entirely on the buyer's preferences. No matter how eloquently you described an object, if the buyer was uninterested, it was worthless. What? Only 30,000? Jin Xingjie was immediately incensed, shouting, "Old man, are you blind? Do you even know who has held this before? Who held it? Your mother?" Hu Guohua retorted without holding back. A piece of jade worth 50,000 to 60,000 shouldn't elicit such rudeness, especially since it was clear that Jin Xingjie and Song Yan were novices, allowing Hu Guohua to speak rather freely. Jin Xingjie's face flushed with anger. "Get lost. This is a piece from the Qing dynasty, held by the Empress Dowager Cixi. My surname is Jin, derived from Aizenjoro. In the past, you would have to kneel before me." "Huh. When did you acquire this delusion?" Hu Guohua, usually solemn in demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle this time. Noticing the rising tension, Song Yin quickly interjected, "Shopkeeper, don't engage with him. He truly is descended from the Aizenjoro. This ancient jade was excavated from the royal tombs. It was held by Empress Dowager Cixi. Please, examine it closely and tell us its true worth. Looking at it 100 times won't change its value. This piece is from the Republic of China era. While it is indeed a fine jade, it's worth only this much. And as for your Aizenjoro claim, my ancestor was Huhai. Am I supposed to be proud of that? The Qing dynasty has long perished." Hu Guohua sneered, tossing the jade back onto the counter. Jin Xingjie, now frantic, protested, "That's impossible. This isn't just any jade. Are you trying to swindle me? Is Linshikshuan trying to bully customers? Earlier, Xiao Pongzi had offered 50,000, and now, having come to Linshikshuan, he felt he was losing out by 20,000. Hu Guohua had initially intended to ignore him, but seeing Jin Xingjie's reaction, he suddenly changed his demeanor, adopting a more polite tone. Come, if you don't believe it's from the Republic, take a look at this Qing dynasty item. A powder-painted snuff bottle from the Qianlong era. Here, feel it for yourself. Does it not feel different?" He presented a snuff bottle, placing it openly on the counter. Jin Xingjie couldn't resist, and reached out to touch it. Crack! The lid of the snuff bottle suddenly fell off and shattered into 2 pieces. "That wasn't my fault." Jin Xingjie panicked, about to explain. Just moments ago smiling, Hu Guohua's demeanor shifted abruptly. "Oh, you've broken my antique. Do you have any idea how much this snuff bottle is worth? Over 1 million. You're finished. It wasn't my fault. The lid was already broken. I only touched it lightly. Who else could have caused it to fall if not you? We have surveillance in this store, you little rascal. You've damaged my antique, and now you expect to wriggle out of it?" Hu Guohua sneered, clapping his hands. "Someone come here." Several burly security personnel rushed over, seizing Jin Xingjie by the collar. The scene erupted into chaos, with customers and vendors outside flocking to witness the spectacle, some of whom were undoubtedly planted by Linshikshuan. "Kid, you broke someone's property. You must compensate." "Wow, a powder-painted snuff bottle from the Qianlong era. Such a valuable item. If he doesn't pay, we should just call the police." A chorus of voices pointed at Jin Xingjie. "It wasn't my fault. I swear it wasn't me. It was already broken. You're framing me. Woo-woo, you're such a big store, this is a trap." Jin Xingjie cried, his voice breaking into sobs. Hu Guohua showed no mercy, threatening him fiercely. "Kid, you broke the item and dare to turn the tables on us. Fine, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I'll teach you a lesson and then call the police to have you locked up. I have no money. You're setting me up. I'll fight you." Upon hearing he would not only have to pay but also face imprisonment, Jin Xingjie was thoroughly enraged. Only those who are wrong truly understand the depths of their injustice. Seeing Hu Guohua's arrogant demeanor, Jin Xingjie lost his composure, grabbing a screwdriver from the counter and charging at Hu Guohua like a crazed beast. "Oh no. He has gone mad. Call the police." The crowd erupted into chaos as blood was spilled. Jin Xingjie tackled Hu Guohua to the ground, stabbing him in the abdomen with the screwdriver, and in a fit of madness, he bit down on Hu Guohua's ear like a rabid dog. The antique shop was filled with Hu Guohua's horrified screams. A few strong men managed to pull Jin Xingjie away. Otherwise, without someone to protect him, he might have faced dire consequences today. Outside on the street bench, Xiao Pengzi clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "Wow, this kid is truly a mad dog, biting him. Haha, it serves Hu Guohua right. Look, his ear is almost bitten off." The cycle of karma is relentless. Those who deceive will eventually face their retribution. Chen Yiyang remained remarkably calm. Sending Jin Xingjie to Lin Shixuan today turned out to be fortuitous. He had not anticipated such ferocity from Jin Xingjie, who seemed to be collecting interest from Lin Shixuan ahead of time. In the world of antiques, it's not merely about the relics, it's about the people. Skilled connoisseurs often weave tales around counterfeit items to deceive the discerning eye. However, institutions like Lin Shixuan, employing such underhanded tactics to swindle, are difficult to retaliate against. This time, Jin Xingjie proved to be an unexpected delight. It is likely that Lin Shixuan will think twice before brazenly deceiving customers in the future, as in these times. The bold often fear the reckless, and there are many reckless souls like Jin Xingjie. The situation escalated rapidly, and soon a patrol car arrived at the scene. A considerable number of police officers disembarked, led by an unexpectedly striking female officer. Chapter 33. Miss Bai, the second daughter of the Bai family, possessed an exquisite beauty. With a face that radiated both innocence and allure, embodying a blend of purity and desire. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, and her tall, voluptuous figure was accentuated by her uniform, which drew the eye with undeniable allure. Particularly captivating were her long, elegant legs, which seemed to account for half her height. "Goodness! It's Officer Bai Tao," exclaimed Xiao Fatty, his eyes wide with admiration, nearly bulging from their sockets. "What do you mean by Bai Tao?" Chen Yiyang frowned in confusion. "Don't you know? Bai Tao is the second daughter of the Bai family from Xifangzhai. I thought I mentioned it," Xiao Fatty whispered, casting a glance at him. The eldest sister, Bai Jia, and the second sister, Bai Tao, are both stunningly beautiful. However, Bai Tao is a different story. She has quite the fiery temperament. The last time she apprehended a rapist, she broke one of his legs in the process. She did the right thing. "It's just a leg," Chen Yiyang remarked. "You don't understand. It was his third leg that got broken. There are regulations for such matters, and she faced repercussions because of it. She's a thorny white rose." Once, she went undercover to crack down on a foot fetish case and managed to apprehend all the culprits. Those perverts ended up in tears and voluntarily turned themselves in. Xiao Fatty recounted, shrinking back a little, clearly intimidated by Officer Bai Tao. To have made perverts cry indeed spoke volumes about her ferocity. Chen Yiyang felt a twinge of apprehension and quickly suppressed any lascivious thoughts. The silver handcuffs dangling from Bai Tao's slender waist served as a stark reminder of the fine line between allure and danger. It was best not to provoke such a woman. With the arrival of the police, matters became considerably simpler. Jin Xingjie was cuffed and escorted into the police vehicle, while the burly men who had been overly aggressive were also taken away for questioning. The shopkeeper, Hu Guohua, fared the worst. He had suffered a stab wound to his abdomen and had lost an ear, and was now being taken to the hospital for examination and interrogation. As he was helped out by two officers, Hu Guohua lamented, "Officer, I'm the victim here. This scoundrel damaged my shop's antiques and injured me. He deserves a heavy sentence, preferably the death penalty." Bai Tao's expression remained cold as she replied, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my investigation? We have procedures to follow." "You." Hu Guohua was momentarily speechless, finally recognizing her and indignantly retorting, "Aren't you from the Bai family? Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and retrieve your ear. Get in the car." Bai Tao dismissed him, her lack of interest palpable as she led her team away. Song Yin was also taken away, destined for interrogation. With the excitement over, Chen Yiyang intended to explore Xifangzhai and inquire about Bai Tao from her elder sister, Bai Jia. The two sisters were not far apart in age, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Just as he took a few steps, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Li Yuan. "Darling, my best friend returned last night, and she is eager to meet you. Shall we have dinner together?" "Your friend? What does that have to do with me?" Chen Yiyang replied, disinterested, shaking his head. Having a woman's friend around rarely led to anything good, especially since he and Li Yuan had yet to define their relationship. The closer they became, the more troublesome it could be. "No, it's just to get acquainted." Li Yuan pouted and suddenly lowered her voice, saying, "I bought 2 pairs of black stockings. You can tear them apart tonight if you like." The thought of Li Yuan in sensual black stockings ignited a warmth in Chen Yiyang's abdomen. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Could we perhaps swap those for a police uniform? It would be delightful if you could include a pair of handcuffs." The recent encounter with Bai Tao had left a deep impression on him, and he realized it was such women who instilled a sense of conquest. Yet, Bai Tao seemed a bit daunting. For now, he could settle for role-playing with Li Yuan. Li Yuan playfully protested, "Oh, come on. I just placed the order online." Chen Yiyang nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go for the bunny officer look. Where shall we dine? Let's have barbecue. You come pick us up, and after we eat, we'll watch a movie. I've booked a private theater," she hinted, her intentions clear. But with her friend present, he wondered if it would be convenient to proceed with their plans. Never mind. Chen Yiyang shrugged off his concerns, grabbing his car keys and heading out. He postponed his visit to Sifangzhai, as Bai Jia was too serious and conservative for playful banter. Li Yuan's apartment was located in a pleasant community, a two-bedroom unit shared with Gan Tingting. After much contemplation the previous night, she decided to take the initiative. In this day and age, when a good man comes along, a woman must be proactive, otherwise, someone else might sweep him away. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, Chen Yiyang waited for over 10 minutes before Li Yuan and Gan Tingting finally appeared. The moment he laid eyes on Li Yuan's friend, he was pleasantly surprised. Gan Tingting was far more beautiful than he had anticipated and exuded an excellent aura. Clad in a simple short-sleeved shirt and white denim shorts, her long legs were striking. As they approached, Li Yuan eagerly introduced, "Darling, this is my best friend, Gan Tingting. She is a flight attendant, having recently returned from international flights." "Hello." Chen Yiyang extended his hand with a smile. However, to his dismay, Gan Tingting merely glanced at him, then turned her attention to the rideshare vehicle, saying, Yuan. Let us hurry. The sun is too hot. I don't want to get tanned." "All right then." Li Yuan felt a bit awkward, but could only offer an apologetic glance at Chen Yiyang. Chen Yiyang shrugged it off, retracting his hand while casting Gan Tingting a sidelong glance, a smirk forming in his heart. "Ah, woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. When the day comes that I conquer you, you shall face the consequences." Chen Yiyang was acutely aware that Gan Tingting was dismissing his vehicle as beneath her standards. As expected, upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, she maintained her distance from him, engaging solely with Li Yuan about her experiences flying international routes, regaling tales of affluent bachelors and sons of multinational corporations. Clearly, she was accustomed to mingling with the elite and the wealthy. Chen Yiyang could only focus on his meal. The barbecue was quite delicious, with attendants dedicated to grilling, allowing them to simply enjoy their food. Li Yuan felt quite embarrassed, with Gan Tingting monopolizing the conversation. She feared Chen Yiyang might misinterpret the situation. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Yiyang was in the restroom, Li Yuan hurriedly followed him, her expression eager as she said, "Darling, you know how Tingting is. Don't be upset, all right?" "I'm not upset. I just prefer it if you don't bring her next time. She is too noisy and ruined my appetite," Chen Yiyang replied casually. "Okay, I understand," Li Yuan said, realizing she had erred. When they returned to their seats, Chen Yiyang's mood had lifted considerably. Yet, Li Yuan's cheeks were flushed, her gaze toward him filled with longing. Gan Tingting, noticing Li Yuan's prolonged absence, inquired, Yuan, why were you gone so long?" "Oh, did you drink milk? When did you order it? I'd like some too." "No, I brought my own." "I finished it all," Li Yuan replied, flustered as she quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. Chen Yiyang, overhearing their exchange, nearly burst out laughing. Gan Tingting was so eager for milk, but he had none left. He'd have to wait at least another hour. The barbecue dinner was not particularly satisfying. As they exited, Gan Tingting remarked sarcastically, Yuan, let us go shopping. You can have him wait in line for milk tea, and we'll come back to meet him later. This may not be ideal, but what is wrong? That bubble tea shop is incredibly popular." The queue lasts over an hour. Gan Tingting, taking matters into her own hands, glanced at Chen Yiyang and said, "Hey, could you fetch us some bubble tea? Once you have it, come back to us, all right?" "Sure." To her surprise, Chen Yiyang readily agreed and promptly descended the elevator. As soon as he left, Gan Tingting immediately began to critique him, exclaiming, "So ordinary, my dear sister. Men like that are everywhere on the streets, aren't they? Honestly, I could introduce you to 100 times better eligible bachelors from my phone. What are you thinking? Are you sure he truly earns $1 million a year?" Li Yuan replied with certainty, "Of course. Sifangzhai is even eager for him. You don't understand the antique business. High-end talent is exceedingly rare. Oh, speaking of antiques, I happen to have something that seems to be an antique. I should ask him to verify if it's truly worth that much." "You have an antique? A gift from a fool on the plane. I doubt its authenticity. I'll invite him to my home tonight to help you appraise it," Li Yuan suggested. Attempting to redeem herself later, Gan Tingting saw through her intentions, retorting, "Little vixen, I see you're after a man, aren't you? Just to be clear, you two can conduct your affairs, but let us keep it discreet. Don't worry, I'll do my best to keep it under wraps. Little minx. Upon exiting the mall, Chen Yiyang lit a cigarette. He had been craving one since they didn't allow smoking inside, and was looking for an excuse to step out. As for fetching bubble tea, Gan Tingting was hardly worthy of it. He wasn't the kind of man to be subservient like Jin Xingjie. While enjoying his cigarette outside, a police car suddenly pulled up in front of him. To his astonishment, it was the female officer, Bai Tao, from earlier that morning, accompanied by another officer. She approached Chen Yiyang, revealing her badge. Are you Chen Yiyang? This felt ominous. Chen Yiyang, feigning innocence, replied, Yes, officer, what is this about? I'm a law-abiding citizen. What do you need me for? Oh, so you realize you've committed an offense? Bai Tao scoffed. This morning around 11, something happened at Lingshikshuan on Antique Street. And it involves you. Someone reported that you incited them to sell antiques. Incited? Really? Chen Yiyang could guess with his toes that it was Jin Xingjie, the traitor, who had betrayed him. A sycophant, clearly untrustworthy, capable of selling anyone out. Officer, I think you must be mistaken. I didn't incite anyone. The person you're referring to must be Jin Xingjie, right? Let us discuss this back at the station. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to speak. However, Bai Tao disregarded his explanation, gesturing for the officers to take him away. It was his first time in a police car, while he felt no panic. He was somewhat displeased. This had nothing to do with him, and they wouldn't uncover anything by taking him in for questioning. The police car sped along, soon arriving at the precinct. In the interrogation room, Chen Yiyang sat in a chair without handcuffs. He was merely there for questioning, not as a suspect. Opposite him sat Bai Tao and the middle-aged officer. The latter was responsible for taking notes while Bai Tao conducted the interrogation. She adjusted her equipment, cleared her throat, and, with a serious expression, addressed him. Chen Yiyang, confess honestly. This morning at 10, what did you discuss with Jin Xingjie? Be thorough, no omissions. You should know our policy. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. Honesty brings leniency? Sounds like a long sentence to me, Chen Yiyang thought. He had already planned his response on the way there, so without hesitation, he said, This morning, I was at home, leisurely scrolling through short videos, admiring beautiful dancers. Get to the point. What do you think this is? Bai Tao snapped. Officer, you asked me to elaborate. Should I not recount my story? Why are you so fierce? I'm not a suspect. I'm a law-abiding citizen who pays taxes every year. Watch your attitude. I might just file a complaint against you. Chen Yiyang retorted, visibly displeased. You. Bai Tao's face flushed with anger, her large, expressive eyes glaring at Chen Yiyang as she slammed her hands on the table. Who are you calling a brat? The middle-aged officer chuckled, raising a hand. All right, Xiao Tao, be patient. Let him speak. I'm curious to see what he'll say. Exactly. At least someone here has a decent attitude. If you interrupt me, I might forget what I was saying. Officer, where was I? Chen Yiyang, unbothered, boldly asked. The middle-aged officer's expression darkened as he reluctantly reminded him, admiring dancers. Oh right, admiring dancers. But I'm a very upright person. I rarely indulge in such things. Yet, the platform keeps pushing these videos. Get to the point. Bai Tao gritted her teeth, her slender fingers gripping a pen, almost breaking it in half. Almost there. Don't rush me. After that, I went to Shanghai and signed my employment contract. Our boss is wonderful and kind. He even granted me a few days off. Just then, Fatty Xiao called me, Chen Yiyang continued. Upon hearing the mention of Shanghai, Bai Tao's expression subtly shifted, though she remained composed. Meanwhile, the middle-aged officer interrupted, asking, Wait, who is Fatty Xiao? Full name, no nicknames. Xiao Jigang. He said he had a treasure for me to examine, and that's when I ran into Jin Xingjie. Chen Yiyang recounted the events truthfully, confident that his words would not implicate him, as he had not instructed Jin Xingjie to commit any wrongdoing. Although he had visited Lingshikshuan, he never told Jin Xingjie to harm anyone. After completing his notes, the middle-aged officer exchanged glances with Bai Tao, seemingly in silent communication. Moments later, Bai Tao fixed her gaze on Chen Yiyang, questioning, I've learned that Lingshikshuan has a poor reputation on Antique Street, with 8 trading disputes arising in the past 6 months, all due to damaged antiques and paintings. Why then would you choose Lingshikshuan? 8 disputes? Isn't that intentional fraud? I genuinely had no idea. Chen Yiyang feigned innocence, performing convincingly. Bai Tao scrutinized him, visibly vexed. Fine, you claim ignorance. But you just stated you've started working at Shanghai. Why not head there? Her intuition told her he was lying, but she lacked evidence. To avoid suspicion, Officer Bai. Surely you wouldn't misunderstand this? If I were to go to Shanghai as an employee, wouldn't that raise even more suspicion? Chen Yiyang defended himself confidently. Bai Tao struggled to counter, biting her silver teeth as she pressed on. All right, second question. That jade piece you mentioned, according to our assessment, is worth less than 100,000. Why did you tell Jin Xingjia it was worth over 10 million? And why incite him to concoct a story about his ancestry? Officer Bai, you've got it wrong. First, I did not incite him. I simply thought he could sell it for a higher price. In the antique business, a good story elevates the price. People even fabricate stories to sell cars. Tell me, is that illegal? Chen Yiyang shrugged, smiling as he posed the question. You. Bai Tao was infuriated, yet helpless. Fabricating stories wasn't he illegal? Chen Yiyang smirked and suddenly asked, by the way, Officer Bai, are you Bai Xuanu? What? Bai Tao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged police officer coughed lightly, offering a reminder. Ahem, Xiao Bai. As a member of the public security agency, we must be mindful of our public image. Although this is your personal privacy, we should still take care of our reputation. Upon hearing this, Bai Tao suddenly realized, her fair complexion flushing bright red, and she awkwardly explained, Master, that was a prank by my friend. I've been too busy these past few days to change it back. All right, let's discuss personal matters later. The officer did not elaborate further, rising to extend his right hand politely, saying, let's get down to business, Comrade Chen Yiyang. After our inquiry, we found that the case involving Jin Xingjia and Lin Shixian has no direct connection to you. We appreciate your cooperation in our investigation and hope you will continue to be a law-abiding citizen. Of course, I've always been an exemplary student and a young pioneer since childhood, even joining the Communist Youth League in university, Chen Yiyang replied with a nod. You may leave now. Officer, aren't you going to escort me back? Chen Yiyang felt a twinge of reluctance as he took a few steps away, then turned back to ask. The officer rolled his eyes, his expression unchanged as he stated, You're overthinking it. Take the bus or subway yourself. So, you only catch criminals without providing assistance? Chen Yiyang retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had been brought here without Li Yuan and the others knowing. Chen Yiyang, don't leave just yet. I have a few questions for you. Unexpectedly, as he stepped out of the precinct's lobby, Bai Tao hurried after him. Officer Bai, is there something else? Chen Yiyang had anticipated her approach and paused, pulling out a cigarette to light it. Bai Tao slightly furrowed her brows, but said nothing. Instead, gesturing toward the trees outside the precinct, indicating that Chen Yiyang should follow her. It's quieter here, and there's no one passing by, she noted. Sitting down on a nearby bench with her legs crossed, in a polite posture. Are you the informant my sister mentioned? She asked straightforwardly. Chen Yiyang smiled and nodded. Hey, you recognized me. I see you misunderstood me earlier. That's a separate issue. My intuition tells me the Jin Xingjia case is definitely related to you. Don't hold on to any false hopes. If you are guilty, you will eventually be caught. Bai Tao raised an eyebrow, her tone icy as she continued. Let's discuss the matter at hand. My sister should have informed you about the antique market case. Our precinct has been following it for a long time, but they always manage to escape. Their internal operations are very cautious, only inviting industry insiders. Therefore, you need to cooperate with me to apprehend them all. I have no objections, but I find it strange. You mentioned that Lin Shixian has had several disputes over the past 6 months, involving various scams. How many more cases are there that haven't been reported? Why not just arrest them directly? Wouldn't that be simpler? Chen Yiyang voiced his inner confusion. Although he was not well versed in the police procedures, it was evident to any discerning individual that Lin Shixian was engaged in illegal activities. They had not been apprehended, either due to powerful connections or because Bai Tao and her team were inept. Fool. Bai Tao shot him a glance, rolling her eyes as she retorted. What do you know? We police officers must rely on evidence to carry out investigations. Even if we know the complainants have been scammed, what can we do without evidence? In court, the judge won't just listen to our claims. Without evidence, even if you know someone committed murder or arson, what can you do? Do you think we police are omnipotent, able to convict anyone we wish? Hey, don't be so angry. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Are you personally attacking me now? Chen Yiyang complained. What do you mean by that? Bai Tao asked, bewildered. Chen Yiyang pointed to her pert figure, saying, You know, women have those days every month. Bai Tao looked down, noticing a small stain on her clothing, and her face turned crimson as she bit her lip and scolded. You jerk, behave yourself. This woman was indeed not to be trifled with. It's just a natural occurrence. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Forget it. I won't argue with you. The antique market is open, and I'll cooperate with your work since I signed a contract with your sister, Chen Yiyang declared, preparing to leave. Wait. Bai Tao clenched her teeth and called out. Chen Yiyang turned back. What now? Tonight, you must assist me with a case. I want to assess your capabilities. What? Not again. Chen Yiyang protested. Who are you calling big sister? Bai Tao demanded, narrowing her eyes. It's just a saying. I meant, is there really a need for testing? Of course there is. Do you think we police are idle? The antique market case is of great importance. Previously, I enlisted undercover informants, but they lacked expertise and composure, which led to exposure. Do you know how dire the consequences can be? Bai Tao queried. Is it akin to losing limbs? Chen Yiyang tentatively asked. Bai Tao nodded. Pretty much, so tonight is a trial for you. You must attend. I suddenly regret signing this contract. Officer Bai, may I ask if you have arranged for insurance? What if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I will personally accompany you. As long as I'm safe, you will come out unscathed, Bai Tao assured, her fists clenched, determination in her eyes. Chen Yiyang expressed his resignation. Hearing that makes me feel a bit more at ease. Remember, 7 p.m. tonight. Be prepared to report. Understood, Miss Bai? Don't forget to change your trousers before heading back. Chen Yiyang replied, walking away without looking back, waving his hand in a reminder. Jerk. Bai Tao's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. At that moment, she realized that he had seen everything, leaving her utterly mortified. Without a vehicle, Chen Yiyang had to hail one himself. Upon entering the car, the driver, noticing he had just come from the police precinct, asked curiously, Brother, were you at the precinct for something? This was a common trait among ride-hailing drivers. They liked to chat with passengers to pass the time, regardless of whether the passenger was interested. Chen Yiyang wished for a moment of quiet to process the information Bai Tao had revealed, so he pretended to hesitate, saying, No, I was just released. I went to the precinct to sign in after getting into a bit of trouble. What trouble? Robbery and murder. The driver fell silent instantly, maintaining an unusually quiet demeanor throughout the ride. Upon reaching his destination, the driver was quite courteous, getting out ahead of time to open the door for him. Chen Yiyang smiled, enjoying the moment, and even tipped the driver generously. Returning to the shopping mall, he encountered Li Yuan and Gan Tingting, who had just finished shopping and were carrying several bags. Seeing Chen Yiyang empty-handed, Gan Tingting immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, demanding, What happened? Didn't I tell you to queue up for milk tea? Where's my milk tea? Her tone made it seem as if she treated Chen Yiyang as her personal servant. Chen Yiyang was not inclined to indulge her, retorting with a smirk, No milk tea, but I have 2 eggs. Interested? You're unbearable. Gan Tingting was infuriated. How dare he, a mere ride-hailing driver, speak to her so rudely? The men she encountered before had always fawned over her like lapdogs. Unbearable? Who are you, big sister? Don't think just because you have a little something up front that you're special. It has nothing to do with me. You aren't even sleeping with me. So why should I cater to you? Do you think the world revolves around you? Chen Yiyang shot back without holding back. Gan Tingting's eyes widened, speechless with fury. Li Yuan hurriedly approached, trying to mediate between Ting Ting and Yiyang. Ting, Yiyang, please stop arguing. Can you do me this favor? Ting, I will buy the milk tea later. And Yiyang, please don't argue with Ting, okay? I'm not arguing with her. She is not worth it. Yiyang replied nonchalantly. Didn't we book a private cinema? Are we going or not? If not, I'm leaving. Li Yuan glanced hesitantly at Gan Ting beside her. Gan Ting immediately pulled her closer, indignantly saying, Yuan. Why are you still concerned about this kind of man? Just break up with him already. And I promise to introduce you to someone much better within a week. Someone 1,000 times better. Li Yuan remained silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Yiyang, however, took it lightly, smiling as he said, It seems you've made up your mind, so you should listen to her. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Yiyang. Li Yuan's weak voice called out behind him, but Yiyang didn't look back as he drove away. Watching him leave, Gan Ting wore a victorious expression and smugly remarked, Yuan, you even took the initiative to contact him. What does he have to offer? You're being foolish. Lowering your own worth. We are women. Even at 40 or 50, we have trouble finding men, especially since you're so beautiful. In truth, upon meeting Gan Ting today, Yiyang had a feeling of what the outcome would be. The camaraderie among women differs vastly from that among men. Girlfriends typically advise breaking up, viewing men as utterly worthless. Although Li Yuan was somewhat materialistic, she was more sensible than Gan Ting, who seemed to want everything for free while maintaining an air of superiority, as if Yiyang buying her milk tea was a grand favor. Today's barbecue had cost over 700 yuan, with Yiyang footing the bill at a rather upscale Korean barbecue restaurant. Had he known, he would have saved that money for a hotel stay with Li Yuan instead. The more he reflected, the angrier he became. He could not allow this loss to go unreciprocated, and he would eventually reclaim it from Gan Ting. Additionally, concerning Jin Xingjie and Song Yan, based on Bai Tao's information, both had implicated Yiyang. Otherwise, Bai Tao and her group Wun Ti have directly approached him in public. Indeed, Song Yan was unreliable. Once they broke up, he believed they should cease all communication altogether. He blamed Xiao Pang for being such a blabbermouth. Returning to his residence, Yiyang intended to catch up on sleep, having stayed up too late the previous night, and then going early to sign a contract with Bai Jia. He hoped to rest for a while, but was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Song Yan. What is going on? Speak quickly. Are you detained? Do you need a guarantee? Yiyang asked impatiently. Song Yan replied, no, Yiyang, I've been released. But my mom received a call, came to see me, and suddenly fainted as if she had seen a ghost. Now we're in an ambulance. What happened? I forgot to tell you, when we broke up, your mom called looking for you, and I told her you had died. So, she might have been shocked to see you alive. Yiyang had been overwhelmed with anger that day and had said it impulsively, not realizing that Song Yan's mother would take it seriously. Seeing her daughter alive must have been a shock for her heart. However, Yiyang was indifferent to that. In a daze, he was roused again by his phone. It was by Tao on a video call, sending him a location and urging him to gather quickly. Checking the time, he realized he had slept for over 3 hours. Bai Tao's location was on Binjiang Road, at a bathhouse called Charming Men Foot Bath. The name sounded rather dubious, and the establishment was quite large, taking up an entire building, with dim lighting that was quite suggestive. When he arrived, he saw Bai Tao waiting with several plainclothes officers by a van. Chapter 37. My irreconcilable war with gambling and drugs. Bai Tao was not in uniform. Instead, she wore a casual outfit, fitted pink short sleeves emphasizing her slender waist and ample bosom, paired with white casual pants and sneakers, exuding a youthful vibe. Upon seeing him, Bai Tao admonished, "You took so long to arrive. Do you have any sense of time? It's 7 o'clock, just right. Wait, why do you need me here if you're on duty?" Yiyang asked, still bewildered. "To go undercover," Bai Tao replied, pointing to the foot bath establishment. "We received multiple reports about this place involving prostitution, but every time we conduct a raid, we find nothing. So, you'll have to pose as a customer and gather evidence, understood?" Yiyang began to grasp the situation and curiously asked, "Wait, are you trying to crack down on prostitution? Is there a problem?" Bai Tao confirmed, "I really can't do this." Yiyang shook his head, resolutely stating, "In this day and age, meeting a girl who doesn't want your car, your house, your money, or even a meal, and just wants to chat with you quietly, how can you say that's wrong? Isn't at a reasonable price for a service at 398 yuan? Are you out of your mind? That's illegal." Bai Tao glared at him, her tone sharp. "Do you think I want to be on this mission? The higher-ups set the targets. If we don't intensify our efforts to combat prostitution, those who traffic women and force them into sex work will only become bolder. Do you understand? This is about reducing crime. You're so naive. But I'm technically an outsider. Is this even allowed? Don't worry about that. Just follow my orders. By the way you spoke about prostitution so eloquently suggests you've had ample experience. Hand over your phone. I'll check." Bai Tao said, a playful smirk on her face. "Come on." Yiyang felt cornered, gritting his teeth in frustration. Bai Tao pressed on. "Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. Either you cooperate with our operation, or you hand over your phone. Choose. This is too much." "Officer Bai Tao, I'm not afraid of you checking my phone because I've done nothing wrong. However, I have a strong sense of justice and feel it's my duty to help rescue women in distress. I cannot condone gambling or drugs. Therefore, I will cooperate with your operation and go undercover," Yiyang declared, his expression earnest and resolute. Bai Tao regarded him coolly, scoffing. "Here. Put this on, a pin on your chest that remains activated. Once inside, find the right angle to record, and this Bluetooth earpiece will alert us if you discover anything. Additionally, try to prevent them from escaping, understood?" "Understood, Officer Bai. Will you be covering all the expenses for this operation?" "Yes." "Then, let me ask you this. Officer Bai, have you secured insurance for me?" Yiyang hesitated, trying to stall. Bai Tao smirked. "Don't worry. If something happens to you, I'll personally see to it that you get a proper burial." "Thanks for that." Yiyang grimaced, reluctantly heading towards the Charming Men Foot Bath. As he approached the entrance, Li Yuan suddenly messaged him. "Yiyang, please don't be angry with Ting Ting. She's just looking out for me. But she doesn't understand you. Are you free tonight? Come over to my rented place. I feel a bit scared sleeping alone. Isn't there a teddy bear? Just hug it while you sleep." However, the little bear lacked warmth. "No worries, just pour some hot water on it, and it will be warm, even quite hot." The operation began, and Chen Yiyang was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Li Yuan. He turned off his phone, and, following the instructions of Bai Tao, stepped into the main foot bath. Upon entering, he was greeted by a server clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with a walkie-talkie hanging at his waist, who enthusiastically asked, "Good day, sir. How many in your party? Would you like a massage or a bath?" I'm not sure yet. I have a friend who will be joining me, so I'll decide later." Chen Yiyang felt a bit nervous, but suddenly recalled Fatty Xiao and cleverly replied. The server seemed unfazed and smiled. Of course, sir. Please follow me to the sofa area to relax. Being there for the first time, Chen Yiyang felt uneasy. Unlike Fatty Xiao, who was a seasoned reveler, he boasted about having sampled nearly every streetwalker around the antique street, claiming he had tried them all. While he seemed to look down on the younger girls, outside the main foot bath, Bai Tao waited impatiently, witnessing Chen Yiyang lounging on the first-floor sofa, leisurely enjoying fruit and drinks. She gritted her teeth in frustration, striking the van with her fist, muttering, "This jerk. Bai, is he playing us? He has been downstairs for so long. Let us wait a bit longer." At this point, Bai Tao could not turn back, gritting her teeth. Chen Yiyang sent a message, and Fatty Xiao arrived in a flash, taking less than 15 minutes. Upon entering, he swiftly removed his shoes and exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me you were treating me? If I had known, I would have saved some energy this afternoon instead of wasting it on Lulu. Let us go upstairs. The first and second floors are dull." Fatty Xiao was familiar with the place, needing no guidance from the server, and directly took the elevator to the third floor. They traversed a long corridor, passing through an iron door guarded by security. After communicating via walkie-talkie, the door opened to reveal an opulent space. Each room sparkled with pink lights. The manager led them to a private room, and, after a brief communication, 7 or 8 beautiful women with fair skin and alluring figures entered, each adorned with a number for selection. "Would you like to choose first?" Fatty Xiao winked suggestively. Chen Yiyang, feeling preoccupied, waved his hand. "You go ahead. I'm indifferent." "Haha, then I won't hold back. I'll take number 88. Fatty Xiao moved towards a mature woman and left with a lascivious grin, saying, "See you later, buddy. I'll be in the next room." Chen Yiyang nodded and, amidst the eager gazes of the technicians, casually selected the appealing number 39. He remained in the room as the manager took the others away, kindly closing the door behind them. The number 39 beauty was quite understanding. She did not rush to undress, but instead sat beside Chen Yiyang, leaning in and teasingly asked, "Boss, how would you like to play? We offer all kinds of services, role play, uniform seduction. Look at this, now that is professionalism." Her charming voice was soothing, providing emotional value that filled the atmosphere. Was 398 too steep for such an experience? She had not asked for a single extra penny from start to finish. The key was her striking beauty and captivating figure. "Brother, what type do you prefer?" The 39 beauty, named Chun, took Chen Yiyang's hand and placed it on her smooth, fair thigh. "Is this a test for men?" "Stop." Chen Yiyang felt a surge of heat rising within him. Were it not for the pinhole camera and earpiece he carried, he might have lost control. But the thought of Bai Tao and the police waiting outside made him instantly lose interest. If this were to escalate, Bai Tao would undoubtedly detain him under the pretense of soliciting prostitution. "Next time, I'll come alone." Chen Yiyang clenched his teeth, suppressing the wicked thoughts. Suddenly, he pointed at the window, exclaiming, "Look outside, a UFO." Though a cliched tactic, he wondered if it would work. The 39 beauty instinctively turned her head. "Huh? What UFO?" Just as she spoke, Chen Yiyang struck her neck with a swift chop. Surprisingly, she didn't faint. The 39 beauty frowned, rubbing her neck, and questioned, "Why did you hit me, brother? That is not how it's portrayed in the movies." Chen Yiyang was taken aback. Perhaps his force was insufficient. So he quickly delivered another chop. This time, she truly collapsed into his arms. Confirming she was temporarily unconscious, Chen Yiyang swiftly grabbed the earpiece, saying, "Officer Bai, did you see everything? The main team should come up immediately. I fear I won't be able to hold out much longer." Received. Team 1 and Team 2, prepare. Team 3, secure the front and back doors of the adjacent building. Action. Bai Tao calmly commanded. Hearing the commotion through the earpiece, Chen Yiyang felt at ease. Gazing at the unconscious 39 beauty in his arms, he didn't hold back. The allure of beauty is a universal sentiment, and he merely observed with a mix of appreciation and critique. This couldn't be illegal, right? Outside, the streets were illuminated with flickering red and blue police lights. Several police cars unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of main and foot bath. Subsequently, a dozen officers jumped out and swiftly entered the hall, subduing the front desk and the service staff who attempted to alert others. "Get down, hands on your head, don't move." "Yes, you get down. If you dare to call for help, you'll be handcuffed." The police acted swiftly, quickly controlling the first and second floors. The third floor posed a challenge. Security noticed something amiss and immediately triggered an alarm. Bai Tao entered last, assessed the situation, and promptly commanded, "Team 1, stay to monitor the scene. The rest follow me. The third floor is the focal point. No criminal must escape. Team 3, secure all exits." Indeed, the third floor was the epicenter of activity. After Bai Tao and her team rushed up, couples were pulled from the rooms and lined up along the corridor. The women were urged to dress while the men were disregarded. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Yiyang finally relaxed. At that moment, the 39 beauty regained consciousness. Startled by the noise and turned to Chen Yiyang, her face a mix of shame and anger. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm an undercover agent." Chen Yiyang raised his hands in a gesture of apology. He truly did not wish to be an undercover agent. It was all by Tao's coercion. The 39 beauty, undeterred, stood up to exit. "Are you sure you want to go out? They've already captured everyone outside, including your boss and the manager. If you stay here, I can assure you safety. At least we're not involved in prostitution," Chen Yiyang kindly advised. Peering through the door crack for a moment, the 39 beauty returned, sighing. "Being caught isn't so bad, boss. Actually, Chen Yiyang patted the sofa. "Come, let us sit and chat slowly. Share your story with me." "I don't have much of a story. I lack education and skills and don't want to work in a factory. So I turned to this profession for quick cash. I've only been in this for over 2 years, paid off my home loan back in my hometown. And I plan to buy another house. In this day and age, people laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. Money brings status, and then people will flatter you." The 39 beauty candidly shared. Chen Yiyang initially felt sympathy for her plight, but, upon hearing her words, instantly regretted his feelings and nodded. "That's true. Are you from another province?" The enchanting beauty number 39 cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, "Those from the north, in our line of work, seldom operate locally. The risk of being recognized is far too great, leading to much embarrassment. Thus, we tend to work in other provinces. Northerners venture south, while Southerners travel north. The fewer acquaintances we encounter, the better. This way, when we return home for the new year, no one will know what we have been up to." As the ongoing apprehension outside persisted, the two engaged in conversation. Amidst their discourse, number 39 felt a flush creep across her cheeks, glancing at Chen Yiyang and saying, "Boss, we agreed to chat, yet your hand seemed to stray." Chen Yiyang responded with unwavering confidence, "It's only fair, considering I paid for this." Minutes later, the external operation concluded. Bai Tao approached, gently knocking on the door. Inside the room, number 39 was already feeling weak. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at Chen Yiyang, her expression nearly melting in yearning. "Are you not coming out?" Bai Tao urged from outside. "I'm on my way." Chen Yiyang reluctantly withdrew his hand, stepping to the door where he cautiously opened it a crack to survey the corridor, ensuring it was clear before daring to step outside. Accompanying Bai Tao were 2 police officers. "Have all the suspects been apprehended?" Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Tao nodded yes. "The senior staff at the establishment have been detained. Only the mastermind remains, but we have our eyes on him. He won to escape. You performed admirably this time. You may return home to rest. What about that friend I called earlier? Please release him. He is innocent. Without his cooperation, I wouldn't have managed to infiltrate tonight." "Which one?" Bai Tao asked, her brow furrowing. "The plump one, named Xiao Jigang. He is the one I called." "You saw him too," Chen Yiyang explained. Chapter 39. Are the wealthy so oblivious that they cannot see, while fearing the poor might? They are brothers. Xiao Fatty must not be detained. One of the officers, overhearing, retorted angrily, "That guy is your friend? Let me tell you, during the arrest, he was the most bizarre. We broke the door down, and he still insisted on finishing what he started. We watched him with incredulity. This guy cannot be released. He is clearly a seasoned client." "Well, that's just like Xiao Fatty," Chen Yiyang thought, feeling embarrassed as he pleaded, "Officer Bai, we had an agreement for amicable cooperation. Strictly speaking, he was undercover, assisting your operation. A den of thieves." Bai Tao shot him a scornful glance, her expression cold as she finally declared, "Take him back for reprimand and education." "Hey, what do you mean by that? I didn't do anything. I'm not the sort you think I am, noble and righteous." Chen Yiyang protested, trying to defend himself. Yet Bai Tao was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. "Ah, women, so pragmatic. Once used, they forget you." Chen Yiyang fumed as he drove home, only to receive another message from Li Yuan. "Darling, are you really not coming over tonight? I promise to listen only to you from now on. I will do whatever you ask. Is your police uniform ready?" "Of course, I'm on my way now. I can place the order right away." "Good. Don't forget the silver handcuffs," Chen Yiyang replied with a fierce tone. Upon arriving, Li Yuan cautiously opened the door, resembling a thief, and whispered, "Darling, hurry in. Ting Ting is asleep. I'll do my best to remain quiet." She was indeed considerate, having changed into attire that was different from Bai Tao's, a blue, form-fitting police jumpsuit, complemented by black stockings. She wore a hat, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail, with light makeup that gave her an alluring aura reminiscent of a captivating character, making her irresistibly appealing. Chen Yiyang stepped inside, shedding his shoes, and playfully patted Li Yuan, saying, "What is there to fear? We share this apartment. It's not her home. You should call out as you wish. Otherwise, where's my emotional value? Stop it." Li Yuan's cheeks flushed as she closed the door, quickly pulling Chen Yiyang into the room. Passing by Gan Tingting's door, she cautiously glanced inside, feeling an exhilarating thrill. However, in the adjacent room, Gan Tingting was not asleep. Having just finished her shower, she stood before the full-length mirror, unabashedly admiring her flawless figure. Her curves, flat abdomen, and long legs, her prized assets. Alas, where is my true soulmate? When you finally appear, I shall teach you a lesson for keeping me waiting all these years, she mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips before she returned to bed. Indeed, she too was materialistic, but unlike Li Yuan, Gan Tingting harbored grander ambitions. Ordinary wealthy suitors, or those in the finance sector, held no appeal for her. She sought a man who was not only affluent, but also talented and handsome enough to match her standards. How could she allow those older men to claim her body without deserving it? Unfortunately, such a flawless man existed only in the realm of romantic dramas. Feeling a pang of sadness, she settled into bed. Not long after, however, she was roused from her thoughts by the unmistakable sounds of her friend Li Yuan in the next room. Upon listening closely, Gan Tingting felt her cheeks flush crimson. That little vixen. She promised not to acknowledge him again, yet here she is, bringing him home while I sleep. Her face was burning, a mix of embarrassment and anguish, as she endured the torment of the next 2 hours. Meanwhile, in the other room, Chen Yiyang leaned back against the headboard, content, lighting a cigarette. Li Yuan's face was flushed, her voice hoarse. Gazing at Chen Yiyang with sultry eyes, she playfully exclaimed, "Oh no, was my voice too loud just now? What if Tingting heard everything? How embarrassing. What is there to fear? She's a woman too. Doesn't she endure the same?" Chen Yiyang replied nonchalantly, "I'm heading to the bathroom." He rose from the bed, clad only in his boxers, and strode towards the restroom. Upon pushing open the glass door, he was startled to find someone seated on the toilet. "Ah!" came Gan Tingting's shocked exclamation. "What are you doing here?" Chen Yiyang was momentarily speechless, finally saying, "Why didn't you close the door? And why the lights off?" Gan Tingting's face turned beet red as she explained, "The light is broken. And it's too dark with the door closed. I was scared. Can you please step outside? Hurry up, I can't hold it any longer." Chen Yiyang replied. Unable to contain himself, Gan Tingting bit her lip, hastily using the hem of her nightgown to cover her thighs, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Chen Yiyang, unable to wait any longer, lingered by the door. Moments later, the sound of water echoed through the quiet night, crystal clear in the stillness. Both Chen Yiyang and Gan Tingting could hear it, and the thought of him waiting just outside made her feel utterly humiliated. When she finally emerged, she shot him a furious glare, muttering under her breath, "Shameless." And with that, she dashed back into her room. What is her problem? Chen Yiyang wondered, bewildered. As he hurried inside to relieve himself, after a thorough sweat, he decided to take a shower before bed. In the pitch darkness, he grabbed a pink towel without paying attention, drying himself off before returning to the room, feeling refreshed. Li Yuan, exhausted from the evening's activities, had already fallen asleep, blissfully unaware of the earlier commotion. When morning came, as she sat down for breakfast and laid eyes on Chen Yiyang again, Gan Tingting felt an inexplicable heat rise to her cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. Oddly enough, the hostility she once bore seemed to have vanished. She sat beside Li Yuan, facing Chen Yiyang, dressed in pajamas. Gan Tingting felt utterly uncomfortable, constantly sensing that Chen Yiyang was stealing glances at her body. Consequently, she instinctively shielded her chest with one hand while the other held a spoon to sip her porridge. Chen Yiyang observed her every subtle movement with disdain, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a classic case of double standards? What does it mean to guard one's chest? Is she worried that the wealthy might not see, yet fearful that the poor might?" It was a quintessential display of generosity paired with stinginess. If she had the means, why not dress differently? Chapter 40. A woman truly needs a man, otherwise, how tragic it is. Chen Yiyang inwardly scoffed and buried his head in his porridge, his gaze fixed on the bowl before him. Li Yuan noticed the unusual expression on Gan Tingting's face and asked with concern, "Tingting, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? You're the one being provocative. After the wild night you had, you little flirt." Gan Tingting silently mocked, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as she brushed a strand of hair back and took delicate sips of porridge, replying, "It's nothing, the bathroom light is broken. I'll have to call a handyman later. That minor issue." Yiyang went to the hardware store early this morning and already bought the light tube. "It's fixed," Li Yuan said with a smile, linking her arm with Chen Yiyang's. clearly pleased. Oh, thank you, she said. Don't mention it. It was just a small favor. Chen Yiyang replied coldly. Noting the strained relationship between the two, Li Yuan blinked and suggested, Ting Ting, don't you have an antique to show? Since Yiyang is here today, why not take it out for him to appraise? I must tell you, Chen Yiyang is a gem appraisal master hired by Sifong Studio for $1 million a year. His appraisal fees are quite steep. Since it's free, why not take advantage of it? Is it really free? Gan Tingting inquired, having previously looked into appraisal costs. She knew they ranged from thousands to tens of thousands, often without guaranteed authenticity, which had initially deterred her. If it were free, however, she would gladly present it without hesitation. You think I'm going to charge you? You two are best friends. Chen Yiyang scoffed. Then thank you, Gan Tingting replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as she stood up to retrieve it from her room. Moments later, she returned with a red plastic box containing jewelry, dust settling on it, and the wooden box slightly crushed, indicating it had been stored away for quite some time. Wiping the box with a tissue, she opened it to reveal a guanyin pendant. This was given to me by a wealthy young man in first class last year. I have no idea how much it's worth, just tossed it aside. I've been too busy flying around to pay it any mind. Can you tell me how much it's worth? If it's not valuable, I'll just throw it away, she said, feigning indifference while her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Chen Yiyang took it from her, their fingers brushing against one another inadvertently. Gan Tingting, female, 24 years old, flight attendant, 36D, stunning figure, pure and pristine, high market value, worth pursuing. The appraisal information before Chen Yiyang momentarily stunned him, casting an odd look at Gan Tingting. To his surprise, this materialistic woman managed to maintain her purity, which was rather unexpected. He had heard plenty of news about flight attendants leading chaotic personal lives, yet here was Gan Tingting, remarkably clean. This alone sparked a flicker of affection in Chen Yiyang. At the very least, this girl understood the importance of self-respect. What's wrong? Li Yuan asked. Don't rush me. I'm examining it, Chen Yiyang replied, focusing intently on the pendant. High-quality icy jade guanyin pendant, exquisite craftsmanship, estimated market value of $2.99 million, highly valued, worth acquiring. To his astonishment, it was indeed a jade pendant of considerable worth. The quality of jade is primarily determined by its texture and color. Icy jade is already considered premium, and the vibrant, even green hue is devoid of flaws. This pendant could be classified as a masterpiece. Chen Yiyang took his time, finally saying, This is a high-quality icy jade pendant with an excellent appearance. It could fetch around 200,000 in the market. That much. Gan Tingting's face lit up with joy. I never expected it to be so valuable, given as a casual gift, worth over 200,000. Tingting, you focus too much on appearances. Why didn't you appraise it sooner? Sai, can we still contact him? Li Yuan asked, even more excited. I have his WeChat. He just got married last month. Oh dear, what a pity. Forget it. I'm just a superficial person. His looks don't pique my interest. Gan Tingting shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. After a moment's thought, she asked, Chen Yiyang, since you say it's worth over 200,000, could you help me sell it? They say men wear guanyin, and women wear Buddha. Keeping it for myself seems inappropriate. Chen Yiyang pondered for a moment before replying, Sure, I can help you sell it right now. As a friend, I'll give you a price of 250,000. Absolutely, thank you, Chen Yiyang. If it weren't for you, I might have just tossed it out as junk one day. Gan Tingting expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She spoke truthfully. Her beauty granted her advantages. On flights, she often encountered various wealthy individuals who gifted her an array of presents, many of which she hardly examined. Chen Yiyang promptly took out his phone to initiate a transfer. He had the funds available, and this jade pendant was well within his capability to acquire. In the antique business, the principle is to buy low and sell high. Otherwise, how does one make a profit? Earning a few thousand was already generous to Gan Tingting, and he hadn't even charged her for the appraisal. After receiving the money, Gan Tingting glanced at her account balance, her mood soaring. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, Hey, Chen Yiyang, since you're so knowledgeable, my boss is looking for a gift for a client. Could you help me find something? I can, but my services don't come cheap. For your boss, I would need to charge extra. Chen Yiyang chuckled. That should be fine. This client is very important for our airline. I'll discuss this with my boss. And if necessary, I'll contact you again. Gan Tingting's tone and attitude had shifted considerably. She now regarded Chen Yiyang with greater favor, as he had effortlessly helped her earn over 200,000. All right, Chen Yiyang replied succinctly, saying no more. In the antique trade, he needed connections like Gan Tingting, who knew many wealthy individuals, all potential clients. After breakfast, Li Yuan and Gan Tingting prepared to head to the sports center for tennis, inviting Chen Yiyang to join them. Materialistic women often prioritize their appearance and body management. Chen Yiyang intended to accept the invitation, but his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was by Jia calling. The ghost market opens at 8 tonight. You need to prepare right away. Chapter 41. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is. Prepare? What do I need to prepare for? Chen Yiyang asked, puzzled. Do you genuinely not understand anything? You call yourself a gem master, yet you act like a novice. Figure it out yourself, and remember, your identity must remain concealed. If Lin Shixian finds out, you'll be in deep trouble. At that point, you'll have no association with Sifang Studio, and the contract will be void. Bai Jia's tone was icy, suggesting she was in a foul mood. This woman could switch moods faster than flipping a page. Was it that time of the month for her, like her sister Bai Tao? Furthermore, what did she mean by the contract being void? Chen Yiyang quickly caught on, displeased. So you're treating me like a temporary worker? If something goes wrong, I take the blame, but if nothing happens, I'm just a part of Sifang Studio. Now he understood why Bai Jia had given him a few days off. Originally, it was to await the ghost market this time. If all goes well, everyone will be fine. However, should Chen Yiyang's identity be exposed, he would be regarded as an outsider, with no ties to the Sifang Zhai. Indeed, Zhang Wuji's mother was correct. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. There is great depth in her character. Chen Yiyang felt that he had been too naive, merely a pawn in someone else's game. This sensation was quite unpleasant. Bai Jia's candor was unreserved as she acknowledged, as long as you understand. Damn it, treating me as a mere tool. Sooner or later, you will realize the power of this tool. Chen Yiyang thought bitterly, while verbally inquiring, where's the location? Bai Tao informed him to contact her directly. It's been clarified. She now admits Bai Tao is her sister, previously concocting excuses and claiming they were merely friends. The ghost market opens at night, leaving Chen Yiyang no time to indulge in tennis with them. After declining, he promptly descended to his car. While en route, he called Xiaopeng. In critical moments, one must rely on their brothers. Xiaopeng had navigated the antique street for many years and was well versed in the antique world. The ghost market? You actually know about it? Xiaopeng inquired, astonished. Is there a problem? Chen Yiyang responded. Hey, let me tell you, most people are oblivious to the ghost market. It's essentially a marketplace organized by tomb raiders and antique dealers. Just consider it like our stalls, only on a grander scale. Ah, if you hadn't mentioned it. I might have forgotten that the ghost market is also the easiest place to find hidden treasures. Many tomb raiders frequent it. When freshly unearthed items are sold in a hurry, the price is negotiable. However, it's risky, as items from long ago can easily invite trouble. Also, Xiaopeng rambled on. Chen Yiyang listened attentively, grasping the essence of the ghost market. In essence, it is an underground trading market, shrouded in secrecy. Items excavated from graves are illegal, and the higher the market value, the greater the risk. Generally, reputable antique dealers would shy away from such significant goods. However, in these times, there are always those unafraid of danger. As long as the profit is substantial, there will always be individuals willing to take risks. The ghost market serves as an underground trading venue for tomb raiders and antique buyers, emphasizing rapid sales and swift acquisitions. Naturally, there are also legitimate items and barter transactions. For instance, someone may desire porcelain but possess other collectibles, seeking to trade. Typically, participants aim for a fair exchange, equitably and willingly. I'll accompany you. This ghost market is a rare event, the last being 2 years ago. This time, my friends and I will enter, aside from the ghostly goods. We'll accept everything else and make a hefty profit. Xiaopeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chen Yiyang shook his head. You should stay behind. I'll go alone. Just inform me of the ghost market's rules and key details. Under normal circumstances, he would have brought Xiaopeng along, but this time, he was not merely hunting for treasures. Bai Tao aimed to capture everything in one sweep, unlike last time, when Xiaopeng also got caught. Soliciting prostitutes is a minor issue, resulting in, at most, detention, but trading ghostly goods could lead to years of imprisonment. Serious consequences. Damn it, do they look down on people? Don't embarrass yourself. Last time you claimed Old Lee's items were ghostly goods. What happened? Old Lee deceived me. He looked so ragged, his act was too convincing. Fine. If you don't want to follow, that's acceptable, but at least let me have a share, okay? I'll prepare more money. You just watch for the opportunity and bring back the goods. That should work, right? Xiaopeng suggested, a bit awkwardly. Where will you find the money? Chen Yiyang asked. Xiaopeng shamelessly replied, I'll borrow from senior sister Li Yuan. That's her line of work, and I'll help her with some performance metrics. This time, Chen Yiyang did not object. After all, Xiaopeng owed 300,000 in high-interest loans. If he didn't urgently gather funds, the compounding interest would become an insurmountable pit. Having clarified the rules and procedures of the ghost market, Chen Yiyang immediately called Bai Tao. Hello? You've received the information, right? Come to the precinct. We're about to discuss the details of the operation. Bai Tao quickly stated before hanging up. When Chen Yiyang arrived, the meeting had yet to commence. Bai Tao was diligently working in her office. Upon noticing Chen Yiyang's entrance, she did not look up and remarked, "During the meeting, you'll also listen in. Have you prepared everything?" Prepared what? Chen Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Pang had not informed him, perhaps believing that Si Fengjia would handle it all. The masks and entry tickets needed for the ghost market. Fortunately, he had prepared a set in advance. Was it really that professional? Bai Tao rolled her eyes in disdain, then retrieved 2 masks and a travel bag from behind her cabinet. Remember, aside from the Jade Buddha, everything else is a counterfeit. I borrowed this from home. If needed in the ghost market, take it out, but keep it safe if it's not used. Bai Tao said, unzipping the travel bag. Inside was a collection of antiques, porcelain, hand pillows, and various exquisite crafts, some even artificially aged. If one were not careful, distinguishing the genuine from the fake would be challenging. As for the Jade Buddha, Chen Yiyang felt assured upon touching it. It was authentic, albeit not of high value, worth around 100,000 in market terms. Regarding the masks, one was a clown's, and the other is Sailor Moon. One question, if the 2 of us go in, what identity will you assume? Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Tao replied, no one in the ghost market will question your identity, but to avoid exposure, we must act convincingly. Your identity will be that of a wealthy heir from Jinling, while I will serve as your private secretary and steward. Costumes and props will be delivered shortly. Familiarize yourself with them in advance. Since you are playing a wealthy young master, do not appear timid. Understood. Chen Yiyang nodded, a smile gracing his features. Playing a rich heir was a simple task. Out in the world, one creates their own identity. Chen Yiyang felt no trepidation. Moreover, he was curious about how Bai Tao would appear in her secretary uniform. As Chen Yiyang fantasized, Bai Tao answered the phone on the desk, nodded a couple of times, and beckoned. Let us go. The meeting is starting. What should I do? No time for nonsense. Familiarize yourself with the case and the target individuals. Bai Tao replied tersely, striding ahead. This woman truly was a formidable force. Chen Yiyang followed her, internally grumbling. The precinct S conference room was spacious, already filled with attendees. Bai Tao assigned Chen Yiyang a corner seat for listening in, then approached the conference table at the front, activating the projector. The first target is Shen Shaoling, the son of Shen Tianxiong. Currently, he manages the Shun family's enterprises, and he is also the orchestrator of this ghost market. The second target is Uncle Wang, whose real name is Wang Hongya, one of the 4 envoys of the Shen family. The third target is He Lao, known as Wu Laohe, Shen Shaoling's top enforcer. Officially, he is the general manager of a financial firm, but in reality, he has maintained a group of thugs, engaging in illegal lending and collection for many years. He has previously dealt with campus loans and naked loans, and served 3 years in prison for intentional injury. The fourth target. Bai Tao paused, then continued. The next step involves our capture operation at Niuzhou Mountain. Everyone, pay attention to the terrain here. This is a vast, desolate mountain, surrounded by other peaks and some villages in the suburbs, making it impossible to completely seal off the area. Adjacent to it lies the Bullhorn Mountain Park, which has fallen into disrepair following a previous homicide. The location of the ghost market is within this very park. Should they attempt to flee into the mountains, our search efforts would be significantly hampered. The entire meeting lasted over 2 hours, and it was only when darkness fell that Chen Yiyang emerged alongside Bai Tao. Let us go eat, Bai Tao suggested. We'll set off immediately after. Chen Yiyang followed, voicing his concern. Is this operation going to be dangerous? Are you afraid of death? Bai Tao retorted. Who isn't afraid of death? Besides, you haven't paid your informant a dime. Why would I risk my life? Bai Tao winked and reassured him. Don't worry, it's not that perilous. However, if your identity gets exposed, who knows if the Shen family will retaliate? Ugh, can I still back out now? Chen Yiyang lamented. Do you wish to serve time? Collaborating with us is a civic duty, you know. Can't you muster a bit of justice? Bai Tao threatened, her eyes wide with intensity. Thank you so much. Chen Yiyang replied, visibly perturbed. What did justice have to do with him? He was merely an ordinary person, focused solely on making money and perhaps marrying a few young models. Was there anything wrong with that? The food at the police station was quite decent, with ample meat dishes available. They sat across from each other after serving themselves. Officer Bai, I have a question. Why choose me to go undercover at the ghost market? Surely anyone would suffice, Chen Yiyang inquired. You're a fresh face, unlikely to raise suspicion. Moreover, finding knowledgeable informants is no easy task. Chen Yiyang, don't be timid, amidst the vast sea of people. Our acquaintance is merely fate catching up with you, Bai Tao replied with a teasing smile. Chen Yiyang was taken aback. Fate? So you two sisters are setting me up? Then, perform well, and there will be rewards, Bai Tao stated. Have you had enough to eat? Wait, let me have another sip of soup. It was evident that Bai Tao had a small appetite, which explained her well-maintained figure. Chen Yiyang glanced at her chest, thinking that if she continued to eat so little, she might end up losing weight. I'll go change. Your clothes are in my office. Come by shortly to switch, Bai Tao said as she stood up. Chen Yiyang nodded, not paying much attention. After finishing their meal, he leisurely strolled into Bai Tao's office. She had already changed into a sleek black professional outfit that accentuated her figure, particularly around her chest, which seemed ready to burst from the confines of her attire. The short skirt revealed her long, fair legs, adorned with black patterned stockings. To resemble a secretary more closely, Bai Tao donned a pair of large black-framed glasses. The contrast from a female officer to a secretary was striking, stunning, and alluring. Chen Yiyang couldn't help but swallow hard, imagining the scene if he were to pin her against the desk. Noticing Chen Yiyang's intense gaze, Bai Tao turned around, her face flushed with indignation. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have to gouge out your eyes. Officer Bai, that's excessive. Remember your current role? You're my secretary. What should you call me? Chen Yiyang asked, tilting his head. Bai Tao's cheeks turned slightly red as she gritted her teeth. Boss. But your tone is all wrong. You're my secretary. Your demeanor should be gentle and flattering, understand? Hello, boss. Bai Tao's voice was sweet, but her eyes were brimming with fury. Chen Yiyang relished the moment, smiling as he instructed, now that's more like it. Go fetch me a cup of coffee, iced with milk and sugar. You look like coffee. Hurry, and have it ready in 3 minutes. Bai Tao instantly turned her back and exited the office. Honestly, she is not acting at all. One day, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. Chen Yiyang murmured as he watched her figure sway in her high heels. Not daring to dwell on it further, he hurriedly changed his clothes. His outfit consisted of a white suit, elevating his appearance to that of a wealthy young man. Indeed, clothes make the man. Glancing in the mirror, Chen Yiyang pondered whether he should invest in a similar suit for himself. 3 minutes later, after changing, he descended to find Bai Tao already waiting in the car. Upon seeing his ensemble, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Chen Yiyang settled into the car and adjusted his tie, asking with a sense of pride, "What do you think? Do I look handsome?" "Handsome? Hardly." Bai Tao shot him a glance, scoffing, "Your tie is on backward. Just because you're dressed well doesn't make you a prince. Why didn't anyone mention this earlier? No wonder it felt tight around my neck." Chen Yiyang replied, feeling embarrassed as he hastily loosened his tie. The driver in front chuckled quietly, which irked Chen Yiyang. "What are you laughing at, driver? What did you say?" The driver turned, revealing a stern expression. It was the middle-aged officer who had interrogated him previously, likely surnamed Chen. Chen Yiyang suddenly recalled that Bai Tao had referred to him as master last time. Since Bai Tao was the team leader, her mentor must be at least of director-level status. Chen Yiyang forced a smile. Director Chen, I meant to say. Your smile is quite charming. Serves you right. Haha. Bai Tao chuckled softly, clearly enjoying Chen Yiyang's discomfort. What is so funny? Chen Yiyang shot her a sidelong glance. You should know better. Director Chen is a senior. How could you let him drive? We should respect our elders and cherish the young, right? Now, come on, Director Chen. Allow me to drive while you rest in the back. As he spoke, Chen Yiyang adjusted his tie and exited the vehicle to switch places. Bai Tao remarked, "You've switched positions, Chen Yiyang. No wonder you're an experienced driver. After years of driving ride-hailing, you know the roads well and drive smoothly." "Flatterer." Bai Tao replied dismissively. Director Chen smiled from the passenger seat, nodding in approval. "I must say, this young man has a solid moral compass. Nowadays, few young people understand the importance of hierarchy and respect. Bullhorn Mountain is indeed quite remote. It takes nearly 2 hours to reach from the city center of Jinling. The Ghost Market is located adjacent to the mountains at Bullhorn Mountain Park. A tragic incident occurred there when a young, beautiful girl was murdered while jogging in the morning. With few villages nearby and inconvenient transportation, the area gradually fell into neglect. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Director Chen instructed the driver to stop and reminded them, the entrance is the park's entryway. The moment you two step out of the car, you must be in character. Do not forget your identities. Once you enter the Ghost Market, try to buy us some time. Those organizing the market are very cautious. With lookouts stationed at multiple points, our main team needs to confirm your infiltration before we can address those sentries." Bai Tao surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "Master, I recall this place used to be an underground casino. The incident from years ago happened here when they operated a casino in these mountains, resulting in a fatality. Indeed, the complex terrain is what criminals are drawn to. Let us proceed with caution. Yes, Bai Tao nodded, eagerly seizing the jester mask. Chen Yiyang, eyeing the remaining Sailor Moon mask, couldn't help but grimace. Isn't it inappropriate for me to wear this? Once inside, less chatter, Bai Tao insisted, giving him a nudge with her foot. Who exactly is the boss here? Chen Yiyang grumbled, but he donned the mask nonetheless. Being a Sailor Moon was preferable to being recognized. A few minutes later, the two individuals, one carrying a travel bag, arrived at the entrance of Nyojiao Mountain Park. Several burly men were seated on the steps, smoking. Upon noticing the newcomers, the leader of the group stood up, blocking their path, and inquired, "Gentlemen, are you here to procure goods or deliver them?" Chen Yiyang, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Both. We will enter if we find something suitable. Do you have an invitation?" Indeed, Bai Tao, acting as the secretary, promptly produced the invitation. It was uncertain where she had obtained it, but it was likely that Bai Jia had orchestrated its acquisition. The burly man glanced at it briefly before returning it to Bai Tao and stated, "Mr. Chen, according to the rules, we must conduct a body search. Additionally, your mobile phones must be surrendered to us for safekeeping. Rest assured, you may retrieve them upon departure." "Proceed," Chen Yiyang said, though reluctantly handing over his phone. For such was the custom of the ghost market. Without a body search, no electronic devices could be brought inside. The man responsible for searching Bai Tao's person seemed rather indiscreet, his hands roaming inappropriately, inching toward her elegantly clad legs. Bai Tao seethed with indignation, but could only grit her teeth in silence. After a moment, she cast a glance at Chen Yiyang and playfully chided, "Mr. Chen." Chen Yiyang, having already noticed the man's unwelcome advances, stepped forward and encircled Bai Tao's slender waist, voicing his displeasure. "Hey, that's enough. She is my woman. Hasn't anyone told you that a secretary is there to assist with work and not to be subjected to harassment? Is this how your young master treats his guests?" Upon hearing this, Bai Tao's cheeks flushed crimson as she was held tightly by Chen Yiyang, and she dared not resist. The burly man quickly responded with a forced smile. "We understand, Mr. Chen. Everything is in order. Please proceed inside." As they ascended, a path remained ahead. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Chen Yiyang whispered, "With our phones confiscated, how will you notify Director Qin?" Bai Tao, her expression slightly strained, replied, "I have another device on me. I anticipated they would conduct a search." "Where is it?" Chen Yiyang inquired, glancing at her collar with surprise. "You haven't hidden it in your bosom, have you?" Bai Tao's face turned beet red as she bit her lip and retorted, "What is it to you? Have you groped enough?" "Not yet, and don't forget. I am your boss now. Look back, they are still watching us. If we are to play this role, let us play it to the fullest." Chen Yiyang grinned, releasing Bai Tao, but his hand inadvertently landed on her curvaceous rear. Just as she was about to protest, she noticed the lingering gazes of the burly men, who were indeed watching them closely. She clenched her teeth, swallowing her indignation. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at Nyojiao Mountain Park. Darkness had fallen, and several streetlights were out of order, leaving only a faint glow in the park center. The light was dim. Even familiar faces might go unrecognized from a distance. This anonymity was a boon of the ghost market, where everyone donned masks and the lighting was low, ensuring that no one knew one another. Once the transactions concluded, everyone would return to their respective homes, and if anyone were to get caught, they would not implicate others. The neglected park was strewn with fallen leaves, and many had already arrived. They casually found a spot where a white cloth was laid out, showcasing an array of antiques, ceramic vases, ancient calligraphy, Buddha statues, and more. All present. This was an opportunity for stalls to trade before the ghost market officially commenced, akin to a street market for antiques. But with the distinction that the items here were predominantly authentic. No one would dare to peddle fakes in the ghost market, as the antique dealers present were mostly connoisseurs. Deceiving them would be a daunting task. Of course, some might still hold a misguided hope, and if they ended up with a counterfeit, they could only blame their lack of discernment and count themselves unfortunate. In the industry, this was referred to as missing the mark. As the ghost market had yet to begin, Chen Yiyang decided to explore the area with Bai Tao. His primary purpose for entering the ghost market was to facilitate Bai Tao's endeavors while also seeking opportunities for profit. However, after browsing several stalls, he found himself somewhat disheartened. The items he fancied were priced exorbitantly, with no profit margin to be found. Investing in them would be unwise. At that moment, he passed by a stall set up at the base of a tree, where a man wearing a coarse fabric mask approached him, offering a porcelain vase. "Sir, take a look at this. I'm sure you will find it appealing." Chen Yiyang crouched down and gently touched the vase, startled by his discovery. Chapter 44. The perils of the Jianghu, the deception of humanity. Ming Hongwu era, a red glazed Yuhu spring vase. Market estimated value 52 million. High market value. Worthy of acquisition. The vase was exquisitely crafted but still bore traces of dirt, revealing only the neck of the vessel. Chen Yiyang exhaled slightly, and the surface immediately gleamed red. The masked man, with eagerness, inquired, "Sir, what do you think? If you like it, name your price." "My friend, I cannot indulge in such ghostly wares. Do you have anything of substance?" Chen Yiyang waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, indeed, sir." "Just a moment," the vendor replied, retreating to rummage through his belongings. "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by ghostly wares? That vase looked rather appealing. Why not take it? It was freshly excavated from a grave. Even if I could stomach it, I wouldn't dare sell it." The masked man quickly returned, now holding an ancient cup. It was sizable, a high-footed cup, broader than a teacup, but notably marred by several chips and wear, indicating it was not an item from a tomb. Chen Yiyang examined it for a moment, and the appraisal information appeared before him. Xuanda period, blue and white alkaline red color sea beast pattern high-footed cup, multiple damages. Market value 94 million. High value, worthy of acquisition. "What is the price?" Chen Yiyang asked, feeling cautiously optimistic. The masked man gave a thumbs up, stating, "You are quite the connoisseur. To be honest, I don't know much about these items. If it weren't for my father's sudden stroke that landed him in the hospital, I wouldn't be here at all. This piece was pawned to me by a friend. How much do you think it's worth? Name your price, and if it's reasonable, I won't hesitate." This Xuanda period piece was originally valuable, often fetching millions, but given its current state of disrepair, it might barely be worth tens of thousands, considering the damage. "I can offer you 200,000, Chen Yiyang stated. The masked man shook his head vigorously, insisting, No, that is far too low. My friend pawned it to me for a debt of 1 million. This is a substantial discrepancy. 250,000. With its condition, that's a fair offer. If you find it agreeable, I'll take it in cash." "Sir, that is still too low. Have some compassion for me. Please, add a little more." "I cannot," Chen Yiyang replied, setting the high-footed cup down and rising to leave with Bai Tao. "Chen Yiyang, he seems quite pitiful. His father is in the hospital. You could increase your offer a bit. Why be so ruthless?" Bai Tao questioned, unable to contain herself after they had walked a distance. Chen Yiyang glanced at her and responded, "Do you know my grandmother? She is 92 years old and told me that her longevity comes from not meddling in others' affairs. Do you have no sense of sympathy?" Bai Tao retorted angrily. "None. Respecting the fates of others and relinquishing the urge to help is my principle in life," Chen Yiyang stated impatiently, turning to leave. However, upon noticing Bai Tao's eyes glistening with unshed tears, he paused and patiently explained, "Sister, do you think I'm running a charity? Xuanda period items can be valuable, but condition matters. With so much damage, it's difficult to sell. If I hold on to it for years without success, I risk incurring a loss. Moreover, do not fall for their sob stories. In the antique world, rampant sympathy can lead to dire consequences. Is it really that severe? You sound just like the unscrupulous antique dealers, akin to my sister and my second uncle." Bai Tao remained unconvinced, her expression one of defiance. "How naive." Chen Yiyang cast her a sidelong glance. "As the second young lady of Sifang Studio, has your sister not taught you anything?" Bai Tao adjusted the large black frame on her nose. "I have never been fond of this line of work. I never intended to inherit the family business, so I seldom engaged with it. After graduating from the police academy, I joined the precinct. Is there a problem with that?" "Well, that explains a lot. Just wait and see," Chen Yiyang replied. "I'll bring you back shortly. Let's continue to look around. If we don't find anything suitable, we can wait for the ghost market to officially open." Chen Yiyang spoke with a hint of resignation. Bai Tao's face still bore an expression of disbelief. Yet she followed Chen Yiyang obediently, filled with curiosity. After a round of searching, they indeed failed to find anything worthwhile. Either the prices were exorbitant, or the items were too antiquated to consider. At one stall, they even encountered a piece of bronzeware, an item that could lead to severe consequences if one were caught with it. Chen Yiyang couldn't help but feel regret. Had he known better, he wouldn't have heeded the advice of the corpulent Xiao and brought so much cash. Carrying it around made him perpetually vigilant of those around him. The physical exhaustion was one thing, but the mental toll was far greater. Returning to their original position, he heard a vendor lamenting, "Please, have pity on me. My wife and son went to Thailand for vacation and fell victim to an online scam. They demand a ransom of 3 million. I have no choice but to part with a few treasured heirlooms." Just as Chen Yiyang was about to take a break, he noticed the man in the 9-tube mask from earlier, once again weaving a tragic tale to an antique dealer. Bai Tao was taken aback upon hearing this. Now do you believe it? First it was a stroke for his father, and now it's a scam involving his wife and son. Huh, the world is treacherous. And human nature is inscrutable, Chen Yiyang chuckled. Bai Tao shot him a glance filled with disdain. People in your line of work have such dark hearts. For the sake of money, they care not for their families and can concoct any story. Hey, could you refrain from indiscriminate attacks? I'm not involved in this. Chen Yiyang retorted. Come on, let us take a look. Bai Tao, somewhat astonished, protested. Are you really going to buy? Don't. Let such scum struggle to sell their wares. Why would I turn my back on profit? Look at him. His desperation seems genuine. But it's certainly not for his father or family, Chen Yiyang replied. He has likely been unable to sell anything for quite some time. And that must be weighing on him. Once the antique dealer departed, Chen Yiyang approached with his travel bag in hand. As they neared the stall again, he casually wrapped an arm around Bai Tao's waist, feigning an innocent stroll. Sure enough, the masked man eagerly approached, exclaiming, Hey boss, do you remember me? Let us negotiate again about that high-footed cup. Chen Yiyang feigned hesitation. Is that really necessary? I've already given my price, but if you're unwilling, there's nothing I can do. The ghost market is about to start, and all the good items will be there. Please, boss, I agreed to the previous price. However, you must take a few more of my items as well, okay? Chen Yiyang hesitated before shaking his head. Those are ghost goods, I won't take them. The spring vase from the Xuanda period carries too much risk. Even if I were to acquire it, I wouldn't be able to sell it. Not only does he lack connections, but even Sifong Studio would likely hesitate. Though the profit margin is high, the risk is equally considerable. Chapter 45. A mixed bag. Chen Yiyang had no intention of stepping into a trap when steady profits were within reach. The masked man quickly insisted, It's not ghost goods. That piece was just sold to another boss. The items I have are all absolutely clean. Take a look for yourself. He seemed anxious, pulling Chen Yiyang closer to the stall and hastily unwrapping his bundle. Once opened, in addition to the high-footed cup, there were two other pieces. One was a jade pendant. Under the dim light, it glimmered with a soft green hue, and its condition appeared quite splendid. Chen Yiyang examined it for a moment and quickly made a determination. Made by the Imperial Workshop during the Qianlong era, this high-quality jadeite pendant is valued at approximately 5.28 million in the market. Its worth is substantial, making it a worthy acquisition. Excellent, Chen Yiyang thought. Such exquisite jadeite craftsmanship, preserved in excellent condition, would undoubtedly attract wealthy women who adore jade. After all, jade is said to nourish the wearer, and even historical figures like Yang Guifei and Empress Dowager Cixi cherished it. What woman could resist? He immediately decided to purchase it, nodding and stating, This jade pendant is impressive. I'll offer you a flat price of 400,000. The masked man hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth before replying. All right. What about this one? The other piece was a water bottle, adorned with blue and white peony patterns. It was similar to the earlier Xuanda era item, still covered with soil and a blood-red hue from recent excavation, having oxidized upon exposure to air. Needless to say, all items were unearthed from the same tomb. Chen Yiyang was resolute. He would not accept ghost goods. However, out of habit, he once again assessed the water bottle. Blue and white peony patterned water bottle from the Xuanda era. A rough imitation from the Republic period. Market value is low, not worth acquiring. The assessment left Chen Yiyang momentarily dumbfounded. The water bottle was indeed a counterfeit, crudely made, and given the lack of a market estimate for the ring, it was clear that it was nothing more than a replica, akin to the fakes one would find at a street stall, likely worth only a few dozen. The masked man urged, Boss, what do you think? How much can you offer? I'm in a hurry to sell, so a lower price is fine. Chen Yiyang regarded him with a bemused expression. This man was indeed ruthless. The genuine spring vase from the Xuanda period was worth nearly 800,000, while this water bottle was a replica, yet covered in soil. With inadequate lighting, most would instinctively reason that these were excavated from the same tomb, especially since both hailed from the Xuanda period and were ghost goods freshly unearthed. However, once taken home, one would undoubtedly suffer significant losses and only lament their poor judgment. Indeed, those who ventured into the ghost market were all astute. The schemes were often beyond comprehension. Without the aid of the miraculous ring, Chen Yiyang might have been duped himself. Boss, what is the verdict? Give me a fair price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it all to you. The masked man, growing anxious, pressed for an answer. Chen Yiyang gently set down the water bottle, smiling as he said, The high-footed cup is 300,000. The jade pendant is 400,000. And as for this one, consider it a bonus. I'll give you 750,000 for all three. What do you think? Don't joke with me. This is a water bottle from the Xuanda era, an imperial piece. The previous boss offered 100,000, and I couldn't bring myself to part with it. The masked man's expression shifted, revealing his hesitation. Then go to him. Chen Yiyang stood to leave. The masked man quickly grabbed his arm. Boss, add a little more. If you treat this Xuanda water bottle as a bonus, I'll be at a loss. Chen Yiyang fixed him with a smile and asked, shall I fetch some water to wash off the dirt, just to confirm if it's from the Xuanda era? The masked man was momentarily stunned, staring at Chen Yiyang in disbelief. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, you are indeed remarkable. Fine, I'll concede. Take all three for 800,000. Just give me a straight answer. Deal. Chen Yiyang waved for Bai Tao to count the money. After counting out 800,000 in cash, the three antiques were now in Chen Yiyang's possession. The masked man hurriedly packed up his items and left in a rush. Bai Tao, who had been holding back her questions, seized the opportunity now that no one was around. Chen Yiyang, what just happened? Was that Xuanda water bottle really a counterfeit? Chen Yiyang nodded, acknowledging the situation. This fellow attempted to deceive, but I have unmasked him. Are you still going to buy it? 800,000? You, a ride-hailing driver. Where do you conjure such funds? Bai Tao queried, puzzled. Chen Yiyang chuckled. That's none of your concern. Rest assured, it's not money acquired from bank robbery. Although the water bottle is a counterfeit, the other two items are genuine. This high-stem cup is particularly valuable, with a market price likely reaching 800,000. The jade pendant is even easier to sell. With a stroke of luck, it could fetch 70 to 80,000, or even over 100,000 is not uncommon. So, even if you acquire one counterfeit, you could still earn tens of thousands? In such a short span? Bai Tao inquired, astonished. Why else? In the antiquities trade, one's acumen is paramount. If I had misjudged that last item, I would have suffered a total loss. Yet fortune favored me, and I discerned correctly. In just a matter of minutes, a profit of 70 to 80,000 seemed almost effortless. Bai Tao's eyes glittered with envy as she asked, Chen Yiyang, having earned so much, could you share a little with me once we step outside? She had been crouched on the ground. As Chen Yiyang stood, he caught sight of two rounded forms and couldn't help but nod, saying, Don't worry, I am quite generous. After we exit, I shall treat you to milk tea and Lanzhou noodles. Order whatever you desire, even the largest portions. Upon hearing this, Bai Tao sprang to her feet, indignantly exclaiming, Chen Yiyang, you miser, who cares for your paltry sum? As she stood, the view became less appealing. Chen Yiyang decided to leave the stall, as many others were already packing up and moving toward the park center, settling on a patch of grass, forming a circle. The ghost market is about to commence. The main event begins now, hurry, Chen Yiyang urged, hastily grabbing his travel bag to keep pace with the crowd. Those on the grassy expanse were cautious, maintaining a respectful distance from each other. Chen Yiyang followed suit, finding an empty spot to sit, placing his travel bag in front of him. One bag contained Bai Tao's goods, mostly counterfeits, while the other held several 100,000 in cash. The ghost market's rule dictated cash transactions only. Goods exchanged for money, no refunds once the deal was done. If one received goods and later discovered a misjudgment, regret was futile. Similarly, once payment was made, there was no turning back, even if the seller ended up with nothing. Using cash was safer, as online transactions could easily be tracked. If funds fell short, one could barter goods and supplement with cash. As the clock approached 8, people gradually gathered, enlarging the circle. Soon, a group approached, led by a man wearing a Tang Sung mask, accompanied by a woman in a fox mask. Although their faces were obscured, their genders were easily distinguishable. The woman in the fox mask was dressed provocatively in a black bodycon skirt paired with patterned stockings, radiating allure. Chen Yiyang estimated her at least a 36D, astonishingly curvaceous. Behind them followed several burly men donned in masks of Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong. It seemed the organizers of the ghost market had arrived. Chen Yiyang's gaze lingered on the woman in the fox mask, while Bai Tao furrowed her brow, whispering, Shen Shaolin is not present. Chen Yiyang remained silent, having noted the absence of Shen Shaolin among the group. The man in the Tang Sung mask, judging by his gait and stature, appeared to be quite aged. Unmistakably not Shen Shaolin. The woman in the fox mask was even more unlikely, and the men trailing behind were merely henchmen. The man in the Tang Sung mask stepped forward and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone is present, we are grateful for your patronage of our young master today. I shall not belabor the rules. All present are connoisseurs. The ghost market is officially underway. His voice was deep and slightly raspy, signaling he must be quite elderly. Definitely not Shen Shaolin. Following this, the woman in the fox mask stepped forth, laying out a large white mat on the grass, cheerfully stating, According to the Ghost Market customs, we will proceed in order. The first guest with an invitation, please present your goods for inspection. As she spoke, 2 men emerged, each carrying a nylon bag. When the bags were opened, 4 or 5 items tumbled onto the grass. Chen Yiyang winced at the sight. These 2 clumsy fellows clearly had no regard for the antiques, unafraid of damaging them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some objects were still caked in dirt. These are ghost goods, Chen Yiyang muttered under his breath. Bai Tao, bewildered, asked, what are ghost goods? Didn't your sister teach you? Ghost goods are items freshly excavated from graves, likely artifacts. Many eyes are upon us. I'll keep it simple, Chen Yiyang explained. At that moment, the woman in the fox mask began to assess the pile of items on the grass, offering her evaluations. Esteemed guests, this piece is a sky blue glaze flower pot from the Xuande period. Observe the uniform azure hue. The rim and foot exhibit a subtle clay color, while the base glaze is thin, appearing olive green. Although not from the imperial kiln, it is in excellent condition and valuable in the market. Who among you would like to make an offer? The fox-masked woman displayed remarkable expertise, making judgments without tools, merely brushing off some dirt with her fingers and blowing gently on the pot. I offer 500,000, 520,000, 550,000. The first item, a fine piece from the Xuande period, sparked a bidding war among several attendees. Those present fell into 2 categories: antique dealers sourcing goods and tomb raiders offloading items. The highest bidder won, minimizing disputes. The role of Lin Shixian was akin to that of an auction house, facilitating transactions where sellers paid a commission and buyers offered rewards, ensuring profits from both ends. Thus, the woman in the fox mask was likely an appraiser for Lin Shixian, while the man in the Tangxing mask assumed a supervisory role over the proceedings. In no time, the Xuande period piece was claimed by a rotund man for over $1 million, leaving others astounded. Even after deducting fees, this tomb raider had become immensely wealthy overnight. It was no wonder many fearless tomb raiders risked their lives for such rewards. It was less about passion and more about justifying their actions post-arrest. Next came the second item, a more ordinary porcelain bowl with an average appearance, ultimately sold for 120,000. Everyone remained seated, listening to the fox-masked woman's appraisal. Her captivating figure and bold presence held their rapt attention. A considerable crowd formed to hear her insights. Each item, from explanation to transaction, rarely exceeded 5 minutes, reflecting the ghost market's fast-paced nature. Authenticity relied solely on individual discernment. Chen Yiyang had not touched any items, so he remained uncertain of their authenticity. His cash reserves were limited, and with the funds prepared by Fatty Xiao, he could not afford to purchase anything unless he encountered an ideal trade opportunity. As the ghost market neared its conclusion, Chen Yiyang had not found a satisfactory item and opted to forego further pursuit. After all, he had already struck a good deal with 2 items, ensuring a profit of 70 to 80,000, making the trip worthwhile. At that moment, a man wearing a Zhu Beiji mask approached and said, "Brother, would you be interested in a trade? I just acquired a gilded Buddha statue, but it doesn't quite suit my taste. I have a preference for porcelain. Would you consider exchanging?" Bartering is quite common in the antique world. Some individuals favor porcelain but only possess paintings, thus they seek suitable counterparts for trade, with values needing to be approximately equivalent, supplemented by cash if necessary. Chen Yiyang pondered for a moment and asked, "It's possible, but all I have is this tall-stemmed cup. What is yours valued at?" He had no intention of parting with the jade pendant, as it was highly sought after in the market. However, the tall-stemmed cup had numerous damages and would require a skilled artisan for repairs if he were to sell it. It was a bit of a hassle, but there were experts at Sifang Zhai who could assist. Upon hearing this, the man in the Zhu Beiji mask's eyes lit up, and he replied, "I just won it at auction for 1.2 million. Yours, a piece from the Xuande period, is a fine item. May I have a look at it?" Chen Yiyang displayed great caution, retracting the tall-stemmed cup and stating, "I prefer to assess it first." The man in the Zhu Beiji mask noticed his apprehension but was unbothered, chuckling, "Of course, feel free to examine it. The event organized by Lin Shixian will not mislead you. Rest assured." Yet, Chen Yiyang remained unconvinced and insisted on his own verification. Antiques are a realm where he placed no faith in anyone but his own judgment. The gilded Buddha statue featured a 4-faced, 12-armed design, adorned with a 5-skull crown, exuding an imposing presence and exquisite craftsmanship. These 4 heads symbolize the dispelling of disasters, enhancement, reverence, and the bestowal of blessings, also serving to ward off evil spirits. As he reached out to touch it, identification information materialized before his eyes. Ming Xuande era. Victory Vajra gilded Buddha statue, copper imitation, low market value, not worth acquiring. Chen Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. This gilded statue was indeed a counterfeit, and it had been certified by Lin Shixuan as genuine. Furthermore, the man in the Zhu Beiji mask had spent 1.2 million on it, a clear case of being deceived. However, it seemed implausible that Lin Shixuan could make such a significant error. The truth appeared to be that they were deliberately orchestrating a scheme. Antiquities freshly unearthed by tomb raiders often contained a mix of genuine and fabricated items, and under the cover of darkness, distinguishing them became exceedingly difficult. The woman in the fox mask, rather than being an expert appraiser, seemed more like a presenter, reciting from notes, which explained the rapid pace of their evaluations. Everyone believed Lin Shixuan was the organizer of this ghost market and would therefore care about its reputation. In reality, they were seizing the opportunity to profit from the murky waters. Among the auctioned items, both genuine and fake were present. Antique dealers receiving counterfeit goods would find it too late to rectify the situation once they returned home, as transactions at the ghost market were final, leaving them to swallow their losses in silence. Lin Shixuan stood to gain tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, from this ghost market. The allure of wealth was potent, and Lin Shixuan's reputation had always been questionable. Chen Yiyang silently lamented the sinister nature of the Shen family, who would satiate their greed regardless of their tarnished reputation, knowing that ghost markets were not held annually, even if their rivals learned of this later. Lin Shixuan could easily shift the blame onto the woman in the fox mask, as they were merely responsible for organizing the event and collecting fees from both sides, hiring appraisers who were not their own. Watching Lin Shixuan prepare to make a substantial profit left Chen Yiyang feeling decidedly uneasy, yet he dared not expose the truth. Uncertain of who was friend or foe among the attendees. What if tomb raiders or antique dealers among them were agents of Lin Shixuan? As the items dwindled, only a few remained, and Chen Yiyang quickly contemplated his next move. According to the rules of the ghost market, once all items were auctioned, the event would conclude, and everyone would return home without regrets. How about it, brother? Let me see your tall-stemmed cup, urged the man in the Zhu Beiji mask. I won't show it. I'm not trading, Chen Yiyang replied, shaking his head. Annoyed, the man grumbled. Come on, if you weren't going to trade, you should have said so earlier. You wasted my time. Wait a moment, brother, Chen Yiyang added with a smile. I just had a quick glance at that gilded statue. It doesn't seem quite authentic. Upon hearing this, the man grew agitated. What do you mean not quite authentic? Do you even understand the Victory Vajra Buddha statue? It's a piece from the Xuande period, just unearthed. Look, for faces and 12 arms. Exquisite craftsmanship, still bearing traces of soil. You don't believe me? I spent 1.2 million on it. Why should I trust you? Chen Yiyang pointed to the gilded statue, highlighting several areas. It's simple. Shine a flashlight on it. If it's truly a Xuande-era Victory Vajra Buddha statue, the craftsmanship would be superb. The gold would have a natural patina from age. But this statue clearly shows a harsh patina, suggesting artificial aging, and the color is too vivid. Furthermore, Xuande-era inscriptions were typically carved in regular script on the base. While this appears to be cast in dim lighting, even industry experts would find it challenging to discern authenticity. The methods employed to create fakes were not particularly sophisticated. They merely exploited the psychological tendency of crowds. The ghost market occurred once every 3 years, and with the rushed auction process, items were highly sought after. If one did not act swiftly, they risked losing out. Coupled with the identity of tomb raiders, most would instinctively assume the items were recently excavated treasures. The man in the Zhu Beiji mask hesitated, questioning, is it true? Believe what you will. The ghost market concludes without regrets. If you doubt it, go ask that appraiser in the fox mask, Chen Yiyang replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He had provided ample hints. If not for the intent to disrupt, he would have remained silent. In the antique trade, fortunes could be made or lost in an instant, solely relying on one's discerning eye. The man in the Zhu Beiji mask showed visible hesitation. As the final item remained, he could not resist rising to his feet and calling out, wait a moment. Excuse me, everyone. I have a question. This gilded Buddha statue you claim is from the Xuande period, correct? The woman in the fox mask, taken aback by the question, stammered, yes, from the Xuande period. Then why does it seem inauthentic to me? Look at the color. It's too bright to have been dug up from the ground. The woman fell silent. The man in the Zhu Beiji mask grew increasingly convinced and pressed on. You say it's from the Xuande period. Can you tell me what style the Victory Vajra from that era was crafted in? The woman in the fox mask, clearly flustered, instinctively replied, well, since it's a Vajra, it must have been made for the Buddhist faith. Please do not disrupt the proceedings of the ghost market, she added. Nonsense. The Victory Vajra from the Xuande period combines Han and Tibetan characteristics. You clearly know nothing about antiques. This is a counterfeit. With this declaration, the crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. Until then, no one had questioned Lin Shixuan's integrity, as they were the event's organizers, and over the years, no one dared to use counterfeits to deceive. Without any smartphones or flashlights, attendees began to scrutinize the statue under the available light. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, a man donning a Tang Sung mask stepped forward, his tone tinged with displeasure. My fellow colleague, the items have been in your possession for over 10 minutes now, haven't they? You inspected them upon receipt. And now to claim there are issues with the goods seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Chapter 48. Are you dousing me with urine? I care not for your rules. You've brought forgeries to deceive us. Haven to you? Is this woman not someone you've arranged from Lin Shixuan? She lacks even the most fundamental knowledge of appraising treasures. And yet you designate her as an appraiser? Is this not a blatant trap for us? The man with the pig's mask exclaimed, his emotions running high. She is not affiliated with Lin Shixuan, yet she is an expert in the appraisal field. Our role at Lin Shixuan is merely to organize. The transaction between you two is beyond my purview. Fellow colleague, please refrain from questioning Teacher Zhao's professionalism, and do not disrupt the order of the ghost market. The man in the Tang Sung mask retorted, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, enough. Due to the chaos caused by certain individuals, the ghost market auction is hereby concluded. Everyone disperse. His quick response was followed by a knowing glance, prompting several burly men wearing pig's masks to emerge and clear the area. The recently transacted grave robbers hastily gathered their belongings and made their escape. You scoundrels, refund us. Everyone, examine your items closely with your flashlights. Do not be deceived. No one is to leave until we are refunded. The man with the pig's mask shouted, realizing he had been tricked and rushing forward to block others, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground. Damn it, there truly are forgeries. How did this Ming Dynasty golden Buddha turn black when burned? Panic struck as someone shouted, the cops are coming. Everyone flee. Indeed. The wail of police sirens and the flashing of red and blue lights echoed from the park entrance at the foot of the mountain, plunging the scene into chaos. The individuals arranged by Lin Shixuan began to flee, while buyers involved in the gray market scrambled in all directions. The ghost market was inherently illegal, and in the antiquities trade, it was common practice to deal in illicit goods. Under the lure of exorbitant profits, many walked a precarious line. The consequences of arrest would be far graver than acquiring a forgery. Consequently, the crowd scattered in a panic, with some feeling guilty, choosing to be deceived rather than risk capture. Bai Tao, visibly anxious, quickly instructed, hurry. They split up. You pursue that woman. She ran off with the grave robbers and must know the inside story. I'll catch the Shun family members. Chen Yiyang replied, is that necessary? Director Qin has already moved in. This group dares to excavate graves and may act out of desperation. Forget about that. No operational directives have been issued. And Master surely hasn't sealed the deal. Move now. Chen Yiyang, if you capture that woman, I'll credit you with a significant achievement. Bai Tao insisted, pulling Chen Yiyang along as they hurried forward. Chen Yiyang protested, what the hell? At least lend me a gun for protection. I'm terrified. No guns, just this. Bai Tao tossed a pair of handcuffs from her waist to Chen Yiyang before sprinting off toward the man from the Shin family, wearing the Tang Sing mask. Damn, what use are handcuffs? That guy could easily knock me out. Chen Yiyang gritted his teeth, reluctantly pocketing the handcuffs and heading in the opposite direction. Initially, he had only intended to infiltrate the ghost market, but now he found himself responsible for the capture as well. Yet, he was not a police officer. How could grave robbers be anything but criminals? They might be carrying serious offenses, and if cornered, they could resort to anything. Chen Yiyang kept a level head. He had done what was necessary, and whether or not he could apprehend anyone and take down both the Shen family and the grave robbers was no longer his concern. He pursued, but instead of chasing the grave robbers, he jogged towards another entrance leading down the mountain from the park. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Yiyang found himself unable to run after a mere 10 minutes. He was now positioned on the opposite side of Niujiao Mountain Park, completely alone. Deciding to abandon the chase, he found a slope, lit a cigarette, and took a moment to relieve himself. Just as he was enjoying his moment of relief, a startled cry echoed from below, and a woman wearing a fox mask and a tight black skirt emerged from the slope. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Chen Yiyang. Big brother, you see me and then insult me? Dousing me with urine? Upon seeing the woman, Chen Yiyang couldn't help but chuckle. Although it was dark and her mask obscured details, her figure was strikingly prominent, and he could recognize her without the mask. He wanted to laugh, but the discomfort of his interrupted urination compelled him to finish before leaping down to ask, Why aren't you fleeing? What are you hiding here for? The woman in the fox mask, wiping away the urine stains on her clothes, replied, the boss said the police have come up the mountain, and everyone has taken different escape routes. I thought hiding here would be the safest option. By dawn, the police won't be searching the mountains anymore, and I can leave without a hitch. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, otherwise, she would have been drenched. Now, only her shoulder and chest bore the marks. Smart. Chen Yiyang commended with a thumbs up, then inquired, are you an appraiser from Linshurxian? What appraiser? The woman in the fox mask paused before realizing. I don't know anything about that. I'm a contracted artist under Tianlin Media, usually hosting promotional events. I was assigned this task and just came to moderate. Chen Yiyang descended the slope, perplexed, and asked, you don't understand appraisal? Not at all. They provided me with materials to read from, just like during my regular promotional events. By the way, are you a buyer? You want to report me, will you? Boss, I'm just trying to make a living. I only earn a little over 10,000 for each event. The woman shook her head cautiously. Chen Yiyang revealed the handcuffs with a smile, saying, I'm afraid I must inform you. I'm a police officer. What? The woman gasped in surprise. You put them on yourself. If you were unaware, it wouldn't count as a crime, but otherwise, prepare for a lengthy sentence. Chen Yiyang spoke sternly, not waiting for her response before he took the initiative. It was his first time using handcuffs, but they were straightforward, akin to what he had seen on television, and he secured her wrists. Afterward, he removed her fox mask, revealing a rather attractive face. Though not a top-tier beauty, her features were well-defined, exhibiting a somewhat internet celebrity look, still quite pleasing. Coupled with her figure, it was undoubtedly an added bonus. The woman, now unmasked, appeared slightly embarrassed and hastily explained, Officer, I truly had no knowledge. This was a task arranged by the company, and while I understand it's illegal, I would face a penalty if I failed to complete it, over 10 million in damages. That will depend on what you can divulge. Do you know the grave robbers? If you provide information, I will consider it a significant contribution, Chen Yiyang coaxed. Chapter 49, Life and Death, I don't know them. The boss said this was a private small auction, and I was instructed to follow the procedure. We've rehearsed a few times before, the woman replied earnestly. Chen Yiyang felt a tinge of disappointment. So it was all for naught. Is your boss Chen Shaolin? And who is the individual in the Tang Xing mask? Yes, but he rarely makes public appearances, only showing up during the monthly selection of concubines. I don't know the one in the Tang Xing mask, but I heard the manager refer to him as Teacher Wang, she answered honestly. Teacher Wang? That must be the secondary target during Bai Tao's meeting. What a pity Chen Shaolin didn't attend. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Chen Yiyang lamented inwardly, realizing he had missed a big catch, and relaxed. What is your name? Xiaolu, she replied. Indeed, her name was quite revealing, though perhaps too much so, as it couldn't quite conceal her figure. Chen Yiyang initially thought her name was Yorong, given the circumstances, but was surprised to discover that Xiaolu was quite well endowed. Ah, your figure is quite impressive, at least a 36D, right? He remarked. Are you really a police officer? I can't shake the feeling that you're not quite serious. Xiaolu questioned, her expression one of skepticism. Instantly, Chen Yiyang adopted a solemn demeanor and replied, What do you mean? Are you questioning my professionalism? This is standard procedure. I need to verify your identity and ascertain if you are lying. Oh, she replied. Next question. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Officer, is that really necessary? Xiaolu asked, her cheeks flushing. Chen Yiyang responded sternly, Of course. I need to determine whether your boyfriend is involved in this case, or if he is affiliated with them. Well, I don't have a boyfriend. I've had a few relationships in the past, but they ended quickly. The longest lasted only 6 months. Have you ever lived together? No. I'm still a novice in that department, Xiaolu admitted, lowering her gaze, her face now crimson. Really? A live-streaming saleswoman with no experience? That seems improbable, Chen Yiyang said, clearly skeptical. He reached out to touch her wrist, and upon receiving some information, his expression brightened. Well, I suppose you're being honest. By the way, if you've had boyfriends, how is it that you've never been intimate? Xiaolu, visibly indignant, replied, Those shallow men are too opportunistic when they ask me out. They only want to take me to a hotel. If I refuse, they turn hostile. Some have even tried to get me drunk, but I can handle my liquor. I can down 3 gin of spirits and drink beer freely. They usually end up passed out first. Besides, my mother always taught me that a girl shouldn't be too casual, and any man who only wants to sleep with me is only after my body. It turns out she is a natural teetotaler, which explains why she has managed to evade unwanted advances all these years. If a woman doesn't get drunk, then a man indeed has no chance. Chen Yiyang nodded and added, Your mother is right. One last question. Is your figure natural or enhanced? I was born this way. Okay. It's exhausting to walk around with them every day. I almost wish I could just chop them off. Xiao Lu replied, exasperated, tugging slightly at her neckline. Chen Yiyang's heart raced. The heat was unbearable, and despite it being autumn, the weather felt sweltering. The surroundings were dark, with no streetlights illuminating the descent. With her hands cuffed, Xiao Lu had to lean against him for support as they made their way down together. Chen Yiyang relished every moment. But upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they finally spotted the flashing red and blue lights of the police vehicle and hurried towards it. Although Bai Tao was absent, Chen Yiyang was inside the command vehicle, coordinating operations over the radio. Chen Yiyang introduced himself, and he was quickly brought before Chen Yiyang. The time was too tight, and the terrain of Niujiao Mountain is complex. Our operation has experienced some shortcomings, and several intersections were left unblocked. Where's Bai Tao? Chen Yiyang asked. His brow furrowed. She is still up on the mountain. How many big fish did she catch? Not a single big fish, just a bunch of antique dealers. Chen Yiyang sighed. Seeing his distress, Chen Yiyang offered him a cigarette, saying, she went after someone from Lin Shixian, while I was left to pursue this antique appraiser. However, after questioning her, I found out that she is merely a temporary host from Shun Shaolin Media, and she knows nothing. You interrogated her? Yes, Chief Qin. No need to thank me. I'll leave now, Chen Yiyang said, eager to avoid revealing too much. The antique dealers they apprehended might very well be pawns set up by Lin Shixian. If they recognized the mask he had worn in the ghost market, it could spell danger. Chen Yiyang grabbed Chen Yiyang's arm and insisted, you can't leave. We need to find Bai Tao. That girl is too eager to prove herself. She is alone and unarmed, which is far too dangerous. Come, lead me back up the mountain and tell me which direction she went. What? I just came down. And now I have to go back up? Chen Yiyang protested, but he found that Chen Yiyang had an unexpectedly strong grip, and when he tried to break free, he was unable to escape. With a stern expression, Chen Yiyang ordered, hurry, get someone to take her down for interrogation. Reluctantly, Chen Yiyang removed his mask and donned Xiao Lu's fox mask to obscure his identity, then retrieved his phone and followed Chen Yiyang back up the mountain. Upon returning to the auction site in the ghost market, Chen Yiyang assessed the direction and pointed, when we split up, I saw her heading that way. Don't you have the equipment? Contact them. Chen Yiyang's face turned grave as he decisively stated, the equipment has no signal, we can't reach them. I suspect Bai Tao may have encountered danger. Everyone, listen closely. Proceed along this route and conduct a thorough search. We must find Bai Tao. If anyone is in peril, shout loudly. Understood? Yes. Chen Yiyang led 14 members in a sweeping search. Chen Yiyang could only choose a direction at random as he began his aimless search. Niujiao Mountain was vast, and the direction Bai Tao had taken was not downhill, but deeper into the dense forest, where there were no paths. Only wild grass and towering trees. The darkness enveloped everything, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Chen Yiyang hesitated to venture forward alone, so he switched on the flashlight on his phone and began his descent. After all, with Chen Yiyang and the others searching, his absence would not have much impact. Moments later, as he approached a steep slope, he misstepped and tumbled down. Oh no, please, Buddha, I haven't even had my fill of Bai Tao and her sister. In his panic, Chen Yiyang instinctively protected the back of his head. Chapter 50, Bai Tao in Danger, Artificial Respiration, whether by divine intervention or sheer luck. Chen Yiyang found himself at the bottom of the steep slope without a single rock to break his fall. The incline was covered in grass, akin to a well-manicured lawn. With a thud, he rolled into a shallow pool of water, soaking himself instantly. The water was refreshingly cool. Due to the dry weather, the pool was shallow, barely reaching his ankles. As he scrambled to his feet, he felt something beneath his palm. Please don't let it be a snake, he thought, startled. The surroundings were pitch black, so he quickly searched for his phone. When he turned on the flashlight, he discovered that lying in the pool was Bai Tao. However, she was injured. Her clown mask had fallen aside, and blood trickled from her forehead to her ear, likely from a sharp blow. Hey, are you okay? He asked, shaking her shoulder, but she remained unresponsive. Yet, he could still detect her breath. She was alive. How do I revive someone who is unconscious? Artificial respiration? Chen Yiyang murmured, glancing at Bai Tao's delicate, rosy lips. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in and kissed her. Her lips were soft and sweet. After more than a minute, Bai Tao still did not awaken. Maybe I need to perform CPR? He thought. She must have drowned. That is how it works, right? With no time to worry about propriety, Chen Yiyang quickly unfastened Bai Tao's uniform buttons. The inner layer was also black, curvaceous yet perfectly contoured. He pressed down with both hands, once, twice, continuing the compressions for several cycles. Cough, cough. To his astonishment, Bai Tao actually stirred awake. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Chen Yiyang straddling her, pressing down on her chest, Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment and fury as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel." Bai Tao raised her hand to slap him, but Chen Yiyang reacted swiftly, turning his head to evade the blow, which only grazed his shoulder. "Hey, I just saved your life, and this is how you repay me?" he retorted. "Who asked you to save me? Get off me, you jerk." Peach blushed deeply, from her fair and delicate face to her snow-white neck. Alas, good intentions were met with ingratitude. Upon noticing this, Chen Yiyang quickly released his grip and rose from beside Peach. She immediately fastened her clothing and, with a swift kick, aimed at him. "What the hell? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Yiyang exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain and instinctively clamping down on her leg, grabbing her firmly as he retorted, "Are you insane? Why are you kicking me? Don't you realize this is not the place for such actions? Who allowed you to take advantage of me? Let me go?" Peach demanded angrily. "Damn it, you'd be lost without me." Chen Yiyang felt a surge of irritation and released her leg, pushing her slightly away. This woman was utterly unreasonable, nearly leading him to extinction. Suddenly freed, Peach stumbled back, seemingly twisting her ankle upon landing, letting out a pained cry as she crouched down, cradling her ankle with a grimace of agony. "You deserve it," Chen Yiyang muttered in frustration, climbing out of the water and turning to leave. "Chen Yiyang, stop right there," Peach shouted through gritted teeth. He turned, asking, "What now?" "I've hurt my ankle. Help me up," she implored. "Why should I? I saved you. And you repay me with a kick that nearly caused my demise. Don't think you're special just because you're beautiful. I'm leaving. Figure it out yourself. Just a heads up. There might be snakes in the water," he said, deliberately trying to scare her while secretly vowing to make her pay dearly if given the chance, imagining consequences for her arrogance. Realizing her previous behavior was excessive and feeling a tinge of fear in the dark surroundings, only Chen Yiyang's phone providing light, Peach bit her lip and softened her tone. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Could you please help me up?" Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chen Yiyang's heart softened again. "I can help you. But you must keep your distance so you don't accuse me of taking advantage again." "All right," Peach replied softly. After much effort, he finally pulled her onto the shore. But she could not walk at all. Her ankle was twisted, and pain shot through her as her right foot touched the ground. Chen Yiyang crouched down to examine her ankle, which was swollen and already showing signs of bruising. It seemed she had sustained a serious injury. "It looks like you might have strained a tendon." "Never mind. I'll carry you," he said, resolutely squatting down. Peach hesitated before agreeing. "Thank you." "Thank you for what? Just don't blame me later. By the way, didn't you chase after that guy with the Tang Sing mask? How did you end up here?" Chen Yiyang gestured to his back. "Get on." Peach climbed onto his back, grasping his shoulders, attempting to keep some distance, but her physique made it impossible, inevitably. Part of her body pressed against his back. Accepting her fate, she gritted her teeth, stating, "When I chased after him, someone blocked me, and with their numbers. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found you." Chen Yiyang didn't dwell on it, supporting her as he climbed, saying, "You were lucky to encounter me. Otherwise, you might have spent the night in that pond. Even without snakes, you could have drowned. By the way, did they recognize you and choose not to harm you?" "I believe so. They threw away my equipment too." "What about you? Did you catch up with the Tomb Raiders?" "I couldn't keep up. They scattered too quickly. However, I was fortunate to capture the woman in the fox mask." Peach, upon hearing this, expressed her disappointment. "The teacher Wang you mentioned must be the secondary target, Wang Hongya. It's a pity we couldn't capture Shen Shaolin, but getting him would still be worthwhile." "No worries. Director Qin is broadening the search. We might still catch a big fish. By the way, how much do you weigh?" Chen Yiyang asked as he continued to climb. "Over 90, why?" Peach replied. "You don't look heavy. Where is all that weight coming from?" "You jerk." Peach attempted to strike him, but upon noticing the sweat dripping from his forehead, she withdrew her hand. Descending was easy, but climbing was arduous. The steep slope was high, and it would take at least half an hour to reach the top. Chen Yiyang was panting heavily, saying, "Can't I even make a joke? You really are heavy. I can't carry you much longer. Let us take a break." Chapter 51. Do you want to be my foster mother? Then put me down. They found a patch of grass to sit on, having barely covered half the distance. It was past 3 in the morning, and Chen Yiyang wondered why Director Qin had not yet come looking for them. "Damn, my phone is dead. It's so dark in this forest. There can't be wolves, right? There are no wild beasts in Miujiao Mountain. It's a natural park. It used to be lively here, except for that murder case." Peach tried to reassure herself, speaking calmly. "The girl who was raped and murdered while jogging up the mountain? Damn, do you think there could be a female ghost? You're delusional. There are no ghosts in this world. Stop scaring yourself. Believe in science." "I believe in science too much." Chen Yiyang scoffed, not arguing further. He had once been an atheist, but now he felt some doubt. After all, How could he explain the mysterious ring on his finger? With the phone dead and Peach's equipment lost, they could not contact Chen Yiyang and had no choice but to wait in place, resting before looking for a way down after climbing further up. Chen Yiyang lit a cigarette, glancing at Peach, who was massaging her ankle to ease the pain. It was undeniable. Peach was truly enchanting. She possessed a sweet visage, exquisite features, fair skin, and a tall, slender figure with long legs. Such stunning beauty and physique seemed wasted not to be a model. However, she was a police officer, which curbed any illicit thoughts Chen Yiyang might have entertained. He certainly dared not act improperly. If things went awry, she would show him her marksmanship. What are you staring at? Peach asked, lifting her head. Chen Yiyang candidly replied, can a handsome face be admired? How shameless. Complimenting me is also a crime? Should I say you're ugly to make you happy? You're ridiculous. If I were you and someone called me handsome, I'd happily offer them a cigarette and call them my foster father. And the woman? Of course, she'd be the foster mother. Wait, do you want to be my foster mother? Hee, that could work. Chen Yiyang mused, his eyes appraising Peach's form. Lecherous. Though Peach did not understand the term foster mother, she sensed Chen Yiyang's gaze was inappropriate. Time trickled by, and the surroundings grew too quiet. Unable to contain herself, Peach initiated a conversation, asking, hey, are you really a treasure appraisal master at such a young age? I'm just an amateur. I can't claim to be a master. True masters always possess the heart of a student. This field tests one's vision, which has little to do with age. I majored in philosophy and minored in history in college, so I know a bit more. Philosophy? What does it discuss? Chen Yiyang pondered for a moment before responding. Well, how should I put it? Our instructor used to tell us that life is fleeting and one should not pursue material wealth and possessions like money, houses, and cars, but rather seek a pure spiritual existence and freedom. Regardless of whether it is positive freedom or negative freedom, I perceive a certain greed for wealth in you. Bai Tao inquired with curiosity. Chen Yiyang chuckled lightly, affirming, indeed, I have never heeded my mentor's advice, for after class, he frequents bars and indulges with two young models. Eventually, I realized that no form of freedom is as gratifying as financial freedom. The pursuit of a spiritual existence is only viable once one's material needs are adequately fulfilled. Furthermore, my mentor hails from a wealthy family. He began studying philosophy at the tender age of 15, delved into Voltaire at 18, and inherited his father's fortune by 20. Bai Tao fell silent for a moment. Suddenly hearing a commotion, she looked up and exclaimed, it seems someone is here. Hello, is anyone there? It was the voice of Chen Yiyang, followed by the beam of a flashlight. Yes, master, I'm here. Bai Tao joyfully waved her hand. Upon hearing the response, the individuals above quickly descended, with Chen Yiyang leading the way. Upon seeing the two together, Chen Yiyang sighed in relief and remarked with a smile, I knew you two would be safe. Master, the one responsible for this gathering at the ghost market is Wang Hongya, one of the 4 major enforcers of the Shen family. I nearly apprehended him, but was knocked unconscious by his subordinates. Were the tomb raiders captured? Bai Tao asked anxiously. All of them were captured. They carried a substantial amount of cash and could not escape. Eventually, they were found hiding in a cave by our team. Wang Hongya managed to flee, but it is inconsequential. The female streamer that Xiao Chun apprehended can serve as a witness, ensuring Wang cannot evade justice. The rest are merely minor players. We will trace the leads and conduct a thorough investigation upon our return, Chen Yiyang stated, nodding in affirmation. Turning to Chen Yiyang, he extended his hand with a beaming smile, adding, Xiao Chun performed admirably this time. Thankfully, we captured that female streamer. Or else tracking Wang Hongya would have been quite challenging. Thank you for your hard work today. You're too kind. It was my duty. Chen Yiyang scratched his head, slightly bashful, yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. Assisting in the capture of these criminals felt significantly more fulfilling than his previous endeavor with Bai Tao. As there was no pang of guilt, these tomb raiders, who trafficked national relics, deserved to be apprehended. As for the Lin Shixian incident, it would suffice for the Shen family to bear the consequences. With a large team dispatched, Chen Yiyang no longer needed to exert himself. They brought stretchers to carry Bai Tao down the mountain. After regrouping, everyone slowly returned to the city. Chen Yiyang alighted midway, opting to take a taxi back to his residence. This was a more prudent choice to avoid suspicion, as he was, after all, an undercover agent. Returning to the precinct would make him easily recognizable. Upon arriving home, Chen Yiyang promptly charged his phone. Once powered on, he received numerous messages. Most concerned about the operation was Bai Jia, who had messaged around 3 o'clock inquiring about the situation. After considering, Chen Yiyang replied, detailing the events at the ghost market. You did well. When you wake up tomorrow, you will officially start work, Bai Jia praised. Chen Yiyang hesitated, replying, "Boss, I don't feel well and would prefer not to work tomorrow." "What seems to be the issue?" "I see you're unwell," Bai Jie responded with concern. Chapter 52. Blossoming Results. Bai Jie sent a question mark before adding, "Then you will work normally tomorrow, and I will take a break." "Wow. You truly are a considerate boss." Bai Jie did not reply but sent a smiling emoji. Chen Yiyang was exceedingly fatigued but resisted the urge to sleep, hiding several items acquired from the ghost market beneath his bed before finally succumbing to rest. The next morning, Chen Yiyang was awakened by noises outside. Upon descending, he saw Xiao Pang and Li Yuan had arrived. Xiao Pang's funding was borrowed from the bank where Li Yuan worked. It was due to Chen Yiyang that she was willing to lend such a significant sum, assuming the associated risks. Therefore, Li Yuan was aware of the situation, though she was unaware of Chen Yiyang's destination. "Are you insane? Why the rush?" Chen Yiyang glared at him. Xiao Pang grinned. "You didn't reply all night." "Of course. I was anxious." "What is the situation?" "Come inside, and I'll explain," Chen Yiyang replied, opening the yard's iron gate. Once upstairs, he retrieved the items from beneath his bed. The first was a high-footed cup from the Xuande period, valued at over 800,000, with restoration from a master at Sifang's. It could fetch upwards of 1,000,000. The second was a jade pendant, worth tens of thousands. "I recommend holding off on selling until we find the right buyer. By selling these two items, we could easily earn 70 to 80,000. What do you both think?" Chen Yiyang presented the two pieces. Xiao Pang nodded. "I'm indifferent. In the antique business, patience is key. Buy low, sell high, and profits will follow. I trust your judgment." Li Yuan beamed, asking, "Darling, I helped you a great deal this time. How do you plan to thank me?" Chen Yiyang, having made a substantial profit, was pleased. Moreover, earning 70 to 80,000 overnight was a remarkable feat after considering. He replied, "Once the items are sold, aside from the agreed commission for Xiao Pang, I'll give you an additional 50,000 as a bonus. How does that sound?" "Really? Thank you, darling. You are so good to me. Is there no other reward?" Li Yuan exclaimed with delight, hugging Chen Yiyang and planting a kiss on his cheek. As a loan officer at the bank, she earned service fees through client referrals. But with the current economic climate, risks were high, leading to potential bad debts. Conversely, the antique business with Chen Yiyang and Xiao Pang was stable. The service fees alone amounted to several thousand, and with the added bonus, it equated to her annual salary. Previously, she was anxious when accompanying Xiao Pang to a rural junkyard. Now she felt secure. If this business continued, profits would come swiftly. Having tasted success, Li Yuan eagerly suggested, "Darling, I know many affluent clients. If they have an interest in collecting, I could introduce them to you." "That sounds excellent," Chen Yiyang nodded, recognizing Li Yuan's value in their endeavors. In the antique industry, connections are paramount. Whether buying or selling, knowing wealthy individuals is essential. Their affectionate demeanor made Xiao Pang a tad envious, prompting him to interject, Hey, mind your boundaries. I'm still here. Should I give you two some privacy? Shouldn't you be the one to move? I just returned at dawn and have to work at Sifang's this afternoon. You should hurry and leave so I can catch a bit more sleep." "All right, I'll continue to monitor my connections. See you later, Li Yuan." "Are you not coming with us?" Xiao Pang said, rising with a cigarette in hand. Li Yuan winked at Chen Yiyang, declaring, "I took the day off. I'll join my husband in washing his dirty clothes first." "Wow, you even call him husband now," Xiao Pang teased. "But remember, we knew each other first. Go away. You're short, fat, and lecherous. You're not worthy of me." With Xiao Pang gone, Chen Yiyang realized he hadn't slept enough and headed back upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, Li Yuan genuinely stayed behind to wash clothes, scrubbing vigorously in the bathroom. However, as she worked, her thin bank uniform became drenched and nearly transparent, accentuating her curves like a snake, exuding an alluring charm. Chen Yiyang, suddenly wide awake, turned off the faucet and swept Li Yuan into bed. "Alas, I have yet to finish washing my clothes," Li Yuan exclaimed, but her voice soon faded as her mouth was silenced. After the tempestuous storm, Chen Yiyang, satisfied, embraced Li Yuan and fell into a deep slumber. Li Yuan's cheeks blushed as she waited patiently for Chen Yiyang to sleep soundly before she dressed and hung the clothes to dry. It was not until after 2 in the afternoon that Chen Yiyang awoke. Li Yuan had to go to work, so Chen Yiyang drove her to the bank before proceeding to Sifang's. Today marked his first day of work, and he did not don any special uniform, opting instead for his usual attire. Upon arrival at the shop, Bai Jie was indeed waiting inside. "This is your work attire, though it is entirely up to you whether you choose to wear it. Additionally, here is your identity badge. If I am not present, you will have the final say in the shop. There are dedicated personnel for customer reception on the first floor, namely Lu Shiyu and Li Sisi, who will take turns attending to customers and providing introductions. Only when faced with insurmountable challenges will you be called upon to take charge. As for the accounts, Sister Yun will oversee them. If you require anything, simply communicate with her. Once you become accustomed to the operations, you will also be responsible for the financial accounts. In summary, when I am absent, you will be the manager of this establishment. Ascending to the second floor's tea room, Bai Jia continued her brief introduction. Concluding with a question, I have informed them of your identity. Do you have any questions? Chen Yiyang listened attentively and began to understand his responsibilities. The role was quite straightforward. He was to oversee the shop as the manager, a position akin to that of the manager at Lin Shixian. However, his monthly salary of 100,000 was not easily acquired. He would be responsible for the daily operations of the antique shop, inventory management, and sales. And he would need to address any troublesome issues that arose. Additionally, he would be tasked with the appraisal of antiques. Should the staff be uncertain, he would be expected to step in. This job was not without its challenges. A misjudgment could lead to significant personal losses. Yet, for Chen Yiyang, the task seemed rather simple, as he possessed an uncanny ability to avoid mistakes. Thus, this position was practically tailor-made for him, effortless and stable. You have arranged everything with such meticulousness. What more could I possibly say? Chen Yiyang nodded and inquired. I have one question. May I bring my own items to the shop for sale? Bai Jia pondered for a moment before responding. According to store policy, that is not permitted. However, given your commendable performance this time, I will make an exception. Do keep in mind, though, if business does not flourish, I reserve the right to unilaterally terminate our previous agreement. Chen Yiyang replied with confidence. No problem at all. I stand to lose nothing. It is you who sought me out for this job, not the other way around. Bai Jia appeared momentarily flabbergasted before exclaiming, Hey, could you be a bit more serious? I am being quite serious. Should you dismiss me, compensation will be required, Chen Yiyang stated earnestly. Do not even think about it. Bai Jia shot him a glare before standing up, taking the car keys, and walking toward the stairs. She turned back briefly to admonish, the shop is in your hands. Take good care of it. Chen Yiyang merely shrugged, remaining silent. Working for someone else was not an option for him. He would never take on such a role. The job was rather easy. He would not need to intervene unless faced with difficult or uncertain matters. Within Sifangshai, there were two antique brokers, who essentially served as sales associates, earning commissions based on their performance. Chen Yiyang settled into Bai Jia's chair, brewed himself a pot of tea, and called the two brokers over. To his surprise, both were stunningly beautiful. The one on his left, named Lu Shiyu, had fair skin, and although she wore light makeup, her features remained exquisite. She bore a resemblance to a popular starlet, exuding a charming and innocent allure, especially in her crisp uniform. The right one appeared slightly older, likely in her 30s, embodying a mature femininity, dressed in a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her curves. A beauty mark below her lip added an extra touch of sensuality. You are the new manager? How can you be so young? Before Chen Yiyang could respond, the youthful Lu Shiyu inquired first. Indeed, today's youth are audacious, showing no timidity in the presence of authority. Chen Yiyang poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them towards them, saying, Is being young a disadvantage? Not at all. But the managers I know are generally much older, Lu Shiyu replied. I am quite mature as well. Really? You look very young, Lu Shiyu remarked. Chen Yiyang smiled broadly and replied, I was not referring to age. Huh. Lu Shiyu appeared momentarily confused, while Li Sisi seemed to understand. Casting a knowing glance at Chen Yiyang, Manager Chen seems rather mischievous. Dear sister, do not be deceived by him. He looks like a rogue. Manager, you are quite annoying, Lu Shiyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushing instantly, revealing her naivety. Chen Yiyang chuckled. There is nothing wrong with that. Women possess their own charms. And we men have ours as well. I must say, Sister Sisi's appeal is quite fierce. Li Sisi, undeterred, provocatively beckoned Chen Yiyang with her finger, teasingly asking, Would you care to find out? But be warned, my boyfriend is a fitness trainer. Chen Yiyang immediately retreated, waving his hands. Perhaps another time. It is currently working hours. And I am not one to act frivolously. Li Sisi continued to tease. Come on, being casual is not a crime. However, is this day a verb? Chen Yiyang felt his face heat up, unable to withstand her brazen flirtation. This mature woman was truly formidable. Her boldness surpassed even that of a predator. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu appeared bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation's nuances. Eventually, Chen Yiyang composed himself and declared seriously, In any case, let us all work diligently. Rest assured, my boss and I will not treat you unfairly. If the shop performs well, I will distribute bonuses. Today marks my first day in office. Let us get acquainted. and later I shall treat you both to milk tea. Thank you, manager. Lu Shuyu exclaimed joyfully. Do not call me manager. It makes me feel old. Just call me brother. Thank you, brother Chen. Thank you, brother. Li Sisi added, her final word laced with a playful tone. Goodness. Chen Yiyang nearly lost his composure. Had it not been for the workplace setting, he would have relished the opportunity to engage with Li Sisi in a more intimate manner. The two antique brokers became familiar faces. Chen Yiyang then carried a wooden box to the old restoration expert at Sifang's. The restorer, surnamed Qiu, was a man in his 50s, sporting reading glasses. It was said that he had started as an apprentice at Sifang's and had worked there for decades. Items from the Xuande period? The restoration process will be quite complex. This type of blue and white porcelain with red glaze is challenging to find and costly. Master Qiu remarked after examining the items. Master Qiu, I appreciate your efforts. If the restoration is successful, I will ensure you are compensated fairly. That is unnecessary. Let me take a look first, he replied. The entire afternoon passed with little business at Sifang's, and Chen Yiyang spent most of the time leisurely sipping tea, browsing his phone, and even dozing off for a while. Thus, 4 hours slipped by, and his shift concluded, with payment secured. This life was simply too relaxed. At 6 o'clock, Chen Yiyang prepared to leave right on time. The evening shift was covered by Li Sisi, and he entrusted the shop to her. Generally, unless urgent matters arose, he would not be disturbed. As he was about to depart, Li Sisi, reluctant to let him go, cast a flirtatious glance, saying, Brother Chen, won't you stay and keep me company? I can give you a chance to treat me to dinner tonight. Forget it. I fear your boyfriend might come after me. Chen Yiyang replied, shaking his head. Come on, that's just silly. I was joking, my boyfriend is not actually a fitness trainer. Then what is he? National free fighting champion. How about it? Are you interested in meeting him? Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes and replied, Forget it. I'm quite a serious person. Sister Sisi, please stop testing me. I'm genuinely afraid he might knock me out. Li Sisi laughed so hard that she could barely stand, mocking him. You want to impress me yet you fear death? What a useless man, ha ha ha. Let the mockery continue. Chen Yiyang remained unfazed. If he were to actually win over such a mature woman, it would likely be himself who would suffer. After leaving the Sifang studio, Chen Yiyang was about to find a place to dine when his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Gan Tingting. Hello? What do you want? Chen Yiyang asked directly once he answered. Chapter 54. It was my rudeness. He had no particular fondness for Gan Tingting. Their connection was solely due to her being Li Yuan's close friend. Yes, Chen Yiyang, I've spoken to my boss about the last incident, and he agreed. Are you free now? Can you come to our company? Gan Tingting hurriedly said. I can, but I haven't eaten yet. Never mind, I'll head over now. Send me the location. Great. Although Chen Yiyang initially intended to decline, it was evident that Gan Tingting's boss was significant to her. Since it was a chance to earn some money, he didn't mind making the trip. After all, he could earn a consultation fee. Upon receiving the location, Chen Yiyang glanced at it and noted it was quite far, requiring over 40 minutes of driving. Furthermore, it was rush hour, and as soon as he stepped out, he found himself caught in traffic. After a while, Gan Tingting texted again, urging him to hurry as her boss was busy and had only an hour to spare. Chen Yiyang felt a bit annoyed. After a lengthy wait, he finally arrived at Gan Tingting's airline company, Summer-Winter Airlines. This was a new airline known for its solid financial backing and focus on budget flights, which proved to be quite profitable. When he arrived downstairs and was about to call, Gan Tingting was already waiting at the entrance. Oh, Chen Yiyang, why are you so late? My boss has been waiting anxiously. He is very busy and only set aside time because of me, Gan Tingting complained as she rushed over. Normal driving takes over 40 minutes, and with the traffic, I took an hour to get here, Chen Yiyang retorted, clearly irritated. If he's so busy, we can reschedule. Panicking, Gan Tingting grabbed his arm, bending slightly as she pleaded, No, that's not what I meant. Please come up with me, I beg you. Today. She wore a purple flight attendant uniform, and as she bent down, her figure was undeniably accentuated. Chen Yiyang stole a glance and chose to forgive her, saying, Fine. For the sake of the capital, I won't hold it against you. Gan Tingting, perhaps too hurried, didn't catch the underlying meaning in Chen Yiyang's words. After pulling him into the company, she immediately pressed the button for the top floor. A few minutes later, in the office, Chen Yiyang finally met Gan Tingting's boss. A tall, slender, middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an aura of authority. Is this the treasure appraisal master you mentioned? Humph, so young. Are you trying to fool us? The middle-aged man questioned with evident skepticism, not bothering to conceal his doubts in front of Chen Yiyang. Gan Tingting quickly interjected, Mr. Ho. You must believe me. Chen Yiyang is indeed an expert in antiques. He knows these things best. Chen Yiyang, this is our airline's general manager, Mr. Ho. Mr. Ho expressed his dissatisfaction. Humph, making me wait so long. Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Chen Yiyang smiled and inquired. Is it several million per minute? You. Mr. Ho's face turned crimson with anger. Although it's not that exaggerated, it's south pretty close. Who do you think you are? Making me wait here? If it weren't for Tingting, I would have left already. Then you can leave now. Chen Yiyang shrugged. Hearing this, Mr. Ho's eyes widened in shock and fury. How dare you speak to me like that? Why wouldn't I dare? First, you're not my boss. You don't pay my salary, so your status is of no concern to me. Even if you were Qin Shi Huang, I wouldn't have to care. Chen Yiyang replied calmly, sitting on the sofa and leisurely lighting a cigarette. Secondly, it's you who seeks my help for the appraisal, not the other way around. If you don't need me, that's your loss. Moreover, I'm quite busy. Sifang Studio has numerous clients daily. If it weren't for Gan Tingting's request, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ho, who had initially intended to leave, suddenly stopped and turned around sharply, asking, You're the appraiser from Sifang Studio? Chen Yiyang corrected him, not an appraiser, but the shopkeeper. I didn't want this position, but Boss Bai insisted on recruiting me. Alas, it's hard for a hero to refuse a beautiful woman. I simply couldn't turn her down. In the world outside, one's identity and status are self-assigned. Chen Yiyang felt no shame. After all, it was Bai Jia who had sought him out to sign a contract. He wasn't lying. He just hadn't been sought after with great effort. Mr. Ho's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly exclaiming, You were invited by the Bai family's eldest daughter, Boss Bai? Oh. Who in Jinling City doesn't know the eldest daughter of the Bai family from Sifang Studio? I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Chen shopkeeper, I was disrespectful. Forget it. I'll overlook it for Tingting's sake. So, you need an appraisal? Chen Yiyang was too lazy to hold a grudge, wanting to finish the matter quickly so he could collect his fee. Yes. Mr. Ho hurriedly went to a shelf and carefully retrieved a safe. Inputting the password to open it, he took out a well-packaged box. When the box was opened, it revealed a colorful Tang Sankai horse. The craftsmanship was decent, but the condition was mediocre, showing clear signs of restoration. Tang Sankai pottery horse, damaged, market estimated value 560,000. High value, worth acquiring. Chen Yiyang merely touched it and remarked, Tang Sankai, you plan to give this as a gift? Mr. Ho's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. Yes, shopkeeper Chen. Your eye for quality is impressive. A major client of mine has a passion for collecting antiques. Upon learning this, I sought out a friend for the channel and acquired this Tang Sankai for over 1.5 million. I figured he would be thrilled to receive such a birthday gift. Chen Yiyang shook his head, saying, I don't know whether your client will be thrilled, but he will definitely kick you out. What do you mean by that? Shopkeeper Chen, Mr. Ho asked, bewildered. Isn't 100,000 antique enough weight? Gan Tingting, standing nearby, also inquired, puzzled. Chen Yiyang chuckled. You two are truly novices. Tang Sankai is a funerary object. How can you give it as a gift? Moreover, on someone's birthday, aren't you cursing them to die? Besides, you've definitely been taken for a ride. A regular Tang Sankai horse is worth only tens of thousands at most. Your 1.5 million is a blatant ripoff. Really? My friend has known me for many years. How could he con me? Mr. Ho stared, unwilling to accept this revelation. Chen Yiyang clapped his hands, not bothering to explain further, saying, just take a look. The patterns are incorrect, and it has been restored. I estimate it's worth around 500,000. As for your relationship with your friend, that's your business. I've completed the appraisal. Please settle the fee. Chapter 55. You think he'll thank us? Chen Yiyang was preparing to leave, indicating it was time for payment. However, Mr. Ho was utterly dumbfounded, sitting on the sofa in a daze, unable to utter a word. Having been deceived out of over 1 million, and by a friend no less, it is likely to take some time to acclimate. The boss, feeling cheated, urgently grabbed Chen Yiyang's arm and asked, Chen Yiyang, is there any way to recover what was lost? How would I know? Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes, clearly disinterested in providing an answer. You must have an idea. Please help our general manager Ho, she pleaded, unexpectedly adopting a charming demeanor as she cuddled against Chen Yiyang's arm. That depends on whether general manager Ho can reach his friend. Is he still in the country? Chen Yiyang replied, exasperated. Their conversation was overheard by general manager Ho, who, in a state of despair, raked his fingers through his hair and lamented, after selling to me. He went abroad to do business in Africa, borrowing over 1 million for investment. I've been swindled. Then there's nothing that can be done. I'm leaving. Remember to transfer the funds. Chen Yiyang waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Such instances of being duped by friends are all too common in the antique world. Targeting acquaintances is the easiest and most deceitful approach, as many feel a sense of familiarity and trust believing that a bond exists that would prevent betrayal. However, for the sake of money, individuals can betray even those closest to them, including relatives and even their own parents. Seeing Chen Yiyang's intent to depart, General Manager Ho panicked and suddenly knelt down, clutching Chen Yiyang's sleeve as if it were a lifeline, pleading, "Master Chen, you must save me. This client is crucial to me. What should I do? How can I possibly help you? The Tang Sankai cannot be gifted. You must find a way to sell it and then buy a new gift," Chen Yiyang replied, somewhat taken aback by this display. "But I don't have that much money on hand," General Manager Ho lamented. "Let's eat first and discuss it over dinner. I arrived here on an empty stomach and have no mood to converse," Chen Yiyang said helplessly. General Manager Ho repeatedly nodded in agreement, quickly responding, "Of course, Master Chen. Whatever you need, I'll treat you," shouting, "Hurry and drive us to the best restaurant." Though the airline's location was somewhat remote, there were still plenty of dining options nearby. The restaurant chosen by Gan Tingting was quite elegant, and they immediately reserved a private room. Once seated, General Manager Ho, displaying good manners, proactively poured tea and offered cigarettes. Before the dishes arrived, Chen Yiyang bluntly asked, "Is there no way to remedy this situation? How much liquid capital do you have at your disposal?" "I only have a few $100,000 left. The rest is tied up in real estate. I hold equity in the airline, but that cannot be accessed in the short term," General Manager Ho replied candidly. "Then you must sell that piece of Tang Sankai. Gather some funds and choose a suitable gift to present. By the way, is your client male or female, and what birthday is being celebrated?" "Female, her 60th birthday. Actually, she's not my client, but the mother of our group's chairman. There's a high-level vice president position opening in the company, and if I can win her favor, I have a strong chance of joining the board," General Manager Ho explained. "The elderly lady seems to be a Buddhist. She often goes to Linggu Temple to pray." Chen Yiyang chuckled. "Then it is simple. Just present her with a gilded statue of Buddha to cater to her preferences." General Manager Ho wore a troubled expression as he elaborated. "However, everyone knows she adores Tang Sankai. She once spent over 10 million at an auction to acquire a blue-glazed female figurine. She may indeed love collecting Tang Sankai, but that does not mean she would refuse a gift, especially for her 60th birthday," Chen Yiyang reassured him. "As for the value, ensure you select a piece of decent quality. Even if it is not worth $1 million, she would not decline it." "All right, I will follow your advice. But where can I find such a gilded statue?" General Manager Ho asked, visibly troubled. "Is it not fortuitous? The gilded Buddha statue that Bai Tao took to the ghost market is still with me. Since they haven't requested its return, I certainly want to volunteer to return it." Chen Yiyang thought, rationalizing that it was akin to finding money on the roadside. One should wait for the owner to claim it, and if they do not, one may keep it. Some may wonder why the owner would abandon it, but why inform them at all? Chen Yiyang had no intention of reminding Bai Tao. He considered it a reward for his risk at the ghost market. While he possessed the gilded statue, he would not initiate the conversation. It would not be a transaction if he were to chase after it. However, Gan Tingting was quite clever and immediately chimed in. "General Manager Ho, don't forget. Sifangshai must have one." "Yes," General Manager Ho exclaimed, suddenly realizing. "Master Chen." Chen Yiyang glanced at Gan Tingting with approval for her cleverness, then pondered for a moment before stating, "Not necessarily, but I can help you look into it. Even if Sifangshai doesn't have it, I can ask some friends." General Manager Ho's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much. You see, he is still thanking us," Chen Yiyang remarked, taking out his phone and directly calling Li Sisi, who was still on duty at the store. Upon answering, Chen Yiyang quickly inquired, "Shaoli, do we currently have any gilded Buddha statues in the store? They must be authentic." He felt it necessary to be direct, fearing that Li Sisi might misinterpret his intentions, which would tarnish his reputation as the store's manager. Li Sisi was quick to respond, stating seriously, "Yes, master, we currently have one gilded bronze statue of a bodhisattva. Just one piece, priced at 8 million. The call was on speaker, so all three could hear. General Manager Ho's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he vigorously shook his head. The price was such that even selling his well-kept university student would not suffice. "Well, that's settled." Chen Yiyang nodded and hung up. "No worries, I will inquire with my friends." Thank you. General Manager Ho was appreciative and hurriedly poured more tea into Chen Yiyang's cup. "Boss Xiao, I recall you have a gilded Buddha statue. A friend of mine is in urgent need. Could you do me a favor and part with it?" Chen Yiyang feigned scrolling through his contacts and called the hefty dealer. "The gilded Buddha statue? I've cherished it for years. Parting with it is difficult. Alas, if you, Master Chen, are requesting, how can I refuse? Just give me a fair price. 680,000, for good luck. What do you think?" As Chen Yiyang spoke, he gestured to General Manager Ho, indicating he should share his thoughts. General Manager Ho found the price acceptable and eagerly nodded. After some back and forth, the hefty dealer finally sighed. Only you, Master Chen. Would I consider this? For others, I would not even entertain the thought. I'm not desperate for cash. This item is becoming rarer. After ending the call, Chen Yiyang put his phone away and asked, General Manager Ho, what do you think of this price? 680,000. But I don't have that much money. I only have around 200,000, General Manager Ho said, looking troubled. He understood that this price was already a concession from Chen Yiyang, but after being swindled, he truly found himself in a tight spot. Unless he sold the Tang Sankai in his possession, he feared Chen Yiyang would not accept it. Chen Yiyang smiled and said, let us trade your Tang Sankai for it. Deliver it to Sifangzhai tomorrow, and I will have the master appraise a reasonable price. Upon hearing this, General Manager Ho sprang to his feet, raising his glass and declaring, Master Chen, there are no words needed. It's all in the wine. From now on, you are my benefactor. Shouting, quickly, let us toast Master Chen with a few more drinks. The meal was enjoyable. Gan Tingting stayed close to Chen Yiyang, pouring drinks and serving dishes, almost like a devoted maid. Hao Ping is a perceptive individual, possessing the ability to navigate the intricacies of interpersonal dynamics, which has allowed him to ascend to a managerial position within the airline industry. After their meal, he instructed Gan Tingting to escort Chen Yiyang home. Both had indulged in alcohol, necessitating the hiring of a designated driver. As Chen Yiyang sat in the back seat, a pleasant haze enveloped him, the result of having consumed a fair amount of wine. The journey proved worthwhile, for Hao Ping's Tang Sankai was valued at over $500,000, while the gilded Buddha statue in Chen Yiyang's possession held a market value of merely around 100,000. With an additional 18,000 from Hao Ping, it amounted to a profit of over 50,000 for Chen Yiyang. The antiquities trade is indeed lucrative, yet only a select few can reap such rewards. One must find the right buyer. Individuals like Hao Ping, eager to present gifts, are the best candidates for such transactions. Chen Yiyang felt no remorse. Had he not pointed out the issues with the Tang Sankai, Hao Ping would have made a grave error in his gift-giving, potentially inciting conflict. Who would dare present a funerary object at a birthday celebration? In essence, Chen Yiyang had salvaged Hao Ping's professional reputation, and earning a bit of money in return seemed entirely justifiable. At that moment, Gan Tingting's admiration for Chen Yiyang blossomed. Having resolved Hao Ping's dilemma, her prospects for promotion appeared promising. Although flight attendants may seem glamorous, they often occupy the lowest tier within the airline hierarchy, akin to mere servers on an aircraft, albeit with more opportunities to interact with affluent clients. The safety of flying is beyond their control. Who would prefer the uncertainty of soaring through the skies when grounded work offers stability and potential advancement? Gan Tingting had longed for a terrestrial position, ideally one involving administrative duties within the airline, managing VIP lounges. With the successful resolution of the situation, she recognized that it was largely due to Chen Yiyang's keen insight. Did she not observe the level of flattery Hao Ping exhibited towards him? Almost as if he were prepared to kneel before a benefactor. Thank you, Chen Yiyang, she expressed gratefully. Thank me? I did receive payment, Chen Yiyang replied, perplexed. That's different. While payment is one aspect, without your assistance, I could have faced significant trouble. I realize now that I was mistaken. You are genuinely a good person, Gan Tingting admitted, somewhat bashfully. Just then, they arrived at their destination. As Chen Yiyang exited the vehicle, he cast a sideways glance at Gan Tingting's neckline. What's this? Don't play the emotional card. I'm not one to refuse a refund, and the appraisal fee is non-negotiable. No, don't be so sensitive, she retorted awkwardly. After parking the car, they proceeded on foot. Let us not complicate matters. Discussing money can damage feelings, but discussing emotions can be detrimental to finances. Therefore, let us keep our communication straightforward. What shall we discuss then? If not emotions or finances, what else is there? You already have Yuan. Gan Tingting blushed slightly. Chen Yiyang, taken aback, replied. If you're bringing that up, I suppose I could linger a bit longer. How did we end up at your place? With a shy demeanor, Gan Tingting responded softly. Yuan returned home today, and since you've been drinking, you can't drive. Why not stay here for the night? You can sleep in her room. Unbeknownst to her, Gan Tingting recalled the previous incident when Chen Yiyang had inadvertently seen her in the bathroom. Initially, she had been quite upset, yet now her feelings were less severe. Furthermore, Yuan had often confided in her about the passionate encounter she experienced with Chen Yiyang, a sensation Gan Tingting had yet to experience. The more she contemplated, the more ashamed she felt for considering a relationship with her friend's boyfriend. After all, he was far from her ideal Prince Charming. Very well. I suppose I could stay the night, Chen Yiyang decided, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Once inside, Gan Tingting headed to the bathroom to shower, reminding Chen Yiyang. The water will take a while to heat up. I'll wash first, and once I'm done, I'll call you. Just leave your clothes in the bathroom. I'll wash them later. Understood. Chen Yiyang replied as he entered Yuan's room. He was taken aback by the disarray. Clothes were strewn across the sofa, and the bed was stripped bare, leaving only the mattress. What happened here? Did she wash all the linens before leaving? He wondered, temporarily at a loss. Returning to the living room, he could hear the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Through the glass door, he caught a glimpse of Gan Tingting's silhouette. What a figure, he mused, imagining that it would make for a stunning sight against the glass. Stepping onto the balcony for a cigarette, Chen Yiyang's mind began to clear. Yet the effects of the alcohol soon prompted an urgent need to relieve himself. Damn it, the more I drink, the more I need to urinate. He lamented as he knocked on the bathroom door. Open up. What do you want, Chen Yiyang? Calm down, don't act recklessly. Gan Tingting's voice came through, still lathered with soap. Please, I'm desperate. I need to pee, and if you don't hurry, I might just have to do it in the living room. He pleaded. Absolutely not. Just hold on, I'll be out soon. She insisted, flustered. As his discomfort escalated, he exclaimed, I can't hold it any longer. Hurry up. I want tea. Look. Then close your eyes. Gan Tingting said, her tone a mix of urgency and embarrassment. Seeing no other option, she quickly wrapped herself in a towel and opened the door just a crack. This is taking too long, Chen Yiyang muttered, pushing the door open and rushing towards the toilet, unbuttoning his jeans as he went. He truly was in dire need. Chapter 57, Less Than Beastly? Behind the glass door, Gan Tingting shielded her chest with her arms, clutching the towel. Seeing Chen Yiyang relieve himself, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared he was merely using it as an excuse to intrude. Yet, a strange sense of disappointment lingered within her. Was it due to her self-image? Perhaps she didn't find herself attractive enough. Yet, her colleagues often expressed envy over her looks. The sound of water splashing filled the air, causing her cheeks to redden further. Chen Yiyang was completely focused on his task, not even glancing back. This only served to undermine her confidence. Shouldn't he have taken the opportunity to steal a glance? Did this imply she lacked allure? Beautiful women often found themselves without suitors, while those of average appearance attracted partners, as people assumed the stunning ones would never be interested in them. In reality, it was often the more beautiful women who were easier to approach. For someone like Gan Tingting, excessive kindness might repel suitors, while a bolder approach could pique her interest. Many young men understood this, exuding confidence and casting a wide net. Even in the face of rejection, they remained undeterred. At this moment, Gan Tingting's mind was in turmoil. She watched as Chen Yiyang was almost finished, yet he still did not turn back, which left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. In a bold move, she loosened one hand, allowing a corner of the towel to slip down, revealing her fair, delicate leg. Chen Yiyang, feeling quite relieved after his bathroom visit, zipped up his pants and turned to leave the restroom, but upon seeing Gan Tingting's alluring appearance, he was momentarily perplexed and asked, What are you doing? Tie the towel properly. You're almost exposed. With that, Chen Yiyang left the restroom without looking back. This was not entirely his fault, as Gan Tingting had insisted he not relieve himself in the living room. Otherwise, he would have done so right there. Now, entering the bathroom was merely a matter of necessity. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Gan Tingting felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Chen Yiyang had not even spared her a glance, even though she had deliberately exposed herself. Am I not as good as Li Yuan? What gives? She only works at a bank. I am a flight attendant. Gan Tingting believed that her figure and beauty were on par with Li Yuan, so why was Chen Yiyang indifferent towards her? Holding on to this confusion, she hastily finished her shower. When she emerged, she found Chen Yiyang spreading a blanket on the sofa and curiously asked, Why aren't you sleeping in the bed? It must be uncomfortable on the sofa. Chen Yiyang tossed a pillow aside and replied, The bed is all made up. I'll just manage on the sofa for the night. That won't do. There's no air conditioning in the living room, and it's so hot. How about you sleep in my room? You can sleep on the floor, she suggested, her cheeks flushing slightly. Indeed, the lack of air conditioning in the living room would make sleeping there unbearable. Chen Yiyang agreed and asked, Do you snore when you sleep? How rude. Of course not. I'm a girl, she retorted. As long as you don't snore, otherwise I want to be able to sleep. Chen Yiyang took his blanket and pillow and followed Gan Tingting into her room. As expected from a flight attendant, her room was much tidier. Everything was neatly arranged, and the decor was predominantly pink, resembling a princess's chamber, with a vanity table adorned with various skincare and makeup products. The room was small, accommodating only a bed and a wardrobe, leaving Chen Yiyang with no choice but to make a makeshift bed beside the bed. Gan Tingting turned on the air conditioning and asked, Isn't it too hard? Do you want me to get you another blanket? No need, This is fine, he replied, lying down and starting to scroll through his phone. Just then, a message from Xiaopeng arrived, inquiring about what had happened that evening. Chen Yiyang explained briefly, and upon hearing about the substantial profit, Xiaopeng laughed heartily, saying he would rush to find Su Lu to celebrate. What a shameless fellow, Chen Yiyang thought. Glancing at Gan Tingting, who was sitting at the vanity, applying skincare in a white camisole that accentuated her beautiful back. Enough of these thoughts, he told himself, turning over to suppress his rising emotions. Just then, a message from Li Yuan came through. Darling, I'm back home today. Do you miss me? Chen Yiyang replied. I can't think of you. When I do, my mind is filled with mosaics. How annoying. If you can't resist, I'll come find you first thing in the morning, okay? No need. Spend more time with your parents now that you're home. Filial piety is paramount. Li Yuan sent a smiley face and replied, okay, I'll do as you say. Good night. Remember, good night means you should behave when I'm not around and not fool around outside. Are you instructing me? He replied sternly. Li Yuan sent a pouting face and promptly went to bed. Chen Yiyang intended to research, as he lacked sufficient knowledge about antiques. And since he aimed to prosper in this field, he needed to learn more. Half an hour later, Gan Tingting finally finished her skincare routine, having applied something to her hands and feet. Aren't you asleep yet? She asked as she climbed into bed. I'm a bit restless. You go ahead and sleep. He replied without looking up. I can't seem to sleep either. Let us chat a bit. Hey, what do you think of my phone? It's the latest Samsung, she said, sitting up. Her delicate legs dangled off the side of the bed, swaying gently. The hem of her camisole skirt barely reached her thighs, and as she moved, Chen Yiyang felt a warmth rising in his nostrils. What phone? The Samsung. Take a look. Just bought it for over 9,000, Gan Tingting said, handing him the phone. As he stood, the angle was not particularly flattering, yet he couldn't help but admire it. What do you think of this phone? She inquired. It's quite impressive. The overall design is full-bodied yet maintains elegant lines, and the S-shaped curve is perfect for gripping. It's pristine and well-maintained. The dual cameras at the front are prominent and robust. Personally, I prefer holding it bare. It feels wonderful, Chen Yiyang commented earnestly. Rich and generous, he thought. Wait a minute, could this girl be intentionally flirting with me? Gan Tingting blushed and shyly replied, Huh? Are you talking about the phone? It feels a bit strange. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Yiyang knew he was right. He sat beside her, casually placing his hand on her smooth thigh, smiling. Of course. I'm talking about the phone. By the way, have you ever had a boyfriend? I heard from Li Yuan that quite a few men have pursued you. Gan Tingting did not resist, allowing his hand to roam her beautiful leg. Lowering her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, she replied, I have. But those men were beneath my notice. What are you doing? Is doing a verb? If you're asking like that, then I will, Chen Yiyang declared, pushing her down onto the bed. With such blatant hints, if he didn't take the initiative, he would be less than a beast. Gan Tingting gasped, about to resist, but Chen Yiyang already leaned in to kiss her. She had no intention of resisting, allowing him to hold her wrist. Moments later, Gan Tingting was completely entranced. Chen Yiyang silently rejoiced in his accurate assumption. If a woman does not wish to be touched, there is no way to make advances. Even with force, Gan Tingting's reactions confirmed her inner desire to be desired. Just as he was preparing for a full-on assault, suddenly, his phone rang. The sound jolted Gan Tingting back to reality, and she quickly pushed Chen Yiyang away, adjusting her camisole and blushing as she exclaimed, Chen Yiyang, how could you treat me like this? I am Yuan's close friend. This woman knew how to find excuses, clearly the one who had initiated the flirtation. Chen Yiyang, unfazed, chuckled, I saw you enjoying yourself just now. I wasn't. Gan Tingting protested, her face aflame, covering herself with a blanket and arguing. You should sleep on the sofa. I'm worried you won't be able to control yourself. In truth, she felt a sense of pride, as it proved her allure. Chen Yiyang was clearly not disinterested, but rather too serious. But there's no air conditioning out there, Chen Yiyang remarked, still distracted as his phone continued to ring. At this critical moment, the interruption dampened the mood, and Chen Yiyang was tempted to throw his phone. Picking it up, he saw it was Officer Bai calling. Instantly, he regained his composure, albeit still annoyed, and asked, Officer Bai, do you have any manners? Disturbing my sweet dreams at this hour. I'm sorry, Chen Yiyang. I called because I need your help, Bai Tao said. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiyang immediately declined, saying, investigating cases or cracking down on vice. Sorry, I'm not interested. What a joke. I'm not even part of your official team. Besides, I absolutely despise going undercover. Please, find someone else. But I'm alone in the hospital. And I've soiled my pants, making it inconvenient for me. Could you bring me a change of clothes, and also pick up some sanitary pads along the way? Bai Tao's voice grew quieter. Chen Yiyang was taken aback. What did she mean? Asking him to deliver sanitary pads was rather presumptuous, wasn't it? He recalled that Bai Tao had been unwell that day and had twisted her ankle at the ghost market. Officer Bai, isn't it inappropriate for me to do this? Where's your sister? If it's really urgent, why not ask one of your female colleagues? Chen Yiyang glanced at Gan Tingting, who was hiding under the blanket, and spoke somewhat reluctantly. If it weren't for this phone call, he would have already taken Gan Tingting into his arms. Even if he hung up now, there would still be opportunities tonight. Why forego such tempting prospects to deliver sanitary pads? It seemed absurd. Well, my sister isn't in Jinling, and I'm too embarrassed to trouble my other colleagues. Besides, asking someone else to buy them would be too humiliating, Bai Tao replied shyly. So it's not embarrassing for me to buy them? What does that imply? That you don't see me as a man? No, that's not what I meant. I just thought we were friends. If you're unwilling, I'll find someone else. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that there's no bonus for this operation, and the Bureau's funds are tight. Consider the statue as your reward for helping me last time. Bai Tao's words made Chen Yiyang feel a bit uncomfortable. She had called him for help, clearly out of desperation. If he refused to assist her, it would seem rather unkind. Furthermore, the statue was worth quite a bit, alleviating some of Bai Tao's burdens. After a moment's consideration, Chen Yiyang inquired, "Where did the statue come from?" "I brought it from home. Don't worry, it's from a legitimate source. Oh, and one more thing. I had intended to discuss the ghost market case with you in person," Bai Tao mentioned. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiyang grit his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll come over. Let us talk in person." "Really? That's great, thank you." After hanging up, Chen Yiyang glanced at Gan Tingting on the bed, feeling a mix of reluctance and urgency. Gan Tingting had buried her head under the covers, lying on her side in a captivating curve. Without hesitation, Chen Yiyang gave her a playful slap on the back and declared, "I have urgent business to attend to." "Rogue." Gan Tingting blushed and asked, "Will you be back?" "I don't know. Anyway, just go back to sleep. If I return, I'll call you." "Oh," Gan Tingting replied, remaining silent thereafter. Their relationship was on the brink of evolving, yet it abruptly halted, leaving an awkward tension in the air. Gan Tingting felt conflicted. Did their bond constitute a romantic relationship? Although nothing had formally transpired, Chen Yiyang had seen her entirely, which complicated matters. However, Chen Yiyang wasn't preoccupied with such thoughts. After dressing, he went downstairs and summoned a ride on his phone. Upon arriving near the hospital, he instructed the driver to stop. At this hour, 24-hour supermarkets were scarce, but he eventually found one, though it was deserted. In the back room, a man was angrily reprimanding a child with a feather duster. "I'll ask you again. What is 11 plus 11? The man demanded. The boy hesitated before confidently replying, 28. "How much is it?" "I'll beat you, you little brat." "I'll ask you again. What is 11 plus 11? 3. The boy exclaimed. The man, now furious, showed no mercy. A female teacher nearby advised, "Come on, Mr. Li, don't hit the child. Just cool down. If he says it's 3, then let it be." "How can that be, Ms. Zhao? How did this child turn out so foolish? I graduated from Tsinghua, and his mother from Peking University. How did we end up with such a dimwit? He's in 2nd grade and doesn't even know what 1 plus 1 is." Chen Yiyang approached, casually interjecting, "Is it possible he is not your biological child?" The man and Ms. Zhao exchanged glances. Moments later, the man snapped back to reality, grabbed the child, and stormed out, saying, "Let us go get a paternity test." With the father gone, the supermarket was left with only the female teacher. Not knowing the prices, she relied on the price tags on the items. After purchasing what he needed, Chen Yiyang made his way to the hospital's inpatient department. Upon finding the ward, he noticed the door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, he entered to see Bai Tao lying alone in the hospital bed. He set down the items and casually asked, "Why is there not a single nurse in the hospital?" "The on-duty nurse must be busy," Bai Tao replied, her tone significantly warmer than before, contrasting sharply with her earlier cold demeanor. "Thank you, Chen Yiyang. I truly couldn't find anyone else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have troubled you to come out at this hour." Chen Yiyang, feeling at ease, sat down on the adjacent bed. "Why should I be polite with you? Didn't you say we're friends? Besides, your sister is my boss. How could I not help you?" "Really? Then could you do me another favor?" "Shen Shaoling has a financial company," Bai Tao said, her face brightening with excitement. Chen Yiyang fixed his gaze on her and replied earnestly, "If I'm helping you out of goodwill, please don't repay kindness with malice. I truly can't go undercover for the investigation." "All right," Bai Tao said, somewhat disappointed. Although we apprehended Wang Hongye this time, he adamantly denies any connection to the Shin family, claiming it was his own setup. The tomb raiders were indeed contacted by him, having just stolen a Ming Dynasty tomb. These amateurs read a book on tomb raiding and somehow managed to pull it off. Impressive. Chen Yiyang listened, surprised, and asked, "So the information your sister provided was inaccurate?" Wasn't it said that Chen Xiaoling organized the setup? He did organize it, but he had something come up and sent Wang Hongye in his place. Apparently, a foreign friend urgently sought his expertise on an artifact, prompting a change of plans. Such matters are unpredictable, even for my sister, Bai Tao explained. Chen Yiyang nodded, offering reassurance. True, the unpredictability of life is a constant. You managed to capture a secondary target, so you've done well. And there's good news. Many antique dealers have been apprehended, and some have been swindled. Ling Shixian has suffered significant losses due to this incident. Beyond the damage to their reputation, these antique dealers have connections, and they lost a considerable amount of money, leading them to seek retribution from the Shen family. Bai Tao elaborated. This news was the best for Chen Yiyang. The Shen family's reputation was tarnished, suffering immense financial losses, providing a measure of vindication for Xiao Pengzi. So, has the Shen family remained silent? Chen Yiyang inquired. Given the substantial losses they incurred, they certainly won't let it slide, Bai Tao replied. Yes. I've heard that Shen Tianxiong called Shen Xiaoling back that very night. I don't know how he was punished. But Shen Tianxiong has stated that the issues at the ghost market were the result of Wang Hongye and the Tomb Raiders, and the Shen family was unaware. Moreover, there are undercover agents who infiltrated the ghost market to cause disruption. The Shen family is determined to investigate thoroughly, and if they identify the undercover agents, they will ensure their families are ruined. Wow, are they trying to intimidate me? Chen Yiyang's heart sank, and he quickly turned to Bai Tao, saying, Officer Bai, this is a blatant threat. The undercover agents are the two of us. We cannot be cowed. Didn't you inform Director Qin to apprehend him? They merely uttered those words without any intention to act on them. Without evidence, how can one apprehend someone? You need not worry. As long as you are within the confines of the Four Directions studio, he would not dare to harm you. Bai Tao cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked. The trouble lies in the fact that Shen Xiaolin will likely uncover our involvement in this matter. After all, I am the one who captured the case. If he investigates the entrance tickets to the ghost market, he will undoubtedly find some clues. Subsequently, Shen Xiaolin may target the Four Directions studio, which is why my sister went out of town to avoid suspicion. Is she handing the responsibility to me? Where has she gone? Chen Yiyang exclaimed. Bai Tao smirked slightly. There is also a branch of the Four Directions studio in Hangzhou. She has gone there to audit the accounts, and will be back in at least half a month. Damn, Chen Yiyang cursed, then stood up, contemplating before turning back to say, Officer Bai, I despise wrongdoing and abhor those who deceive and swindle others. We could investigate Shen Xiaolin's financial company that you mentioned. Bai Jia, to evade scrutiny, has gone to Hangzhou, leaving all operations of the Four Directions Studios antique shop in Jinling to him, the steward. If Shen Xiaolin seeks revenge, it would spell trouble for Chen Yiyang. No wonder Bai Jia instructed him so thoroughly that day. It seems she had planned this all along. Indeed, one cannot trust the most beautiful of women. On the surface, they may appear dignified and kind, yet they often possess a cunning nature. Chen Yiyang felt like a pawn, but he had no choice. His only ally was Bai Tao. After all, she was a police officer, and no matter how audacious Shen Xiaolin was, he would not dare to lay a hand on her. With Bai Tao as his talisman, he felt secure. There was no rush. This case required a meticulous approach. Bai Tao smiled contentedly, lifting the white blanket, and said, Could you assist me? I need to use the restroom. Chen Yiyang, with a flattering demeanor, replied, Of course, Officer Bai, watch your step. Would you like me to help you with your pants? Get lost. All right. Chen Yiyang helped Bai Tao to the restroom door and obediently returned to the bed. However, the hospital was exceedingly quiet at night, with the lights out shortly after 10. The ward was devoid of other patients. And Chen Yiyang was about to scroll through short videos on his phone when suddenly, a gasp escaped from the restroom. What's wrong? Chen Yiyang sprang to his feet. Don't come in. But just as he reached the restroom door, Bai Tao's voice stopped him. Through the glass door, he saw a blurred figure struggling to remove her pants. She had twisted her leg and could not squat down, and the hospital restroom lacked a toilet. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Chen Yiyang turned to exit. Wait. Bai Tao suddenly called out. Her face flushed as she softly said, I can't squat down. Chen Yiyang, please come in and help me. Are you certain I should enter? Chen Yiyang could scarcely believe his ears and asked for confirmation. Stop talking and hurry. When you come in, close your eyes and don't look around. Bai Tao's face turned even redder as she urged anxiously. If it weren't for her urgent need, she wouldn't want to be in such a predicament. Embarrassment be damned. It was better than wetting herself. All right. Rest assured, I am a gentleman and shall not peek. Chen Yiyang replied with a smile, pushing the door open while covering his eyes. Yet, a small gap remained. Unfortunately, Bai Tao, leaning against the wall, was fully clothed, leaving little for him to see. Turn around, I will support you. Bai Tao's fair face was ablaze as she gritted her teeth and commanded. Okay. Chen Yiyang obediently turned his back to her. Bai Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes remained fixed on Chen Yiyang, warning, no peeking, or you will regret it. Rest easy, Officer Bai. I am not that kind of person, Chen Yiyang chuckled. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. I'm merely a professional and would never laugh in such circumstances. You need not worry. Bai Tao scrutinized him, ensuring his eyes were closed before cautiously lowering her underwear. What should have been a simple action became exceedingly slow due to Chen Yiyang's presence, and her face turned crimson with embarrassment. Doing this in front of a man was mortifying. However, with nature calling, she could not afford to dwell on that. Once ready, she placed one hand on Chen Yiyang's shoulder and slowly crouched down, gripping his thigh for support. It was with this aid that she managed to squat at all. Initially, she intended to control her sounds, but that was impossible. Before long, the restroom echoed with a distinct sound, sharp in the silence. Officer Bai, that has quite a lot. Chen Yiyang teased. You, shut up, keep your eyes closed, or I will kill you. Bai Tao nearly lost her composure, biting her lip in a mix of humiliation and anger. After hastily finishing, she quickly rose and tore open a sanitary napkin package. Changing this in front of a stranger was the height of embarrassment. All right, help me out. Once her pants were back on, Bai Tao felt a sliver of calm return to her, forcing a reluctant smile as she said, Thank you. I will remember this. Not at all. It was a trivial matter, Chen Yiyang replied. Indeed, it was a minor task. He had merely stood as a support for her to squat down. This mortifying scene would provide Chen Yiyang with a memory to chuckle at for a lifetime, not to mention the leverage he now had over the beautiful officer. Thinking of it made him want to laugh uncontrollably. Bai Tao noticed the hint of a smile at his lips and bit her own, asking, What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Absolutely not. I was merely reminded of something joyful, Chen Yiyang quickly denied. I don't believe you. Clearly, you are mocking me. Chen Yiyang, let me warn you. If anyone else finds out about tonight, I will castrate you. That one tea happened, my lips are sealed. Chen Yiyang assured her, turning around and instinctively glancing at Bai Tao as he opened his eyes. Chapter 60. I quite admire you. The blue skinny jeans accentuated her long legs exquisitely. What a pity that had he dared to sneak a peek. He might have glimpsed a beautiful sight, but he did not dare. After all, she was a legitimate police officer, and it would not bode well for him if she were to put him in handcuffs. Yet, that fleeting glance only served to heighten Bai Tao's embarrassment and indignation as she blushed and exclaimed, What are you looking at? Hurry and help me out. Of course. Chen Yiyang nodded, extending his hand, and said, Come, Princess, allow me to assist you. Bai Tao shot him a glare, but said nothing. With Chen Yiyang's support, she returned to her hospital bed. It was already past midnight, and Chen Yiyang, feeling too lazy to return home, decided to lie down on the adjacent bed and endure the night. Are you not going back? Bai Tao inquired, puzzled. Chen Yiyang pulled the blanket over himself, retrieved his phone, and settled into a comfortable position, saying, It's too late to hail a cab. I might as well stay and keep you company for the night. Who asked you to stay? Bai Tao shot him a glance, but did not urge him to leave. Despite the earlier awkwardness, she felt a tinge of fear being alone in the dim hospital room. With Chen Yiyang present, she felt a sense of security and could finally sleep soundly. Bai Tao lay down as well, though sleep eluded her. She wanted to strike up a conversation with Chen Yiyang, but the room was so quiet that even their breathing could be heard. The atmosphere was awkward, leaving her unsure of how to initiate a dialogue. Hey, Chen Yiyang, did you really learn all that knowledge about appraising antiques by yourself? Ultimately, Bai Tao could not hold back and initiated the conversation. Why else would I know? My sister said that the field of antique appraisal demands extensive knowledge and a natural talent. Typically, without over a decade of experience, one cannot become an expert. You are exceptionally young, a rare talent she has encountered, and she holds you in high regard. Appreciate me? Chen Yiyang inquired with newfound interest, setting aside his phone. Bai Tao nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed, I admire you as well. Rest assured, as we proceed with the investigation, I will be thorough and ensure your safety. So previously, you were indifferent to my well-being? What is it that you admire about me? I am not a police officer, Chen Yiyang retorted, rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction. These sisters, each remarkable in their own right, were both beautiful yet deceptive in their words. One feigned to be the proprietor, while the other exploited him for her investigative endeavors. When assessing individuals, I focus on two critical aspects. First, their actions during times of fortune. Will they be unable to control their newfound desires? Second, their conduct in adversity. Will they resort to criminal behavior? Bai Tao paused, then added, I have researched your background. You worked multiple jobs to support your education. In your third year, you found over 20,000 yuan, which you selflessly returned. Chen Yiyang was taken aback, realizing Bai Tao had conducted a thorough investigation of him. It was only logical. If he were to go undercover, his identity and background would need to be meticulously scrutinized. Regarding the incident of returning the lost money, he felt conflicted. Had it been a smaller sum, he might have kept it, for he was no saint and had his own selfish inclinations. However, the considerable amount was beyond his courage to keep. I was taught by my mother that although we are poor, we must maintain our integrity, never stealing or cheating, so that we can rest easy at night. Your mother is quite wise. It's no wonder she raised a son like you. Bai Tao continued, over the years, I have encountered numerous cases and various criminals, who always find excuses for their actions. As they conversed, Bai Tao unexpectedly fell asleep. Chen Yiyang observed her delicate face and rose to cover her with a blanket, noting how deeply she slept, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Not wanting to be impolite, he playfully pinched her cheek before returning to bed. The following morning, Bai Tao remained peacefully asleep, while Chen Yiyang's stomach growled in hunger. Upon awakening, he found 2 nurses entering the room to administer and to Bai Tao. The elder nurse immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, "Who permitted you to stay here? Our hospital has strict regulations against such actions." She injured her ankle and is unable to move easily, Chen Yiyang explained. Bai Tao stirred, confused by the nurse's anger. If she has mobility issues, she could use crutches or call for assistance. How did you manage to sneak in here? The nurse persisted. Bai Tao felt embarrassed and uncertain of how to respond. I was unaware of the rules, Chen Yiyang interjected with a smile. I rushed over last night. Sister, you are undoubtedly a kind-hearted person, and I trust you won't make things difficult for me. Regardless, I apologize for this oversight. Upon hearing this, the nurse softened her tone and waved her hand dismissively. Just don't let it happen again. It's not that I'm trying to be difficult, but some family members are excessively unreasonable. Just last week, a couple claimed to be visiting, only to engage in inappropriate behavior in the ward and even tried on our nurse uniforms to film a video. The impact was quite scandalous. Chen Yiyang found the story absurd. Such a couple lacks discretion. If they were that desperate, they could simply book a room. It wouldn't cost much. After the nurses completed their work, Bai Tao blushed. The anecdote made it seem as if she and Chen Yiyang were in a similar predicament. Apologies, Chen Yiyang. Had I known, I wouldn't have called you last night, she said, embarrassed. It's no problem. We've done nothing wrong. Integrity shields us from shadows. Are you hungry? What would you like for breakfast? He asked with a smile. Perhaps a meat bun would suffice. Tofu pudding would be a delightful addition, she replied. Chen Yiyang found the hospital cafeteria and, after purchasing breakfast, made a point to buy a pair of crutches for Bai Tao, costing 60 yuan. At least with them, she could move about more freely. Once the time was right, Chen Yiyang departed the hospital, hailing a cab to Sifangshai. His visit was not for work, but rather to meet with Ho Ping and Gan Tingting, as they had arranged to conduct business there. The Tang Sankai figurine, which he could personally handle, along with the gilded Buddha statue, was also stored at Sifangshai for added security. Upon entering, Chen Yiyang immediately spotted Lu Shiyu, sprawled across the glass coffee table, tearfully recounting her grievances. Although her tears were few, her reddened eyes clearly indicated distress. Nearby, Li Sisi was offering her comfort. Chen Yiyang approached, playfully inquiring, "What troubles my dear Shiyu? Who dares to bully you?" "It's nothing. A customer earlier insisted that if he bought something, Shiyu would have to accompany him for the night. When she refused, he became enraged and began hurling insults, claiming she was just a diamond-studded facade pretending to be pure." Li Sisi explained the situation. Chen Yiyang's expression turned serious. "Such absurdity exists? Where is he now?" Li Sisi replied, "He has already left. Encountering such uncouth customers is common in our line of work. But in this business, we must endure for the sake of profit." "Endure? That's utterly unacceptable," Chen Yiyang asserted. "We are antique brokers, connoisseurs of cultural relics. Our industry thrives on expertise and skill. Sifangshai has sustained its reputation for years. Who says we must be subservient?" Li Sisi gasped in surprise. "What do you mean?" Chen Yiyang shot her a look, declaring, "Blacklist that individual. If he dares return, I shall demand he kneel and beg for your forgiveness." Lu Shiyu's eyes brightened at his words, though she felt a bit shy. "Master, it wasn't that serious. He merely touched my hand." Li Sisi chimed in, however. "When you said that, it sounded so manly and assertive. I liked it. Like it. Get back to work. Can't you see the glass at the entrance is filthy? Can you clean it?" Chen Yiyang pointed outside. "How annoying." Li Sisi shot him a flirtatious glance before standing up and swaying her hips. "Is this the kind of cleaning you meant?" she teased, leaning forward slightly, her figure captivating. Lu Shiyu was diligent, promptly fetching a bucket of water. As they prepared to clean the glass, Chen Yiyang found himself enjoying the view from his position, sipping tea while observing his two beautiful subordinates at work. Each possessed a distinct charm, with their figures complementing each other perfectly. Li Sisi was voluptuous, akin to a ripe peach, exuding maturity and grace. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyu, although not as curvaceous, radiated youth and innocence, her unblemished beauty stirring admiration. "Hey, Boss Qian, don't leave just yet. We need to discuss further." As Chen Yiyang was admiring the scene, a man resembling a businessman unexpectedly approached from the direction of Lin Shixuan, followed by two individuals, the newly appointed manager and an antique dealer. It seemed that a negotiation had faltered, as Mr. Qian turned to leave without a backward glance, while the staff from Lin Shixuan, unable to persuade him otherwise, ultimately shook their heads in resignation. The two establishments were merely a few shops apart, and both Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu were astute individuals. When Mr. Qian passed by, Li Sisi had already set aside her glass cleaning task and stepped forward to inquire, "Mr. Qian, may I ask what kind of item you are seeking?" "Our Sifong studio, a century-old establishment, would be delighted to have you inside for a discussion." Initially indifferent, Mr. Qian glanced at Li Sisi and nodded in agreement, stating, "Sifong studio? Very well. Let us take a look." This exemplifies the allure of beauty. Front desks and receptionists in hotels often require attractive and poised individuals to create a lasting first impression, encouraging guests to stay. This initial step is crucial, as it paves the way for subsequent business transactions. Li Sisi, displaying her intelligence, introduced several high-value collectibles to Mr. Qian upon entering, assessing his attire, a suit that likely cost several $1,000s, along with a string of cultural beads he wore. Such a person would not be inclined to purchase mere art pieces. While presenting the items, she inquired attentively who the gift was intended for. Mr. Qian, eyeing one of the collectibles, set it down and confessed, "To be frank, I have a client meeting around 7 this evening, a woman of considerable taste and discernment. Ordinary gifts won't suffice. She has previously returned gifts from others. What would you suggest would be suitable? Is there a price range I should consider?" He indicated a budget of around 20 to 30,000, but was open to slightly higher amounts. This was indeed a significant business opportunity. "Mr. Qian, let us sit over there and enjoy some tea while we discuss this further. I assure you I will find a gift that meets your expectations," Li Sisi replied, her mind already racing with possibilities. She beckoned to the manager, "Come here." Chen Yiyang understood her intention and approached, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Qian," he greeted. "Mr. Qian gave him a cursory glance. Out of politeness, he shook hands but furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this the manager of your Sifong studio? So young? Does he have knowledge of antiques?" Just as Li Sisi was about to clarify, Chen Yiyang interjected, "This is an Indian rosewood bead bracelet. Known for its durability and excellent oil content. Once polished, it develops a warm, jade-like patina and is revered as the wood of emperors. However, I regret to inform you that this piece is a counterfeit with a market value of less than 300 yuan. While personal collections may vary, the gift for your client must be of utmost quality," he added, deliberately pausing. During their handshake, he had subtly assessed the beads, revealing their counterfeit nature. Given Mr. Qian's stature, it was inconceivable that he would wear a fake string of beads. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Chen Yiyang and said, "Manager Chen, I apologize for my earlier assumptions. I have never encountered anyone who could identify my bracelet so effortlessly. You are indeed an expert. Mr. Qian, how could someone of your stature wear a counterfeit bracelet?" Li Sisi inquired curiously. Lu Shuyu, understanding the situation, poured tea for Mr. Qian, who took a sip and replied with a smile, "This story dates back a few years. I had my eye on this bracelet and spent over 50,000 yuan on it. The young lady who sold it assured me it was genuine, and I took her word for it. Upon returning home, I discovered it was fake. When I sought her out, I learned she had mistakenly sold me the wrong item." "What happened next?" Li Sisi pressed. "It was merely a misunderstanding. The young lady felt quite guilty and, lacking the funds to take me out to dinner, she insisted on cooking for me, buying ingredients from the market. Over time, she became my wife." As Mr. Qian recounted this tale, his face radiated happiness. He raised his wrist and added, "Thus, this bracelet symbolizes my love for my wife. Even though it is fake, I cherish wearing it." "How touching!" Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu exclaimed in unison. "Mr. Qian, you are truly devoted, and Mrs. Qian is both virtuous and sincere. Your bond is a predestined match." Chen Yiyang found amusement in the situation, pondering whether Mr. Qian was merely a wealthy bachelor being drawn into an elaborate setup. With a hearty laugh, Mr. Qian said, Your keen insight proves you are indeed an expert. For gifts to women, we typically recommend bracelets or pendants, as they are wearable and enhance one's grace. Chen Yiyang had already devised a plan and rose from behind the counter, retrieving a brocade box. This is a jade pendant of guanine, crafted exquisitely and valued at approximately $2.99 million. It embodies taste, depth, and worth, and I trust she will adore it. Ah, your considerations are always thorough, Mr. Chen remarked, yet hesitated, looking up to express his concern. In the antique trade, I often worry about counterfeit items. Understanding his apprehensions, Chen Yiyang, without offering explanations, adopted a stern demeanor and replied, Mr. Chen, our Sifong studio has stood for a century. In the world of antiques, our reputation and integrity are paramount. I would never undermine my establishment by presenting you with a counterfeit. If you harbor doubts about my expertise, then I bid you farewell. Surprisingly, Mr. Chen did not take offense. Instead, he smiled and acknowledged, you make a valid point. I will place my trust in Sifong Studio. I will take this piece. Mr. Chen, please settle your bill here. In no time, Mr. Chen made his payment and left, satisfied with the jade pendant, promising to return with friends next time. Chen Yiyang smiled, not taking his words to heart. Having secured his first transaction of the day, his spirits soared. Furthermore, the jade pendant had been consigned to Sifong Studio, so only a portion of the commission would be owed, along with Li Cici's share. Once Mr. Chen departed, Lu Shuyu exclaimed in admiration, Manager, you are truly impressive. Mr. Chen exuded such authority, yet you were unabashed in your approach, and he accepted your terms without negotiation. Li Cici playfully pinched Lu Shuyu's cheek. This is called technique. Dear sister, do you understand? What technique? Lu Shuyu inquired. Come here, let me discreetly teach you a few tricks. The two women exchanged whispers, their voices devoid of any hesitation. Soon, Lu Shuyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Is this a legitimate technique? Chen Yiyang mused, finding Li Cici's behavior amusingly bold. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Ho and Ms. Gonting arrived. As their meeting had been prearranged, the transaction proceeded smoothly. The Tang Sankai ceramic horse, despite its damage, was valued at over 500,000 yuan. Sifong Studio had specialists in restoration who could enhance its worth further. After acquiring the Tang Sankai, Chen Yiyang ushered them to the tea room on the second floor. Upon seeing the item, Mr. Ho was enamored with the gilded Buddha statue, exclaiming, Brother Chen, I truly owe you my gratitude. I would wager that she will be captivated by this piece. Excellent. I won't delay any longer, as I must catch a flight this afternoon. Miss Ting, you remain here and treat Manager Chen to dinner tonight. Ensure it is of the highest standard. Mr. Ho instructed his assistant, Gan Tingting. All right, she replied. Mr. Ho, pressed for time, rose to leave. Chen Yiyang also stood up and said, Then, Mr. Ho, I shall not see you off. No need for that. Mr. Ho winked, subtly indicating, My dear Chen, when I return, I shall treat you properly. Let us dine at Yunshi Palace. In this day and age, many seek assistance from others, especially those in business, who may not have a penchant for antiques and collectibles, yet find themselves in need of others' favors, who do appreciate such things. Thus, the antique and cultural artifact business has flourished. In this trade, one need not have a bustling storefront. Simply catering to a select few affluent individuals suffices. Take for instance Boss Qian from this morning, who did not even flinch at the 300,000 price tag. With this transaction, Li Cici earned several thousand in commission. Antiques are certainly beyond the reach of the average person. Within the antique industry, many shops appear to have little business, but closing even one deal can yield profits equivalent to what many earn in a year. This is akin to the saying, 3 years without opening, yet when it opens, it feasts for 3 years. Gazing at the balance of over 500,000 in his account, Chen Yiyang felt a wave of contentment. Yet, it was still not enough. He hurried downstairs to purchase a bottle of oolong tea, then sought out Master Chiao, who was busy restoring artifacts in the backyard. Master Chiao, without looking up from his work, remarked, Young Master Chen, the items from your last visit are not yet restored. That blue and white porcelain with red detailing is exceedingly hard to find. I must consult friends for assistance. However, I have a reliable acquaintance who can procure it. But it will take another half-month. It is not a swift process. That's fine. I am not in a hurry. Thank you, Master Chiao. Chen Yiyang offered the oolong tea. Thank you. Master Chiao removed his reading glasses, raising an eyebrow. Young Master Chen, do you think a bottle of tea can buy my favor? Do not be foolish. I have already accepted your payment, and arrangements are in place with my friend. If you do not proceed now, I shall not refund your money. Chen Yiyang hurriedly waved his hands. No, that is not my intention. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Master Chiao, however, was quite serious. Enough with the sentimentality. Although I am old, I have tasted more salt than you have rice. Do not try to play the emotional card. The last time I fell for such a trick was when my wife ran off with someone else, taking all my wealth with her. Chen Yiyang mused that he merely intended to establish some rapport, but ended up hearing such a tale of woe. The old man seemed rather pitiful. Master Chiu, however, appeared unfazed, as if he had transcended the trials of life. What are you staring at? In life, disappointments are the norm. What is so surprising about that? The gravest of matters, once past, becomes merely a fleeting memory. Sighing, he continued, but Chen Yiyang was genuinely disinterested. Yet, Master Chiu seemed to have pent-up feelings and, after sipping the oolong tea, began to ramble. Chen Yiyang had no choice but to inquire. Did she run off with a gardener? No, what gardener? That man is a scoundrel, indulgent in drinking, gambling, and vice. How could she choose to leave for such a man? After a moment, Master Chiu waved his hand dismissively. Ah, forget it. Did you come to see me for something specific? At this, Chen Yiyang remembered the matter at hand and hastily produced a ceramic horse. Right, I recently acquired this item. Could you take a look and see if it can be restored? Tang Sankai? A fine piece indeed. Where did you unearth this? Master Chiu's eyes lit up with interest. I acquired it. How much did it cost? Would you believe me if I said it cost nothing? Master Chiu scoffed. I doubt you could deceive even an old man like me. Place it here. Tang Sankai often arrives in a fractured state. Restoration is challenging. And you understand the costs involved. Rest assured, the payment will be adequate, Chen Yiyang assured him. Do you have any other matters? Chen Yiyang paused. No, that's all. Master Chiu glared. If you have no business, then hurry up and leave. Are you trying to learn my craft? Chen Yiyang chuckled. Master Chiu, you think too much. I shall take my leave now. Humph, a person's intentions are often concealed. My skills will not be passed down to you. Close the door on your way out. The old man's temperament was indeed peculiar. Chen Yiyang murmured to himself as he ascended to the tea room on the second floor. Upon arrival, he found Gan Tingting squatting on the floor, black and white go pieces scattered around. Apparently, she had accidentally knocked over the board. While her position was not inappropriate, the angle was rather alluring. Chen Yiyang felt compelled to assist her but hesitated, fearing he might be misconstrued as a lecher. Thus, he opted to feign ignorance and joined her in picking up the pieces. I'm sorry, Chen Yiyang, it was an accident, she said. No worries, he replied, about to bend down again when he suddenly straightened up. It was unclear if Gan Tingting was aware, but today she wore a low-cut top. Leaning forward as she squatted was quite startling. Seemingly oblivious, she continued, where shall we go for lunch later? Mr. Ho insisted I must properly thank you. You decide. He replied. Oh, Chen Yiyang, Yuan told me their bank is organizing a meeting and might be away for several days. Chen Yiyang? Hey, are you not picking up the pieces? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Gan Tingting, unaware, touched her cheek, assuming her makeup was amiss, and asked in a fluster. Chen Yiyang blinked, maintaining his composure. Ah, yes. The pieces are indeed quite round and white. During lunch, Gan Tingting sought a high-end restaurant, but Chen Yiyang declined. A food street adjacent to the antique street offered a variety of delicious options. Moreover, Chen Yiyang intended to find Xiao Pang, making it convenient to dine together. The two arrived at the market, where they observed numerous vendors setting up even before afternoon. Jinling, an ancient city, attracted a steady flow of tourists from all over, including foreigners. Given your earth element, according to feng shui, you must have an antique from the earth around you to ward off evil and attract wealth and romance. This snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty is simply perfect. Xiao Pang was animatedly engaging with a foreign customer. Qing dynasty, is it genuine? The foreigner asked, astonished. Xiao Pang thumped his chest, absolutely genuine. This belonged to Li Lianying, the chief eunuch of the last emperor of the Qing, a true antique. I guarantee authenticity. If false, I will pay tenfold. But wait. I recall that Li Lianying served Empress Dowager Cixi, not the last emperor. The foreigner furrowed his brow. Unfazed, Xiao Pang scoffed. Oh, you foreigners know little. The last emperor's mother was Cixi's adopted daughter, thus Cixi was his maternal grandmother, understand? Therefore, Li Lianying must have served both. That makes sense. How much is it? 100,000. Wow, that is quite steep. Would 10,000 suffice? All right, for the sake of friendship. Come, let's settle the payment. And so, a business deal was struck. Xiao Pang pocketed the money as the two foreigners, beaming with joy, departed with the snuff bottle. Once they left, Chen Yiyang approached and playfully tapped Xiao Pang on the shoulder. You rascal, are you trying to swindle foreigners again? Ah, Chen, you startled me, Xiao Pang grinned. Let me tell you, people are harder to deceive nowadays. You must master the art of conversation, feign some flaws for these gullible foreigners, and then educate them on the history. Business is tough, but today I was fortunate enough to trick a foolish foreigner. Look, $10,000. Gan Tingting, curious, squatted down to inspect the antique on the ground, asking, was that snuff bottle a fake? How much is it worth? Xiao Pang casually handed her another piece, saying, if you like it, feel free to take one to play with. The items displayed on the ground, produced in Yiwu, are priced at over $1 each, while those of slightly higher value are around 10. Wow, the money comes in so quickly, doesn't it? Gan Tingting exclaimed in astonishment, mirroring the earlier reaction of the foreigner. It's not that simple. I spent over 10 days just to secure this single deal, I replied. But what if they discover it's a counterfeit and come back to find you? Xiao Fatty chuckled. I told you, for every fake, I compensate tenfold. Look over there. I have dozens more in that bag. I'm ready to take the hit. All right, let us pack up and head out for a meal. Chen Yiyang held little interest in Xiao Fatty's street vendor approach. Moreover, the money came too slowly. Honestly, Fatty, your line of work is becoming increasingly unpalatable. Perhaps it's time to switch careers. I can arrange a position for you at Sifang's. Just have a word with the boss, Chen Yiyang said earnestly. Relying solely on the gift of gab to sell goods at a street stall could lead to months without sales. Whether one makes money depends entirely on luck. If it were that easy to deceive, Xiao Fatty wouldn't be in his current predicament. Chen Yiyang sincerely considered his future, believing that at least working at Sifang's would provide some security. However, Xiao Fatty shook his head. Forget it. I'm too accustomed to my freedom. You want me to suddenly clock in at a specific time? I can't accept that. Besides, if I join Sifang's, will I still have the liberty to procure goods? Are you aspiring to be an antique dealer? Chen Yiyang inquired. Xiao Fatty excitedly replied, exactly. I've been contemplating this for days. With your keen eye and the ease of selling at Sifang's, I can handle the procurement outside. Together, we could amass a fortune. I've already started spreading the word and getting business cards printed. Once we establish ourselves, our capital will grow exponentially. As they walked and conversed about Xiao Fatty's grand vision, Chen Yiyang found himself in agreement. Being an antique dealer is essentially that of a middleman, stockpiling unique items, buying low, and selling high to earn the differential. To succeed in this venture, two essentials are required: capital and discernment. Capital constitutes the cost of acquisitions, while discernment determines one's ability to profit. Chen Yiyang also recognized his lack of connections. For instance, he still had several items on hand that had yet to find a market. Merely being knowledgeable about antiques is insufficient. One must also establish a sales channel to realize profit. The food street was brimming with various delicacies, and Chen Yiyang ordered several items as the trio settled at a table to eat and chat. Gan Tingting was quite considerate, always eager to pay the bill, and even bought milk tea for them. While Chen Yiyang and Xiao Fatty discussed entrepreneurship, she listened quietly, sipping her refreshing fruit tea through a straw. Once they had nearly finished their conversation, Chen Yiyang took out his phone to transfer money, instructing, here, take 300,000 to pay off the loan shark. We can't have them knocking on our door. Xiao Fatty sighed with relief. In that case, I won tea hold back. I'll settle up later. How are things with Sulu? Quite well. The mahjong parlor is doing great. She cooks and does my laundry every day, and is quite obedient in bed. However, her son seems to have a significant issue with me and has tried to make things difficult on multiple occasions. But that's unimportant. For every time he annoys me, I make sure to give his mother a hard time, Xiao Fatty said without a hint of embarrassment. Chen Yiyang remarked. Gan Tingting paused, her straw unmoving, as she focused intently on Xiao Fatty, eager for more gossip. But Xiao Fatty, feeling shy, stood up to return to his stall. Chen Yiyang also intended to leave, but had no plans to return to Sifang's. As the manager, he enjoyed a degree of freedom. Bai Jie required him to be in the store for 4 full hours, which meant he could go wherever he pleased afterward. Each time he finished his shift, it felt like a release from prison. Therefore, naturally, he was reluctant to return to Sifang's. As he drove, pondering whether to seek out Jiang Wanqing, Gan Tingting suddenly appeared behind him, opening the passenger door and fastening her seatbelt awkwardly. Curiously, she asked, Chen Yiyang, did I just hear you made over 500,000 in these past few days? Is there a problem? Chen Yiyang calmly replied, adjusting his rearview mirror without looking up. No, I just find it remarkable. Does money really come that quickly in the antiques business? If you have the skill, you could earn that much too. Humph, if you're not going to share, then you're really stingy, Gan Tingting pouted, turning back to her haughty demeanor. Hey, Chen Yiyang, since you've made so much money, how about giving me a chance to have you accompany me shopping this afternoon? Accompany you shopping? Or is it a chance for me? Chen Yiyang glanced at her. Just as his impression of her had improved, it fell back down. So, this woman has merely been acting. Now that I've helped her with Mr. Ho's matter, she reverts to her materialistic nature? Gan Tingting said nonchalantly, of course. Don't you want to seize this opportunity? Many men would leap at the chance. If you don't appreciate it, then I'll be on my way, Chen Yiyang interrupted, waving his hand. Please get out of the car. I need to start picking up passengers. What do you mean? Gan Tingting exclaimed, incredulous. Is it wrong? One must be diligent, no matter how much one earns. Hard work is essential. Gan Tingting bit her lip, conceding, if you don't want to shop with me, how about we go to the movies instead? Can we go to a private cinema? Chen Yiyang chuckled. Let us skip the cinema and get straight to business. Just tell me, how much for one night? 1,500? Or 3,000? Is there an additional charge in the car? Gan Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger flaring as she clenched her teeth, demanding, what are you saying? Chen Yiyang, do you think I'm some kind of streetwalker? What else could it be? Chen Yiyang sneered. You were so subservient yesterday because I could help you. But now that Mr. Ho's issue is resolved, you've changed your tune. Do you believe I resemble a sycophant? Compared to Li Yuan, do you really think you have much more to offer? You. Gan Tingting's face flushed with rage, leaving her speechless. She indeed harbored thoughts of taking advantage of Chen Yiyang. Having earned 500,000, she promptly handed Xiao Fatty 300,000, thinking that if Chen Yiyang truly wanted to pursue her, he would need to spend generously today, if not for nearly losing herself last night. She might have dismissed this opportunity altogether. She even believed that Chen Yiyang must be infatuated with her. However, she was taken aback by how clear-headed he was, unwilling to suffer any loss. Gan Tingting felt wronged. After being kissed and touched, she ended up with nothing. Chen Yiyang, I know you have feelings for me. How about this? Accompany me to buy a handbag and a set of cosmetics, and tonight, I'll give you the black stockings I've worn. They'll come with my scent. Gan Tingting attempted to suppress her anger, enticing him once more. Chen Yiyang glanced at her shapely legs and teased. They'll smell like foot odor, right? No, thank you. Will you get out of the car? If not, I'll start charging you. Chen Yiyang, you're ruthless. You have to take me home. Will you cover the fare? I will. Hearing her affirmative response, Chen Yiyang finally started the car. After a short while on the road, Gan Tingting began to regret her decision, pouting, Chen Yiyang, are you really this heartless? I'm a girl, and a beautiful one at that. How can you treat me this way? Chen Yiyang replied coldly, keep it simple, just be straightforward. If I let you touch my leg, will you waive the fare? Gan Tingting blushed. Chen Yiyang glanced at her low neckline and said, touching your leg isn't enough? We need to add another condition. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Gan Tingting's cheeks were crimson. She felt as though she had suffered a considerable loss this time. How much is the fare? Chen Yiyang performed the gesture of driving a Ferrari with one hand all the way. Damn it. I should have worn a turtleneck if I knew it would be this rough. Gan Tingting glared at Chen Yiyang fiercely as she got out of the car. It's all right. Breast enhancement technology is quite advanced now. Take care, beautiful. Remember to call me next time something like this happens. Chen Yiyang laughed, waved his hand, and sped away in his car. Gan Tingting stood there, torn inside, biting her lip as she hurried back to her room to change clothes. She enjoyed the feeling of being with Chen Yiyang, but she was also unwilling to let him have his way so easily. Moreover, the money Chen Yiyang earned was trivial in her eyes. She was merely curious about it. Meanwhile, not long after Chen Yiyang drove away, he received a phone call from Li Sisi. There was an urgent matter at the Sifang Zhai, and he needed to return immediately. Chapter 65. Is it possible that neither of your two sons is biological? Once he became the shopkeeper and signed a contract, he lost his freedom. Chen Yiyang had no choice but to abandon the thought of finding Jiang Wanqing and drove back to the Sifang Zhai. In the hall, a man in his 50s was sitting on the sofa, brewing tea. On the tea table lay a row of wooden trays covered with red cloth, seemingly containing antiques. Upon seeing Chen Yiyang enter, Li Sisi quickly approached him and whispered, "This is Mr. Hu, the antique collector we are collaborating with at Sifang Zhai. According to the usual practice, the inspection of goods is your responsibility as the shopkeeper. This will test your discernment. You need to examine them carefully. Once payment is made, the goods cannot be returned, and any fakes will be your burden." Understood, Chen Yiyang nodded. Although he was not well versed in the rules, he could deduce that a large antique shop like Sifang Zhai, which had branches in other regions of Jinling, must have stable channels. The antique collectors surely had a market for the items they acquired, making it easy to sell them to Sifang Zhai. The money was relatively secure, and there was no need to worry about being unable to sell. Seeing Chen Yiyang's confident demeanor, Li Sisi introduced, "Mr. Hu, this is our new shopkeeper, Chen Yiyang. He will decide whether to accept the goods." "No problem. Take your time," Mr. Hu replied, bringing along a companion who sat quietly beside him. "I collected this batch from Hanzhong. It's a mountainous area, and many elders lived deep in the woods. I can't tell you how many mountain paths I traversed to gather this batch. Fortunately, I encountered an elderly gentleman whose ancestors were scholars. So I acquired everything in one go, Mr. Hu explained as he lifted the red cloth. How many pieces are there in total? Chen Yiyang asked casually, his fingers grazing over the antiques. Each antique was neatly arranged, each in its own box. Xinhua Kuaiguang doll jar, Kangxi period folk kiln porcelain, market estimated price, 250,000. High value, worth acquiring. Anonymous painting, Qing Dynasty Mo Xinqing's work, market estimated price, 320,000. High value, worth acquiring. Anonymous jade hairpin, Qing Dynasty jewelry. Market estimated price, 160,000. High value, worth acquiring. Qianlong period gold enamelware, replica, low market value, not worth acquiring. Information flashed before Chen Yiyang's eyes. He paused for a moment and then glanced at Mr. Hu. Unfazed, Mr. Hu continued, in total, there are 12 pieces. Shopkeeper Chen, feel free to inspect them. If you find anything suitable, just give a price you're comfortable with. We are longtime partners and won't deceive you. All are Qing Dynasty items, including gold and silverware, paintings, and more. Why such a mix? Lu Shiyu asked in confusion. Noticing Chen Yiyang's silence and his youthful appearance, Mr. Hu surmised that Chen Yiyang was inexperienced, boasting, well, the items passed down from ancestors are certainly not from famous figures. The prices of Qing Dynasty antiques are generally modest. It's mainly about age, condition, and rarity. You see this ordinary jade hairpin? Its market price ranges from a few thousand to tens of thousands. However, if it were worn by a historically notable person, its value could multiply by dozens. After saying this, he cast a glance at Chen Yiyang. Mr. Hu was convinced that Chen Yiyang was inexperienced. Who examines antiques without tools or thorough inspection, just with a casual touch? Mr. Hu, your words hold merit, Chen Yiyang nodded, pointing to two of the replicas and asking Li Sisi to set them aside. Then he said, Mr. Hu, for this batch, we at Xifangzhai will take everything except these two pieces. At this statement, Mr. Hu's heart sank, and with a troubled expression, he replied, Shopkeeper Chen, this doesn't seem appropriate. When we negotiated with Mr. Bai, it was agreed that as long as the goods we collected were acceptable, Xifangzhai would take them all. Now, you're picking and choosing. How can we conduct business this way? Are we expected to take a loss ourselves? His agitation was evident, and his voice rose, seemingly intentionally loud enough for those outside to hear. Li Sisi and Lu Shiyu exchanged awkward glances. There were customers in the store, and Mr. Hu's shouting quickly attracted a crowd. In business, the last thing one wants is trouble. At this moment, one could either accept all goods to keep the peace or stand firm. Seeing the gathering crowd, Chen Yiyang remained unperturbed and calmly replied, you said it yourself. The goods are acceptable, so we will certainly take them. But for these two pieces, I'm afraid, Mr. Hu, you misjudged them. What do you mean? These two pieces are replicas. Impossible. Mr. Hu exploded at once, pointing at Chen Yiyang. Young man, are you talking nonsense? I, Hu Gui, have been in the antique business for decades. While I may misjudge other items, I cannot mistake these Qing Dynasty pieces. How can you say that? Just because you casually touched them? Exactly, it's clear you're trying to back out, shouted the man accompanying Mr. Hu, his spittle nearly landing on Chen Yiyang. Is this the new shopkeeper at Xifangzhai? He looks too young. Mr. Hu has been in the business for so long. He wouldn't make such a mistake. I say Xifangzhai has outgrown these low-end items and is trying to renege. The onlookers murmured, pointing fingers. Chen Yiyang remained calm, leisurely asking, you don't believe you made a mistake? Humph, I may not be very capable, but after years of traveling and encountering various items, I can tell the authenticity of Qing Dynasty pieces with a glance, Mr. Hu coldly retorted. Very well, let me disabuse you of that notion. Chen Yiyang smiled, and as he spoke, he suddenly patted Mr. Hu on the shoulder, then said, Mr. Hu, you are 49 years old. What do you mean? Why mention my age when appraising antiques? Does that prove you're not wrong? Ridiculous. Mr. Hu scoffed. Ignoring him, Chen Yiyang continued, you have 3 women, but no sons, just 1 daughter. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hu's expression changed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, you're talking nonsense. Who doesn't he know that I have 2 sons and a daughter who is studying at university in Jingzhou? Have you ever considered that those 2 sons are not your biological children? Mr. Hu's face faltered, and he stood frozen, unable to utter a word. While he might not have believed Chen Yiyang's claim about his age, after all, he was a person of some standing, and such information could be easily found. What struck him was the assertion that his 2 sons were not his biological children. He had only received the paternity test report that very day, making this revelation a deep wound he had never shared with anyone. Chapter 66. Shen Shaolin pays a visit in an instant. Hu Guei stood in stunned silence. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, widening his eyes and exclaiming, "You, how on earth do you possess such a skill? I am utterly impressed. Let us depart." The man behind him, still unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth and urged, "Boss Hu, hurry." Hu Guei paid him no mind, collecting the 2 counterfeit items from the table and pushing through the crowd, leaving in a dejected manner. As for the payment for the other 10 Qing dynasty antiques, he was unconcerned. Once the transaction was complete, Si Fengzhai would naturally transfer the funds to him. Although Hu Guei had departed, the crowd, still buzzing with excitement, could hardly contain their enthusiasm, eager to try their luck. Chen Yiyang possesses such extraordinary abilities. More accurate than fortune-telling. Someone shouted, "Shopkeeper Chen, let me have a go. I'm willing to pay." "Certainly. Bone-reading fortune-telling, 200 yuan per person. If it's inaccurate, no refunds." Chen Yiyang replied with a smile, welcoming all comers. The first individual stepped forward, filled with anticipation. Chen Yiyang reached out and immediately declared, "You are 37 this year. It is destined that you will remain single until 40. What happens after 40? After 40, you will have grown accustomed to it. Next." Initially, the crowd was eager to join in, but as Chen Yiyang continued to make predictions that were clearly nonsensical and entirely inaccurate, they quickly lost interest. Some even claimed to have been duped by him. Doubts began to circulate about whether Hu Guei had been in cahoots with Chen Yiyang. However, they had voluntarily paid, and Chen Yiyang had warned them in advance that refunds were not forthcoming, even if the predictions were incorrect. After the commotion subsided, the onlookers dispersed. Chen Yiyang let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick thinking and adaptability. Otherwise, his ability to accurately guess others' ages and personal details might have raised suspicions. The secret of the mystical ring on his hand must remain undisclosed. Once the crowd had cleared, he hastily instructed that the Qing dynasty antiques be catalogued and stored. Lu Shuyu, still in awe, asked, "Shopkeeper Chen, you are truly remarkable. Can you really discern so much just by touching someone's hand? May I have a go?" Chen Yiyang glanced at her with mild interest and replied, "Sure, but when it comes to women, shoulder readings can be inaccurate. It's best to touch the chest. If that is not possible, the tailbone will suffice." While Lu Shuyu was indeed attractive with her pure features, she was rather young, and he doubted the tactile experience would be particularly satisfying. Lu Shuyu looked down at her chest, hesitating as she said, "Oh, must it be the chest? Well, all right. But should we go to a room?" "Absolutely." Chen Yiyang nodded enthusiastically. Just as they were about to leave, Li Sisi intervened, unable to bear the scene any longer. She pinched Chen Yiyang and, with exasperation, admonished Lu Shuyu, "You silly girl, do you really believe him? He clearly just wants to take advantage of you, fool." Chen Yiyang chuckled and asked, "Really, Sister Sisi, do you want to give it a try?" Li Sisi rolled her eyes, "Please. I've seen through your little tricks long ago. Do you really think I'm an inexperienced young girl just stepping into society?" Once the antiques were catalogued and securely placed in the counter, Chen Yiyang remembered the pressing matter at hand. He nudged Li Sisi's shoulder and inquired, "How long has Hu Guei been collaborating with us at Si Fengzhai? It must have been several years, right? He was already working with us when I first arrived. Is there something troubling you?" Li Sisi raised an eyebrow. "I recall this batch of Qing dynasty items was specifically requested by Boss by last month. It seems her friend has a penchant for collecting pieces from that era. Whether they hold value is secondary. What matters is that he enjoys items from that period. Could it be that Hu Guei was unable to procure enough genuine pieces and resorted to using 2 fakes to make up the numbers?" Chen Yiyang shook his head. "Difficult to say. What should we do now?" Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu exchanged glances, both of them being antique brokers akin to salespersons, solely responsible for introducing and promoting the collectibles to customers. Other matters within Si Fengzhai were beyond their expertise. Let things unfold, since Hu Guei has failed this time. Let us see how he responds next. Chen Yiyang remarked this and was about to head upstairs to call Bai Jia for an update on Hu Guei and discuss a strategy. Wow, Si Fengzhai is indeed opulent. This hall alone is larger than 2 of our shops combined. At that moment, a group of individuals burst through the door, their peculiar voices preceding them. Chen Yiyang halted mid-step on the staircase, turning to descend. The leader of the group, a young man clad in a white suit and trousers, with bleached hair and pink sunglasses, swaggered in. Upon spotting Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu, he promptly removed his sunglasses, revealing an exaggerated expression and an ambiguous gaze as he leered, "Tiske, Bai Jia, that wicked woman, not only is she alluring, but her agents are equally stunning. Such a waste. Hey, beautiful, would you be interested in joining us at Lin Shixian?" With that, he audaciously reached out, attempting to touch Li Sisi's face. She stepped back, swatting his hand away with a cold expression. Not interested, leave. Quite bold. I like it. The young man remained unfazed, grinning as his gaze shifted to Lu Shuyu. Leering at her. TSK, that face is lovely, but what a pity. The chest is too small, not yet fully developed. Shen Xiaoling, don't cause trouble at Sifang Zhai, or I'll call the police. Li Sisi suddenly declared. Shen Xiaoling. Upon hearing that name, Chen Yiyang cast another glance at the young man in the white suit, his heart sinking. He hadn't expected Shen Xiaoling to come knocking. Chapter 67. Resigned. The events surrounding the ghost market were proving far from easy to conclude. He had disrupted the transactions at the ghost market. Not only had tomb raiders and antique dealers been apprehended, but even the Shun family's high-ranking official had been implicated. Had it not been for the Shun family's swift actions and having the official plead guilty, Shen Xiaoling might have found himself in dire legal straits. Previously at the hospital, Bai Tao had mentioned that the Shun family was investigating the ghost market's affairs. Now, with Shen Xiaoling appearing, it was evident that he had uncovered some clues. Or perhaps, he was seeking revenge or testing the waters. Shen Xiaoling possessed fair skin and resembled a delicate youth, yet his smile carried a sinister quality, his beady eyes lending him an ominous air. As Chen Yiyang scrutinized him, Shen Xiaoling's gaze fixated on him in return. So, you are the new shopkeeper that Black Widow Bai Jie hired? Quite young, you must have some skill. I wonder, was it Bai Jie who sent you to the ghost market incident? Black Widow? Is that what they call Bai Jie? Why such a moniker? After all, she is rather fair, not dark at all. Chen Yiyang felt a sense of confusion within, but from the tone of Shen Xiaoling, he surmised that Shun was merely testing him and was unaware of his identity in the ghost market. With this understanding, he felt considerably more at ease. Chen Yiyang did not rush to respond, yet Shen Xiaoling, in his eagerness, pressed on. It matters little. I only need to know that this matter was instigated by the Bai family of the Sifang studio. Young man, would you be interested in joining my Linshikshuan? In that case, irrespective of the conditions proposed by that Black Widow, I shall offer you double the amount. What do you say? Double means 200,000. An annual salary exceeding 2 million. Many senior executives in large corporations do not enjoy such generous compensation. If Li Yuan or Gan Tingting were here, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Yet, Chen Yiyang maintained a stoic expression, saying nothing in reply. Is it not enough? Shen Xiaoling chuckled, continuing, I also manage a new media company, where you can select from a plethora of beautiful streamers, young mothers, student girls, and fresh models, whatever your heart desires. You could even change daily. As a man, you understand. Surely, you have no reason to decline? An annual salary of 1 million. Alongside a selection of beautiful women, this was an immense temptation for anyone. Even Lu Shuyu and Li Sisi were astonished at the magnitude of Shen Xiaoling's offer to entice Chen Yiyang. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely agreed immediately. However, Chen Yiyang simply shook his head and replied with a smile. Shen Xiao, the Sifang studio is quite sufficient for me. I may be somewhat foolish, but I do not enjoy switching allegiances or betraying my employer. Loyal to a fault, are we? Such fidelity is a rarity these days. Alas, it is a pity that it cannot be leveraged for my benefit, Shen Xiaoling remarked, momentarily taken aback, before his expression darkened ominously. With a cold smile, he said, since you refuse to change your employer, prepare to accompany her to the grave. After all these years, do you wish to inquire about the consequences of offending me? Shen Xiaoling? Chen Yiyang furrowed his brow and replied, I have long heard of your reputation, Shen Xiao, but I am merely an employee, following my employer's orders. Surely, you would not make things difficult for a mere worker like me? A mere worker? Shen Xiaoling scoffed twice, then turned his gaze to Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu, leaving them uncertain whether he was warning Chen Yiyang or threatening them both. Once enmity is forged, who remains innocent? As he spoke, Shen Xiaoling abruptly approached the counter, grasping a Pichio ornament and smashing it onto the ground with great force. Within 3 days, either leave or suffer the same fate as the Bai family. The path forward is yours to choose. With a clatter, the Pichio shattered into countless fragments as Shen Xiaoling turned and departed with his entourage. Once they had left, a multitude of onlookers remained outside, drawn by the commotion. Lu Shuyu, feeling flustered, looked up at Chen Yiyang and asked, Boss, what should we do? What should we do? Sweep the floor and tidy up, Chen Yiyang replied, uncertain himself but knowing that as the manager, he must maintain composure. Despite his inner turmoil, he resolved to appear calm. After issuing his instructions, Chen Yiyang prepared to ascend the stairs to call Bai Jie. The Sifang studio was not his enterprise. He was merely an employee. His recent words to Shen Xiaoling were merely to assert his stance. Bai Jie compensated him as an appraiser, a modest sum each month. Why should he risk his life against Chen Yiyang? As he settled at the tea table upstairs, Li Sisi followed him. Is there something you need? He inquired. It is not as simple as it seems. Though Chen Yiyang appears jovial on the surface, he harbors a vicious and ruthless heart, employing unscrupulous means. Li Sisi sat opposite him and began to explain. Last month, an antique dealer who borrowed funds from Lin Shixuan failed to deliver on time. Discovering that the items he acquired were priceless antiques worth over 10 million, he succumbed to greed. Once Chen Yiyang discovered this, the dealer was dead by suicide within 3 days. His wife and daughter signed contracts with Chen Yiyang's media company. The tale of their being pursued for debts is no fabrication. A year ago, someone attempted to auction a piece of Yongzheng official kiln porcelain. There were many bidders at first, but soon, they all fell into trouble and withdrew. Ultimately, the porcelain ended up in Lin Shixuan's possession. And rumors suggest that Chen Yiyang sent a set of burial clothes to the families of those bidders. Chen Yiyang listened intently, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Is he truly that ruthless? Isn't that illegal? Illegal? And what of it?" Li Sisi scoffed. He did not send the packages himself. Can police apprehend him or convict him? There is worse. The industries under Lin Shixuan were originally meant for the eldest son of the Shen family. But due to a scheme at the auction house, they incurred losses exceeding 200 million. Have you not heard of it? Was that also Chen Yiyang's doing? Chen Yiyang queried softly. Li Sisi replied with a cold laugh. Who else could it be? Although there is no concrete evidence, he reaped the greatest rewards after the incident, taking over Lin Shixuan and rising in status. Eventually, he will inherit the Shen family fortune. He has even turned against his own brother. What do you think he is capable of? After their brief encounter today, Chen Yiyang could discern that Chen Yiyang possessed a capricious temperament and resorted to unscrupulous methods. Indeed, he was someone one could not provoke. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yiyang finally said, "So, what do you wish to convey with all this?" "Resign," Li Sisi replied. "Huh." Chen Yiyang blinked in surprise. "I am merely an employee. If Chen Yiyang seeks vengeance, it would be against the Bai family and Bai boss, not me, right? You are too naive." Li Sisi shot him a glance, mocking. Lin Shixuan deals in antiques and cultural artifacts. If trouble arises in this regard, it will undoubtedly be directed at the Sifang studio. As the manager, do you think you can evade it? Resigning now would at least distance you from this mess. A monthly salary of 100,000 is generous, but risking your life for it is not worth it. Indeed, Li Sisi's reasoning was sound, regardless of the salary. Incurring Chen Yiyang's wrath was not worth the risk. Chen Yiyang hesitated, then asked, "And what about you?" Li Sisi smiled. "I am merely suggesting that you resign, you see? After this shift, I will leave as well. Just ensure my salary is transferred to my account." With that, she began to rise. "Wait." Chen Yiyang quickly grasped her wrist, about to speak when a string of appraisal information flashed before his eyes. Li Sisi, 32 years old, antique broker, exquisite figure, chaste, with minor flaws, high market value. Worth pursuing. Upon acquisition, absorption of 1,000th is possible. Staring at the cascade of information before him, Chen Yiyang was left in a daze. Chaste. With minor flaws, he could surmise the implication. It suggested that Li Sisi had not been with a man, hence the minor flaw. But didn't she have a boyfriend? Was it possible he was inadequate? Setting that aside, what did the subsequent information mean? What was to be absorbed upon acquisition? Did the ring possess the ability to absorb energy, conditional upon winning over Li Sisi? Yet, why had this not appeared before? Filled with confusion, Chen Yiyang realized he knew too little about the ring's capabilities. He had only understood its ability to appraise treasures until now. The emergence of a new ability filled him with excitement and anticipation. If this were the case, he could not overlook any woman who met the criteria and was worth pursuing. Bai Jie, Bai Tao, and even Zhang Wanqing and Gan Tingting all came to mind. Noticing Chen Yiyang holding her hand while lost in thought, Li Sisi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked with mild irritation, "What is it?" Chen Yiyang, not daring to dwell on his thoughts, quickly replied, "Sisi, it's like this. Even if you wish to resign, there is no need to rush, is there? You must complete your shift in the intermediate class first. Please go ahead and wait. I will discuss matters with the boss. Perhaps the boss has already made a decision." "Fine, I can wait, but I require a resolution before my shift ends. However, I advise you to abandon this notion. If the boss were truly prepared, he would not be hiding away." Li Sisi readily agreed, then shot a glare at Chen Yiyang, indignantly saying, "Haven't you finished speaking? How long do you intend to take advantage of this?" "Oh, my apologies, I forgot." Chen Yiyang reluctantly released her, brushing his nose, lingering on the scent. Once Li Sisi descended the stairs, Chen Yiyang returned to his seat, still engrossed in the information imparted by the ring. Acquiring a woman allowed for a minuscule absorption. What about antiques? This absorption must pertain to some form of energy. The law of conservation of energy. The ring is not omnipotent. It too requires energy to bestow its appraisal capabilities. Chen Yiyang began to grasp the concept. To validate his thoughts, he promptly retrieved a piece of antique from the storeroom shelf using his key. A Qing Dynasty Qianlong imperial gold-fired enamel flower and bird-patterned demo pot, with an estimated market value of 5.6 million, high in market worth, and worthy of acquisition. Absorbable. Indeed, the appraisal information showed a change. A true antique. With the additional note of being absorbable, Chen Yiyang was uncertain how to proceed, so he simply kept his palm on the demo pot. For reasons unknown, he suddenly sensed that the demo pot had grown a few degrees colder, akin to the chill of winter. In a hazy vision, he perceived a grayish-white stream of ice emerging from the pot, directly entering his forehead. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Chen Yiyang's expression turned frantic. He was oblivious to what the grayish-white stream was, and how its entry into his forehead might affect his body. He longed to see, yet visibility eluded him. He merely felt a tremor as the icy stream seemed to penetrate his being, traveling from his forehead to his heart, ultimately settling beneath his navel. After a moment, the demo pot appeared to have lost its temperature, no longer exuding coldness. Chen Yiyang retracted his hand, quickly moving his body, feeling no discernible change. Could it be that he was destined to cultivate immortality? Chen Yiyang mumbled, filled with confusion. Having studied history, he was well aware of the various texts. According to Taoism, the human body is said to contain 3 dantians. The area between the eyebrows is known as the upper dantian. The area beneath the heart is the middle dantian, and below the navel lies the lower dantian. This icy stream traversed from top to bottom, circulating through the 3 dantians, ultimately accumulating in the lower dantian. Whether this was beneficial or detrimental remained a mystery. His heart swirled with both excitement and trepidation. Humanity often harbors fear of the unknown. What if that icy stream posed a threat? Folklore warns of gamblers seeking fortune by spending a night atop a coffin, allowing spirits to siphon their vitality, ensuring success in gambling the following day at the cost of their lifespan. In summary, to attain unexpected wealth, one must pay a certain price. Chen Yiyang naturally shared such concerns. Yet, as there were no physical changes, he was unwilling to relent, placing his palm once more upon the demo pot. However, this time the appraisal information revealed that the earlier note of being absorbable had vanished. Did the ring require the absorption of the antique's energy? The absence of such information previously suggested that the ring had not yet filled its capacity. Energy levels were insufficient? Chen Yiyang pondered. He began to decipher the mystery. This extraordinary ring, once it recognized its master, had bound itself to him. Each time he appraised a treasure, he could absorb the energy contained within. Beyond antiques, women were also capable of providing energy. However, the prerequisite was that the woman must be acquired. Essentially, he must have been intimate with her. Energy, after all, is associated with women. Yet, women with a tumultuous personal life would have expended much of their vital energy, rendering them unsuitable for the ring's requirements. Only women who remained chaste or pure would suffice. This reasoning appeared sound. Chen Yiyang, hesitant to continue absorbing the icy stream for fear of potential harm, exited the storeroom and sat in the tea room on the 2nd floor, lost in thought for over an hour before gradually clarifying his thoughts. As it stood, the ring posed no apparent detriment. Without it, he might still be mired in poverty, unable to afford a kidney transplant for his mother, let alone survive. Life is but a fleeting 30,000 days, if this ring could bestow wealth upon him. Living lavishly for the first few decades, while enduring some trials and tribulations in the ensuing years, did not seem an unreasonable trait. Having reconciled this notion, Chen Yiyang felt a sense of liberation and promptly retrieved his phone to call Bai Jia. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Bai Jia finally answered on the 3rd try. Her voice seemingly weary as she said, "Hello? Chen Yiyang, is Chen Shaolin causing trouble? You already know?" Chen Yiyang replied, astonished. Before he could elaborate, Bai Jia had already anticipated his words, indicating she was prepared. The ghost market had inflicted significant losses on the Shen family. Chen Shaolin had nearly faced dire consequences from his family for this. It was remarkable he had managed to refrain from seeking vengeance until now. It seemed the boss had a strategy in place, which eased Chen Yiyang's mind considerably. "No, I don't." Huh. Chen Yiyang was rendered speechless. What confidence did she possess in the absence of any preparations? Bai Jia, however, swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Nevertheless, the antique industry has its own rules. At the ghost market, we played Chen Shaolin, and since he couldn't catch us in the act, he must concede. Even if Chen Yiyang seeks revenge, he can only do so through the lens of antique appraisal, not through underhanded tactics. Therefore, you need not worry excessively about your safety. If it was a matter of antique appraisal, Chen Yiyang felt reassured. This was his domain, and with the ring, his appraisal abilities would be immensely enhanced. But what if he comes to cause a scene? Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Jie lightly chuckled. Sifang's is a legitimate establishment. If trouble arises, simply call the police. Chen Yiyang isn't foolish enough to resort to such a brazen method of retaliation. He is adept at patience, preferring to stab from the shadows and orchestrate schemes. Thus, you need not be overly concerned about direct confrontation. Instead, be wary of his covert plots meant to ensnare you. How do I guard against that? You understand antique appraisal. As long as you remain unready and discerning, he cannot ensnare you. Chen Yiyang nodded, conceding, that makes sense. But what if Chen Yiyang's actions instill fear in my colleagues, prompting them to resign? Unexpectedly, Bai Jie replied decisively. That is your responsibility as the manager. If you cannot maintain your team, why would I pay you 100,000 a month to manage? Chen Yiyang found himself at a loss for words, eyes wide in disbelief. Damn, your logic seems sound. Very well, I shall work for you as long as you pay, he conceded. If there are insurmountable issues, reach out to my sister. That's that. Your sister? Before Chen Yiyang could finish, Bai Jie had already hung up. He pondered what could possibly keep her so busy. By the way, why did Chen Yiyang refer to her as the Black Widow? That is hardly a flattering term. He should inquire about it with Bai Tao, as he knew too little about his boss. Nonetheless, this call was not in vain. Being aware of Chen Yiyang's potential tactics bolstered Chen Yiyang's confidence. Even if Lin Shixian sought to create trouble, he would be prepared. The current dilemma lay in how to reassure Li Sisi and Lu Shiyu. They were both antique brokers within the shop. Essentially, they were merely employees and had no obligation to devote themselves to Sifang's, given the unsatisfactory work environment. Moving to another antique shop would not impact them significantly. However, Chen Yiyang did not wish for them to leave. Firstly, they had just begun to establish a rapport, and both possessed commendable abilities. Secondly, out of his own selfish desire, he did not want to miss out on Li Sisi, a woman deemed worthy of investment through her ring appraisal. After sitting for a while, as the clock neared Li Sisi's quitting time, Chen Yiyang finally descended the stairs. Lu Shiyu hurried over, her face etched with concern, asking, Master, what if Sister Sisi resigns? At that moment, Li Sisi was behind the counter, one hand propped on the surface, her gaze drifting outside Four Directions Studio. Not far away, Chen Yiyang knew she was listening and deliberately said, She can't resign without my approval. Do not worry, she will be here tomorrow as usual. If she dares to skip work, it will be treated as an absence. With a thud, Li Sisi slammed her palm on the counter and turned, her beautiful eyes glaring. What do you mean? Are you planning to be a heartless boss and force me to stay? Even married couples can divorce. Why can't I resign from my job? What logic is this? Chen Yiyang chuckled. I just spoke with the boss. She assured me that Four Directions Studio will guarantee your safety, even if there are conflicts with Ling Shixian. It is none of your concern. Furthermore, both of you will receive an additional 2% commission per order as compensation. Lu Shiyu was immediately intrigued and quickly urged. 2%, Sister Sisi, why don't we just stay? If we switch to another shop, we will have to start all over again. And many clients only recognize us from Four Directions Studio. The base salary for antique brokers is not high. Their substantial income relies on commissions. While 2% may not seem much, just over 200 yuan per order, it accumulates significantly over a month. Chen Yiyang had reviewed the financial records of Four Directions Studio. Li Sisi earned around 20,000 yuan monthly, while Lu Shiyu, albeit less, made over 10,000. Their remuneration was relatively generous. Li Sisi hesitated for a moment, then turned and asked, I find it strange. We are at the bottom tier, so it doesn't matter for us. Why aren't you leaving as well? What has she promised you? Nothing promised, Chen Yiyang replied with a smile, suddenly becoming bashful. If there's anything. The boss has agreed to match us too, and to betroth you to me as a concubine. Li Sisi's face flushed instantly. She raised her head and bit out. What do you mean? Why should I only be a concubine? Lu Shiyu, standing nearby, added in disbelief, exactly. Sister Sisi is beautiful and kind-hearted, with a great figure. She should rightfully be the main wife. Suddenly, she paused. Wait, Sister Sisi, do you really want to marry the master? Not at all. However, we have no reason to turn down money. If we can get 2%, let us stay a while longer. Li Sisi shot Chen Yiyang a sidelong glance, then stepped out from behind the counter, wrapping her arm around Lu Shiyu's shoulder. You were quite sweet just now. Let us go. Ignore him. We're off work now. I'll treat you to something delicious. How about hot pot? Great. The Chongqing hot pot on Wenjing Street is the most authentic. The two chatted as they headed to the door. Chen Yiyang hurriedly caught up, standing in front of Li Sisi, bashfully saying, "My words are sweet too. Sister Sisi, you are beautiful, kind-hearted, and have a great figure." Inside the hot pot restaurant, the furnishings were rustic, featuring old wooden tables. This establishment was indeed authentic, and the quality of the hot pot depended heavily on the broth. A pot filled with a vibrant red broth, floating with dried chilies, exuded an enticing aroma that stirred one's appetite. Li Sisi and Lu Shuyu sat together. And Li Sisi asked, "Can you handle spicy food?" "I can manage." "Hey, since today is a joyful occasion, should we have a drink?" Chen Yiyang suggested. Li Sisi shot him a side glance, smirking, "Sure, but if you're so happy, why don't you treat us today? Waitstaff, bring me 2 more servings of tripe and 3 portions of freshly sliced beef." Chen Yiyang's eyes widened. "If you order that much, I might just become unhappy." Chapter 70. If you have the guts, come to my house tonight. The flavor of the hot pot was indeed delightful, with fresh ingredients. The tripe only needed a brief blanching of several seconds before being dipped into the sauce, resulting in an exquisite taste. After a while, Li Sisi could not resist and ordered a few cans of beer. After a couple of sips, she curiously asked, "Chen Xiaoga, I'm genuinely curious. With such a meager salary, do you really intend to stay and assist the Bai family?" Chen Yiyang smiled. 100,000 is not insignificant. Lu Shuyu interjected. "But Ling Shixuan offers more, 200,000. I would be tempted too. After all, it's just work. It doesn't matter who you work for. The one who pays more is the one who holds the real money." "I do not like Shen Shaolin," Chen Yiyang replied, shaking his head. "Today, he offered 200,000 monthly because he needs me to leave 4-Direction Studio. But what about tomorrow? Such a person lacks credibility. He has deceived antique dealers he has worked with for years. How could he care about a mere treasure appraisal master like me?" Li Sisi fixed her gaze on him. "That is indeed true. However, Shen Shaolin has many ways to deal with 4-Direction Studio. Are you so confident?" Chen Yiyang remained silent. "What do you mean? Where does your confidence stem from? I remember you only recently entered the antique world. Do you have other secrets?" Li Sisi's eyes sparkled as she pressed on. "This woman possesses an uncanny intuition," Chen Yiyang mused. However, he paid it no mind. The secret of the ring was something even Li Yuan did not know. She could not possibly discern it. Maintaining his composure, he glanced at her and said, "Indeed, there is a secret. Do you wish to know? However, this secret cannot be disclosed to outsiders, only to women who have shared my bed." Then I no longer wish to know. That price is too steep." Lu Shuyu clearly was not accustomed to drinking. After just a couple of sips, she began to flush. Yet, her words went unnoticed by both. Li Sisi held her beer can, sipping delicately, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Yiyang. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. So have you accepted?" Chen Yiyang asked with a smile. Li Sisi chuckled softly. "Hee, what do you think? If you have the guts, come home with me tonight. My boyfriend currently needs a punching bag." "All right, that is your promise," Chen Yiyang readily agreed. Li Sisi had mentioned this before. She was indeed a clever woman. Clearly single and virtuous, the ring's appraisal information was undoubtedly accurate. The reason she concocted such an excuse was to protect herself. A woman as beautiful as she would certainly attract numerous suitors and unwanted advances to shield herself. She could only fabricate the existence of a formidable man to keep others at bay. Previously, Chen Yiyang had been taken aback, but now he understood. Indeed. Upon hearing Chen Yiyang's response, a flicker of panic crossed Li Sisi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "You are incredibly audacious. Just remember to call for an ambulance in advance, lest you be too late for rescue. Rest assured, I am quite resilient." Chen Yiyang grinned. "Now let us drink." The hot pot feast continued well into the night, with several refills of broth. Lu Shuyu had long since drunk herself into a stupor, comfortably sleeping on the table. As they exited, Chen Yiyang was unable to drive and instead called for a designated driver to take Lu Shuyu home, while Li Sisi tended to her in the back seat. "That girl is just too naive. If I were to resign, I wonder how badly she would be deceived. By the way, do you know about Shuyu's family situation?" Li Sisi suddenly inquired. Chen Yiyang, seated in the passenger seat, had just received a message from Li Yuan on his phone and casually replied, "What? A gambling father, ailing mother, a young brother, and a responsible daughter?" Li Sisi looked astonished. "How do you know? Is it really true?" Chen Yiyang set his phone down, somewhat surprised and awkwardly said, "The technicians in the foot massage parlor used that same line." "Shut it." Li Sisi shot him a glare, her expression a mix of anger and indignation. "Shuyu is different. She is a very clean and innocent girl. Her background is quite pitiable. She was adopted at a young age and lacked the financial means to pursue an education. relying solely on her hard work to earn tuition fees. She graduated from university through loans, which she has only recently managed to repay. Now, her family is pressuring her to marry, with a bride price of 380,000 yuan already negotiated, effectively purchasing her life. It is indeed a tragic tale. Some individuals are born into privilege, while others are fated to toil like beasts of burden. This is simply the way of the world. Despite the advancements of the 21st century, the destinies of many from impoverished families are often not in their own hands, particularly for women. Even those who have attended university, possessing ample vision and knowledge, often find themselves ensnared by the emotional ties of their families and the moral constraints of filial piety. Chen Yiyang sympathizes with Lu Shuyu. Yet he recognizes that this is not something he can intervene in. What about you? Chen Yiyang shifts the topic, inquiring. Li Sisi avoids his gaze, her eyes drifting toward the window. Me? I have nothing to be pitiful about. I am doing quite well. That can't be right. I recall you are divorced. I am not divorced. I am widowed. Who gave you the right to speak so freely? And you? Focus on driving instead of looking around. How did you even obtain your driver's license? Did your instructor not teach you the importance of concentrating on the road? Li Sisi suddenly changes demeanor, launching into a tirade, even chastising the driver, who remains silent until they reach their destination. After assisting Lu Shuyu, the driver cautiously remarks, "Brother, your girlfriend is quite fierce." "She is not my girlfriend," Chen Yiyang replies, offering him a cigarette. "Oh, that's a relief. Brother, let me tell you, women like that are not worth marrying. Better yet, it's best not to marry at all. I made the mistake of marrying a tigress. Look at me now, working tirelessly for every penny, all my earnings handed over. And asking for pocket money to buy cigarettes feels like begging." The driver laments, puffing on his cigarette with a look of enjoyment. Chen Yiyang chuckles. "I'll pay you in cash for the fare." The driver expresses gratitude. "Aw, thank you, brother. I'll give you a discount on the fare." Lu Shuyu resides in an old house within a village on the outskirts of the city, where rents are quite affordable, albeit with a lengthy commute exceeding an hour by bus and subway. Upon returning, Li Sisi's expression softens as she directly orders a destination and instructs the driver to proceed. Her rented accommodation is considerably more pleasant, situated in an apartment complex. After settling the fare, the driver departs with immense appreciation. Li Sisi glances back, astonished. "Are you really coming up with me?" Chen Yiyang smiles. "Of course. I'm curious to see just how formidable your boyfriend is. Let me tell you, in this world, being strong is of little consequence. What truly matters is having connections and strength." "Stop," Li Sisi interrupts. "If you go up, don't regret it." She strides into the elevator, undeterred by his presence. Upon reaching her doorstep, Li Sisi hesitates with the key in hand, fixating on Chen Yiyang. "Do you know I don't have a boyfriend?" "Who told you?" "No one told me. I deduced it. A person with a boyfriend wouldn't leave their middle finger unadorned while having their other nails done." Chen Yiyang grins mischievously. "Shut up. That finger wasn't done for the reason you think." Li Sisi's face flushes as she bites her lip, her tone turning earnest. "You should go home. I'm not joking. Are you still resigning?" "I want to resign, okay? That's fine, but I urgently need to use the restroom. Can I come in?" Chen Yiyang admits, unable to contain himself. Li Sisi, unsure of his sincerity, shakes her head. "No, you can go outside, or even in the hallway. That wouldn't be proper. I'm a person of good manners." "Sister, please let me in. I really need to go. If you don't open the door, I might just have to relieve myself in front of it." As he speaks, he begins to unfasten his pants. "You scoundrel!" Li Sisi exclaims, her face burning, and she has no choice but to unlock the door. Once inside, Chen Yiyang rushes to the restroom, questioning the sudden urgency that strikes him after a long evening. Perhaps it was the excessive beer consumed during dinner. "Where's the restroom?" "To your right, but change your shoes first." "Wait a moment." Li Sisi, having grabbed a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, suddenly recalls the laundry she had left hanging after her shower yesterday. He wouldn't dare snoop, she reassures herself, quickly shutting the door behind her as she slips off her shoes. A moment later, Chen Yiyang emerges, finding Li Sisi preparing tea in the living room. She meticulously soaks the tea bags, discarding the first cup's water to brew a fresh one. Feeling parched, Chen Yiyang takes a sip to soothe his throat. Li Sisi sips delicately, her expression serious. "Once the tea is finished, you can leave. I am not the kind of woman you might think I am. So do not assume that just because you entered my room, you can take liberties. If you dare to overstep, I will report you for assault." Chen Yiyang protests. "Is it really necessary to go that far? Do I seem that desperate in your eyes?" "That is hard to say. Rest assured, I am a decent man. I came here today to deepen our friendship and become better acquainted. Additionally, considering my role at Sifeng's High, I wouldn't want you and Shuyu to part ways." Since Boss Bai has guaranteed your safety, let us work well together. After all, we can earn a living anywhere, and this boss treats us fairly, does he not? Li Sisi has been with Sifang's High for over 3 years. Had Bai Jie treated her poorly, she would have long since left. Her hesitance to resign stems from a fear of potential retaliation from Xin Shaolin affecting her. Have you finished? If so, hurry and leave. Are you here to instruct me on my duties? Li Sisi's tone is cold. Chen Yiyang chuckles, standing to leave. I wouldn't dare. If you're not resigning. I feel relieved. Otherwise, the boss might think I lack the ability to retain my staff. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks sounds at the door. Who could that be at this hour? Chen Yiyang wonders, glancing at Li Sisi, who straightens, visibly tense as she gazes toward the door. She appears frightened. What's wrong? He asks. Biting her lip, she seems to reach a decision, quietly stating, Chen Yiyang, I need a favor. When that person comes in, pretend to be my boyfriend. No matter how they threaten you, don't change your story. Can you help me act? Chen Yiyang is momentarily taken aback. Li Sisi stands up and unexpectedly kisses him on the cheek, her tone pleading, please. She lowers her head, gripping his shoulders, igniting a warmth within him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yiyang suppresses his thoughts and nods with a smile, of course. Thank you. When you open the door, remember to hold me and act affectionate. Li Sisi expresses her gratitude, quietly reminding him before heading into the bedroom. The knocking grows more urgent. Chen Yiyang strides to the door, calling out, who the hell is it at this late hour? At his words, the knocking abruptly ceases. Peering through the peephole, he sees an unfamiliar man, dressed casually. Appearing to be nearly 40, with deep-set eyes that suggest a habitual night owl. The expression on the man's face was quite unpleasant as he remained silent. Chen Yiyang pondered for a moment before deciding to open the door. Who are you? Almost simultaneously, both inquired as the door swung open. Chen Yiyang chuckled and remarked, are you joking? It's late at night, and you knock on my door, asking who I am? The man's gaze fixed on Chen Yiyang, scrutinizing him with evident hostility. And he demanded, this house belongs to Sisi. What are you doing here? With an impassive expression, Chen Yiyang replied, Sisi is my girlfriend. Why do you think I am here? And who exactly are you? Get out. At these words, the man erupted in anger, reaching out to shove Chen Yiyang aside as he attempted to barge in. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Sisi emerged from the bedroom, clad in a revealing camisole that exposed her delicate shoulders and legs. Upon seeing the man, her expression darkened as she questioned, Yuan Ku, what are you doing here again? So his name was Yuan Ku. The tone suggested this was not his first visit, and their relationship seemed far from ordinary. Chen Yiyang suddenly felt as though he were being made a fool of. Indeed, Yuan Ku's face flushed with rage, his entire body trembling as he spat, Li Sisi. You filthy whore. No wonder you've been rejecting me. You found yourself a dog of a man, haven't you? Damn it. Are you two sleeping together? I could just kill you both. Li Sisi's pretty face flashed with disgust. You're insane. Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Leave now, or I'll call the police. Call the police. Yuan Ku's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a feral beast ready to pounce on Li Sisi. Chen Yiyang could not stand idly by. He stepped in front of her, displeased. Hey, do you not see me as a person? Who the hell do you think you are? Mind your own business, or I'll make sure you both pay. Yuan Ku roared in fury, swinging his fist to strike. Yet, Chen Yiyang remained composed, seizing his wrist calmly. You are truly deranged. There's no point in conversing with you. Save your words for the police. With that, he took out his phone, ready to call for help. Yuan Ku's forehead bulged with veins as he hesitated, teeth clenched for a long moment before ultimately releasing his fist. You two wait. You, and you, Li Sisi, don't think you can escape me. I will make sure your lives are filled with unrest. With a loud bang, he kicked the door shut behind him. Such a lack of manners. Chen Yiyang scoffed, moving to lock the door securely. As he returned, he found Li Sisi slumped on the sofa, her demeanor forlorn, her eyes vacant and lost in thought. Sisi, could you enlighten me about the nature of your relationship with him? Chen Yiyang could not suppress his curiosity. Tears shimmered in Li Sisi's eyes as she replied, Chen Yiyang, thank you for today, but I do not wish to discuss it. All right, I will not press you. However, this matter cannot remain unresolved. You may escape today, but tomorrow may be different. I cannot pretend to be your boyfriend every day. Chen Yiyang finished his tea in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and continued. It's fine if you don't want to share, I won't force you. Just make sure to rest early. I'll take my leave. Don't go. As he turned, Li Sisi grasped his arm, her face a mask of helplessness, tears cascading down her cheeks as she bit her lip and slowly spoke. His name is Yuan Ku, he is. After listening for over 10 minutes, Chen Yiyang began to grasp the situation. Yuan Ku was not Li Cici's boyfriend, but rather the younger brother of her former partner. Li Cici had never been married but had a boyfriend named Yuan Li, who turned out to be a despicable man. After failing in his business endeavors, he left a mountain of debts, transferring all liabilities to Li Cici before fleeing. Since meeting Li Cici, Yuan Ku had developed an obsessive infatuation with her, insisting they be together. When she refused, he resorted to various unscrupulous tactics to harass her, even showing up at her home. Despite several police reports, due to the nature of personal disputes, law enforcement only intervened to mediate. Yuan Ku had become a nightmare for Li Cici. No matter where she moved, he always found her. There had been multiple occasions where he attempted to assault her, but she had fought back fiercely enough to thwart his advances. Had Chen Yiyang not appeared that evening, the outcome could have been dire. Li Cici intended to resign, not solely due to Shen Xiaolan's troublemaking, but primarily to escape Yuan Ku's relentless pursuit. "I'm sorry. I may have dragged you into this," she expressed, guilt lacing her voice. Chen Yiyang understood her concerns and remained unfazed. What is there to fear from such scum? However, hiding is futile. To dissuade him, we must devise a plan. "It seems you cannot stay here any longer. Why not move in with me? My place has ample room and is relatively safe." Li Cici hesitated. "That may not be appropriate. Chen Yiyang, I truly appreciate your help today, but I'm not as fragile as you might think. I can take care of myself." "All right then, rest well. I shall take my leave." Their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy, and Li Cici's reservations were entirely understandable. Chen Yiyang, however, was unconcerned. He sensed that Yuan Ku would not relent and would return to cause trouble. Yet, with Li Cici's distrust, there was little he could do. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already past midnight. Chen Yiyang suddenly remembered he had forgotten to reply to Li Yuan's message, but it was inconsequential as she was likely asleep. She had inquired whether she could borrow 200,000 yuan, citing her mother's gallbladder surgery and the insufficient funds on hand. Chen Yiyang had neither agreed nor refused, as he contemplated. Although Li Yuan claimed it was a loan, it felt more like a demand. After all, as a bank manager, did she really need to borrow money from someone else? Perhaps this was a test on her part. Regardless, lending such an amount came with significant risks, and the likelihood of recovering it was slim. After repaying a high-interest loan of 300,000 yuan for Xiaopeng, Chen Yiyang's account balance had dwindled to that amount. After deliberation, he ultimately decided to agree, instructing Li Yuan to come by the next day to collect the money, needing to verify her identity. Scams were rampant online. His decision stemmed from careful consideration. After all, the adage goes, help in times of need, not in times of poverty. Although Li Yuan and he had not established a formal relationship, she was still his woman. Losing 200,000 yuan was a risk he was willing to take, believing he could earn it back swiftly. With the ability to generate income, he aimed to adopt the mindset of the affluent. If he overthought such a sum, it would hardly be worth his while. Having resolved his thoughts, Chen Yiyang soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, as was his custom, he headed to see Feng Zhai. Li Cici was absent since she worked the afternoon shift. The morning shift was handled by Lu Shiyu, who had already tidied up the shop meticulously. Lu Shiyu, understanding and considerate, brought forth a cup of tea. "Boss, I apologize for yesterday. I don't usually drink." "It's all right, Shiyu. Do you remember what you said in your drunken state yesterday?" Chen Yiyang inquired. "Huh, what did I say? I didn't say anything ridiculous, did I?" "You did," Chen Yiyang replied with a serious demeanor. "You professed your desire to marry me, to bear me 8 sons and 10 daughters, claiming you would work me to death. What? Wouldn't tea that make me a sow?" Lu Shiyu quickly grasped the implication. "No, wait, boss, you're joking. Are you intentionally teasing me?" The two were engaged in their banter when suddenly, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside. Although the firecrackers were fake, their noise was deafening, rendering conversations inaudible. Chen Yiyang and Lu Shiyu hurried to the entrance, only to discover that the commotion originated from Lin Shixian, where a small mountain of stones had been piled up at the shop's entrance. A curious crowd had gathered around this heap, pointing and speculating about something. Moments later, 2 individuals from Lin Shixian emerged, carrying a cutting machine, while others continued to transport stones outside. These stones varied in color, black, yellow, gray, appearing no different from ordinary rocks, with some as large as millstones and others no bigger than a bowl. The crowd was irresistibly drawn to Lin Shixian, with even passers-by squeezing toward the entrance, leaving the surrounding shops devoid of customers. Most were merely intrigued, eager to witness the spectacle. It was Chen Yiyang's first encounter with such a scene. He approached the periphery and tapped a man's shoulder, inquiring curiously, "What is happening here?" Chapter 73. Betting on stones. The man glanced back at Chen Yiyang with impatience, replying, betting on stones. Haven't you heard of it? Betting on stones. Chen Yiyang understood the concept well. It was a gamble where one could go from poverty to wealth with a single cut. Before the stone was sliced, everything relied on chance. The inherent nature of humanity draws them to gamble, which is why betting on stones has gained immense popularity, albeit in Jinling, the venues for such activities remain scarce. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out from Lin Shixian. It was Hu Guohua, the shopkeeper. He had previously been embroiled in a situation with Jin Xingjia and Song Yan, but had not been detained for long. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all heard of jadestone betting, I presume? Hu Guohua announced, quieting the crowd before getting straight to the point. This time, our young master Shun has specifically contacted a friend from the south to bring in this batch of raw stones, featuring materials from various sites like Pakong and Moxisha. Feel free to browse. Prices and labels are displayed prominently. They are not expensive, and if you fancy one, you can try your luck. We can cut them right here. Haha, the opportunity to become wealthy overnight is right before your eyes. If jade is revealed, you may choose to keep it or sell it to Lin Shixian. We are open to negotiations. No sooner had Hu Guohua finished speaking than someone in the crowd piped up, Shopkeeper Hu, are these raw stones genuine? Can they really yield jade? Absolutely. Just look at these materials. They are definitely old mine rough materials from Myanmar. As for whether jade can be extracted, I cannot say for certain. If I knew, I would buy them all and cut them myself. However, this is surely more reliable than buying a lottery ticket. You can't expect to win 5 million with a $2 bet, but spending a few hundred or thousand for a chance at good jade could lead to overnight wealth. Much quicker than relocation compensation. Indeed, it is betting on stones. I've heard of it before, but this is my first time witnessing it. Is jade truly that valuable? Of course. A classmate of mine made a fortune from betting on stones, extracting a jade worth over 3 million, and immediately divorced his wife to marry a college student. Even keeping a model on the side. I'm not asking for much. If I could just get a piece with green glass, I'd be content to buy a car. Count me in. I want that one. The skin color looks promising. It's bound to yield green. Almost instantly, a throng surged forward to seize the raw stones. Some, lacking knowledge, simply grabbed the largest pieces, while those with a bit of expertise used magnifying tools to inspect them and felt around, attempting to appear professional. In the antique street, Lin Shixian was the first to create such a spectacle. Chen Yiyang frowned, sensing a premonition that this was a deliberate scheme by Shen Shaoling aimed at Sifang's Hai. As the betting event commenced, most customers were drawn away, leaving Sifang's Hai eerily quiet, with only a couple of flies buzzing around. As noon approached, Xiao Pengzi arrived, bursting in with excitement. Old Chen, why didn't you inform me about this incredible betting on stones? If I hadn't overheard someone, I would have remained oblivious. What do you think? Shall we take a gamble together? It's hosted by Lin Shixian, Chen Yiyang replied. Xiao Pengzi paused for a moment, then exclaimed, so what? If Lin Shixian is running it, we should definitely participate. We can cut ourselves some big jade pieces and make them regret ever hosting this. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiyang fell silent. Xiao Pengzi's argument held merit. Lin Shixian's betting event would undoubtedly attract business, and rather than idly waiting, it was wiser to investigate the situation. Xiao Pengzi urged, what do you say, old Chen? If it weren't for Lin Shixian hosting it, he'd have already rushed over there. Let us give it a try then. If we're unsure, we can buy 1 or 2 just for fun. Chen Yiyang nodded in agreement. He was also curious to see if the ring could authenticate the raw stones. He resolved that if the ring failed to identify them, he would simply forego the venture. After all, there was little to lose. As the two prepared to leave, Lu Shiyu hastily joined them. Shopkeeper, can I come along? Xiao Pengzi teased. Oh, Sister Shiyu. You want to become wealthy overnight and live like a little rich woman, huh? Lu Shiyu blushed, lowering her head and murmuring, no, I just want to earn a little. My brother is getting married, and the betrothal money isn't sufficient. Your brother's wedding? What does the betrothal money have to do with you? Oh, I see. You're a brother supporter. Xiao Pengzi quipped, shaking his head. At Lin Shixian's entrance, it was now past 1 o'clock. The crowd had diminished by more than half. Yet dozens still surrounded the heaps of stones, selecting their choices. Boss, what's the price of this one? Xiao Pengzi inquired excitedly, pointing at a large stone. With Hu Guohua absent, a few assistants managed the betting area. One side was dedicated to stone selection, while the other handled cutting. With 2 groups of people overseeing each section, the stone selection area was divided into several piles, with labels indicating different sources. As business commenced, a young man promptly responded. This one is from the Pakong site in Myanmar, weighing 36 jin, priced at 5,000. Xiao Pengzi turned to Chen Yiyang, asking, what do you think of this? Chen Yiyang remained silent, instead reaching out to touch it. Myanmar Pakong site, jade raw stone, market estimated price 5,000, low value, not worth purchasing. The information before Chen Yiyang alleviated his anxiety. Indeed, the ring could authenticate jade raw stones. However, the market estimate of 5,000 referred to the stone's price, indicating that this seemingly large rock contained nothing of value. If it were cut, Xiaopengzi's 5,000 would be wasted. To determine whether jade could be extracted, one could simply refer to the market estimate. If it exceeded the value of the raw stone itself, there was potential for jade. Otherwise, it was undoubtedly a pitfall. Having discerned this, Chen Yiyang feigned interest in the stone and then calmly remarked, "This 1T do. The skin is poor, and it's evident it 1T yield anything worthwhile." Betting on stones requires more than just size. One must consider color, material, and skin. He continued to elaborate, while onlookers scoffed, including the young man who had just spoken, who displayed a hint of disdain. Chapter 74. The oversight. Very well, I shall continue my selection. Xiao Fatty placed his unwavering trust in Chen Yiyang, promptly abandoning this piece to pursue further options. Meanwhile, Chen Yiyang crouched down slowly, his hands gliding over the jadeite rough stones. Although appearing to merely observe, he was discreetly appraising them. Myanmar Pakong jadeite rough, market estimated value, 3,000, low value, not worth acquiring. Myanmar Pakong jadeite rough, market estimated value, 2,000, low value, not worth acquiring. Myanmar Pakong jadeite rough, market estimated value, 7,000, low value, not worth acquiring. This batch of raw materials originated from the same site, and indeed, Ling Shixian had not deceived them. However, jadeite rough from Myanmar typically first arrives in the domestic market at locations such as Ruili and Tungchong. Upon arrival, wholesale dealers invariably have skilled craftsmen assess them, and those that are likely to sell are kept for themselves. Thus, these jadeite rough stones had already been sifted through, leaving only the remnants behind. Consequently, the likelihood of finding a profitable piece was exceedingly low. Perhaps after all were opened, only a few, and of relatively low worth, would be found. Naturally, there could be an overlooked gem. If one should encounter it, it would be a fortunate find. Chen Yiyang maintained a positive demeanor, meticulously appraising dozens of pieces. Yet not a single one yielded jade, not even the most inferior quality. Whoever purchased these stones would be unfortunate. Once cut, they would reveal nothing but a pile of stone, devoid of green. In the interim, Xiao Fatty selected a few more pieces, but after Chen Yiyang's evaluation, he was advised to abandon them. After such an extensive search without Chen Yiyang finding anything worthwhile, Xiao Fatty began to harbor doubts, whispering, "Old Chen, are you sure of your judgment? I thought that last piece looked promising. The color was showing green. Surely it must contain something valuable." Chen Yiyang cast him a sidelong glance. "If you trust my judgment, follow my lead. If not, do as you please. Have you settled your debts yet?" Yes, I have. I trust you. It's just that I'm anxious. I only have a bit over 10,000 on hand, and I'm in need of funds. Continue selecting." Ignoring him, Chen Yiyang stood and moved to a different section. Here, there were marked stones, one side displaying Myanmar Pakong rough, the other local Yunqing rough. Perhaps due to the misconception that Myanmar is a treasure trove of jade, the morning saw many stones from Myanmar opened, while the local stones remained largely untouched. Chen Yiyang, exhibiting great patience, bent down to continue his meticulous selection. Myanmar Moksha jadeite rough, market estimated value, 300, low value, not worth acquiring. Myanmar Huika jadeite rough, market estimated value, 1,000, low value, not worth acquiring. Myanmar Hojiang jadeite rough, market estimated value, 5,000, low value, not worth acquiring. Myanmar Moksha jadeite rough, market estimated value, 250,000, high value, worth acquiring. At last, when Chen Yiyang's hand brushed against a black stone, the appraisal information that appeared before him ignited his interest. This unassuming black stone resembled those found in riverbeds, weighing only a few kilograms, with no hint of green visible on its surface. Yet, the ring's appraisal would not be mistaken. Moksha is renowned for its high-end glass jade. It is said in the industry, the king of jade water is Moksha, wealth is built upon it. 250,000. That was no trifling value. Perhaps the small size of this jadeite rough would result in a lower yield. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Yiyang held the black stone tightly in his hand and approached, inquiring, "Boss, how much for this piece?" The young man barely glanced at it, replying, "It's from Moksha. I'll let it go for 2,000. Though Moksha jadeite rough is indeed known for high-end glass jade, years of extensive mining had depleted the site, drastically reducing the probability of jade extraction. Hence, the price was considerably lower. Alright, Chen Yiyang did not hesitate, promptly retrieving his phone to make the payment. Such is the nature of jadeite rough, until payment is rendered. The item does not belong to you. Once paid, whether one profits or incurs a loss is solely on oneself, with no room for regret. Shall we cut it? The young man asked. Let us wait. I'll have my friend join me. Chen Yiyang shook his head, calling Xiao Fatty over and handing him the black stone for safekeeping. Xiao Fatty cradled the stone, glancing at it with evident discontent. Old Chen, what have you chosen? The skin and size are poor. Look, it's black. Can it possibly yield green? Enough chatter, just hold it carefully. Fine, fine. At that moment, Lu Shiyu approached, cradling a piece of jadeite rough, asking, Shopkeeper, what do you think of this one I selected? Her piece had a yellow skin, thin and fine-grained, with a misty layer that gave it an appealing color and texture. Let me see. Chen Yiyang took it and assessed it. Myanmar Pakong jadeite rough, market estimated value, 100,000. High value, worth acquiring. To his surprise, Lu Shiyu had struck luck, discovering a piece of jadeite rough valued at a remarkable 100,000. Hold on to it tightly. Chen Yiyang instructed her, then turned to the boss. How much for this one? 5,000. The man replied. Upon hearing this price, Lu Shiyu hesitated. Huh? This stone costs 5,000. Shopkeeper, isn't that a bit steep? What if it turns out to be empty? 5,000 was equivalent to half a month's salary, and she felt reluctant to part with it. It's not too expensive, dear girl. If it opens to jade, you could strike it rich. The man encouraged with a smile. Chen Yiyang also smiled, nodding. He speaks the truth. In gambling for jade, it's all about luck. Shiyu, have you heard the saying? A girl who smiles often never has bad luck. I believe in you. With Chen Yiyang's encouragement, Lu Shiyu made up her mind. All right, I'll take the gamble. If I lose, I'll just skip dinner for the next month. After settling the payment, the yellow-skinned jadeite rough officially belonged to Lu Shiyu. She held it tightly, treating it as a treasure. This scene drew laughter from onlookers. Xiao Fatty could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth. Old Chen, I want to pick one too. I can't hold back any longer. My hands are itching. Choose as many as you like, as long as you're confident in them. Chen Yiyang encouraged this time without restraint. Great. Xiao Fatty's face lit up with excitement as he dove into a pile of stones, inspecting this one and that one. Convinced every piece could yield green. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Fatty had selected 5 pieces of jadeite rough, spending a total of 12,000. Chen Yiyang too remained busy, continuing to sift through other piles of stones. However, this time, he encountered no more promising finds. With so many jadeite rough pieces, it would take him a day and night to appraise them all, and the ring's assessments seemed to drain his energy. He was beginning to feel dizzy. Knowing when to stop, Chen Yiyang refrained from greed, casually selecting 2 more pieces of jadeite rough before making his payment. The 3 then proceeded to the cutting area. Xiao Fatty had chosen 5 pieces, Chen Yiyang 3, while Lu Shiyu felt reluctant to invest further and continued to cradle her precious piece. Chapter 75. You truly are a fortunate star. Are we certain about the cut? One slice could lead to poverty or wealth. One slice could yield a luxury car. Another could secure a villa. The cutter shouted as he activated the cutting machine with a dramatic flourish. The machine buzzed intensely, drawing a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the outcome. In the world of jade gambling, the preceding steps are inconsequential. Everything hinges on this final cut. As the cutter proclaimed, whether one ends up with a luxury vehicle or faces ruin, it all depends on fate. The first piece, weighing several kilograms, was sliced open from the side, revealing a dark mass with not a hint of green in sight. Xiao Pang's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Continue cutting." The master, adhering to the instruction, resumed the slicing process. The substantial rough stone, weighing over 10 jin, was swiftly reduced to half, revealing an interior filled with nothing but stone. Ha ha ha, another piece of waste. This young man has lost 5,000. What a foolish gamble. The onlookers emitted a chorus of disdainful jeers. Some were merely spectators, while others, having suffered losses themselves, found solace in the misfortune of others. Damn it, Xiao Pang cursed, insisting, keep going. The second piece was another sizable jadeite rough. Although Xiao Pang possessed a modicum of discernment, he had little experience with stone gambling, often selecting those he believed had potential for green, favoring larger stones. Regrettably, size alone did not guarantee quality. The second piece also proved to be worthless. The third, fourth, and fifth pieces were all sliced open, yielding nothing of value. Xiao Pang's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had spent over 10,000 without a single consolation prize, effectively losing everything. The man who had just collected the money appeared unfazed, chuckling. My friend, don't be disheartened by the gamble. Perhaps the next one will yield a return. Shall we select a few more? Select what? I'm out of money. Xiao Pang retorted angrily. The man laughed heartily. Come, it's your turn next. When it was Chen Yiyang's turn, he did not hastily produce his black stone. Instead, he placed the two pieces he had previously selected on the table. As anticipated, they too were devoid of value. Had they lost tens of thousands? Earlier, a contractor had incurred a loss exceeding 300,000 without seeing any green. Witnessing green was no simple feat. Gambling on stones was arguably less rewarding than purchasing a lottery ticket. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Ignoring the chatter, Chen Yiyang placed the last black stone on the table. Shall we cut? The master inquired as usual. The rules of stone gambling dictated that as long as the rough remained uncut, its value persisted, for no one could ascertain what lay within. However, once cut and devoid of green, it became mere waste. Proceed. Chen Yiyang nodded, displaying a hint of nervousness. Very well. The master, upon receiving the command, immediately began to slice. The first cut was made along the side. As the stone was cleaved open, a hint of green emerged. Wow, it's green. It truly is, exclaimed the onlookers in disbelief. This small black stone could actually yield jade? You don't understand. In the depths of Mo Shisha's market, this is the kind of color you find. Damn it, this young man is remarkably lucky. This must be the first successful extraction of the afternoon. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, their eyes fixed on the glimmer of green, casting envious glances at Chen Yiyang. Such incredible fortune. A glass-grade jadeite. Given its quality, it's worth no less than several 100,000, remarked an expert among the crowd. Hearing this, the bystanders' envy intensified. 2,000 had transformed into over 20,000. This was more thrilling than winning the lottery. Isn't that the proprietor of Sifang Zhai? What brings him here to gamble on stones? At that moment, Hu Guohua emerged from the Lin Shixin shop, eyeing Chen Yiyang with a sardonic smile. Chen Yiyang furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Xiao Pang, however, was less restrained. What? We paid, and now we aren't allowed to play? Are you trying to backtrack, Lin Shixin? Hu Guohua feigned innocence. Not at all. That's not my intention. Master Chen, you surely gamble to profit. We at Lin Shixin will buy that glass-green jadeite for 200,000. How about it? This price was not insignificant. Lin Shixin could easily profit by transforming it into bracelets or pendants. An inexperienced person might accept, but Chen Yiyang was too astute for such tricks. The jadeite alone was worth 250,000, and Sifang Zhai had skilled artisans for crafting. He could easily process it himself. There was no way he would let Lin Shixin pocket that profit without cause. I won't sell. Chen Yiyang hadn't spoken yet when Xiao Pang interjected vehemently. What do you mean? We're not selling. We bought this rough stone. We have the right to take it with us. Isn't that right, everyone? The crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, it's their choice. Lin Shixin cannot engage in coercive buying, can they? If they do, we'll think twice before cutting stones in the future. They've already extracted jade from it, despite the previous emptiness. The spectators voiced their disapproval. Very well. Just don't regret it later. Hu Guohua's expression shifted, caught between anger and restraint. Faced with the multitude of spectators, he dared not speak out of turn. Settling for a cold snort while addressing the crowd with a forced smile, rest assured, Lin Shixin has a good reputation. Feel free to gamble on stones. Even if you open a jadeite worth millions, it's your good fortune. Come, let us continue cutting and gambling. This opportunity for wealth awaits. If he were to forcibly retain the jadeite now, Lin Shixin's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With a mountain of rough stones around, no one would dare gamble again. Reluctantly, Hu Guohua had to concede. Chen Yiyang, unfazed, pointed to the piece in Lu Shuyu's arms, saying, There's still one left. Let us cut that one too. All right. The master, solely responsible for cutting, wrapped the jadeite in a yellow cloth and returned it to Chen Yiyang before proceeding to the next piece. Lu Shuyu, filled with excitement, anxiously clutched Chen Yiyang's arm, whispering, Master, do you think it will yield green? I hope I'm not throwing my money away. Chen Yiyang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Even if it's a loss, it's only a few thousand. I believe your luck will hold. Although he knew the piece Lu Shuyu selected would yield green, valued at 100,000, he refrained from revealing this just yet. With one cut, two cuts, the sides were sliced open, but still no green appeared. Lu Shuyu, tense, dug her nails into Chen Yiyang's arm, her heart racing with anticipation. The third cut. Suddenly, a flash of green emerged. Wow, green. We see green again. Look, how lucky, she exclaimed. Damn it. I've sunk several tens of thousands since this morning without a hint of green. What a stroke of luck. I can't stop now. I'll try one last piece. With 2 pieces of jadeite revealed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Their spirits ignited once more. Lu Shiyu's piece of jade is indeed quite large, though its quality is merely average. With Chen Yiyang's earlier piece in front of her, the appearance of this green stone is not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, for Lu Shiyu, the excitement is overwhelming. The shopkeeper, it really is green. I guessed right. Oh, I am so happy, Lu Shiyu exclaimed, her words tumbling out in her excitement. Suddenly, she turned around and enveloped Chen Yiyang in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Chen Yiyang, understanding her exhilaration, chuckled. Not bad. It should fetch around 100,000. Shiyu, as I said, your pure heart and kindness will surely bring you good fortune. Xiao Pang, observing from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy and spread his arms wide, saying, Sister Shiyu, what about me? Come on, let me have a hug too. Fat brother, let me treat you to dinner instead. Tonight, it's on me. Yay, Lu Shiyu replied. Her cheeks flushed, belatedly realizing her earlier exuberance. Yet, her face still radiated excitement as she eagerly took the piece of jade from the hands of the cutter. The market value is around 100,000, and if fashioned into a bracelet or other adornments, its worth could even soar higher. The crowd that had gathered earlier, having witnessed Chen Yiyang's consecutive jade discoveries, could no longer contain their excitement, frantically selecting jade roughs. Xiao Pang, unable to restrain himself, declared, Damn it. Why do both of you get lucky? I've opened 5 pieces and haven't found a thing. No way, I need to try again. Chen Yiyang placed a hand on him, whispering, Pongzi, know when to stop. These stones have already been picked over. Don't throw your money away. Fine. I'll listen to you, Xiao Pang conceded, calming himself. Indeed, Chen Yiyang was right. This batch of jade rough had already been sifted through once before being transported from Myanmar to the wholesale market, and upon reaching Jinling, the shrewdness of Ling Shixuan would ensure they were inspected once more. Thus, the chances of unearthing jade are exceedingly slim. Had it not been for the ring Chen Yiyang possessed, he too would have faced difficulty in finding a hidden treasure. Lu Shiyu's success was purely due to luck. With heaps of stones, the fact that only 2 pieces of jade with modest value were found illustrates the daunting challenge of striking it rich through stone gambling, akin to winning the lottery. Upon returning to Sifangshai, Chen Yiyang intended to have the jade processed by the shop's artisans, aiming for greater profits, and Lu Shiyu shared this ambition. However, Master Chiu informed them that the Sifangshai branch lacked skilled artisans, with only the main store, Beichengshuan, having such craftsmen. Chen Yiyang made a call, and upon hearing the situation, Bai Chengxian decided to come personally, as he had matters to discuss with Chen Yiyang. Meanwhile, at Ling Shixuan, Hu Guohua clutched a small teapot. Watching Chen Yiyang and his companions depart through the glass, his expression darkening. This shouldn't be happening. How could they uncover 2 pieces of jade? It's simply absurd. The young man beside him queried. Old Hu, didn't young Master Shen say this batch was all that we had left behind? There shouldn't be any jade here. The previous finds were merely our own people posing as buyers. The real treasures are in our warehouse, waiting to be set up. Silence. Hu Guohua shot him a glare. His face clouded with anger. Those are just 2 small pieces, worth merely a few 100,000. This is fine. It won't derail our plans. The bait has been cast. Now we wait for him to take the hook. Pizzi, this matter must not leak. Otherwise, you know young Master Shen's methods. The man named Pizzi scoffed. You made the mistake, yet you still dare to blame us? Old Hu, you best understand that you are the one who just erred. If young Master Shen learns of your blunder, resulting in losses of hundreds of thousands for the shop, the consequences will be dire. Are you threatening me? Hu Guohua questioned, his anger flaring. Pizzi, unperturbed, retorted, it's not a threat, but if you botch this again. Young Master Shen has stated that the business here at Ling Shixuan will also fall under my brother's management. Hu Guohua rose, indignant. Huh, your brother, that dark-skinned fellow, thinks he can take my position? Ask him if he has the capability. He hasn't even graduated from middle school. Does he know enough about antiques? It's laughable. Pizzi's face remained impassive. Let us see how this unfolds. Under young Master Shen's command, numerous enterprises and personnel vie for power. Whether in finance, pawn shops, or antique stores, the more assets one controls, the greater the monthly divisions. Hu Guohua had little left but this antique shop. Should he fail again, his position would be jeopardized, and young Master Shen would not hesitate to dismiss him. Lu Shiyu treated them to lunch, ordering luxurious takeaway rice bowls, each accompanied by a cup of milk tea. You two truly hit the jackpot, each finding a piece of jade, while I opened 5 stones and found nothing. Xiao Peng complained, scooping rice. Sister Shiyu, weren't we supposed to go out to eat? Why are we having takeaway? Chen Yiyang shot him a glance, replying, take the food box to the door and sit there. Consider it dining out. Damn. Xiao Pang was left speechless. Lu Shiyu laughed heartily. It wasn't he that she was unwilling to treat them. Chen Yiyang simply thought it unnecessary to be extravagant, and besides, who would look after the shop if they went out? Bai Chengxian mentioned he was on his way, having come from a neighboring district, and they pondered what to do if he didn't arrive soon. Around 1 in the afternoon, Bai Chengxian finally arrived, accompanied by a man in his 30s. In the tea room on the second floor, Chen Yiyang brewed tea while Bai Chengxian eagerly inquired about the jade finds, curious about the details. Just 2 pieces. It was merely luck, Chen Yiyang explained briefly. Once is luck, twice or thrice, I wouldn't believe it. This indicates your keen eye. In our line of work, it's all about discernment. With your ability and talent, you are destined for success. Bai Chengxian reflected, indeed, my niece is quick on the draw. I intended to recruit you for our main store, but she beat me to it. As an elder, I couldn't very well compete with her. No, we are all family here. Bai, if you have any requests in the future, I will certainly do my utmost. Chapter 77. Young Master Wang. Bai Chengxian's face lit up with a crafty smile as he rubbed his hands together. Good, you said it, with your word. I feel much more at ease. Coincidentally, I have something to ask of you, but there's no rush. Let us settle your 2 pieces of jade first. We have a client at the main store looking to customize a bracelet, and your 2 pieces are just perfect. As he spoke, Bai Chengxian quoted a fair price. For Chen Yiyang's piece, he offered 280,000, and for Lu Shiyu's, 1.09 million, which was considered a very reasonable internal price. Chen Yiyang did not haggle. The money transferred instantly, adding 280,000 to his account, while Lu Shiyu's 1.09 million was directly deposited into his card. The jade market is thriving. Once a piece is revealed, many are eager to acquire it, and Ling Shixuan is no exception. However, since Bai Chengxian could handle the sale internally, Chen Yiyang gladly accepted, appreciating the convenience. These 2 pieces of jade, once processed, would not merely double in value. At the very least, he could expect to earn a significant profit. Naturally, this was well-deserved. A man lounging on the sofa, smoking, overheard Chen Yiyang and Bai Chengxian's conversation and exhaled a puff of smoke. It's truly bizarre. You found 2 pieces of jade among that pile of rubble at Ling Shixuan? You must have struck it lucky. I poured in millions last night, and didn't find a thing. Damn, who are you? Chen Yiyang inquired, puzzled. This man exuded an air of distinction. Likely wealthy or noble. Upon entering, he reclined casually on the sofa, resting his legs on the wooden tea table, displaying no restraint. The cigarette he smoked was unfamiliar to Chen Yiyang, and he carelessly flicked the ash onto the floor, clearly a frequent visitor to Sifang's High. Such a person is evidently a wealthy benefactor. Indeed, Bai Chengxian quickly interjected, oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is young Master Wang from Yuanguang Mining Group, Wang Jia. What I was just about to mention pertains to you. The mining group is genuinely affluent. No wonder they seem so relaxed. Chen Yiyang nodded with a smile, acknowledging the introduction, and then inquired, what matter? Bai Chengxian explained, young Master Wang was invited to a stone gambling event at Ling Shixuan last night, where he invested several million into raw stones, but unfortunately, nothing valuable was revealed. Hence, I thought you could accompany him this time to assist in selecting some quality materials. Oh, that matter. Is there really a gambling event for stones? Chen Yiyang expressed mild surprise. He had assumed that the stone gambling at Ling Shixuan merely involved the piles of stones at the entrance, unaware that a more sophisticated event existed. Bai Chengxian, unfazed, chuckled and elucidated. What takes place at Ling Shixuan's entrance is merely child's play. The genuine games for the affluent revolve around significant assets that have already been meticulously selected and stored in an outskirt warehouse. Each piece can be valued at hundreds of thousands, even millions. With a stroke of luck, one might uncover treasures worth tens of millions. Conversely, it is also common to lose several million without a trace. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiyang grasped the situation. It was evident that Shen Shaolin had orchestrated such a grand affair. It could not simply be the stones at the entrance, as the returns would take too long. The entertainment at Ling Shixuan merely served as a facade. The real profits lay within the gambling events. The wealthy engage in substantial stakes, often without batting an eye at millions. The objective is to attract the money of the elite, dismissing the trifling amounts that ordinary people might wager. Wang Jia extinguished his cigarette, rising with indignation as he declared, selecting a few pieces is inconsequential. I care not for the losses incurred. What is paramount is to unveil fine jadeite of immense value. I must avenge the humiliation from last night. You cannot fathom the arrogance of Shen Shaolin. If I do not restore my dignity, I shall not find peace. How confident are you? Bai Chengxian queried. Though Chen Yiyang felt assured due to the presence of the ring, he remained cautious, replying, young Master Wang and Director Bai. We all understand that gambling stones is fundamentally a game of chance. Even keen eyesight may not guarantee accuracy. I can only promise that if you truly wish for my assistance at the gambling event, I will certainly do my utmost, but I cannot ensure a successful outcome. Effort is all that matters. I have faith in you, Bai Chengxian remarked, patting him on the shoulder. He turned back to young Master Wang with a smile, saying, Young Master Wang, do not be misled by Chen's youth. In the realm of antiques and collectibles, I have to admit that he surpasses even my decades of experience. My niece, Bai Jia, you know her, nearly fell out with me just to recruit him, and now he has become the manager of Sifang's High. Wang Jia was quite forthright, stating, I have no preference. Either of you can assist me, as long as I can reclaim my dignity. I assure you both will be rewarded handsomely. Then it is settled, Bai Chengxian affirmed, rising to say, Chen Yiyang, the gambling event is at night, around 8 o'clock. We will come to pick you up, and together we shall assist young Master Wang in reclaiming his honor. Chen Yiyang replied, Of course, you are an elder of my employer. I will certainly heed your arrangements. Ah, you rascal, Bai Chengxian teased, gesturing at him. Taking advantage of Wang Jie's descent down the stairs, he whispered, Young Master Wang's family is not lacking in wealth, and we have had a long-standing relationship. If you manage to cultivate a good rapport with him, it will open doors for you in terms of resources and connections. It is entirely beneficial for you. I appreciate it, Director Bai, Chen Yiyang acknowledged, fully aware of his good intentions. However, in this world, many proclaim that success hinges primarily on the support of benefactors. Yet the crux lies in possessing the ability to garner their respect. Otherwise, what grounds do they have to support you? Bai Chengxian, listening, furrowed his brow slightly and said, Do not refer to me in that manner. I am unaccustomed to it. There are too many directors in the Bai family. I see you are not much younger than Xiao Jia. Henceforth, you may address me as second uncle. Very well, second uncle. Take care, Chen Yiyang jested. Ah, such words are ominous. Until tonight, Bai Chengxian retorted, waving his hand as he followed Wang Jie down the stairs. Fat Xiao remained in Sifang's High, envious of Lu Shuyu, who had just received over 100,000 and kept lamenting. Upon seeing Chen Yiyang descend, he quickly asked, Old Chen, wasn't he that Bai's second son just now? What did he discuss with you? Chen Yiyang rolled his eyes. Could you show some respect? What do you mean by Bai's second son? That's how people outside refer to him. It just slipped out. Come on, what did you two really talk about? Fat Xiao pressed. Nothing much. That young Master Wang lost several million at the gambling event and wants my help to recover his losses, Chen Yiyang replied. He is the young Master Wang? Wow. Old Chen, you have made quite the connections, mingling with such high-profile individuals now. I hear young Master Wang's family possesses mines. They say they have so much money that even if they squander it, it would last for 10 lifetimes. TSK, now that you've established a relationship with him, your future prospects will surely broaden. Fat Xiao exclaimed, his face filled with envy. Chen Yiyang shook his head. Relying on others is futile. One must depend on oneself. The true test will be at tonight's gambling event. They may not even regard me. Gambling events. I've heard they involve staggering amounts, with losses in the tens of millions or even billions in a single night. Can you take me along to witness such grandeur? Fat Xiao eagerly proposed. Chen Yiyang hesitated. That may not be appropriate. After all, I am not well acquainted with them. Bringing an extra person could raise objections. You have a point. Well then, I won't go. Sigh. My mom has blacklisted me again. For what reason? Fat Xiao appeared dejected. She claims we have nothing in common. Whenever I ask her for money, she is reluctant to give it and longs to end this friendship. Before blocking me, she even sent a farewell message. Chen Yiyang chuckled. If I were your mother, I wouldn't give you money either. You've graduated for years. How can you still shamelessly ask for it? Fat Zhao's circumstances differed from Chen Yiyang's. What can I do? I'm struggling here. A few hundred for meals is barely enough, he lamented. Chen Yiyang glanced at him, having seen through it all, and said, If you want to ask me for money, just say so. I could just as well say I'm your father. There's no need for embarrassment. Hey, old Chen. You Fat Xiao was about to curse when suddenly his phone chimed with a notification of funds received. Instantly, his face lit up, and he quickly changed his tone. Benevolent father, how can I repay you? Perhaps I should bow in gratitude. Chen Yiyang replied with a smirk, Spend wisely. No, you should have some savings. How come your expenses have been so high lately? Fat Xiao sighed. You have no idea. Su Lu tempts me daily with new outfits, be it uniforms or sheer stockings. I cannot resist. Chen Yiyang thought to himself, so the money was spent on such frivolities. He instantly regretted the transfer, wishing to retract it. But Fat Xiao was quick and had already accepted the funds. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Yiyang remained in the store, initially intending to rest at home. However, he noticed Li Cici had yet to arrive for her shift. Typically, she would transition to the evening shift by now, but darkness had fallen, and there was still no sign of her. Manager, is Sister Cici truly considering quitting? Lu Shuyu inquired. That is unlikely. I spoke with her last night, and she agreed to continue. Perhaps something has delayed her. Chen Yiyang furrowed his brow, dialing Li Cici's number, but it went unanswered. Uncertain of the situation, Chen Yiyang contemplated going to inquire, but he had already committed to buy Qingxian and young Master Wang for the evening, making it inconvenient to renege. After some thought, Chen Yiyang instructed, Shuyu, you take the shift today. I will check on Cici's situation tonight and arrange for you to rest tomorrow. Lu Shuyu readily agreed, saying, I have no objection. Working an extra shift is perfectly fine. Today, I've earned over 100,000, and I can hardly calm my excitement. Rest assured, shopkeeper. You can go about your business. I will also get in touch with Sister Cici to ascertain the situation. Indeed, Bai Chengxian arrived punctually, his vehicle modest yet elegant. A black Q6, albeit with a driver at the helm. What about young Master Wang? Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Chengxian chuckled. He still has to pick up his girlfriend. Let us proceed first. She drives a Cullinan and will undoubtedly arrive faster than us. Second uncle, the stone gambling event is hosted by Shen Shaolin. Will our attendance provoke trouble? After the last ghost market, Chen Yiyang expressed his concerns. Bai Chengxian insisted he drop the title by Zong, and thus could only refer to him as second uncle. Although it sounded a bit odd, it inexplicably fostered a sense of intimacy and trust. Are you worried about his retaliation? Bai Chengxian asked. How could I not be worried? The boss is hiding, and I am now the proprietor of Sifang's High. Any issues that arise fall squarely on my shoulders, Chen Yiyang replied, with the wind howling outside. He closed all the car windows. Bai Chengxian reassured him with a smile. Do not fret, Shen Shaolin lacks evidence. Even if he harbors suspicions, he cannot act against you. As for this stone gambling event, you need not worry. Those present are affluent and influential. He wouldn't dare to turn hostile. That puts my mind at ease. Chen Yiyang remarked. By the way, you mentioned young Master Wang picking up his girlfriend. At his age, he isn't married yet? Haha, why marry? He changes girlfriends weekly. Sampling various nationalities, he lives quite a carefree life. Changing partners weekly, being wealthy is indeed splendid, Bai Chengxian mused. Yet, the wealthy have their woes. He constantly worries that those women might leave behind a legacy when they share a bed, thus elevating their status through motherhood. Just last month, a woman showed up with a child, and he ended up compensating over 3 million, including a villa and monthly alimony. If that were the only worry, I would welcome it, Chen Yiyang replied. Haha, you young lad, Bai Chengxian pointed at him, shaking his head with a smile. You will have your chance. You are still young, and your future holds limitless possibilities. Before long, the car arrived at a villa nestled against the mountains in the suburbs. The road was secluded, yet the villa buzzed with activity. From afar, one could see its opulent decorations and hear the music resonating within. Security personnel stood at the entrance. After Chen Yiyang alighted, he and Bai Chengxian waited at the door. In mere minutes, 7 or 8 vehicles had already entered, all participants of the stone gambling event. After the last ghost market, how can so many still come to Linshichuan? Chen Yiyang pondered aloud. Bai Chengxian chuckled. Ah, that was Shen Shaolin's doing, but Shen Tianxiong still holds significant prestige in Jinling. Moreover, stone gambling is distinct from antiques. Shen Shaolin lacks the means to manipulate it. This affair emphasizes rarity, and such large-scale stone gambling events are seldom seen in Jinling. Indeed, Chen Yiyang agreed. Just then, a black Cullinan sped towards them, its engine roaring like thunder, refreshing to the ears. Seated within was Wang Jai, accompanied by a stunning lady with exquisite features, a quintessential influencer's visage, clad in a low-cut, form-fitting white dress, her figure reminiscent of a model with long, elegant legs. As she disembarked, the lady wrapped her arm around Wang Jai's, flashing a charming smile, but he seemed preoccupied, merely greeting her before striding inside. Being wealthy is truly a blessing. Chen Yiyang mused inwardly, resolved to earn diligently, believing that if he worked hard today, he would not lack for models in the future. Tonight's Grand Stone Gambling event was a splendid opportunity. Chapter 79. Division. The villa was vast. Upon entering, one could see a sprawling lawn transformed into numerous dimly lit, atmospheric camping spots. Rows of tents dotted the landscape, while a long table displayed various jade raw stones, varying in size from several pounds to dozens. Each stone bore a label indicating its number, price, weight, and dimensions, with some larger pieces shrouded in yellow silk, concealing their true appearance. This stone gambling event was indeed a revelation. Unlike the storefront of Linshikshuan, this venue exuded professionalism, resembling a miniature auction. Many tents already hosted attendees, most accompanied by friends, and many brought along their partners. As Chen Yiyang lingered at the back, he was approached by Chen Shaolin, flanked by several individuals. "Ah, young Master Wang. Why have you arrived so late? The event is about to commence. Everyone is awaiting your presence," Chen Shaolin greeted exuberantly. Wang Jai regarded him with a cold stare. "Do I have a habit of arriving early? Ha ha ha, how audacious. Young Master Wang, I admire your untamed spirit. I hope you do not return empty-handed tonight as you did last time," Chen Shaolin retorted cheerfully, unfazed by Wang Jai's demeanor. His gaze then shifted to Bai Chengxian. Feigning surprise, "Isn't this our Bai Lao heir from Sifeng's? What an honor to have you at our Linshikshuan stone gambling event." His loud proclamation drew curious heads from the tents. Bai Chengxian recognized the intentional slight and maintained a calm demeanor. What? Is Chen Shaolin not welcoming? The moniker Bai Lao heir was clearly a slight against Bai Chengxian. Typically, such disrespect would incite anger, yet Bai Chengxian appeared unperturbed. Wang Jai, however, expressed his displeasure. "Boss Bai is my invited guest." "What? Are you afraid, Chen Shaolin? If you are, I could opt not to participate tonight. I have another card game lined up." Chen Shaolin smiled brightly. "Haha, welcome. Why would I not welcome you? As long as someone is willing to spend money on stone gambling, I welcome everyone. Besides, Boss Bai is affluent. Perhaps he will open several pieces tonight. I am merely accompanying young Master Wang. Whether I participate depends on my mood," Bai Chengxian stated before introducing. "Primarily, our esteemed proprietor here is responsible for assisting young Master Wang in his selections. Seeking expertise, are we?" Chen Shaolin initially dismissed it, but upon scrutinizing Chen Yiyang, his expression darkened, and he sneered. "Ah, I remember you, young man. I believe I warned you to leave within 3 days." Chen Yiyang remained composed, smiling as he responded. "Chen Shaolin, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." "Do not comprehend, you say?" Chen Shaolin retorted with a cold laugh, stepping closer to Chen Yiyang, threateningly whispering. "You dare to offend me, Chen Shaolin? Do you think that Bai Jia, that promiscuous woman, can protect you? Regardless of your identity, before the stone gambling commences. If you obediently sell Bai Jia, I can guarantee your safety. Moreover, I will offer you a sum of money. If you are willing, I can entrust you with managing the Shun family's antique shop in the future." "What do you say?" "Shun, I previously stated, I am merely an employee. I follow my boss's instructions," Chen Yiyang replied. Seeing Chen Yiyang's indifference, Chen Shaolin grew furious, clenched his fists, and jabbed Chen Yiyang's chest twice, coldly sneering. "Very well. I hope you do not regret this. You will find yourself begging me someday. Haha, little brat, you will meet a miserable end." Such threats caused Chen Yiyang to furrow his brow slightly. Though a few individuals separated them, Bai Chengxian and the others could not hear their conversation. Wang Jai, however, had a short temper, cursing, "Damn Chen Shaolin, can you not handle this? Is it not permissible to invite experts to the stone gambling event? If you are afraid, disperse the gathering now, and do not embarrass yourself in the future." "Haha, young Master Wang, why the rush? I was merely having a brief chat with him." Chen Shaolin's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, smiling as he patted Chen Yiyang on the shoulder. "Chen Yiyang, do assist young Master Wang diligently. Just as we discussed. I trust you." His earlier words had been laced with low threats, yet he suddenly raised his voice, ensuring Bai Chengxian and Wang Jai heard him clearly. After speaking, Chen Shaolin waved his hand and departed with his entourage. The tents were numbered, and those who attended this stone gambling event were prominent figures, each possessing their own tent. It was said that renting a tent for a night cost 20,000 yuan. Chen Yiyang found this absurd. It was evident that the wealth of the affluent was far too easy to acquire. To think that one would need to spend such a hefty sum for a mere camping tent. Perhaps, for ordinary individuals, 20,000 yuan was equivalent to just 2 yuan in their eyes. The tent was modest in size, furnished with lounge chairs and tatami mats. A table displayed an array of fruits, and an attentive service staff was available to cater to any food or drink requests at any moment. After sitting down, Wang Jai cast several glances at Chen Yiyang and asked directly, what did Chen Shaolin mean by his earlier words? "By boss, can you trust your man? Has he made some sort of agreement with Chen Shaolin?" Just as Chen Yiyang was about to explain, Bai Chengxian waved his hand with a chuckle. "It's merely a scheme to sow discord, quite childish really. Chen Shaolin couldn't bribe us, so he seeks to drive a wedge between us. Young Master Wang, do you trust me? If you believe in my judgment, then rest assured, I have faith in the character of Manager Chen. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Wang Jai felt slightly reassured, though he remained hesitant. Thank you for your trust, second uncle. Young Master Wang, I understand your skepticism, as we are not well acquainted. However, proving my worth is quite simple. Chen Yiyang stood up, expressing his determination, and shouted outside, Chen Shaolin, I truly wish you to bear 8 sons, all of whom belong to others. Bai Chengxian and Wang Jai were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected outburst. After a brief pause, Wang Jai looked at Chen Yiyang with admiration and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! That was quite the harsh insult. I appreciate your spirit. Bai boss. It is no wonder you trust him so much. Indeed, Bai Chengxian replied, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. He turned to Chen Yiyang with a resigned expression. You ought to temper your words. After all, this is Chen Shaolin's territory. He is not one to be trifled with, and if provoked, he is capable of anything. Chen Yiyang blinked and glanced at Wang Jai, saying, let him try to harm me. With young Master Wang here, I have faith that he lacks the courage. Haha. Well said. Rest assured, if Chen Shaolin dares to act recklessly, I will ensure he regrets ever being born. Chapter 80. Green Tea. Wang Jai rose and waved his hand. Let us go. We shall pick out some stones, and if we find any promising ones, we'll purchase them outright. Tonight, it all depends on your discerning eye. Chen Yiyang nodded, refraining from taking charge. Although he possessed a ring capable of identifying raw stones, the uncertainty surrounding jadeite raw materials made it risky. Should Chen Shaolin be devious and offer only the leftovers, finding a viable stone would be no easy task. Between 2 rows of tents, tables were laden with jadeite raw stones, each clearly labeled with size and weight. Selected stones could be purchased immediately, with staff on hand to assist. After only a brief examination, Wang Jai pointed to one and inquired, how about this one? It appears to be of good quality. Bai Chengxian approached, scrutinizing the stone for a moment before hesitating. The skin is smooth, and the mottling is quite appealing. It is likely to yield a full-color piece. But the price is a bit steep, 300,000. The cost is considerable. All right, I'll take this one. Wang Jai declared decisively. Oh, Chen Yiyang even had the chance to speak before Wang Jai, with his affluent demeanor, selected a piece of jadeite raw stone priced at 300,000. If it yielded no jade, it would be a complete loss. Wang Jai turned to Chen Yiyang, asking, what's wrong, Brother Chen? Do you have concerns? Nearby, staff from Linshikshuan had already begun to remove the labeling. Chen Yiyang pondered briefly and shook his head. No, I just think this one is average. We can continue to look. With others present, he could not speak too candidly, as it might raise suspicions. Wang Jai was surprised. Average? I think it looks quite good. And Bai boss agrees as well. Haha, while I wouldn't claim to be an expert in stone gambling, I have had my share of experience in recent years. A few years back, I even visited Relic and unearthed a piece worth over $1 million. As he spoke, a confident smile adorned his face, clearly indicating his seasoned experience in gambling with stones. Bai Chengxian, being more cautious, advised, young Master Wang, do not be misled by Chen Yiyang's youth. He possesses remarkable talent in antique appraisal. Perhaps we should allow him to take a look before deciding whether to proceed. Very well, Wang Jai agreed, continuing his search. He had already paid for the piece he had chosen, and it was now his. The stone gambling venue operated efficiently once payment was made. The raw stone belonged to the purchaser, no regrets allowed. At last, Chen Yiyang had the opportunity to examine it, reaching out to touch the stone, quickly discerning its value. Myanmar Pakong Old Material Jadeite Raw Stone, market estimated value 300,000, low value, not worth acquiring. Though it was an old piece, the jadeite raw stone was worthless. The market estimate of 300,000 referred only to the price of the raw stone, indicating it contained nothing of value. Chen Yiyang could not help but shake his head, feeling regret for Wang Jai. 300,000, just like that, gone to waste. And this was supposed to be an experienced player? The risks and allure of jadeite raw stones lay precisely in the gamble. Before opening, everyone exuded confidence, but once revealed, hearts sank in despair. With Wang Jai having spent his money, Chen Yiyang could not demand a refund. Before long, Wang Jai spotted another piece. But this time he restrained himself, turning to ask, what about this one? Brother Chen, why don't you take a look? Sure, Chen Yiyang nodded, stepping forward to examine the stone, pretending to scrutinize it. In reality, the assessment had already revealed its true nature. This jadeite raw stone was substantial, weighing at least 100 jin, priced at 550,000, but the ring indicated it was worth nothing at all. Purchasing this would surely result in a total loss, adding the 300,000 to the 550,000. Chen Yiyang finally understood why Wang Jai had previously squandered millions. If he continued to gamble like this, losing tens of millions in a single night would be quite normal. What a prodigal! After observing for a few minutes, Wang Jai anxiously pressed, "So, what do you think? This one must be good, right?" "Not particularly," Chen Yiyang replied candidly, not wanting to dampen Wang Jai's enthusiasm, but feeling compelled to be honest. While this jadeite raw stone is large, the quality is mediocre. It is unlikely to yield anything worthwhile. Wang Jai looked skeptical. "Is that so? It seems to me that it could yield something significant." His girlfriend, Zhang Ningning, chimed in. "Yes, I've been eyeing this one for quite a while." "Darling, why do you listen to him? It's all about luck with stone gambling, right?" "I believe our luck won't be bad. This could be our lucky stone." Zhang Ningning, whom Chen Yiyang had already met in the tent, was clever and quite adept at managing her social interactions. She stood beside Wang Jai, providing emotional support, embodying the perfect obedient partner. Yet, upon her speaking, Chen Yiyang recognized her as a quintessential green tea, skilled in pretense. Furthermore, her tone was unmistakably affected. Encouraged by Zhang Ningning's words, Wang Jai began to waver. "This." Chen Yiyang frowned and advised, "Young Master Wang, if you trust my judgment, I suggest you choose another piece. This 550,000 will surely go down the drain." "Haha, you really know how to boast. Who do you think you are? Today, I'm determined to buy this one." Zhang Ningning cast him a disdainful glance and continued to act coyly, saying, "Darling, do you truly love me?" At that moment, a familiar face approached from the staff area. It was Hu Guohua. "Young Master Wang, when it comes to betting on stones, one must trust their instincts. Some individuals, lacking genuine skill, pretend to be adept, believing that a few years of study and some online articles on appraising antiques qualify them as experts. In the realm of antique appraisal, aside from a wealth of historical knowledge, the most crucial element is decades of experience." Hu Guohua remarked with a patronizing tone. Wang Jia looked puzzled and asked, "Who are you?" "Hu Guohua, the owner of Lin Shixuan." "Young Master Wang, I have been in this industry for over 30 years and do not dare to call myself an expert. How can a novice, who has barely entered the field for 6 months, be of any real caliber?" Hu Guohua sneered at Chen Yiyang and added, "Moreover, let me state a simple truth. If he truly possessed such abilities, would he need to assist you in appraising stones? He could simply gamble on stones himself and become wealthy." Laughter ensued, as Hu Guohua's words resonated with the crowd. Many patrons selecting jadeite raw stones in the vicinity echoed their agreement, voicing their thoughts aloud. With the support of the crowd, Zhang Ningning felt emboldened, exclaiming, "Darling, did you hear that? Everyone's eyes are sharp. How can one rely on others in gambling?" Resolutely, she declared, "I want this one." Wang Jia finally made his decision and took out his card to pay. Bai Chengxian was astonished and wished to advise him, but Wang Jia calmly smiled and said, "Boss Bai, please refrain from speaking. Let us do it this way. I'll select a few, and you all can help me choose some as well. I have plenty of money. I want to unveil jadeite tonight, and I'm not concerned about anything else." "All right then," Bai Chengxian sighed. Recognizing Wang Jia's affluent demeanor made it difficult to say anything further. Zhang Ningning proudly linked her arm with Wang Jia's, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Yiyang as they departed. After they left, Bai Chengxian shook his head and sighed. "Don't take it to heart. Wealthy individuals are often like this, especially someone like Wang Jia, whose net worth is in the hundreds of billions. He doesn't care about such trivial sums. To share a joke, he once owned 2 luxury cars worth over 10 million combined, left to gather dust in a parking garage for years before anyone noticed. When asked, he had completely forgotten about them. This is no mere joke. The world of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people." Chen Yiyang chuckled and replied, "I'm not angry. If they don't trust us, we can't force them into trouble. I just feel it's a pity that young Master Wang's 850,000 yuan will likely go to waste. It's like giving it away to Lin Shixuan. It's infuriating to think about." "Are you that confident?" Bai Chengxian inquired curiously. Chen Yiyang responded with a smile, "Moderately so. I once had a nickname, the Emperor of Stone Betting, and that refers to me." "Nonsense." Bai Chengxian chuckled. "If you truly have an eye for it, let us pick a couple ourselves. I'll cover the costs. If we uncover something valuable, we can split the profits." "Sure. Let us see what we find," Chen Yiyang agreed. Given the rare opportunity presented by this stone betting event, he was eager to take action. As the selection continued, Chen Yiyang meticulously assessed each jadeite raw stone, using his ring to appraise them. Myanmar Pakong jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 250,000 yuan, low value, not worth purchasing. Myanmar Moksha jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 500,000 yuan, low value, not worth purchasing. Myanmar jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 180,000 yuan, low value, not worth purchasing. All these market estimates were merely the labeled prices of the jadeite raw stones, devoid of any premium, indicating their lack of worth. After evaluating dozens of stones, not a single one exceeded the market estimates. There was, however, one that could yield green, but it required 500,000 yuan to acquire. And even if it resulted in jadeite, the profit would only be a mere 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. Chen Yiyang dismissed it, noting the label number for potential reconsideration later. Myanmar jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 1,500,000 yuan, high value, worth purchasing. Just as Chen Yiyang was about to give up, his eyes brightened. The jadeite raw stone before him was astonishingly valued at 1,500,000 yuan. Yet it was priced at merely 200,000 yuan. If successfully unveiled, it could yield a profit of at least 1,300,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, this was the greatest bargain Chen Yiyang had encountered since acquiring the appraisal ring. This one, I'll take it, he declared without hesitation to the staff at Linshikshuan. The staff proceeded through the formalities, asking, "Are you certain? Number 0006652, priced at 200,000 yuan. Is that confirmed?" "Yes, confirmed." Chen Yiyang nodded, pulling out his phone to prepare for payment. "As agreed, I'll handle the payment." At that moment, Bai Chengxian approached with 2 jadeite raw stones he had chosen, eager to cover the costs. Chen Yiyang glanced at him but said nothing. He understood Bai Chengxian's good intentions and thought to himself, he deserves to prosper. Splitting this 1,300,000 yuan could lead to substantial gains. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Yiyang held no grievances. After completing the payment, Bai Chengxian asked, "Is this the one you're most optimistic about?" "Yes, it could yield significant returns." "What about you?" Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Chengxian, having chosen only 2 stones after much deliberation, was unsure if they would yield green. One of his selections, priced at 500,000 yuan, drew Chen Yiyang's attention. Chen Yiyang feigned interest, and the appraisal information instantly emerged. Myanmar Pakong jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 250,000 yuan, low value, not worth purchasing. Clearly, this stone was a trap, unlikely to yield green. The second stone, slightly larger, was akin to the size of a cooking pot, with a brownish skin and signs of python-like textures. Myanmar jadeite raw stone, estimated market price 720,000 yuan, high value, worth purchasing. This jadeite raw stone had a purchase price of 500,000 yuan, but its market estimate exceeded that amount. Bai Chengxian's luck and discernment were commendable. If unveiled, it could yield at least 220,000 yuan. "What do you think?" Bai Chengxian inquired. Chen Yiyang subtly hinted, "It's decent. I'm optimistic about this one. But the other is rather average." Bai Chengxian, pleased, responded, "If you find it promising, it must be something special. All right, let us settle on these 3. Spending nearly 1 million, we shouldn't select any more. Such betting events can easily lead one astray. You remain quite rational." Chen Yiyang chuckled. "Let us go see what young Master Wang has chosen. Since he doesn't trust us, we can't be blamed for not assisting him." This betting event was quite upscale. Without some wealth, it was indeed difficult to participate. A single jadeite raw stone could potentially turn out to be worthless debris. Yet the prices often started in the hundreds of thousands, with few raw stones priced in the tens of thousands, something ordinary people could hardly afford. The two soon approached Wang Jia, greeting him only to discover he had selected 12 jadeite raw stones, amounting to over 7 million yuan. Furthermore, Wang Jia was not yet satisfied, as he was eyeing a massive jadeite raw stone covered with yellow silk cloth positioned in the center. These colossal jadeite raw stones were the highlights of the evening, each weighing at least several hundred pounds, with an excellent appearance and a high probability of yielding green. However, the prices were exorbitantly steep. Chen Yiyang was taken aback merely by a glance. Wang Ji had his eyes set on a colossal jadeite raw stone, astonishingly priced at 3 million. Nearby, there were even larger behemoth jadeite stones, some priced in the tens of millions. Was this truly a gamble on stones? With such wealth, why gamble at all? Chen Yiyang was perplexed. Who would spend millions on a mere rock? If it turned out not to yield jade, or if the jade's value fell short of the investment, wouldn't that provoke a fit of rage? Bai Chengxian seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled, explaining, "It's quite normal. The world of the affluent is beyond our imagination. Such enormous jadeite stones, if they yield high-quality jade, can appreciate several times over, even by dozens of times. Take the most common type, the yang green, for instance. If this immense raw stone yields dozens of kilograms, it would be a tremendous profit. And if it produces ice-type jade, that would be even more incredible. But what if it doesn't yield anything?" Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Chengxian replied with a smile. Well, one would simply have to accept their misfortune. Gambling on stones is like that. They are not short on money. It's all about the thrill. Chen Yiyang fell silent. Resigned to the notion that the wealthy indulge in such whims, spending millions on a stone while gambling on the quality of jade it might yield. Could it really be that they had more money than they knew what to do with? Chapter 82. A father-son wager at this moment. The area surrounding the colossal jadeite stones was teeming with people, as this was the highlight of the evening's stone gambling event. Everyone was fixated on these massive jadeite stones, which, despite their exorbitant prices, were highly sought after. Even Xin Shaolin was present, with Hu Guohua beside him explaining to the crowd about the origins of these giant jadeite stones and what varieties of jade they might produce. Upon seeing Chen Yiyang and Bai Chengxian approach, Wang Ji waved and said, "You two only picked 3? Such small stones, what could they possibly yield? Even if they do produce jade, they wouldn't be worth much. Didn't you ask us anything while selecting?" Zhang Ningning, overhearing, interjected with reluctance, her words sharp. Though her comment was harsh, it was unnecessary. Bai Chengxian would not have let Wang Ji pay regardless. Her directness, however, was somewhat hurtful. Bai Chengxian, maintaining his composure, replied, "Miss Zhang, the 3 stones we selected are our own. I have already paid for them. They won't be charged to young Master Wang. That is more like it." Zhang Ningning huffed, her expression softening slightly. Meanwhile, Wang Ji frowned and admonished, "Ningning, mind your words. Mr. Bai is my friend. I invited them to assist us. So be courteous." Bai Chengxian smiled and said, "It's fine, young Master Wang. These are our own, and the cost was minimal. We consider it a form of entertainment." With that, Wang Ji could only nod in agreement, saying, "All right then. I've almost spent all the money on me." That scoundrel Chen Shaolin put the main event at the end. I wasn't prepared. "Mr. Bai, could you help me identify which of these giant jadeites has the best appearance?" "I can't say for certain," Bai Chengxian admitted candidly. In stone gambling, no one dared to claim they could predict outcomes accurately, especially with these exorbitantly priced colossal jadeite stones. With prices soaring into the millions, should they fail to yield green, Bai Chengxian would bear the brunt of it, making future friendships difficult. Unwilling to relent, Wang Ji turned to Chen Yiyang and asked, "What do you think, Chen?" After a moment of thought, Chen Yiyang inquired, "Which stone has caught your eye, young Master Wang?" He could have easily echoed Bai Chengxian's response. But Chen Yiyang wished to befriend someone like Wang Ji, hoping to offer a word of caution and cultivate a connection. Wang Ji pointed to one and said, "This one, from the Moxisham mining site. Just now, Mr. Hu introduced it as having been excavated from the old riverbed. With such a large piece, it must yield something good." Hu Guohua was busy introducing other giant jadeite stones, and this particular piece had not drawn much attention. Chen Yiyang stepped closer, carefully examining the colossal jadeite stone, scrutinizing it for 2 minutes before saying, "Young Master Wang, I wouldn't recommend choosing this one." "Why not?" Wang Ji asked. "This stone may not necessarily yield green." Chen Yiyang replied subtly. He had just assessed the stone. Though it appeared promising and was sizable, purchasing it for 3 million would likely result in a complete loss. Hearing this, Zhang Ningning burst into laughter. "What did you say? It may not yield green. Huh, you're truly amusing. A jadeite raw stone priced at 3 million. How could it not yield? Mr. Hu just mentioned its 85 probability of yielding green, and it's likely to produce glass-type jade." Initially, the conversation had been normal, but Zhang Ningning's voice drew the attention of many around them. Hu Guohua, who had been explaining, set down his microphone and approached, pointing at Chen Yiyang with a smile. "Young Master Wang, I've already told you, this person is clearly a fraud pretending to be an expert. He just admitted he is a novice in gambling stones. Furthermore, I'd like to ask everyone present, has anyone ever seen a gem appraiser who has only been in the industry for half a year? Huh. Only Sifangshai would be foolish enough to hire someone like him as a manager." This remark caused an uproar among the onlookers. It was a crude yet valid point. In the antique trade, one cannot develop discernment without decades of experience. Indeed, all the experts I know have been in the field for decades, often with advanced degrees. How could Sifangshai hire such a young manager? Is it that the Bai family is in decline? While the crowd consisted of prominent figures from Jinling, though not experts in antiques, they were certainly familiar with the industry. Hu Guohua's words not only aimed to undermine Chen Yiyang, but also sought to tarnish the reputation of Sifangshai. If word spread, it could severely impact Sifangshai's reputation and business. After all, information spreads rapidly, and the saying 3 men can make a tiger holds true. One could only imagine the repercussions if this situation escalated. Bai Qingxuan's expression darkened as well. Hu Guohua was seizing the opportunity to discredit Sifangshai, and in the antique industry, reputation is paramount. If not addressed swiftly, Many clients would grow skeptical. Just as he prepared to confront Hu Guohua, Chen Yiyang stepped forward, calmly stating, I became the manager because Sifangzhai valued my abilities. And I was willing. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, which seems to have nothing to do with you. How does it not relate? Are you not a fraud? Hu Guohua sneered. Even young Master Wang no longer believes you. How can you still have the audacity to linger here? Chen Yiyang remained unfazed, responding coolly, very well. You call me a fraud. Let us wager on this colossal jadeite raw stone. I bet it won't yield green, nor will it produce even a single hair. Do you dare to accept? Huh, that seems unlikely, doesn't it? A raw stone priced at 3 million? Generally, such an expensive stone will yield something. It just depends on the variety and quality. This young man, Chen Yiyang, was clearly an amateur. Indeed, how could a few million not yield anything? The crowd chimed in. Hu Guohua's confidence grew, but he had no intention of gambling. He could easily manage the situation, maintaining the upper hand without the need to wager. However, Shen Shaolin discreetly nudged him, signaling with his eyes. Hu Guohua understood and quickly replied, What shall we wager? Huh, you're broke. What could you possibly wager against me? Chen Yiyang, unperturbed, stated flatly, A father-son wager, do you dare? If I lose, I'll immediately bow 3 times and never show my face in the antique world again. If you lose, you need only bow 3 times and call me father. Do you dare? Hu Guohua hesitated, but, glancing at Shen Shaolin's fierce gaze, could only grit his teeth and say before the crowd, Fine, kid, you're asking for death. Just don't blame me for bullying you afterward. Let us get started. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. The stone gambling game was already thrilling enough, and now it had evolved into a father-son showdown. Bai Chengxian expressed his concerns. Chen Yiyang, are you certain? Everything will be fine, Chen Yiyang replied with a grin, exuding an air of ease. Observing his resolute demeanor, Bai Chengxian chose not to voice any further objections. In the realm of antiques, reputation and face were paramount. Should Chen Yiyang back down from a challenge against Hu Guohua today, regardless of his appraisal prowess, he would lose credibility in the antique community. In this field, reputation held immense significance. A master, regardless of the authenticity of their claims, could convince others of their veracity, while an unknown individual who remained silent under pressure would find their assertions met with skepticism, even if their assessments were accurate. Chen Yiyang's willingness to engage in this father-son duel was a matter of pride. He sought to reclaim his dignity, for otherwise, he would struggle to establish himself not just in Jinling, but also at Sifang Studio. Under the arrangement of Shen Shaolin, 2 masters from Ling Shixuan brought over a cutting machine. The moment the stone was opened, the truth of its authenticity would be immediately revealed. There was no room for deception. Internally, Hu Guohua felt a twinge of anxiety, especially upon hearing Chen Yiyang's unwavering confidence. He feared that the jadeite rough stone might be devoid of value. Shen Shao, Hu Guohua murmured. Shen Shaolin cast a cold glance at him. Why the panic? You have examined every jadeite rough stone. Are you not confident in your own judgment regarding whether it can yield green? Indeed, I prefer to gamble on a single line rather than a whole piece. If it were another stone, I might not be so assured, but this one should not disappoint, Hu Guohua muttered. He had indeed scrutinized this massive jadeite rough stone. The material was of excellent quality, with a greenish exterior and a delicate line running along its side, exuding hints of green akin to a slender serpent-esque scale. Generally, the probability of such rough stones yielding green was high. Moreover, the faint green hue was already visible through the fine line. Convinced that it would produce green, Hu Guohua felt certain of his victory. As per the agreement of the father-son duel, if it yielded green, regardless of its quality, he would emerge victorious. Thus, he believed his chances were favorable. As the cutting machine was positioned, the master inquired, Shall we begin, boss? Yes, Hu Guohua responded with a firm nod. The crowd gathered closer, their excitement palpable, some even pulling out their phones to record the moment. The machine whirred to life, and all eyes were glued to it. The atmosphere charged with anticipation. The cutter wielded his tool with remarkable skill, steady and precise. The first cut was made, and amidst the harsh sound of friction, stone dust flew. As the blade reached its depth, the jadeite rough stone split into 2 halves, revealing grayish-white surfaces. No green was visible, resembling an ordinary stone. Hu Guohua's smile faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He wiped his forehead and gritted his teeth, insisting, Cut again, it has to show green. It can't be wrong. I'd rather bet on a line than a whole piece. The cutter complied and swiftly made a second cut. Silence enveloped the crowd as the second cut revealed yet again no trace of green, only the same grayish-white, hollow interior. No way, it can't be devoid of green. A 3 million yuan rough stone, and nothing to show for it? Who'd buy this and not weep? The young man displayed remarkable insight, and Sifang's studio truly possessed courage. Hu Guohua was in deep trouble. After 2 cuts, the outcome was practically determined. The absence of green meant that it was unlikely to appear in subsequent cuts. This is impossible. It can't be happening. Cut again, keep cutting. Hu Guohua shouted, his desperation mounting. The cutter hesitated but ultimately obeyed. Soon, the sizable jadeite rough stone was reduced to basketball-sized fragments after more than 10 cuts, yet still no green emerged. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cut again. Hu Guohua cried, collapsing onto the ground in despair, murmuring incoherently. The cutter, looking troubled, said, Boss, it's all in pieces now. There's no way to cut further. And it 1 T yield green. This was the truth. At this stage, further cuts would yield mere fragments, and the machine could not accomplish more. The failure to reveal green at this point indicated that it was fundamentally impossible for any to appear subsequently. Useless. Chen Yiyang felt humiliated and kicked Hu Guohua on the ground, angrily shouting, Pack your things and get out of Jinling. I never want to see you again. As the proprietor of Lingxixuan, Hu Guohua's loss reflected poorly on Chen Yiyang. Unable to bear the disgrace, he instructed his subordinates and turned to leave. As Chen Yiyang departed, Hu Guohua panicked and quickly scrambled to his feet, attempting to sneak away. However, Bai Chengxian was quick to seize him by the neck, sneering. You must honor your bet. What? Is Lingxixuan unable to accept defeat? Those who provoke must be prepared for the consequences. Had you not relentlessly belittled our Sifang studio, we would not have engaged in this duel. Well said. Wang Ji was the first to step forward, leading the applause. A true man should be able to win and lose gracefully. Hu Guohua, don't let us look down on you or Lingxixuan. Hurry and bow. This so-called proprietor was truly declining. I even questioned if the last item I purchased was authentic. Earlier, he spoke so convincingly, and I foolishly believed him. With decades of experience, he was outmatched by a mere youth. Having lost the father-son duel, he thought he could flee without bowing? Many in the crowd began to echo their agreement, blocking his escape. Although Lingxixuan had many members, Chen Yiyang's followers were not cowed by the numbers. The guests present were all influential figures, none of whom could afford to offend. Under the gaze of so many, Hu Guohua, resigned, slowly knelt and bowed his head, glaring at Chen Yiyang with venomous eyes, uttering, Father. Oh, the crowd quickly seized the opportunity, chanting, Father, Father. 3 bows and 3 calls of father echoed through the air. Afterward, Hu Guohua's face darkened. He felt as though he could die from humiliation. To bow and address a younger person as father would be a stain on his honor for life, rendering him unable to show his face in the antique community of Jinling again. Aside from Chen Yiyang, he also harbored resentment toward Chen Yiyang. He had hesitated earlier. Had Chen Yiyang not coerced him into this father-son duel, he would never have agreed. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. Impressive. The proprietor of Sifang Studio is as formidable as reputed. Chen, do leave your contact information. Let us keep in touch. The crowd erupted in cheers, some applauding, others politely requesting contact details. All eyes were fixed on Chen Yiyang, filled with admiration for the young man. While antique appraisal could rely on evidence, stone gambling was a different matter. No amount of adage or past experience could assist. If it did not yield green, it simply did not. Chen Yiyang's ability to ascertain its emptiness at a glance was enough to earn him the utmost respect. Bai Chengxian returned and gave a thumbs up. I'm impressed. I regret not having snatched you away earlier. Wang Ji approached with a look of contrition, saying, Thank you, Chen. If not for you, I would have lost 3 million without cause. It's my fault for doubting you. I was influenced by that woman. Hubby, Zhang Ningning objected, playfully pouting. This time, Wang Ji did not indulge her, glaring, Go aside. Keep talking, and I swear you'll become a thing of the past, believe it or not. As Zhang Ningning heard this, she immediately pouted, casting a resentful glance at Chen Yiyang. Her lips parted in an unspoken desire to voice her thoughts, yet silenced by hesitation. Hu Guohua had slipped away unnoticed, replaced by a dark-skinned man who took charge of the jade gambling session, which continued unabated. Brother Chen, could you assist me in selecting another piece? Which one do you think is best? Wang Ji, wary after previous attempts, relinquished control to Chen Yiyang, choosing a massive jadeite stone priced at 1.2 million. When it was unveiled, astonishingly, it revealed a piece of jade with exceptionally high transparency, reminiscent of ice, translucent and imbued with a refreshing coolness that evoked an ethereal beauty. Bai Chengxian, an expert in the field, examined it closely and, with a smile, remarked, Given its quality and weight, it must be valued at least 8 million. What a windfall. Chapter 84. Is there a ghost? Haha. At last. I've struck gold with a substantial piece. Iced jadeite. Come, let us open the rest. Wang Ji exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Although he was not overly concerned about the money, the thrill of winning in this gamble was exhilarating. Yet, he lamented that from the 12 pieces he had previously selected, only one yielded jade. And it was the least valuable type. Damn it, Brother Chen, you must help me once more. I intend to craft a legacy set of jewelry for my future wedding. If I hit the jackpot, regardless of the variety, I shall reward you with 2 million in appraisal fees. Chen Yiyang felt a stir of temptation at the mention of the 2 million fee. Such a lucrative deal was certainly worth pursuing. He turned his gaze back to the array of massive jadeite stones on the table. Burma's old pit jadeite rough material, estimated market value 12 million. Highly valuable and worth acquiring. After a careful examination, Chen Yiyang settled on one piece, but refrained from hastily making a selection. Instead, he continued to scrutinize it meticulously, even employing a magnifying glass for a closer look. Everyone else had ceased gambling and turned their attention to Chen Yiyang's selection process. The dark-skinned man, his tone menacing, asked, "Have you made up your mind? You got lucky with one guess, but do you truly consider yourself a gambling deity?" Chen Yiyang looked up, puzzled, and retorted, "Are you lacking a father too?" The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Hu Guohua, the proprietor of Lin Shixuan, had just lost a bet and fled in disgrace. Who would dare gamble there now? The dark-skinned man's face flushed crimson. Indeed, he was too intimidated to gamble. Tugging at his tie, he glared, "Hurry up and choose. If you don't, I'll let someone else take your place. Then this one it is." Chen Yiyang feigned reluctance, pointing to a giant jadeite stone priced modestly at 2 million. Wang Ji, without any hesitation, paid the amount and commanded, "Let us cut it open immediately." The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, all eyes fixated on the cutting machine. Soon, a flash of green emerged before the crowd. Wow, another green one. It seems to be glassy jade. The proprietor of Sifang Zhai was truly remarkable. A glassy jade would fetch at least 10 million. Excitement rippled through the crowd. As the cutter made the final incision, the outer stone skin was gradually removed, revealing an even richer green hue that glistened under the lights, exuding a satin-like sheen, visually pleasing in every aspect. Glassy jade, vibrant green. This quality would surely be valued in the tens of millions. Young Master Wang. This material is perfect for crafting a timeless set of jewelry. Haha, this is fantastic. Wang Ji laughed widely, scanning the room and raising his voice. Hey, where's young Master Shun? Why is he hiding? Wasn't he promised that he would come to witness my misfortune? Haha. You folks at Lin Shixuan can't possibly be sore losers, can you? Brother Chun, there's no doubt about it. From now on, we are brothers. I'll transfer the 2 million to you right now. With a chime, the 2 million arrived in Chen Yiyang's account, stirring a wave of excitement within him. Previously, his gains had been modest, but the evening's windfall had finally elevated his assets to the million mark. Coupled with his earlier selections with Bai Chengxian, he was confident of securing around 3 million. While 3 million may be a trifling sum for the wealthy, for Chen Yiyang, it represented a significant leap in status. Moreover, with this financial cushion, he could approach future endeavors with newfound confidence. As others observed Chen Yiyang uncovering another piece of glassy jade, they could hardly contain themselves. Surrounding him, they eagerly presented their business cards, seeking his assistance in selecting jadeite stones. Master Chen, could you assist me with a glance? I can offer you a mere 10 in appraisal fees. Do you think that's enough? Just 10? What's the difference from empty-handedly trying to catch a wolf? Brother Chun, I'm a director of Lima Group. Indeed, one circle determines their success. Had it not been for his association with Sifang Zhai, Bai Chengxian would not have encountered such influential figures. His business in antiques required networking with affluent patrons. Know when to withdraw, Bai Chengxian subtly advised. Understood. Chen Yiyang nodded, fully comprehending the wisdom of standing out too much. With Bai Chengxian's affirmation, he promptly approached Wang Ji, who then spoke briefly to the intrigued crowd. With his intervention, the persistent individuals were dissuaded from pressuring Chen Yiyang, leaving only requests for contact information. Chen Yiyang welcomed each request, adding them one by one. Meanwhile, within the villa's hall, "Boss, that Chen fellow has assisted young Master Wang in unveiling a piece of glassy jade, estimated at 12 million. Bang! Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shen Shaoling, furious, kicked a nearby chair, his face darkening. Damn it, just like that, 20 million is gone. If I had known, why didn't I just cut it myself? A bunch of useless fools, incapable of even making a simple judgment. What good are you all to me? Boss, Brother Hay suggests we can't let them leave unscathed. Should we execute the plan now? Has the woman been handled? Shen Shaoling frowned, inquiring. His subordinate replied. It's all taken care of. Her past has been thoroughly investigated by Brother He, and she dares not refuse. Understood. Block Wang Ji's exit. P.S. Simply struck it lucky. I had intended to target him tonight. And as for that Chen fellow, let us see if I don't ruin him today. Chen Xiaoling cursed as he stormed out. In the Villa's parking area, as Chen Yiyang and his companions prepared to retrieve their vehicle, they were intercepted by the arriving Chen Xiaoling. Wang Ji, irked and ready to retaliate, was preempted by Chen Xiaoling's voice. Young Master Wang, don't rush off. I just had some bottles of Romanicani opened. We have a high-stakes game tonight, are you in? I've arranged for Boss Luo and Director Zhao to join us for a premium quality session. Wang Ji, with a gambling streak, felt a surge of excitement at the invitation. He turned to Chen Yiyang. We just won over 20 million from Shun. It would be a shame to leave without savoring his 1 million worth of Romanicani. How about we stay? I'm indifferent, Chen Yiyang replied with a smile. Bai Chengxian added, if young Master Wang is interested, we are on board, but such a grand game may be beyond our means. No worries, we can leave later. Hurry up, Wang Ji exclaimed enthusiastically. It was evident his interest in the gambling game was piqued. Chen Xiaoling led the way, walking shoulder to shoulder with Wang Ji, discussing the game. Meanwhile, Bai Chengxian deliberately lagged behind, pulling Chen Yiyang aside to whisper, let us find an excuse to leave. We shouldn't linger here. Is there a ghost? Chen Yiyang inquired. Chapter 85. She is too skilled at the game. Bai Chengxian nodded. You've noticed too? It's highly probable. Chen Xiaoling has no benevolent intentions. However, we cannot interfere in the gambling affairs. Young Master Wang is accustomed to it, and may well spend the night here. Let us depart. Even if he suffers significant losses at the table, it won't concern us. Agreed. Chen Yiyang silently followed behind. Even he could discern that Wang Ji was well aware of the situation, yet he still chose to remain and partake in the gamble. Perhaps he was simply reckless with his wealth, or perhaps those with ample riches are often unrestrained. Upon entering the grand hall, it was evident that Chen Xiaolin was thoroughly prepared. The room was adorned with dining tables, laden with a cornucopia of delicacies, seafood, fruits, and an array of sumptuous dishes. Not only were there professional chefs ready to fulfill any culinary request, but there were also provocatively dressed maids and bunny girls gracefully weaving through the hall. These maidens boasted figures akin to car models, their features exquisitely crafted. The most astonishing aspect was that their services were complimentary. Guests could select from them at will. Much like choosing a technician in an entertainment venue, they not only complied graciously but also catered to the guests' whims with delightful charm. Chen Yiyang found this spectacle quite fascinating. Orchestrating such a grand gambling event required not just substantial capital and influence, but also a remarkable ability to generate profit effortlessly throughout the evening. Noticing Chen Yiyang's astonishment, Bai Chengxian, holding a glass of red wine, explained, there is no need for surprise. In the upper echelons of Jinling, such scenes are commonplace. Do not underestimate these private gatherings. While the profits may be secondary, forging connections is paramount. However, the underlying complexities are profound, involving transactions of power and wealth that are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. I am not particularly interested in such matters. I am merely curious where Chen Xiaolin sourced all these beauties, Chen Yiyang inquired. Bai Chengxian chuckled softly. What is so peculiar about that? Chen Xiaolin operates several media companies that recruit female streamers year-round, offering free training. Once they pass, they can earn a monthly salary of tens of thousands. What young woman entering the workforce wouldn't be tempted? Yet, once they sign contracts, they are compelled to serve the guests. Additionally, there are financial firms involved in these gray industries, as you can imagine. May I select one? Chen Yiyang asked. Bai Chengxuan's expression turned serious as he replied, it would be best not to. Why not? Because if I cannot choose one, and you do, it would create an imbalance in my heart. Therefore, it is advisable that you refrain as well, to avoid appearing hypocritical. Chen Yiyang thought it surprising that Bai Chengxian, with his strong brows and prominent eyes, exhibited such a naive side. Whether he was hypocritical, Chen Yiyang could not say, but he certainly displayed signs of being henpecked. As the gambling event outside concluded, more guests filtered into the hall, predominantly affluent individuals. Amidst their discussions of recent gambling experiences, they also delved into business matters, topics such as market trends, e-commerce, and foreign trade, of which Chen Yiyang understood little. However, having made a name for himself at the gambling event, many approached him for contact information, inviting him for drinks and introductions, though he could hardly remember most of their names. Wang Ji was particularly busy, surrounded by admirers. When the time was right, he approached, saying, aren't you two going to join me for a few rounds? Don't worry, if you lose, I'll cover it. If you win, it's yours. Bai Chengxian candidly replied, Young Master Wang, we have no interest in the gambling. It's quite late. Yiyang and I will have a bite to eat and leave shortly. Very well. Brother Chen, I'll be at Sifang's High in a couple of days. Do wait for me. Ning Ning, please escort Brother Chen and boss by. Understood. After Wang Jia's orders, he hurriedly followed someone into the elevator. Zhang Ningning, left behind, unexpectedly brought over a bottle of red wine, cheerfully declaring, Manager Chen, I must apologize for my earlier oversight. This drink is to honor you. Come, boss Bai. Fill your glass. This is Romani Conti. Miss Zhang, you are too kind. Bai Chengxian tilted his glass to allow Zhang Ningning to pour. When it was Chen Yiyang's turn, he hesitated slightly. Zhang Ningning's smile faltered as she asked, What is this? Are you refusing to honor me? I do not drink red wine, Chen Yiyang replied honestly. That is fine. We have a driver, so what is to fear? Just one glass, one tea get you drunk. In fact, it's quite pleasant and perfect for a good night's sleep. Very well, I'll pour it myself. With her insistence, Chen Yiyang felt it inappropriate to decline. However, as he took the wine bottle from Zhang Ningning, a piece of appraisal information flashed before his eyes. Romani Conti, produced in France's Romani Grand Cru Vineyard, 1971 vintage. Market estimated price 888 yuan, high market value, worth acquiring. Contains aphrodisiac properties. What? Chen Yiyang was momentarily taken aback. He understood the initial part, but was perplexed by the latter. The wine was indeed authentic, yet it had been tampered with. Who could have done such a thing? It likely wasn't Shen Shaolin, as several prominent figures, including Wang Jia, had already partaken of it, and Shen himself was no exception. Thus, the only one left who could have poisoned it was Zhang Ningning herself. But what was her motive? To drug him and then entice him? Chen Yiyang glanced up at Zhang Ningning, his eyes filled with suspicion. A woman so beautiful and with such an enviable figure couldn't he possibly be offering herself without ulterior motives, could she? He was fully aware that aside from his good looks, he possessed little else of value. Yet, Zhang Ningning seemed not to be a mere admirer of beauty. She appeared to be a woman of considerable materialistic inclination, one who would hardly notice a man of ordinary status, only those like Wang Jia, the wealthy second-generation heirs. What's wrong, Chingu? Are you really going to disregard my hospitality? Jia specifically asked me to treat you well. Your demeanor is rather disheartening, Zhang Ningning cooed sweetly. She was exceptionally skilled in her persuasion, and her naturally melodious voice, even when one recognized her intentions, remained irresistibly soft and sweet, making it difficult to refuse. Meanwhile, Bai Chengxian had already finished his glass of red wine and nudged Chen Yiyang's shoulder, saying, Come on, it's just one glass of red wine. Surely you can handle that much? Chen Yiyang shot him a glance, feeling somewhat speechless. This man, with his strong brows and prominent eyes, had capitulated so quickly after a few honeyed words. Nevertheless, refusing to drink felt inappropriate. Chen Yiyang feigned hesitation while secretly allowing his appraisal ring to absorb the drug within the wine. A rush of pink vapor entered the ring, and after a brief moment, it showed no reaction. Only then did Chen Yiyang feel safe enough to tilt his head back and finish the wine in one go. Romani Conti, the flavor was rather unremarkable, less satisfying than a chilled bottle of Courageous Journey. Clap, clap. Zhang Ningning skillfully applauded, her emotional exuberance at its peak. Excellent. Chingu, you are truly impressive. Do you wish to eat something else? If not, shall I see you out?